kicking off our advent calendar with Ligea, obviously myself.
Hello.
We're going to be jumping into December 1st. So, Ligea, why don't you go ahead and explain to us what is an advent calendar?
An advent calendar. We need to start with a wreath. Because we're going back to a time when not everyone had a smartphone or even a clock on the wall. People needed to know when is Christmas, and that is a tricky question. So first of all, to determine from the 1st of December on when Christmas will happen, we have these wreaths. And the first one with the red candles is the more traditional one. I mean, there are modern versions now, and a very simple way to track the time was to light a candle every Sunday. You have 4 Sundays until Christmas, so it's 4 candles. And you add 1 candle each Sunday. So 1 candle has to burn 4 Sundays.
One candle has to burn 4 Sundays for 4 weeks.
Yes. Well, not for 4 weeks, but every Sunday.
Right. Okay.
It's one that just burns 1 Sunday. So, clever marketing strategists have developed 4 candles of different size. You simply start with the biggest one because it has to burn for 4 days.
I see. And then that should catch up with the other one. Oh, wow.
Yes. So that was a strategy to track time, but of course you know that children are not that patient. So this may be good for the adults to just say, oh, now it's only 2 weeks until Christmas. But children had slightly different ideas. And, you know, when you have children in the back of the car and you're driving and it's a long road trip and they keep asking, are we there yet? It's pretty much the same with
Some
Christmas.
experience was similar, yeah.
Yes, so the Christmas crowns or Christmas wreaths in this case, they were not accurate enough for the children. So parents started doing something that involved cookies at first. They baked 24 cookies, and those cookies were usually of the tougher kind because they left them hanging outside on these little twigs above the bed of the child. So every morning the child could eat 1 cookie, and when they were all eaten, it was Christmas.
Huh.
That is the actual origin of advent calendars, and they didn't even have numbers. A lot of people couldn't even count when this tradition began. And they were usually round cookies, so you didn't need strings, but these cookies were like big rings that you could put on a twig or a little branch, and you would just bite them off or break them off when you wanted to eat them.
Wow. That makes a lot of sense. It's interesting to see that it hasn't really had to evolve beyond that, really. It's kind of still been in that form in some sense. It's just maybe it's not cookies anymore. It's a variety of other edible things usually, or in some cases candles and stuff. Very interesting.
It did evolve a little bit, so I'll show you some more of the historical ones, and I'll show you some modern ones too.
Awesome.
Cookies became more elaborate over time.
Oh, wow.
You have some with numbers, some with a little bit more decoration. And then they got the idea to put these horrible, very tough cookies into little bags. So that is the next step, to wrap them up in little bags. So they're not so tough because, number 24 was pretty tough.
Yeah, if it's been up there the whole time. Makes sense.
Right. So that's how this started, and you can see that there is one that looks like a little castle made of boxes.
Yeah.
That is already more advanced, and you could put other things in there, not just cookies. This is one of the first calendars of the modern type, and that's just a cardboard box with 24 little cardboard doors.
Ah. Wow.
That's a historical one. And there we have some more. So these are all for children. These are all with chocolate.
Yeah, that's what I grew up with.
You can see the little doors. So they are randomly distributed on the box. So you have to do a little guessing game in the morning to find them. And it's usually that kids open them and then they leave them open so they can tell which they've already checked.
Yep, that's right. Sometimes they even had a little picture on the inside too, and you're like, ooh.
Yes, and it's usually with chocolate. So you can see that in the first one, in that blue one, with all the little chocolates that have different forms, like, for example, a star or some sort of toy. Like one of them is like a little train.
Yep. Takes me back to my childhood.
Yes. So number 24 was usually a bigger door or a double door. And back in the days, in the early 20th century, children got only that. They got only the chocolate from the 24th door and not much more. So we've talked a little bit about advent calendars before we started, which means it's your turn now. I have one that is very, very modern and doesn't contain chocolate.
Ah, my kind of advent calendar. I'll go ahead and share the one that I'm probably going to do again this year, potentially with my dad again, because it's just so much fun.
Oh, it's also beer.
Oh yeah, of course it's beer. We quite like the BrewDog one. This is the one that we like at the moment.
That is cute.
It's great. There's all kinds of different flavors and stuff. It's just a fun way to try all the different beers, and we like most of them, to be fair.
Yes, and it's so colorful.
Yeah, and it's quite exciting as an adult. I mean, it makes us sound like alcoholics, but you open a door and it's like, oh my god, a new beer today.
Wow. So, have you found any just by using the calendar? Did you stumble across some beers that you didn't know and that you really liked and that you kept drinking after this?
Yeah. I mean, so I've for beer advent calendars, I've only really done the BrewDog ones. So it's all the BrewDog brand, and they do. I think they do maybe like a couple of stouts. They do quite a lot of like hazy ones. They do IPAs, craft beers, things like that. Is more their kind of niche. And a couple of like session ones, which are lighter ones, kind of not quite a lager, but in some cases more like a pilsner and things like that. And I would say that yeah, I've tried a couple of ones that I was surprised to be like, oh, you know what, I'm really glad I got to try this. And then there were definitely ones that were like horrendous in my palate that I was like, I would never drink this again. But that's the fun of it, you never know what you're gonna get compared to just chocolate, where it's all the same kind of chocolate. This is far more varied, and it's quite fun. I find it very fun in my opinion, and yeah, it's definitely introduced me to some beers that I was like, wow, I'm definitely having this again.
Wow. So the bad ones, you could use those for cooking, like for glazing ribs or something like that.
Possibly. It depends on what kind of flavor you want to go into your food, but yeah, possibly.
Yeah, that's what I do. Right. So, what other modern forms do you know? I mean, there's a lot more than just beer. Which others have you seen?
I'm trying to think of the one that I got my mother one time. I'm pretty sure it was a Yankee Candle advent calendar.
Oh.
I'm gonna go ahead and send you a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Which I found to be interesting, the fact that, in some cases Advent goes all the way to 24, Christmas Eve, and then some of them only do like 6 or 12. I find that to be quite something, but yet again, it's still in the Advent style where you're meant to open up one every day.
Yes.
So I wonder why they do that. Why do they not all go 24. Why? I suppose 12, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a 6 before, and I'm like, I don't know what this. Why only 6? That's not even like a full week, you know. I found that to be a weird one.
Well, it's probably for the period between Christmas and the Three Kings.
Oh, you mean like New Year's?
Yes, it covers the New Year, but those are the 2 weeks, or well, not 2 full weeks, but the song about the 12 days of Christmas is about these days between Christmas and the Three Kings' arrival.
Ah, I see.
And those are called the Rough Nights in Germany. So these are the very cold and very dark nights. So you need lots of birds and lots of presents and lots of food to get through them.
Wow. Very rough nights.
Yeah. But we'll talk about this. We have a video about this.
Absolutely. That's why we're doing the advent calendar.
Right. I have seen some with cosmetics. So the ones with cosmetics are big right now where I live. You have all kinds of stuff like creams and eyeshadows and stuff. So really just tiny portions that you can try.
Right. And stuff, yeah.
Yes, or different soaps or different perfumes, and then you have tea. And well, I've even seen one for people who have beards. So the whole calendar is just about your beard. No shower gel, no comb for your hair, just a beard comb, explicitly.
Well, I haven't seen a beard grooming one. That's quite interesting because there's not a lot of stuff you can get for your beard. Question mark? I don't really know. It's not like I do much beard grooming.
I think Santa himself would be interested in that.
I'll tell you what. Instead of leaving out cookies and milk, leave them out a little beard grooming kids.
And he probably thinks, "What is this shit? It's already Advent, like."
Am I supposed to open all of it at once? Like, what is this?
Yes, and then of course you have some that contain gin, you have some that contain tea, so all sorts of little goods that you can try. And I really don't think that the one containing gin or, for example, the one containing whiskey makes sense because it's really just half a shot glass. It's not even a full shot glass.
Yeah, that's fair, but
yeah, that I think that's really for alcoholics because you can't share it.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I don't know if I'd go for a whiskey advent calendar. That seems good. That does sound like you have a problem. I find the beer one a little fun because you have one beer and that's kind of it. But yeah, just a random shot every day, that might be bad.
And you have to drink it. You can't open that thing in the morning because you have to go to work.
you have to do it when you come home. Well, that makes sense. Come home from work and then you do it, right? You got something to look forward to at the end of the day. Okay, that's fair.
Right. So now we have calendars for adults. We still have those for children. But an important question would be, with these 24 little doors, when exactly is Christmas?
Well, I suppose, yeah, you got a point because the point of the Advent is it's 24, but then obviously you go through all of them, and then the following day is Christmas, right? It's just a different way to kind of keep track and, like you said, entertain children, right?
But the problem with this is that Christmas is not always on the 25th. So we have different calendars, and we have different versions of Christianity. For example, we have Orthodox Christianity that is really big in Eastern Europe, in the Slavic countries, but also in ancient Greece.
Right.
Ancient Greece, because Orthodoxy has existed since Christianity made it to Greece. So they're still following that very ancient rite. And the Slavic countries have also accepted Orthodox Christianity. So Catholicism and Protestantism is more in Western Europe, and then of course you have that around the world. So for Orthodox people, Christmas is not even in December.
Oh, right.
They usually celebrate it when the Three Kings arrive, which is the 6th or 7th of January.
Oh.
They can also have a slightly different calendar. So there is a holiday called Epiphany that can be the evening before the kings arrive. In some cases, the day when they arrive is called Epiphany or Three Kings Day. And then, of course, between Catholicism and Protestantism, you have some different dates. So, for example, in England, you also have Boxing Day.
That's right.
So, would you explain how it has been explained to you? Because, as far as I know, it's not the historical Boxing Day anymore.
So to my understanding, Boxing Day was it was a day for usually the poorer people, the peasants, and the people who had to work during Christmas time for the more noble families and everything. This was kind of a day for them to have like their own little mock Christmas, if you will, with their families. This way, they weren't interrupting the more nobles' Christmas time, so they could still work and shit. So that was
Yeah.
what I was led to believe.
Absolutely, yes. That's what it is in England, and as far as I've heard, it's now an opportunity to shop for deals. So you just grab the gifts and you.
So many Boxing Day deals. They love talking about
that. Right. And for most other people in the world, it's St. Stephen's Day. So we're not talking about St. Stephen. We have some saints this week that we will talk about, but he is the very first martyr, and that is his day, December 26th. And everyone else calls it St. Stephen's Day, so it's not Boxing Day outside of England.
Yeah, it's just an us thing.
All right, then you have the 25th, that is obviously Christmas proper, but a lot of people, especially in Catholic regions, they also celebrate on Christmas Eve on December the 24th. So that can be the day when the children get the gifts, for example, and it's related to a heathen custom, but also to a Jewish custom. So if you know anything about the Jewish Sabbath, then you know that Sabbath starts the evening before Sunday, and not on Sunday morning.
Right.
And it's the same with a lot of these heathen faiths with Germanic heathen faith. Tripping over my tongue today. And Celtic people, so usually they start celebrating the evening before the proper holiday. And you can see this with Halloween, for example. The proper Christian holiday would be All Saints on the 1st of November. But of course, the Celts have to start on the evening of October 21st. Sorry, 31st. So this is just a celebration that relates to these heathen faiths, that you start celebrating the holiday the night before it starts. So we can't actually answer that properly. We can't say when Christmas is, because different denominations have different dates for this. And even within the same denomination, it can differ between Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Fascinating.
I think so too. And that's our little video on Advent calendars.
How about that? Day 2 brings us Christian and pagan Christmas. Ligeia, take us away.
Yes, well, we've cleared the question, when is Christmas? We can't really say when is Christmas. So, next stupid question, what is Christmas?
Oh, were you looking for an answer from me? I believe at least to my understanding, mainly as a child, it's the birth of Christ Day, right? And it's like a whole celebration behind that.
Yes, exactly. So that would be the Christian side of it, but it also coincides with some heathen lore, because it's also the time of the winter solstice, or Yule, as it is called in the North Germanic areas. And then
So
we have a
Yuletide.
couple. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying that's why we have Yuletide, right?
Right. And there's even some more. So we have some Mediterranean stuff coming up. For example, Roman Saturnalia. And we have St. Nicholas. So St. Nicholas is not the guy who shows up on December 24th. We will have St. Nicholas this week in a different video because his day is at the beginning of December. And I thought that may surprise some people who are used to Santa being the main figure of Christmas.
But that's why we're here to educate and to blow minds.
Right. Right. So I've already sent you the picture with baby Jesus. And I think most people are going to know that. I don't think we need to repeat the Christmas story because it's an advent calendar. So people watching it probably know the background story. What they may not know is the whole story with the winter solstice and Yule and Saturnalia. So let's go into that. And we'll start with Roman Saturnalia. What do you know about that? Have you heard of it?
No.
No. It's related to the god Saturn.
I do know of the god Saturn, but I don't know of Saturnalia.
So, the god Saturn has a different name in Greek, and it's Kronos. And what does that remind you of?
It reminds us of the video that we talked about with the the terrible Titan times of eating his own kids.
Yes, that's the same one. Very good. But let me write it a little differently. So when I put a CH in place of the K, you may recognize that word from English.
It makes me think of I think there's a different god of time, isn't there?
Oh no, it's the same. They have another one that is called Janus, and that is an Etruscan god, like January.
Yeah.
And Janus is the one with the two faces, so one facing into the next year and one facing back into the old year. And he's actually the god of thresholds. So that used to be a door god. Kronos is the Greek version. Saturn then became the Roman version of that. And he's actually a god of time. That's why he's related to Saturnalia, because the time's running out for the old year. And maybe you know that the Romans didn't celebrate the New Year in winter, but they celebrated it in March.
Was it more for like the beginning of spring and everything?
Yes, so they cut off the year at a point where it was very cold and unpleasant, and they started the new year when the plants would regrow.
I could see some logic with that, for sure.
Yeah, so it's very close to nature coming back alive. So the Saturnalia were a celebration in the depth of winter when everyone needed to have some fun. Again, you remember we spoke about the rough nights, where people really needed good food and entertainment and everything to not become depressed, and to get through this extremely dark time. So that is the same for Saturnalia. And Saturnalia is a festival where people dress up and also wear costumes. So we've kind of broken that up in our modern world. We've put some of it into Halloween and some of it into Carnival. And for you in the Anglosphere, it will be more like Halloween. So Halloween is a Celtic festival, but it also got a share of the Saturnalia, and that is dressing up as different characters and, for example, pretending to be someone else. This whole costume drama, that is something that is related to Saturnalia. And on the other side, in the next year, we have Carnival in some countries. And in Carnival, they also dress up. So Carnival and Halloween are quite similar in that regard, that you wear costumes and pretend to be someone else. And both comes from the Saturnalia. And let me show you some stuff. So there we have some costumes. And as you can tell, you can pretend to be a different nationality, or you can pretend to be an authority figure when you're really not. Or you can pretend that you're sushi. I love these Japanese costumes.
Food. Oh my god. It's all different definitions
Right.
of snack.
And well, this comes very close to what the Romans did. Not sushi. They didn't know sushi, but dressing up as a princess, for example. So during the Saturnalia, they would switch roles, and the masters would take the roles of their servants or even their slaves, and the slaves and servants would take the roles of masters. So they would dress up as the opposite, and the masters would actually serve their servants.
Wow.
So it was a time where everything. Well, you don't even have an employer, so you're your own.
I am my own employer. That's true.
Yes, but for them, of course, that was very cool. So everyone who talks about Rome and how horrible it was because there were so many poor people and so many slaves in Rome, well, once a year you got the opportunity to be a senator and to have grapes given to you by your servants, who are really your boss and his wife, and to be pampered by them.
Well, that's the part of it that that's quite interesting.
Yes. And that is where the tradition comes from for Halloween and for Carnival in different cultures, to dress as someone completely different. And a lot of people take the opportunity to become something that they would like to be or that they find fascinating, as you can see with all the hoe costumes on Halloween.
Yeah.
Yes. So that is a Saturnalia thing. You're not mocking other cultures and you're not mocking other sexes, because some even dress up as a different sex. You're trying to become someone else. You're trying to walk in someone else's shoes. And I think that is a really good idea, to try out a different identity just for this short period and try to understand how someone feels who is not you, who is very different from you.
That's right. That's right. It's just fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
A cheeky tidbit, since we're on this topic. If people want to see some of my older Halloween costume dress ups, let me know. I might put them in the Discord.
Absolutely, yes. Talking about Carnival, there is an English version of this. Yeah. What can you tell us about Shrovetide?
Nothing. I've never heard of this.
Really? So, this happens before the Lent in England, and it's your last opportunity before the Lent, so before the 40 days before Easter, where you can be very active and even a little bit over the top, and where you can feast and be a little bit wild. Because for the Lent, you need to be very muted and you need to hold back during the Lent. So before the time of contemplation starts, you have one last chance to play football, in this case, or soccer as they say in the United States, in an ice cold river.
You said Shrove, didn't you? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just misunderstood you. I do know of Shrove, but I didn't know the full details behind it.
Okay. Yes, it's similar to Yuletide, Shrovetide.
I see. I never heard it called Shrove Tide. I knew of Shrove. Usually, sometimes it was like Shrove Tuesday, for example.
Yes, I think it's only 2 days. This Lent celebration is also something that happens in other countries. So usually when you see Carnival, it can be a celebration before the main Lent of the year starts. And the Orthodox have more than one Lent a year. So, but this one is the big Lent for them, the Lent before Easter. This is what it looks like in Russia and some other Slavic countries, and it's called the Butter Week.
The Butter Week.
In Russian, that would be Maslenitsa. And the most common dish is the pancake. It's not even butter, it's pancakes for the Butter Week. So for 1 week, you celebrate and you're really loud and you're really active and you can do everything that you can't do during the Lent. And you only eat pancakes for 1 week.
Wow.
And as you can see, there is some red caviar and sour cream.
Yeah, really going for it, aren't they?
Yes. And they do something similar to people in Western Europe celebrating Carnival. At the end of the week, they set the personification of Carnival on fire. They kill the Carnival or they burn the Carnival. And that is related to celebrations that have this topic of dark versus light, and of ancient deities. So usually you have seasonal deities in these heathen faiths, and it's usually 4. So you have one for each season. But in neo-paganism, they've reduced this to 2. And I'll show you the guys. In neo-paganism, in Wicca, for example, you have the Oak King and the Holly King. And the Holly King looks a little bit like Santa, and he represents the dark and cold of winter. And the Oak King represents summer. And in these ancient faiths, like in actual heathen faiths, you needed to kill off the king of the season to continue with the next season. So these celebrations during Maslenitsa and during European Carnival, for example, they're an echo of that past, of this dark versus light fight in nature. And you're killing off the Spring King during Carnival.
Right, I see. But I'm guessing even though you're killing them off, obviously they come back as seasons do, right? Right. So it's just like I said, a personification representation of them. I get it.
Yes, I mean nowadays it's that you set like a giant doll on fire, but when you go back to actual heathen times before Christianity, those were times of human sacrifice.
Yeah, it's a good thing we moved past that.
This can also happen to girls. So sometimes girls were chosen as the queen of the season. It was usually men, but you also have the queen thing, for example. So what happened was that you had a spring king or a spring queen, and they symbolized the return of fertility to nature. So those were usually younger people, not children, but young adults. And they would be king or queen for a full year because, nature needs their fertility energy. And even when the Summer King appears, then the Summer King is not as powerful as the Spring King. And after that year, the Spring King or Spring Queen has to die because their blood needs to fertilize the soil. Yeah. Good that we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, might have been a little too far.
Yes. So I'll show you some more. You may recognize this guy here because he's taken directly from the Christmas Carol.
Yes.
So right, that is the Ghost of Christmas Present, and he's very clearly also the Holly King. So the reason why you deck the halls with holly is that there is a Holly King.
I see. I didn't. Yeah, I
Um,
never knew that.
Christmas is a winter celebration, but it is also a celebration of the returning light. And that's why I showed you these seasonal deities, and that's why I showed you Carnival, because this is all related to dark versus light. You have some rather demonic-looking costumes there. And this is both from Germany, and it's from the southwestern corner of Germany, closer to Switzerland. And there they actually celebrate this Heathen Carnival and not the Lent Carnival. So this has something to do with driving the winter out, basically scaring the winter demons so much that they don't come back.
I see.
Because you need a demon to get rid of a demon.
Yeah, there's some logic there. Demons don't like messing with other demons.
They also have celebrations where the May King or the Spring King is killed, so that is also part of the carnival. But of course, carnival is not the same as Christmas. It just shows this eternal fight between dark and light.
Mm-hmm.
So that can look rather spooky. If you don't know what you're running into, maybe avoid Germany during that time. In Austria, they actually have the Day of the Bell Ringers, and that is a bit closer to Christmas. That is in January. So they celebrate this in midwinter, and it's not carnival. It's very much related to Christmas. They have Christmas demons running around, and they have the defenders of the light running around. And it all comes to an epic showdown on a frozen lake between the demons and the defenders. And we will look into this a little bit closer to Christmas itself. And that will be part of the Christmas horror videos that we're doing at the end of the month.
Fantastic.
In mind, the Day of the Bell Ringers in January. And we'll dive a little bit deeper into this. I have pictures, but I'm only going to show you in the horror video. So what we will look at now is Yule. So the blue stuff are North Germanic languages, and the green and yellow stuff are West Germanic languages.
Right.
So Yule is a thing of the North. This means Germanic culture is very, very similar, and we've already talked about this when I told you that Odin is called Woden in West Germanic languages, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. So even the gods can have different names, and it's a little bit like between Greek and Roman. So the North Germanic languages, they also have a North Germanic culture behind them, and the culture is a little bit different, but the foundation of the culture in North Germanic and West Germanic languages is the same. And they tweak some things so they fit better with the environment, because, you know, people always strive to adapt to their environment. So there are simply things that you can do in the Alps that you cannot do in Wales, for example, or that you cannot do in northern Norway. So it depends on the region. And Yule is such a regional thing that the people in the North Germanic areas do. Let me show you some Yule traditions, and I think you will recognize some of them, because the British mainland and Ireland were under attack by Vikings for a very long time, and Vikings come from this blue area. So you can even tell by the DNA nowadays that on the British mainland, this was mainly Danish Vikings. And in Ireland, they had some more trouble with the Norwegians. So there is more Norwegian DNA in Ireland than in England. And of course, they also left their Yule traditions. Have you eaten a Yule log?
I've eaten a chocolate Yule log, yes.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I meant, because there are two. There is one actually made of wood, and there is one that you can eat.
Yeah, I was about to say, people don't eat the wood one. The chocolate one is just a representation of it. Yeah, yeah.
That would be unusual. And I mean, most people now don't have these large fireplaces, so the wooden Yule log, of course, was a thing when you have these when you had these huge fireplaces that Santa could come through. So usually you don't find them in modern English flats.
No.
So what you can see here is that Yule is also related to fire and to light, because it's that same topic of dark versus light. And then, of course, you have some things like the holly and the pine and mistletoes. So a lot of that appears in English Christmas traditions, for example. You're trying to make light in the dark. That's why the candles represent the winter sun, for example. And you're trying to help the winter sun a little bit because it's quite weak during that time. And then, of course, you have food representations of these symbols. So you can have a food representation of the tree, for example. You can make tree-shaped cookies or something like that. And the chocolate log, as you said. This is all related to the light coming back and life coming back. And there we have a connection to Jesus Christ. Because as far as I've heard, he also came back to life. Not on Christmas, but later.
Yeah, the superstition behind it was like it was closer to Easter time.
That is what Easter is about. But nevertheless, he is a divine being that dies and comes back to life. And that is pretty much what people celebrated in Yule. Nature dying and then coming back to life. So that is already something that they would expect from a deity to represent that. Not necessarily from a Christmas deity, but it's good when that deity is related somehow to Christmas. And I have a very nice Yule log here for you. They don't make them like that anymore.
Oh, I bet they don't. God, that would take ages to burn.
I think that's AI. I mean, look at it.
It probably is. It probably is. It don't look real.
Right. So let's get a smaller one. That would be a good Yule log. And in areas that celebrate with a Yule log, people spend some time to find the perfect one. So you're actually out in nature and you're searching for the perfect Yule log. Because we'll see later in a video about Christmas magic that this is also a time where you think that you can tell the future from certain events. So it's a magical time. And we see that with certain foods, like, for example, with a Christmas pudding with a penny in it, that you use this to kind of do an oracle for yourself or your family. So you are trying to take advantage of the Christmas magic, and depending on how well the Yule log burns, that will of course tell how well your year will be going. So you need to find a good one.
Absolutely.
Scandinavians usually have Yule fires. They make a big fire to keep away the darkness. And there's also some AI, so I'd say we'll take the first one with the crazy Viking with his axe.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, that's really cool. So the one AI thing even has the Christmas tree in it.
Yeah.
Right, so that is a more North Germanic tradition. As far as I know, there's not that much of it in England or other West Germanic areas, but that is more a Viking thing. Proper fireplace in the Anglosphere would look more like that. Another feature of Yule is the goat. And I think we've already shared a link with the viewers.
Most likely. Oh, yes. Yes, we would have, but we would have at this point.
Cut that out.
It took my brain a moment.
So we will talk about the Yule goat. We will talk about some other Yule stuff because there are more Yule deities. So that is all coming up in the next weeks, where we will talk about the non-Christian traditions, but you should know that winter solstice and Yule and Saturnalia are very big parts of modern Christmas traditions. So this is all related to previous heathen religions and of festivals that celebrate that the light is coming back, that life is coming back. And we'll see that in the video on December 4th, especially. And now we should go into St. Nicholas. So why is St. Nicholas not part of the Christmas celebration in this case?
Let's see. I don't. You mean in the older ones? Or in the
yes,
non-West Germanic versions?
No, he would obviously not be part of the heathen celebrations, but Saint Nicholas is a legitimate saint. So we're talking about Christian Christmas, and in Christian Christmas, the focus is actually on baby Jesus. So what do you think why Saint Nicholas is not part of actual Christmas?
I mean, in a kind of sense, he is still, because it's still around Santa Claus, who is Saint Nicholas, or at least a version of him, if you will. But I can see why you'd say it's more about the baby Jesus side of things, because it's about obviously his birth and his story. As to why maybe Saint Nicholas doesn't take center stage, well, I guess it's yet again because it's what the whole religion is based around is Jesus Christ and God, right? So Saint Nicholas is just one of the many catalysts of that just yet again ties into the whole religion.
Yes, it's he is a side character, and one reason for that is that he's not biblical, because the actual Saint Nicholas, the bishop, lived a few centuries after the whole biblical era, so after Christ was born and even after Christ had died. So he is a legitimate saint at a time where the church is becoming a big part of the Roman Empire, where it's being turned into a state religion. And he's not part of Christmas proper simply because he's too late.
Right.
So we will talk about St. Nicholas on St. Nicholas Day, and we have a rather long video about him. But the whole gift-giving thing is something that still connects him to Christmas proper, because you have gifts for baby Jesus, and we will talk about the three kings. But it's actually not that everyone is getting gifts on that date. So it's only for the baby at that point, and that everyone's getting gifts, and that even adults are giving each other gifts. Yeah. That is something that relates to St. Nicholas.
Makes sense. Okay.
So he is part, but at the same time isn't part. And we will talk about this later. We have 3 videos where we talk about St. Nicholas and others that are not the saint, but are kind of Santa. And then we will talk about the American Santa too. So yeah, prepare for that.
Hey, it's good. It's good to learn. I'm all for it.
Right. So a lot of St. Nicholas actually. I'll show you a nice picture concerning the gift giving.
Oh.
So there will be a story about this, how the gift giving started. And Saint Nicholas is known for throwing the presents through the window. That was before everyone had these big fireplaces.
I see. That makes sense. How else would he get in the house, right? Unless they let him in.
Yes, and I mean, what are you doing now? I mean, when you don't have a big fireplace, how is he supposed to come in?
Well, the belief is just magic, right? That's just the easy giveaway answer is just, oh, it's magic.
Christmas magic. We'll talk about that. But before we do that, so before the next video starts. There is one last thing, and that is the New Year. And this is St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. So in the former communist countries that are now not communist anymore and haven't been for about 30 years, in these countries, Christmas was not big because communism itself is kind of a religion, and it doesn't like rival religions. So what communism usually does is that it destroys all other faiths, or at least bans other faiths. So they did their best to get rid of the Christian faith, but also of Islam, for example. So Islam was very suppressed in the communist countries back then. And with Christianity, they actually hunted down priests, and they were trying to stop people from going to secret masses and so on. So communism was totally suppressing other faiths. And this is why they had an end of year celebration that was the New Year. And that was much bigger than Christmas because it was not a religious holiday, it was simply a calendar holiday.
So that everybody could celebrate it easily. I see.
Yes, because you need to allow people to celebrate. That is the thing with Saturnalia. People get depressed when it's really dark and cold all the time.
Sure can. Seasonal depression, it's a true thing.
Right. And they still have this darkness versus light thing going on. They have the fireworks on New Year's Eve, like other countries have them too. But they were trying to switch this out, and it didn't really work. So in some of these communist countries, and we will see this in the 5th video, they came up with alternative names for Christmas angels because they couldn't suppress Christmas enough. We'll see, but this is the end of the 2nd video. What is Christmas? Well, Christmas is a Christian holiday. It's the birth of Jesus Christ, but it has many influences from antiquity, as we have seen with the Roman Saturnalia, and as we have seen with winter solstice celebrations in the Germanic areas. And it's also a little bit of St. Nicholas and his gift giving.
How about that? Day 2 down. Back for day 3 of the Advent calendar. So, Ligea, what are you talking to us about today?
The Star of Bethlehem. Have you heard of that one?
If it's based on the Christ story, from what I remember, it was the star that guided the 3 wise men. Is that right?
Yes, we'll look into that, whether it could have actually guided them.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because, you know, the stars I know usually don't move.
Yeah, it's us that do the moving. You're right.
Right, so this is something that we'll look into, and there are some explanations for it, and even scientific explanations. So people have really put in some effort to explain what may have happened at that time. The star is mentioned in the first book of the New Testament, that is the Gospel of Matthew. And Matthew himself comes from the Jewish faith, so maybe you know that the 4 Gospels of the New Testament were written by very different people. Matthew coming from the Jewish faith, and then you have Mark, who's a Roman. You have Luke, who's a Greek, and John, again, is Jewish, but a little bit more. He's a bit more into the Old Testament and into the prophecies that started with the Old Testament. So Matthew and John are the 2 Jewish writers, and the other 2 are Roman and Greek.
Okay.
So Matthew tries to convert Jews to Christianity. That is something that you should keep in mind when you read through his gospel, that he relates back to events and to things that the Jewish population of his area would know. So what he says is based on things that they have heard and seen in their own faith, and he tries to use this to convert them.
Okay. Right.
And he doesn't do a good job. Sorry to say this, but when you have these sky phenomena, like the Star of Bethlehem, that many people think was a comet, that wasn't something positive at that time. So he wrote about it, and we think, oh, that is a really nice, whimsical story about a star that leads the three kings. But people in antiquity thought that comets and other similar phenomena were harbingers of doom.
Very different.
So it's really not showing the birth of a king. It's more like a bad omen. Another problem is that comets usually don't pause in the sky. So we can understand that maybe the three kings may have followed a comet, but a comet doesn't abruptly stop.
Especially not for as long as it took them to get there.
Sorry. Yes, exactly. And we will see more of that in the video about the three kings. So this is really only the star. So this comes with a lot of problems if you're trying to explain this in a scientific way, because the science doesn't fit. One thing is there is no year 0. You only have the year -1, so BC, and you have the year 1, which is the first year of Christ's life.
AD,
so you have no year 0 in between. That is one thing. You have the number 0 in mathematics, of course, but you don't have it in history. So based on the theory that it might have been a comet, it also couldn't have been the year 1 or -1. I mean, we have some candidates that appeared around that time, but even the New Testament contradicts itself. So we usually are told that Christ was born in the year 0 or the year 1. But King Herod, who was trying to kill all the newborn babies, died in 4 BC. So he died 4 years before he gave that order. Weird. We have a very good contender for the comet. But that was visible about 12 years before the Christmas story happens. So we have Halley's Comet.
Oh, Halley's Comet.
And do you know who Halley was?
No, I actually don't.
Okay, let me show you a picture, because I have a picture of him.
Ooh.
This is the guy, and he lived from 1656 to 1742, so partially in the 17th, partially in the 18th century. And he didn't discover it because, it was already there around the time of Christ's birth. And it keeps coming every 72 to 80 years. But he was a physicist and mathematician, British one, and he realized that it has this periodic turnover, that it comes again and again in a certain amount of time, and it's not always the same. So it's not that you could clock it. It's between 72 and 80 years, and the comet was visible to people on Earth, not just Israel, but people on Earth, from October in the year 12 before Christ until February in 11 before Christ. So remember that we're counting backwards. And the best visibility, because it would have been closest at that time, would have been on December the 29th in 12 BC. So if this is the Star of Bethlehem, then that should be Christ's birth date.
12 years before.
Yeah.
Wow. But that's not... yeah, okay. So it definitely couldn't be the comet then.
Probably not, and even that date, 12 BC, doesn't match up with King Herod. So, no. It's not a comet. Let me show you some representations of it, because it keeps showing up, and you should have seen some. So, at the earliest, you have the Norman conquest of England. And that is the Tapestry of Bayeux. So this is around 1066, and you have the comet right in that tapestry. And it says in Latin in this picture, Isti miran stella, which means these guys admire the star.
Right.
Now, as you can see, it kind of looks like a spaceship.
Aliens confirmed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is from the 15th century. There you can also see a moving star, or in that case, two.
Yeah. I'm gonna just ignore the weird leg in the sky and stuff. That's fine.
This is from the Tudor reign of England, so it's 15th to 16th century. And they represented it as a lion.
Oh.
You can see that it is it's a lion with a lot of little suns inside of it. And then this tail of the comet, or these tails, they kind of look like grains.
Yeah.
They look like the head. Yeah.
Huh. Just really reminds you that it was so easy to not fully understand the world around you, so they would just give it any kind of representation possible, which then yet again ends up becoming folklore and mythological tales and stuff.
Yeah. This is from 1680. So there it is again.
That's a better representation, I would say.
Yeah. 19th century, same comet.
Wow.
So it's very, very clearly visible. It's big. You can't miss it.
No.
That's a modern representation. That is, of course, a little bit more on the artsy side. And then we have actual photos of it. Like modern day photos of the comet. Wow. And they got pretty close. So you can even see the rock inside. Yeah,
incredibly visible.
So that one keeps appearing regularly, and that's how we know that it could have been around at that time. And we can even calculate the time when it would have appeared.
Right. At least roughly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and as I said, it's not just that it showed up in a certain place, but it was visible from all around the world. And we even have Chinese manuscripts from ancient times that discuss this very comet. It's the same comet.
Wow.
This is confirmed. And as you can see, they're doing these drawings on top of the pictograms. And this looks like a comet with a tail. Yeah. And they are even detailing the tail, what the tail looked like and what the comet looked like.
So very interesting.
So, yeah. But it's probably not that. I'll give you a weird fact before we stray away from the comet, because it's really not the comet.
Yes, no way from the comet.
Have you seen this guy?
I mean, it's Albert Einstein, right?
No, I know he looks similar, but that is Mark Twain.
Oh. Usually the pictures of Mark Twain they show you tend to be younger, so... Yeah.
Yes, and usually they're black and white, so this is colorized.
Yeah. Huh, okay.
So, do you know what relation he has to the comet?
No.
He didn't discover it. But he was born in a year when the comet was swirling around Earth. And that was 1835, so he knew that the comet was around when he came. And then in 1909, he said, well, I came with the comet and it's due next year, so maybe it's going to take me back. He was joking about this. And he actually died in 1910.
Oh, when it next appeared.
He came with the comet and he left with the comet.
Wow. That's freaky weird, man. What a weird coincidence. Or was it?
So it's confirmed that it is definitely a spaceship that dropped him off here.
And he came down and wrote stories. Really funny, that. Really funny.
Right. Speaking about this, we have a little piece of music today, and that is A Spaceman Came Traveling. Have you heard that one?
Nope.
It's by Chris de Burgh, and it's a Christmas song, but it's a Christmas song about ancient astronauts who are visiting St. Mary and baby Jesus in the shed, or one of them is visiting them.
Well,
so there is an actual Christmas song about aliens turning up with their spaceship, and like they kind of park it in the air above the shed, so it looks like a giant star. And then one of the aliens comes out and talks to the people in the shed and tells them, yeah, it's all good, don't worry, I know this looks scary, but I'll come back in 2,000 years and then we'll have another talk.
Wow.
And it's a really nice song. I like that song, but it's weird. It's weird as hell.
It's a bit weird. There's no denying that.
Okay, let's see what else it could be. So we've pretty much excluded that comet. Otherwise, the timeline wouldn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
But have you heard of a great conjunction? Do you know what that is?
A great conjunction?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I feel like I've heard the term before, but I'm not sure what it means.
So this is with the planets Jupiter and Saturn, and they're moving towards each other in the night sky. So they're actually more standing in line. But what you see from Earth is that they're moving towards each other, and that creates a specific bigger light when these two planets move towards each other.
Oh, okay.
So, and this happens about every 20 years, so it's not rare. And I'll show you what it looks like. So first of all, these are the lines in the night sky. The bigger one is Jupiter, like the fat one. And this is over time, so I'll show you this with positions. Same thing, just with positions, with the progression of Jupiter.
Right.
So they're not actually moving towards each other. They're in different orbits and like a good distance away from each other. So then they're not crashing into each other in reality.
No. This is just a thing that happens. It's like eclipses, just with other planets.
Right, that they're just basically standing together or standing in line, and this creates a bigger light.
Interesting.
So that has been a theory simply because it's a big light in the sky, and an astronomer would be able to tell where this is going. So when we're talking about the Three Kings, we will talk about what they're actually doing for a living. And a lot of people have suspected that they may have had something to do with astronomy. So they would have been able to predict the way of this conjunction. And I'm not sure how they would have followed it, because this isn't really moving. So it's moving towards each other, but it's not moving in a certain direction in a different country. Yeah, and it's not rare. That is also a point that people said, yeah, this happens every 20 years. So that may have been the thing. We
Could be.
know that a great conjunction took place in about 726 before Christ. So we're still not in the year 1, but it's not that far away. So not as far as the comet. And this would have actually been during the reign of King Herod.
Okay.
But again, it's not leading anyone, so that is another problem. And let me show you what that would have looked like in the night sky. So you have these 2 lights, and then they're merging, and they're even bigger than the big light. So definitely something that you would have seen without a telescope, and something that ordinary people would have recognized.
And they might have only thought of it as just a super bright star. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a little more likely. And then we have another theory that includes sky phenomena, and that is a supernova. Do you know what a supernova is?
It's kind of like it's like the death of a star, isn't it?
Yeah, right, exactly. So this is a very weird theory, but it relates to the Old Testament. It relates to even older stories. So bear with me. I'm trying to get this right.
Okay.
So we have a weird guy who is an Orientalist. So he's a specialist in the ancient Middle Eastern languages and cultures. Or he was until 2019. He's not with us anymore. His name is Werner Papke. He's a German Orientalist. And he came up with a theory that would have included a supernova. And there is a star constellation that is known Coma Berenices, that translates to Bernice's hair.
Bernice's hair.
This Bernice is a mythological figure. So Bernice is the modern form of her name, and it's from Greek mythology. So this star constellation is also known as the Virgin. And it's a specific constellation that is called Bernice's hair in this case, a specific part of the constellation. So ancient Sumerian texts, which are the oldest cultural documents we have, reaching back to 10,000 years ago, to the end of the Ice Age. Sumerians are the guys who invented farming and invented beer and bread and porridge and everything. So those are the first smart guys that we can pin down. In the Sumerian texts, there is a virgin called Erua. This virgin was for some reason thrown out of paradise. But according to the texts, she carried the seed that would become the savior of humanity from the time when she left the paradise. So we can't even say she was pregnant at that time, but she would one day become the mother of the savior of humanity. So this was foretold, and that is similar to the ideas about the Messiah in Judaism. She was kicked out, I don't know for what reason, and this constellation is named after her. So the guys speculated that there was a supernova in that constellation, and people may have seen that as a reference to this story, this very ancient story that also has an echo in Judaism. So they would have recognized this even though they were not Sumerians. And this could have meant that they were expecting the birth of a savior out of a virgin, because they were thinking of this ancient story, because they saw the supernova in that star constellation. But that is super specific, and I'm not even sure that ordinary people would have been able to see this without a telescope. And then if they saw it, that they would really have known what was going on. Because to me, this all sounds like Sumerian astronomy, and that was not something that ordinary people had access to. I mean, how many star constellations can you name and can you show me?
Well, I know I sure can't. I've heard of star constellations, and I'm sure there's tons, but yeah, I mean, I know maybe some of the common ones like Orion's Belt. I know that because of Men in Black,
Right.
the movie. Big Dipper. I think there's a Little Dipper as well.
Yeah.
And then I think there's constellation representations of some of the star signs as well, if I remember right.
Yes, exactly.
That's about it.
I don't know. I don't know where I read this, but I remember reading that somewhere in a novel or something where people said, okay, we need to find a specific star constellation, and I think it was one of the star signs. And they said, well, we can't find it, but we have found about 600 constellations that could be the triangle.
It's nuts. It's people who can point that stuff out in the night sky. That's quite a skill.
That is. So, I don't think that some shepherds or even the Holy Family could have recognized that constellation in the night sky. I think it may have been too far away. Maybe they didn't pay attention while it was going on. Maybe they didn't know what this constellation is called and the whole backstory that it has. So they may have known this story of the Virgin that is supposed to carry the savior of humanity. Yes, most people can keep that in mind, but I don't think they would have been able to identify the constellation. So that's a problem. But we will talk about the three kings and how they were related to stargazing. That is number 7. So yeah, we're done with the natural explanations. We can't explain it, at least not now. So it's probably not something that happened in the night sky, because it doesn't match. You don't have an object that just moves and leads certain people to the shed and then just stops. That doesn't happen.
Right.
So bad luck for us. Okay.
So far we've ruled out a number of things. Do you have a
Yes.
potentially good idea of what it could have been, though?
Me?
Yeah. Because I don't.
Yes. I'll tell you in part 7 when we talk about the kings, because I don't think it was a moving light. I think they did something else that led them.
Fair enough. You want the follow-up? Day 7.
Right. We'll come back to this, and I have one last thing, so let me show you pictures. You may remember that Julius Caesar was killed on March 15th in 44 before Christ, and that is the scene.
The Ides of March, yes.
Right. And that relates to the Spring King, actually. That would have been around the time when traditionally the Spring King would have been sacrificed. So there is a whole lot more to it than just history. This could have been a Spring King sacrifice, because the ancient Romans also did that.
2 for 1.
So there it is. But we're not talking about them now.
What am I looking at?
A sacrifice. Well, it's there's not much.
Why are they
much going on?
Why are they both naked?
I don't think you can see anything.
Well, no, but it does not look like they're wearing clothing.
No, it's well, the original Olympic Games, for example, everyone was naked during these games, and that's why no women were allowed as visitors.
I see.
So that happens in antiquity, a lot.
Carry on.
It's warm. So this is the important thing about Julius Caesar. You can read his name on the coin with the head. That is the front side. And the back side shows Caesar's comet. And the writing says Divus Iuliu. So Iuliu is his surname again, Julius. And Divus means divine. And it's normal that both looks like V in Divus, because they didn't actually write V and U differently. They used the same letter for V and U, and you just had to guess what it was.
I see.
So there is a comet that is known as Caesar's comet, and it showed up in July 44 BC. So this is about 4 months after he had been murdered. And people interpreted this as a sign that he had become a god.
Ooh.
And why am I telling you this? Because there will be another video about this. So there is one theory about Christianity, that it wasn't just a cult that broke off of Judaism, because that is the main theory that we have about Christianity. It uses a lot of stuff from Judaism, and, you know, Jesus himself was Jewish. So that is what people usually talk about when they talk about Christianity, but there is a very weird theory about the Romans trying to get ancient Israel under control, and they couldn't because the people were really stubborn and really aggressive and didn't want to cooperate. So the Romans came up with a plan to kind of mentally castrate them. So we're talking about the same thing that also happened to the brother of the King of France. If you can't do anything physically to people who are difficult to handle, then you try to get them mentally. And this theory says that the New Testament, and especially the figure of Jesus Christ, this shows some parallels to Julius Caesar and to events in Rome at that time. So they think that the Romans wrote the New Testament, or at least paid the people who wrote the New Testament. And they were trying to domesticate Judaism by giving them a cult that is essentially a slave cult. So turn the other cheek.
I see.
You've seen that painting with the group murdering Caesar. So he is betrayed by his followers, and especially by someone who was close to him, Brutus. And this could be interpreted as the same situation with Jesus and his followers, because it's not only Judas that betrays him. So Judas is Brutus, kind of, but it's also the others. For example, Saint Peter. Peter is asked, "Do you know this man?" And he says, No, I've never seen him. I've nothing to do with him. So they are trying to talk their way out of it when Jesus is arrested. And they're denying that they know them, which is a betrayal. Not as bad as like 15 people stabbing you, but you know, it's not nice.
True.
So we can dive into that theory in a different video.
Okay.
But the comet, so the star, the guiding star, or the star that announces something, and Caesar's comet in this case, that could have been something that was also used as the Star of Bethlehem. If this theory is true, and if Jesus is Caesar, then he also gets a comet, but not after he died, but when he is born.
Yeah. Certainly weird.
It's not supposed to make sense.
I suppose that's true.
Okay. Yeah, that's the Star of Bethlehem, and we will have another Star of Bethlehem, but that one is a plant, so we'll talk about that when we talk about Christmas trees.
How about that? Day 3. Day 4. Ligea, I hear you've got tell of a pretty dang cool saint.
Yes, today is St. Barbara's Day, 4th of December.
Ooh.
So I guess you've never heard of her. And you know, the 4th of December is her day in Catholicism. In Orthodoxy, meaning in Eastern Europe, it's the 17th of December because they have a slightly different calendar. So if you come from an Orthodox region, then you can also watch this on the 17th. We're talking about a saint that protects people who are in danger of sudden death, usually at work. And she's also the saint of explosives and people who deal with explosives.
Color me very intrigued.
Yeah, that's why the lady has a gun. But let me show you some older depictions of her, and we'll go right in with the Orthodox picture. So that is probably the oldest depiction. And you can read the name Barbara on the right side next to her aureole.
Oh, yeah, just about.
So this is a Greek icon. But we have more Barbaras. Is a bit more modern. And there's a reason why she has a cannon in the background and a tower and a sword. She is a full military saint. So there are military organizations in the United States right now that have an Order of St. Barbara.
Wow.
Yeah, even more modern. It's not just a sword anymore and the cannon. Like, you can see that the weaponry has been updated.
Wow. But she never aged a day. Amazing.
Right. Okay, and here is a depiction that is more traditional, and that is her father beheading her.
Oh.
So, what exactly happened? I'll tell you the story. We don't have much data, and that is something that is true for a lot of saints around this time in the late Roman Empire or in the Dark Ages, because, you know, the Romans were really good clerks, and they documented everything, but early Christians were not very good clerks. And then in the Dark Ages, there were no Romans anymore, so people didn't write down a lot. That's why a lot of these saints in antiquity and in the early Middle Ages are not very well documented. And in St. Barbara's case, she has been thrown out of the official Catholic calendar in 1969, but she's still in the saint calendars where you can look up your saint's day because she is immensely popular. She was born in the mid-3rd century AD, so after Christ. And she also died at the end of that century, but we don't have exact dates, and we don't even know the exact place where she was born. So this could be Nicomedia, because she's also known as Barbara of Nicomedia. And careful, there are 2 of those at least. There is also one in Greece. This one is in what is now Turkey, but used to be Greece back then. And in fact, the name Nicomedia and even the name Barbara are Greek names. So you can tell they're not Turkish.
Right.
This is one possibility. And the other one is Baalbek in what is now the Lebanon. And this was called Heliopolis back in the days. So Heliopolis means the city of the sun in Greek. This would have been pretty much the same Roman province at that time. And you will see that because I have a map for when we talk about St. Nicholas, who was from the same neck of the woods. So she's from that area. And she has a rich father who's kind of paranoid. So you probably remember in the United States, when you take out a girl, And her dad sits on the porch with his rifle over his knees and waits for you to come home.
Naturally, yeah.
Worse than that.
Oh, wow.
So her father had the idea that he needed to preserve his daughter, and he would only give her away for marriage, so no dating at all, and he locked her up in a tower. That is why she has the tower.
Rapunzel.
Yes, but she didn't make it out with her hair, so she was in that tower from childhood on, and I have no idea how she did this, but she became a Christian while she was in the tower. So I guess she had servants who were Christians and who told her about the faith and got her interested in it. Because she couldn't leave. And based on this, on being a Christian, she turned down the first marriage offer that came in. And her father didn't like this because he was very picky with the guys he would let near his daughter. So there had already been a lot of negotiation going on before the offer even came in, before he would accept something like that. And then she said, "Oh, no, I don't want someone who's not Christian." Her father didn't like this very much, but he tried to appease her and he built her a new bathhouse. And she continued being very Christian because that bathhouse was supposed to have 2 little windows. And she arranged for 3 windows to be built into the bathhouse that symbolized the Christian Trinity. And her father found out and was not amused. And he had enough of her. So he reported her to the Roman prefect of that province. His name is Marcinianus, and he lived from 286 to 305. So he didn't live during that time. He was prefect during that time. Sorry. So we have an idea when she may have died. It was at the end of the 3rd century, so not from 300 to 305, but somewhere between 286 and 300. And the prefect immediately said, "Yeah, that's not good. Let's torture her." But she held on to her faith. And during the torture, some miracles happened, which is why she became a saint. So one thing was that they tried to torture her with fire. They would use a torch and would try to burn her. But every time they tried that, the flame would go out before it reached her skin. That was a bit spooky. So they tortured her with other devices, with knives and sticks and so on. So she had wounds from the torture, but they would be healed every morning when they came back into her. So miraculously, her wounds would close overnight, and they could hurt her, but they couldn't really harm her so badly that she would have bled to death. So at one point, they just gave up. They couldn't change her mind, and they brought in her own father, who got the official order to kill her by beheading her. That happened on December the 4th, and this is why it's St. Barbara's Day. And the miracle continued after her death. So her father walked home from the execution of his daughter, and he was hit by lightning, and his whole body was consumed by flames after this. He died the same day as her. And then her tomb became a site of miracles. That is the backstory of St. Barbara.
It's quite a story.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that she is not a poor victim. She is someone who became a saint and a protector of people who are in danger. So let me show you this. I made a little diagram. So there you have a picture of St. Barbara.
It's awesome.
Yay! So she is one of the 14 Holy Helpers, and let me quickly show you the Holy Helpers. That's a group of 14 saints in Catholicism that have specific functions, and it's a group of men and women. So they don't just solve 14 problems. Each of them has multiple skills. So when you have any sort of problem in Catholicism, you can pray to your saintly helper, and they will probably take care of it. And she's one of that group. So that is the green part on the right side of the diagram. In general, she's someone who helps people in sudden danger or people who face death.
Right.
And it's strongly related to work. So if you're just in danger because you're a dumbass, then she won't help you. She's good against thunder, lightning, and fire, and all explosives and gunpowder accidents.
Wow.
And naturally, she became a saint of the military and also of engineering and mining, because from the 1600s on in Europe, people started mining with the help of explosives. So this was a good while after she had died. This was not even Middle Ages anymore. This was early modern times. But as soon as miners and the military started using explosives, they remembered that there was Saint Barbara, and they thought, well, she can magically turn off flames, and her father was hit by lightning, so she probably has the power of lightning. We should use her as a saint against explosions.
Yeah.
That is the thought process.
That's some decent logic.
Let's go into mining. So she's a saint of mine engineering and also of miners themselves. So all kinds of underground and tunnel workers. So this means that she also expands her patronage to people who work in subway tunnels, for example, people who work with electricity in subway tunnels specifically. She's also a saint for them, not just the miners. Then connected to mining, we have metallurgy, which means she is also a saint of societies that teach geology, and even of university departments and geologists. And she's a saint that helps commemorate engineering accidents. So when something goes wrong with your engineering, then you call Saint Barbara. For example, you have Saint Barbara shrines in mines and tunnels in several European countries. And there is usually a rite and a blessing when you open a new tunnel in a mine. Then you make this little shrine, and then you ask for Saint Barbara's blessing. That is in multiple European countries. She's also invoked to commemorate people who have died at work in mines, for example, or in the subway as subway workers. The whole thing with engineering leads her over to her military function. So it's not just mine engineering, it's also military engineering, which means she's a saint of armorers, gunsmiths, and cannon workers, and everyone who works with explosives and with guns. So she's the gun saint. That's why she has that huge gun in the first picture.
Awesome.
Then you have military organizations that have her as a patron saint. And one is the Italian Navy. And I will show pictures for everything, but let us go through the sheet first. You have a lot of former and still active Commonwealth countries connected to the connected to the United Kingdom. So the UK itself, and then the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. And you even have an Order of Saint Barbara in the United States. So I will show you pictures of their medals, and I will show you pictures of places that are named after her and her organizations. And then she has some other random functions. So, for example, she also protects mathematicians and the topic of mathematics. And of course, those are people who are at danger at work. When you're a school teacher in mathematics.
Of course, because everybody's gonna just like beat you up or something, right?
Exactly. The math nerds, basically.
Oh.
And firefighters in France. So in France, they thought, well, she extinguishes fire, so maybe we should use her as a saint for firefighters.
Yeah, that checks out.
Makes sense. So these shrines, I will show you the tunnel shrines. These are some of the tunnel shrines. And miners have their celebrations for St. Barbara. For example, you have tunnel feast, as you can see in the last picture. There it's coming. So this takes place in a very modern mining tunnel, and you can see the machine on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't just mining with like some dynamite or something like that. It's much more planned out and much safer for the people dealing with it. Then you have a French miner. That is the first picture, the gentleman in sepia brown, who's just sitting there and smiling. That is a French miner. And the guys in the black uniforms with the red feathers on their hats, that is not a military order. They're carrying St. Barbara, and this is a German mining society that celebrates St. Barbara's Day.
So cool.
These shrines are very often found in Poland, the Czech Republic, Germany, and Austria. And they have these very long and very elaborate blessing ceremonies attached to them. So in none of these countries, it's just the shrine. You don't just install something like that, but it's usually with a blessing ceremony. Then you also have some cave shrines. And I don't know why it's cave shrines. Maybe because she's related to mining. So these are the shrines or chapels. One is in Austria, then you have one in Greece, you have one in Slovenia, and one in Armenia. And sometimes they're in places that are difficult to reach, so right inside the mountain with a very small hole to get through. Then let's go to the military. So I promised to show you the Italian military. This is a ceremony for St. Barbara because she is the patron saint of the Italian Navy. And well, you can see the sailors from behind. You can't really see that much, but they have a big procession, and they also celebrate St. Barbara's Day. What is probably closer to you is the Order of St. Barbara and other societies in the United States. So there you have an awesome T-shirt. You have Death on his horse. You see the Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
And St. Barbara standing in front of him with a sword.
It's quite something.
That comes right out of that military tradition. These guys, for example, are called Thunder Soldiers because she's also the patron saint of thunder and lightning and, of course, explosives. How cool is that, being called Thunder Soldiers?
It is a pretty cool title, gotta say.
Then you have the actual Order of St. Barbara. And the Order of St. Barbara is a United States military order that includes the artillery and the Air Force. So you can see this is the logo. And you can also see the medal that has St. Barbara on the front side and the cannon on the back side.
Yeah.
Like even the United States Marines have Saint Barbara as a patron saint, and you can see the lightning there.
Yeah.
And field artillery, for example, also Saint Barbara.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's the military stuff. So, let me see. Yeah, there is even a celebration of her in the Middle East among Middle Eastern Christians. So this is called Eid il-Burbara or Eid il-Berbara. The name varies. It means Barbara. And Eid means the festival.
That's right.
So
yeah.
this takes place in the Middle East. In countries like Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, and Turkey. And in Turkey, a miracle happened because you have Muslims in Turkey and they're Alawites. So Alawites are the Muslims you don't hear about because they're not quite as Muslim as most Muslims. For example, they do drink alcohol and they do eat pork. So they technically follow the same rules as other Muslims who are a bit stricter, but they're quite lenient and they won't punish you. So the Alawites have Christian neighbors in Turkey, and these Christian neighbors celebrate the festival of Saint Barbara. So the Alawites decided, we're Muslims, but let's just join in because they have really interesting stuff going on and they have nice food. So let's celebrate with them. And this means that Saint Barbara, a Christian saint, is actually worshipped in Islam too, at least in a tiny pocket of Islam in Turkey.
Wow.
She's that cool.
That is very cool.
Yes. So other celebrations include celebrations of St. Barbara's Day by geology departments at universities, for example. So they also have their feasts. And then, of course, you have the firefighters. And what is super interesting is that St. Barbara got teamed up with a Santeria deity. And do you know what Santeria is?
No.
Okay, it comes from West Africa, and I think you know what voodoo is. You have a certain idea of what voodoo is.
Yeah.
Those are West African religions and natural religions, but they merged with Christianity and also with native beliefs of the Americas. So voodoo and Santeria are quite similar in this. They also accept deities or saints from other religions of the area where they landed, in the Caribbean, for example, and they accept Christian saints. So they have a deity or Orisha, and Orisha is their term for deity, who is called Chango or Shango. And in West Africa, the name is closer to Shango. So let me show you where that guy comes from. This dark territory is the territory where the Yoruba language is spoken. And it's a language that is a little bit bigger than just the territory of its original tribe. So you know how it is with English. English is not just spoken in England, but it kind of spread across the world. So you have an original Yoruba tribe, and their language spread around to other tribes' territories for various reasons. And these Yoruba people came up with the religion that turned into Santeria in the Americas. And I'll show you some Yoruba people. And then native West Africans, but they're actually not as dark as you would expect. So some of them are pretty light-skinned, as you can see. They have very fashionable dresses, and that is something that is often copied by African Americans. So quite often when you see African Americans want to make a statement and want to look especially traditional, then they copy the Yoruba style.
Okay.
Probably not the white face paint, but yeah.
No.
You've
Definitely
seen
the kind of
something.
outfit style. You're right, though. It's Very
Yeah, it's
small.
recognizable. It's very nice. So let me show you Chango or Shango. This is him alone, and he is a deity that is very much feared, because he's the deity of fire, thunder, and lightning. So exactly the same things as Saint Barbara, and that's why they've paired him up with her. So especially in the Afro-Cuban Santeria, he is paired with her. And this has a really weird effect. So I can show you a merged picture of the two where the faces merge into each other. And his head is giant. Her head is just very small.
I see. Pretty
Um,
trippy.
yeah, there you have another one. So he throws lightnings, and she is just this very polite, late antiquity lady.
It's just there.
Yeah, and these are representations of Saint Barbara alone in Santeria. So that's how they picture her. And you can tell that in the second picture, for example, there are elements that you might recognize from voodoo, like the rooster. So she has not only been hijacked by Turks, but also by the Santeria religion.
Interesting.
And it's really cool that people think she's great and want to have her in their religions, because that doesn't happen very often.
True.
So you get an idea for the vibe. And you can tell that there are depictions of Christian figures, like the Virgin Mary with a child in that one picture on the yellow vase. And with the candles and everything and the chalices, it looks a lot like what we expect from Christianity. But you also have these elements with the glass pearls, or with the rather weird-looking vases that are more West African. So she strayed pretty far away from her native Greece or Lebanon. But as you can tell, she's very adaptable, so people just like her. And she has a really cool Christmas feature. That is what we're coming to now. You need to go outside and cut some twigs from birches or fruit trees like apples or cherry trees, because we're doing something with that. I'll wait for you.
Yeah, I'll just nip outside and find an apple tree real quick. I'm sure they're totally nearby.
Okay, I'll tell you what we do with them, and then you can do that later. The thing is, on St. Barbara's Day, when you cut these twigs from fruit trees or from birch trees, and you bring them inside into a heated room, and you put them in water, then it takes about 3 weeks for them. So until Christmas, so the twigs will sprout blossoms.
Okay. So it's another bizarre little way of counting down to Christmas?
Yes, that is one thing, that it takes about 21 days for them to blossom. But the other thing is, it's the same motive again, dark versus light, and the light coming back and life coming back. So you take something from the garden that looks dead in winter, like a twig from a fruit tree. You bring it inside, and it's like a small miracle that it starts blossoming around Christmas time. And of course, this is all very much explainable. So if you ask a botanist, or even just if you employ basic logics, then you know, of course, that the plant is confused and thinks it's spring because it's inside now. So it starts blossoming because the temperatures are higher, which triggers the blossoming.
Right.
And it's really not an actual miracle, but it looks like a small miracle. And when people had houses that were so good that they kept the warmth in, they could bring in these twigs and they could make them blossom.
Why are they called St. Barbara's twigs?
Because you usually bring them in on St. Barbara's Day, and then it takes 3 weeks.
Oh, got it.
So
Got it.
they're on time for Christmas.
Okay, that's why. Because I was sitting here like, what do fruit trees have to do with patron saint of like fire, thunder, lightning, and near death? But no, because it typically would happen on St. Barbara's. Got it.
Yeah, so not something that is specifically related to her patronages, but it's just her day that is the day to do this if you want them to blossom around Christmas time.
Right. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I see the connections.
And that is something that is very reliable, that actually works, and it works in 99% of all cases. If it's warm enough and you keep the twigs in water, so they will do that. And again, this is the theme of life coming back.
Awesome.
Yeah, you're resurrecting something that is dead just in time for Christmas. And as we've already said in the other video, it's not just that Christ is born on Christmas. You also have things that are related to being reborn, because that is something that will happen to him later. So when you talk about Christmas, it's also, in a Christian sense, important to talk about resurrection, because that's in the baby's future. And from the point of view of heathens, it's of course that you're trying to beat the darkness of winter and the death of winter by bringing something back to life. And that is a topic that we will talk about when we're talking about Christmas trees, because that is the same concept.
Cool. Okay.
So, what else do we have? We have namesakes. So, yes, Santa Barbara in California was discovered by a Spanish man named Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, and he discovered it on December the 4th. So we already have St. Barbara's name attached to it because it's her saint's day. He named it after her, and there is another thing that may have influenced his decision to name it after her. So one thing is that the Spanish were really big with their names. They liked to name things after saints. So if you land somewhere, then you pick the saint's name and you name that place after the saint, and you pick the day of the saint that you arrived. So he did that with her, but he also may have taken into account that this place was called California. So we have two Latin words. There is one theory about California, how it got its name. One theory is that there was an Amazon queen living in California, like matriarchy, and that is her personal name. But the other theory is that it's just Latin. And the Spanish did that a lot. They used a lot of Latin, and Spanish itself is very close to Latin. So there are these Latin words that are calidus and fornax. Calidus means warm or hot, and fornax is a word that you have in English, but it's written a little bit differently. So essentially, California means hot oven.
Yeah, that tracks. It is,
and it's Southern California.
Dry and hot.
He, of course, knew this backstory of St. Barbara, and he didn't just pick the day because it was her day. He didn't just pick her name related to the day, but he may have thought, it's damn hot here. And who do I know who can extinguish flames?
I see. There's multi-layered thinking, perhaps.
Right, there may be this backstory to it. We don't know that for sure, but we know that he named Santa Barbara after St. Barbara. Something fell down. Okay, no problem, it's paper. I moved too much. Okay, apart from that, and apart from this, we have something else. So, there is also a school named Sainte-Barbe, and Sainte-Barbe is the French name. So it's they don't say Barbara, they just keep it short and say Barbe. That is named after her. And you have one in England that is named after her. So it's in Portsmouth, and it's on an island that is called Whale Island. And it's also known as HMS Excellent. And there is the Gunnery School of the Royal Navy on that island that is named after the saint. It's called St. Barbara's. Very fitting for a gunnery school.
Sure is.
Yeah. Another weird thing is that a class of drugs is named after her. Barbiturates are named after St. Barbara.
Of course. Of course. Oh, man.
And these are drugs that are meant to relax people, that are anti-anxiety drugs. And they were named after St. Barbara by an artilleryman. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe because her wounds healed so quickly. So she must have been quite calm because she wasn't fearing death. That could be an explanation. And this happened in 1865 in Germany. So some artilleryman talked to a field surgeon, said, hey, you have some really good drugs there. Let's name them after our patron saint.
Yeah, she's been a busy saint, huh?
Yeah, she does a lot. That's why research took so long.
I understand.
The last thing is Santa Barbara. Again, in Spanish and Italian and in French, it's again Sainte Barbe. So this is an old-fashioned word for a powder magazine of a ship or a fortress. It's not in use anymore, as far as I can tell, but they used to call their powder magazines Santa Barbara.
Huh. So they wouldn't potentially accidentally explode or something. Right.
Yeah, so no accidents can happen when it's named after the saint. She'll take care of it.
Yeah, it's all tracking. This is it's quite something.
Okay, great. We're closing with some delicious food. So celebrations of St. Barbara's Day on December the 4th or December the 17th in Orthodox countries include some very specific sweets. And there is one that had its origin in Greece, but it's really widespread. And that is something that is called Varvara Koliva. And Koliva is a sort of a porridge, but a very solid porridge. And for St. Barbara's Day, they make it a little bit more liquid, so it's like a more runny porridge. Yeah, I mean, you'll see that this is quite dry in some cases, so it really looks like I don't even know how to say this. It looks like granola.
Some of it, and then other ones look. I wouldn't really know how to.
So yeah, it can be very dry. So this is made of wheat berries, and they call this a wheat berry pudding or a wheat berry porridge. And remember, this is the traditional koliva that they eat for other occasions too. But St. Barbara's koliva, or Varvara koliva. Okay, and even the Christians in the Middle East also have this one, but it looks more like the regular version and not like the St. Barbara version. So this looks more like granola in the Middle East. They don't like it runny. Okay. Then we have St. Barbara's cannonballs, also from Greece.
Cannonballs.
Cannonballs. So they're also known as Greek donuts.
Ah.
And the Greek word reads lokomadis. Tiny, round pieces of dough that are similar to donuts.
Awesome.
Yeah, they look really good when they have a bit of honey drizzled on them and some walnut.
That sounds nice.
Right, so they are given to soldiers and to visitors. And I understand the connection with soldiers because they're also called St. Barbara's cannonballs. So, yeah. But why do you give them to visitors? Like, are you trying to scare visitors? Like, this is coming for you, but bigger and made of metal if you piss us off.
I was hoping it would be more something like, this is a tiny blessing of Saint Barbara, and she's gonna protect you or something. But yeah, you could be right.
Here you go. You have some sweets, and it's a threat.
This is the nice one. Wait till you see the real cannibal.
Okay, good. And there is also a Middle Eastern version. So that is very close to the Greek food that they're eating for St. Barbara's feast. There's no walnut on it, but I think it's also covered in honey. So it looks like the other cannonballs pretty much. Oh, I actually don't have kutia. That's why I didn't show you that.
Fair.
But kutia is the Ukrainian version of the runny porridge. So even the Ukrainians have it. The Greeks have it. They invented it. Then it went to Ukraine, and then it went to the Middle East. Or at the same time as it went to Ukraine, it went to the Middle East. They're also eating that. So there is really only one thing left, and that is lobiani. And thankfully, I found pictures with the name. So lobiani is a Georgian bean bread, and we're not talking about Georgia in the United States, but Georgia in the Caucasus Mountains.
Right.
That is south of Russia.
Yeah.
And they're really big with their bread, so their flatbread and their pizza. And they don't call it pizza, they call it khachapuri. But it's basically a cheesy pizza without tomatoes. And lobiani is just a flatbread filled with mashed beans. So great. So we're done with St. Barbara. So you can go and cut some twigs now and try the miracle for Christmas.
You know what? Okay, I'll see if I can find a birch tree, and if I do, I'll get some twigs. I'll do a little video of it today, and then I'll do it for 24th, and we'll see how we do. That's great.
Yes, let's see whether it blossoms.
Yeah.
What do you think of the whole history of Saint Barbara? Because I know that she's not very well known, even among people who are believers. She's kind of a minor saint, although she is, on the other side, really, really popular. So how did this hit you?
For me, I found it interesting because it clearly is something that I have seen before, but it never really fully clicked that they were all the same saint. Because yet again, it's one of those things where, you know, whether it be religious reasons or different countries and stuff, there might be saints with similar or the same name, but that doesn't mean they're always the same saint. So the fact that all of these Saint Barbaras are the same, I found to be really fascinating and quite interesting. I found her story a bit kind of weird, but a lot of saint stories are, so it's not really that crazy. No, I thought that it's incredible that she's attached to so many different things and still being well respected even these days. I think it's quite something.
Yes, and I find it really cool that she's not just one of these very docile female saints. You know, very often they, even when they're martyrs, they are just much more domestic. So they don't deal with weapons, they don't deal with mining and that kind of stuff. So she has a really interesting patronage. And that sets her apart from other female saints. So she's kind of the boss babe among the saints.
Well, it's okay. Well, how about that day 4 down? Day number 5. Legea, I hear you have some angels we need to talk about.
Oh yes, have you ever seen a real angel, like what they actually look like according to the Bible?
According to the Bible, I know they have like a shit ton of eyes, and they can be quite
Yes.
horrific to look at, actually.
Exactly. That is really good. Not many people know that.
Yeah, it's weird that not many people know that, because, those who actually would have read the Bible would know this, but hey, what do I know?
Right, and it's not all angels. There are different classes of angels. So let me first show you the regular angels that everyone knows from the Christmas story. There it is. So they look rather nice.
Or so we're led to believe. But I think they were supposed to be like archangels or something, right?
Yeah, they well, there is a reason why people can be scared of angels. So it's not always that they're described as something wonderful you get to see. Yeah, but the Christmas angels are usually presented as good looking and as nice angels, because Christmas has a huge part that is addressing children, so you don't want to scare the kids. In the last picture, it says in Latin, the angel said to the shepherds, don't be afraid, I bring you a huge amount of good news, or bring you very good news. Today the Savior has been born. So I just translated this from Latin.
Wow.
So that would be the traditional view on angels. And yeah, they can be very different. So those are depictions of angels. What they're supposed to look like, actually.
Yeah. Can be pretty horrific.
But there are different orders or classes of angels, so I'll show you some of them. And there are actually 9. And they become more human when they're a bit lower in the hierarchy. So as you can see, number 1, the seraphim, don't look human at all. And then the cherubim, they kind of look like flowers in that one picture. And the ball with the eyes, that is the thrones. And then you have lots of angel classes in between that nobody has ever heard of, or at least hasn't heard of if you don't study theology, if you're not really into that. So thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, and principalities are usually the types of angels that you don't regularly hear about. What you may have heard is archangels and angels. So
Right.
angels are the lowest class. Seraphim are the highest.
Right.
And as you can see, some of them are a lot more human than others. So if those were messenger angels and they were just regular angels of rank 9, then they would have looked pretty human. And how do we know that messenger angels exist? And who told us what angels look like and what classes they have? Well, there is a man named Enoch. Have you heard of Enoch?
I do recognize the name. I believe Enoch was also a saint, if I'm remembering correctly.
You could kind of see him as a saint, but the problem with Enoch is that he wrote a book that didn't make it into the Bible, and I'll show you the book. Yes, he is related to writing the Bible, but he's kind of an unofficial writer, an unofficial saint. He's not widely accepted. The reason for that is that only very few copies of the book survived. So what it is about is that he's brought to heaven and he sees everything with his own eyes. It's a little bit like the Divine Comedy of Dante, where he sees heaven and hell and has a guide who guides him through.
Right.
But it is super interesting, so let me show you what the good man looked like. Here you have him climbing up to heaven. You can tell they wrote Enoch over his head, so...
So we wouldn't be confused, yeah.
So this is him in a Greek version. So he's absolutely depicted as a saint here. And then we have him with the prophet Elijah, and I'll show you both pictures because only one of these two guys is Enoch. And that is the one with the brown shirt.
The one who doesn't look very saintly.
The other one is the prophet Elijah. So that is an Old Testament prophet, and that one actually made it into the Bible. So when you see them sitting next to each other, the one is a published author, and the other one is kind of fanfiction writer. Yes, but these are not the only versions of Enoch we got to see. There are other versions. And there is a reason why Enoch is dark-skinned in these versions. So this is not something that someone at an American college came up with for critical race theory. This is absolutely real. The oldest book of Enoch, the original book of Enoch, was found in Ethiopia. So naturally, he would have been black if he wrote in Ethiopia.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what many people don't know is that Ethiopia was a Jewish colony, so it's up to 4,000 years old, and the imperial dynasty of Ethiopia claims that they or their emperors are descendants of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
Wow.
They had an emperor until about the 1970s. And he's worshipped as a god in the Rastafari religion. Like an actual person.
Really?
So this dynasty went on from about the time of 1000 before Christ to 1976, I think it is. His name was Haile Selassie.
Haile Selassie?
Yeah. And he was assassinated. So in Ethiopia, you have the oldest depictions of Jewish and Christian stories. They are the ones who came up with a black version of Jesus. And it's absolutely legitimate in their case because they have this connection through Judaism with the Middle East. So from their point of view, everyone in the Bible could have been black because it's also their book. These people are mixed Middle Eastern and East African. So even when you look at their faces, they don't look very African. They look quite Middle Eastern. Their facial features are Middle Eastern. And even their hair structure isn't like a typical African hair structure because they're mixed people. So Ethiopians are usually a lot more light-skinned than other African people, and they have a hair structure that resembles wool far more than it resembles the more tight and tougher curls that African people have. So Caucasian hair is usually compared to wool. And Ethiopians are closer to that Caucasian structure than they are to the African type hair.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Ethiopia does have a Black Enoch, because that makes sense, because they have the oldest book. And Enoch 1, the first book, is written in Aramaic or Hebrew, which is a Jewish language, which comes from the Middle East. So they have a huge community that is still Jewish. You can find Ethiopian people who are Jews. It was written in the 3rd century BC to the 1st century AD. So it took them a couple of centuries to write all of this down, and I'll show you why it took them a couple of centuries. Then there is another version that is not connected to the first one. So it was probably a book that was spread pretty wide, but only a few copies survived, so we don't know where the original came from. Could be the Ethiopian, could have happened in Israel. We don't know. The second one is written in Old Church Slavonic, and that is a pre-Slavic language. So that is older than the Slavic languages that we have now, and Old Church Slavonic is used in church, in the Orthodox Church of the East. It's similar to Catholics using Latin. So they also have a very old holy language that they only use for church anymore. That is from the 1st century AD, so at the same time when the last chapters of the first book of Enoch were written in Ethiopia. And the third one is in Hebrew. It's a rabbinic book written by actual Jewish people in the 5th century AD. These are the 3 books of Enoch. And you can buy them nowadays. So what they show is the language of the angels.
Oh.
Yay. It's known as the angelical alphabet, or as Enochian letters or Enochian script. So that sounds really interesting, and it looks weird. If you want to look into that, you can find that. You can actually buy Enoch's books, and sometimes just one, sometimes all 3 together. What they explained to him, what they showed him, was that there are 7 levels of heaven. So this is represented here. And 9 classes of angels. That is part of these books. That he goes very much into the inhabitants of heaven and what heaven looks like and so on. So that's something that you don't find in the Bible so much, because in the Bible they want you to concentrate on God and Jesus and not so much on angels.
Yeah, I guess they've got their own book, quote unquote.
Yes, and there are a lot of these books that didn't make it into the Bible, sometimes because they were just too weird. I think in this case, the problem is that the Bible states very clearly that you should only have one God. So it's not good to bring in more deities. And that's kind of what Catholicism did. They brought in all sorts of saints. So they created a staff for heaven. And it's the same with angels. So someone who is a very pure thinker and follows the Bible to a T won't like having other deities appearing. So I think that is why Enoch's book was excluded, because they said, no, we don't need the 7 heavens and everything, and the 9 classes and the angelic alphabet and everything. Just keep that with you. We want to concentrate on God alone. The name angel is not a biblical name, so the Bible is not responsible for that. Do you have any idea where it comes from?
I mean, I would guess Latin, but I'm not sure.
Almost. So the original word is agelos, which means messenger in Greek.
Agelos, oh, in Greek, okay.
Yeah, so that's by definition a messenger, and Enoch talked about messenger angels, but as you've seen, there are not only the messengers. So it's suspected that maybe the term Agelos was used from the New Testament, from the Christmas story, because in the Christmas story you have these messenger angels, and the New Testament was partially written in Greek. So that's the idea, that people got it from there and they picked up this name and they started using it for all sorts of angels. What they are not is angles. So do you know the difference between angels and angles?
Probably not right away, but it does make me think of Anglo-Saxons. And obviously, like, England is land of the Angles.
Right.
So
I got the map for you.
Hey!
But I told you that the original Anglia is east of East Anglia, and this map shows that very clearly.
Oh, yeah.
So you see the Angles and Saxons, and then you see the Jutes, and the Jutes are north of the Angles. So the Jutes are in Denmark. The Angles are kind of in between. The Saxons belong to the German tribes, and the Jutes are Danes. So the Angles are usually included with the Saxons, with the German tribes, but they're kind of on the threshold between Denmark and Germany. Then they made it over to England, and the Angles settled in East Anglia. That is named after them. I wonder why they didn't name it West Anglia, because it's their point of view, It's not...
Well, I think they had bigger ambitions,
Possible.
Not everything pans out.
And the Jutes settled in southern England around Kent. And the Saxons, you can still tell where they settled, because you still have their tribe's name in some place names. For example, these three. So they should not be written with an E, they should be written with an A, because the SEX in the name means Saxon.
Oh.
And maybe you can tell that these are directions. It's the Western Saxons, the Southern Saxons, and the Eastern Saxons.
Well, it's a good little lesson.
Yeah, and there is something cool about them too. So we're straying a bit away from the Angles for a moment. The original owners of the British mainland were Celtic tribes, and they were pushed to the west by the invaders from the Cimbrian Peninsula. So this, the Danish peninsula is called the Cimbrian Peninsula. So as a Celtic people, these original Britons, they had a word that is Sassenach. Sassenach means foreigner. And it sounds an awful lot like Saxon. So the Celts started to wonder, why do these idiots call themselves foreigners? And the Saxons are, of course, not named after something Celtic, but their name means sword people. So the word sax doesn't mean saxophone, at least not back in the times. It means sword. But back to the Angles, you can still find their name in the name Engelbert, for example. British singer whose name was not Engelbert. His name was Arnold George Dorsey. He's still alive. He was born in 1936. And I don't know for what reason, but he changed his name. He took a stage name, and he started using the name of a dead German composer whose name was Engelbert Humperdinck. So in this case, this Engel can have two meanings in that name. It can mean angel, because Engel is the German word for angel, or it can mean Angel, like the inhabitant of the Anglia Peninsula, south of Denmark.
Fascinating.
That's really cool. So let's close with a communist term for angel. I told you that in communism, people were not allowed to use all their church vocabulary. So we're staying in East Germany with this because on German Christmas trees you can find an angel on top of it. So it kind of looks like the tree is growing out of the angel's bottom.
Okay.
That is a very common thing. So you either have a stone on top of the tree. No, sorry, you don't have a stone. You have a star on top of it.
Mm.
Cut that out.
I will do no such thing. Somebody might have a stone on top of the tree. We don't know that.
That would probably be a bit too heavy. So you either have a star on top of the tree or you have an angel on top of the tree. And I have that in the pictures for the Christmas tree, so I'll show you then. But this angel is called the Christmas angel, and it sits on top of the tree because, angels come from heaven, and it has descended to earth and is watching you while you're celebrating Christmas. That is the ancient idea behind it. And they were not allowed to call it a Christmas angel anymore in communism in East Germany during the Cold War. So the Socialist Party, the SED, came up with a different term that was properly communist. I can say this in German if you want me to, but I'm going to give you the translation. So they started calling it a winged end-of-year messenger.
Winged end-of-year messenger.
That sounds like a name made by a committee.
That's funny. That's very funny.
And it doesn't sound better in the original language. So it's not like it's kind of cute and whimsical in German. It's horrible.
I'll take your word for it.
How about that?
How about that? What a bizarre little lesson on angels. But that's day 5 done. Thank you so much to my YouTube members and Patreon members for all the love and support. It's thanks to people like you that we can keep growing. On to day 6 of our Advent, Ligea is going to tell us about St. Nicholas.
Because it's St. Nicholas Day.
That makes a lot of sense as to why we're talking about him today. So Ligea, teach us, St. Nicholas, who was he?
So we've talked about St. Barbara before, exactly on December the 4th. And I told you that she was kicked out of the Catholic calendar because a lot of things were quite vague about her life. For example, where she was born. And of St. Nicholas, we know where he was born, but things are also a bit vague, so we don't know too much about his personal life. There are many legends, but we don't exactly know how truthful these legends are. So let's maybe start with the dates. He was either born in 270 or 286, so we have a 16-year span. And he was born in Patara. So I'll show you Patara. It's beautiful. This is a place where I would like to go for a holiday.
I could see why. It's quite something.
And you can tell very clearly there is Greek architecture. So especially in the last 2, this looks very Greek. And this is actually in southern Turkey nowadays. But southern Turkey and a lot of the rest of Turkey, the west coast, for example, that was a Greek colony. So we're talking about someone who's ethnically Greek here. He's not Turkish, although the city is now in Turkey. He spoke Greek and he came from a wealthy Greek family that had already accepted Christianity. Patara is near the city of Antalya in today's Turkey. And he didn't stay there. He moved on a little bit, but only a little bit, because he's known as Nicholas of Myra. So let me show you Myra. And I'll also give you a map for Myra so you have an idea where it is. So this is the port where he lived for most of his life after moving out of Patara. And Patara is in the direct neighborhood. We know that he died on December the 6th, but we don't know which year. So we have 4 years between 326 and 365, spanning about 40 years. So we can't really tell how old he was when he died. Because we don't have a birth date and we don't have a death date. We have the day he died.
Right.
But like St. Barbara, he's very, very popular. He's worshipped throughout all of Christianity. And when England made the switch from Catholicism to Protestantism, they initially tried to abolish all saints. They tried to get rid of St. Nicholas too. But that didn't happen. So the English held on to St. Nicholas, although they became Protestants, and saints are a thing that is more closely related to Catholicism and to Orthodoxy. But, well, being very popular, they still wanted to keep him. Myra was part of the Roman Empire back then, and the whole region. So when we talked about St. Barbara, I told you that I was going to show you. This is the full Roman Empire in the 4th century. And I have a very good map, but it has some Greek writing on it.
Whoa.
So the yellow part is called Galatias. That is the Galatias province that contains England and France and a small part of Germany. And then you have Spain and Portugal in it and a part of North Africa. The blue part is the Italias province with Italy and a part of what used to be Yugoslavia, so different countries now, but that used to be Yugoslavia, with the islands Sardinia and Corsica and Sicily and a part of the North African coast. The green part is Greece with a little bit of the Slavic area north of it. And with the island of Crete, that is called the Illyrias province, and the red one is the Anatolis province. And Anatolis province, that name still sticks, so part of eastern Turkey is still called Anatolia. It also contains part of Greece and Bulgaria here, and you have North Africa with Egypt and part of Libya, the Sinai and part of the Middle East, down to a good portion of the Saudi Arabian coast. So we're talking about the red part here. That is the part where St. Nicholas came from and also where St. Barbara came from. So it doesn't matter where St. Barbara actually was from, whether it was Turkey or Lebanon, it's both in the Anatolis province. And it's quite close in time too. It's 3rd century. So I don't know if they ever met. I don't think so. Because she didn't get out much. You know, she was locked up in her tower.
Yeah.
So probably not. We can translate his name. We can also do that with St. Barbara, but, you actually know her name. You know what it means, because it's related to the word barbarian in English. So there's not much to translate. With St. Nicholas, that's a bit more tricky, but it is a Greek name, and it can roughly be translated to national victory. That's what Nicholas means.
That's interesting.
He had an uncle who was a bishop, And at the age of 19, Nicholas himself became a priest. And, he was consecrated by his uncle. And he also became an abbot of a monastery in a place named Sion. So not with a Z, but with an S. Sion. He is also known as Nicholas the Wonder Worker, and we will talk a lot about the miracles that are associated with him. And as I already said, there are some silly ones about his childhood, but they're very short ones. So I've only written down the most important ones, and if you need more, then you can research that. And I think it's a whole lot. So I have a couple of miracles here. These are really the big ones. Saint Nicholas is not quite like the other children. So again, we don't have too much information about what actually happened, because the oldest descriptions of his life showed up about 200 years after his death. But the legends tell a lot, and they tell us about a man who got into fist fights every now and then, and who went to prison in one case for it. So this should be interesting, as interesting as St. Barbara. Okay, before he himself became a bishop, he went on pilgrimages to Egypt and Syria. But that was not the most exciting thing he did. So we know that he traveled, and that makes sense that he later on becomes a patron saint of travelers. But there is more to his life. So at his time, there was an emperor in charge of the Roman Empire who was called Emperor Diocletian. And Diocletian didn't like Christians. So Nicholas, being from a Christian family, got into trouble. Christians were persecuted around that time, and they were persecuted in his region. So he was arrested, he was imprisoned, and he was also tortured during imprisonment. This supposedly happened in the year 310. He would have been almost 40 if we take the first birth date, but that is probably not the case. So I think that he may have been around 24 at that time. So the year 270 really doesn't make sense. He wasn't imprisoned and tortured for long, because we have a different emperor, Constantine the Great. And technically, he was in charge since the year 306. So he was already in charge for 4 years when Nicholas got imprisoned. But it was a situation where he was kind of a co-emperor with Diocletian. So at first they ruled together. And Constantine tried to kick the other emperor and the other local warlords out of their positions. He managed to do this in 312 in the west and 324 in the east. But Greece may have been labeled part of the West. So by East, they're usually talking about the Middle East and, down to Saudi Arabia. So most likely, Nicholas was only imprisoned for 2 years, but of course, that's also a long time when you get tortured. And things changed when Constantine the Great took over completely, because that is the emperor who made Christianity the state religion of the Roman Empire. So that is his first imprisonment. And then we have one during the First Council of Nicaea. And that council was called in because they had some heretics to deal with, and they didn't have the Inquisition back then. So they actually tried to talk to the people who had a different opinion, which sounds very civilized. Nicholas allegedly appeared at the council, but he didn't stay for long, and he didn't really do anything memorable. So he's not in the official lists. We have official lists for the council, which implies that he either didn't go or he didn't stay for very long, and he didn't sign up for anything during the council, so he probably wasn't part of the debates. What we know about him is that he got into a fist fight with the heretic, the leader of the heretics, whose name was Arius. And he was a heretic because he doubted that Christ was eternal like God. And this is still seen as heresy in the church nowadays. Arius thought that only God was eternal and Christ had existed as an idea since before time, so since before the universe was created by God, but he was younger than God. And this idea only turned into a human being much, much later. So he said that Christ existed as an idea, but was not as old as God. Yeah, the other Christians didn't like that. But Nicholas was the only one who punched him in the face. Yeah, he was briefly stripped of his bishop's title and imprisoned for this, but he got out quickly and they gave him his title back. Yeah, it wasn't as horrifying as his first imprisonment, but he is a saint who has first-hand experiences with being imprisoned and being tortured, actually. And this is why this is also one of his patronages. And the patronages are, starting with the biggest one, travelers. So he's a patron of sailors, but also of people who travel across land. And when we're talking about sailors, we're talking about both sea and freshwater. He's a patron saint of merchants, especially when they're related to grain. So when they're transporting wheat or selling wheat, for example, that is especially interesting to him. He is a patron saint of transport drivers, like truck drivers nowadays, for example, and pilgrims, because he himself used to be a pilgrim. Then his other big patronage is children. So he's the patron saint of school children and students, of ushers, toy makers, and unmarried people. And, in the old days, up until the middle of the 20th century, in many places, unmarried people counted as children because it was not related to the age, it was related to your marital status. So I've seen that with someone from Azerbaijan. We talked about this in the late 2000s. So in her country, that was still the case. When she knew that one of our co-students wasn't married, she would call that person a boy or a girl, not a man or a woman. And we had someone who was well into his 20s, and she kept calling him a boy because he wasn't married. So technically still a child from her point of view.
Interesting.
Just to make this clear, why unmarried people are part of the children's patronage. He's also a patron of seniors, so that seems to contradict that, but I think that we can say he's really a patron of people who are especially vulnerable. That is one thing that goes through the whole patronage thing, that he is interested in helping people who are vulnerable. Next one, also a big one, is the judicial system. So he's a patron saint of prison personnel, but also of prisoners. So it's the wardens and the inmates. He's especially interested in repentant thieves. So thieves as such, but he likes it better when they actually feel bad about what they have done. And a patron saint of lawyers. And then he has some that are weird and that we're going to look into. For example, he's a patron saint of brewers. But there is a funny story that explains that he's actually not a patron saint of brewers, but that was a misunderstanding. Then he has some tailors, coopers, butchers, bakers, salt workers, grain workers, pawnbrokers, pharmacists, lovers, and prostitutes. So he's really big in Orthodoxy and in Italy, and he has a second name that is Nicholas of Bari, and Bari is in southern Italy, and we'll get into that, why he's called Nicholas of Bari. But yes, those are the patronages. So as you can see, it doesn't say anywhere that he's a gift giver.
No, but he does. He's a patron of a lot of different kinds of people, though. Mainly
Yes, exactly.
people who probably don't have a lot of money.
And I will explain why he is a patron of gift giving and why he's associated with that. Because, he's the real life person that later turned into religious figures like Father Christmas in England or Santa Claus in the United States. And there are a whole lot of them. And we'll talk about these different versions of him in other videos. So we have 2 more videos talking about different versions of him. And they usually don't acknowledge too much of his life, but they're all related to gift giving. So the pictures that I've uploaded for you are pictures of Orthodox Greek churches. And what you need to know about Orthodoxy is that it's too much. Everything is too much. Too much gold, too much color, too much decoration. And I don't even mean that in a negative sense. So I have friends who are Russian Orthodox, and I've talked to them about it because it just it beats you in the head when you come into these churches. You have something to see everywhere. And according to people who are actually Russian Orthodox, in the Orthodox Church, the inside of the church is supposed to show you what heaven is going to look like. So it is so colorful and rich and golden and everything because the church wants to show you how great heaven is. And then you have the same people who visited me, so I showed them some Catholic churches and Protestant churches in my area. So we went to a Catholic church that doesn't have that much gold, but it has like these paintings, these murals, like painted ceiling and everything. So it's nice, but not as nice as the Orthodox Church. And they said, yeah, it's okay. And then we went to the Protestant Church, and that has a lot of wooden pews and doesn't have any gold at all. And it looks pretty empty. And when they got in, they looked around and they turned around to me and said, "You have been robbed."
That explains it.
Yeah. So those are the different stages of churches. Orthodoxy is big and beautiful and colorful and golden, and then you have Catholic churches who are like a little bit muted, and then you have Protestant churches that can look pretty empty for someone who comes from the Orthodox side. Okay, this was his natural environment. So there we have different depictions of him. The Greek icon again, and then more depictions. And in one, he looks quite close to Santa Claus already, in that last one, St. Nicholas of Myra. So, yes, what are some of his miracles? We'll start with miracles related to children, and I've picked the 3 big ones. I've also got 3 big ones for the sailors, and 1 for prisoners. So 7 miracles. The first one is the one about gift giving. The first children's miracle. That's one he performed when he still had a lot of his money. So his parents died, and after his parents had died, he was quite rich. And he started giving away his money to the poor, which he was supposed to do as a priest and later on as a bishop. There was a very poor family in Myra, and they were thinking about selling their 3 young daughters into prostitution. So there was probably something going on that involved debt and someone who would come and break their legs if they didn't pay. You don't just start thinking about selling your underage children into prostitution.
True.
That must have been an emergency situation. St. Nicholas heard of that. And that is the situation that we've already seen in the other video, where he drops presents through the window from the street. But of course, that was a slightly different situation, because in this case, he dropped 3 sacks of gold. He dropped 1 each night, and he did this for 3 nights. In some cases, it's also a lump of gold. He solved their financial problem for them, but he didn't want to be recognized for it. So he's not someone who is posting this on Instagram. He's someone who wants to do good things but doesn't want to be known for it.
Right.
So this gold allowed the family to sort out their issues, and they were able to pay a dowry for each of the girls so they could get a good marriage. And this is also the reason why St. Nicholas in some of the pictures is depicted with 3 lumps of gold or 3 golden apples. That refers to this gift-giving miracle. That is the one that made him the gift giver for Christmas. So it's actually a horrible backstory.
Kinda, but at least the children didn't get sold into prostitution, so that's good. Right?
Called CPS.
Oh, it's so strange.
I think in my situation, if I had witnessed something like that, I would have a problem with leaving these children with these parents, because there must have been other things they could have done.
Very true. It's weird that that is like the first desperate action they think of. You were quite right.
Okay, good. Next one, also a miracle that involves a child. And this is a wild one. So it's called the Miracle Baby Miracle. And it's about a man who visited Myra. And at that point, St. Nicholas was very, very famous for being a miracle worker. So this man and his wife had trouble conceiving, and he wanted to see St. Nicholas and get a blessing so they could have a child. But he was a little bit too late. When he arrived, St. Nicholas had just died. So what this man did was he asked for a piece of St. Nicholas's sheet as a relic, and it was given to him. So at least he didn't come home with empty hands. And 1 year later, on December the 6th, the first anniversary of Nicholas's death, his wife gave birth to a healthy boy.
Aww.
Let's not spin this. Yeah, let's not think too much about the sheet. Okay. But this is not the end of the story. So that's not the only miracle that happens, because St. Nicholas protected this child. So shortly before the boy's 7th birthday, he was kidnapped by Arabs, and he was taken to Babylon as a slave. And the parents went to St. Nicholas's church in Myra, and they prayed for help. And exactly 1 year after the kidnapping, the boy was picked up in Babylon by a tornado. And the tornado dropped him off in front of St. Nicholas's church in Myra, where the parents were still praying.
What the fuck?
I said this is a wild one.
It's a wild one. How eerily convenient. Drop it right off to the church where they were still praying. That's okay.
That's a whole different level of true crime, you know. That's saintly true crime.
Saintly true crime. Well, is it a crime if he's simply stealing a child back that has been stolen? Is that a crime? I don't know.
The kidnapping was a crime.
Yes, the kidnapping was a crime, and the child prostitution was also probably kind of a crime. But, you know, it's fine. St. Nicholas is doing the good stuff, not the bad stuff.
Yes. Third miracle is the cannibalism miracle. So there was a great famine in Myra. And there is another miracle related to this great famine, and that is not that horrible. In this one, there are 3 students. They were traveling, and a local butcher in Myra captured them during the famine, murdered them, and pickled them in brine, very specific. And he was planning to sell them as pork, because there was a famine going on.
Right.
So, yeah, St. Nicholas found out And he went to that butcher. He talked to him in a very stern voice, probably. And then he resurrected the pickled students. So he actually brought them back from the dead, and he probably had to put them back together, because if they were pickled in brine in a barrel, then I think they wouldn't have fit in if the butcher had put them in whole. So
Yeah.
they, yeah.
You had to Frankenstein them back together. Okay.
Like, imagine he didn't put them back together correctly.
Oh God. Okay, well that's one I'd never heard of. That's a fucking strange one.
Yeah, I mean that didn't happen. He put them back together correctly, and they lived on, and everything was fine. But this one is the one with the brewers, where people got the wrong idea that he was a patron saint of brewers, because you have depictions of this miracle where you don't see the students, you see the barrel where they were in, and you see St. Nicholas talking to the butcher. So people assumed that there was beer in the barrel.
And not a dead body being pickled. Yeah. I understand that, because I too wouldn't think there's a dead body in a barrel being pickled.
Right. So that is why he's a patron saint of brewers. He's not actually. So, I mean, brewers still want his patronage. They still call to Saint Nicholas for help, but it's actually a misunderstanding, and it should probably be cannibals and like coroners.
Patron saint of cannibals, no.
Yes, but he is a patron saint of butchers, so
halfway there, I suppose.
Yes. Okay, the next three are the ones about sailors. So again, same famine. And that happened in 311 to 312. So that was a time where he was also imprisoned. So I have to suspect that this happened in 312 when Constantine the Great let him out. Probably late in the year. The famine in Myra was very, very bad, and a ship landed in their port that was loaded with wheat for the emperor in Constantinople. And the starving people of Myra asked for some wheat, naturally, but the sailors declined. And they said, well, everything has been weighed, and if we bring back less than we're supposed to, then we'll get into trouble with the emperor, and nobody wants that. You know what emperors do sometimes in the Roman Empire. So, I mean, they persecute Christians, they torture people in prison, so, yeah, we shouldn't do that. But then St. Nicholas appeared, and he told them that they needed to give his city some wheat. And he also promised them that nothing bad would happen to them in Constantinople. And this is really the point where he turns into Obi-Wan. These are not the droids you're looking for. It's fine. Leave the wheat.
This is not the wheat you're looking for.
It will be okay. So I don't know what he did, because they were extremely scared of the emperor's reaction, and they were right about this. This was a serious crime. But somehow he hypnotized them. So they agreed. And when they arrived in Constantinople, the wheat was weighed again, and it was the exact same weight as the full load that they had originally taken on board. So nothing was missing. But the wheat that they had left in Myra lasted for 2 years and was enough to sow new wheat.
Wow.
That is the grain miracle.
Certainly a miracle.
And he probably did this so people wouldn't continue murdering students to pickle them.
Yeah, for real.
Okay, then we have two more with sailors. And these two are related because he appears as a ghost. And he's not really the ghost of a dead person, but he has this astral projection of himself. So the real life St. Nicholas is in Myra, in his church. But at the same time, people see him out at sea. We'll get into this. The first one is calming a storm at sea. So, again, he was very, very famous. And a bunch of sailors got into a storm, and they had heard of him. They were on the way to Myra. They were actually planning to visit his church, but they had never met him in person. They invoked him during that storm. They prayed to him and to the living St. Nicholas. To make this clear, we're not talking about after his death. This happened while he was still alive.
Right.
And he appeared on board of their ship, took over navigation. He fixed the sails, and he actually calmed the storm. So they made it. They survived. They landed in Myra, and they went to the church there to thank God and also see the famous St. Nicholas. And when they saw him, they recognized him. They recognized that this was the man who came on board during the storm and fixed things for them.
Well, it's fucking. These are certainly some miracles, aren't they?
Yes. And I mean, usually you hear something like a saint became a saint after seeing the Virgin Mary, and he was the only person who saw her, and, you know, something like that. But he has some seriously cool miracles. So, last one at sea, pilgrims. He got into a supernatural argument with the goddess Diana. So Diana is the Roman name. The Greek name would be Artemis. And she's a goddess of hunting. She's also the twin sister of the god Apollo. And Apollo has the same name in Greek and Latin. During that time, while St. Nicholas was active, people still worshipped the old Greek gods and Roman gods. So in that case, they worshipped the Roman goddess Diana. And he didn't like that, so he chopped down a tree that was the shrine of Diana. As I said, he's quite hands-on. Like, he gets into fist fights and he chops down trees
to piss off gods. Wow.
Yes. So the goddess, of course, was furious, and this story is told as if she and Saint Nicholas are two actual people getting into a fight. So she decided to destroy his holy place in retaliation, and she was clever about it because she created oil for Greek fire, and Greek fire is a weapon used in antiquity. We can't really say what it was, but it was an oil-like substance that burned on stone and even burned on water. So she created the Greek fire in form of this oil. Then she disguised herself as an old woman, like in Snow White. And she gave the oil to some pilgrims who were on their way to Myra. And she told them that they needed to rub the holy oil on the walls of St. Nicholas's church in Myra when they arrived. And as the goddess that she was, a goddess of hunting, she was probably planning to burn down the church by shooting a burning arrow at it, because, you know, she uses bows and arrows. So that was a clever plan, but it didn't work. St. Nicholas himself intercepted these pilgrims before their ship could reach Myra. So he intercepted them with a small boat at sea, and he made them pour the oil into the sea, and the sea suddenly burst into flame after that. So, as I said, Greek fire burns on water. But again, this was not St. Nicholas himself who had rowed out to sea to meet the pilgrims, but it was Ghost Nicholas. And when the pilgrims arrived and saw the actual Nicholas at home, they recognized him, and they realized that his apparition had prevented them from burning down the church.
Can't even make this shit up. That's crazy. Or did they?
Great, I love it. So last one is about prisoners, and again, that is a big patronage he has, so the whole judicial system stuff. It's kind of nice to think that the wardens as well as the prisoners are both protected by him. I mean, that is something that sounds very Christmassy.
A little bit.
Okay, he prevented executions twice. He did occasionally travel, and he met 3 Roman generals who were stationed in Constantinople, in the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. And at that time, it's still the original Roman Empire, so it's an unofficial capital. It's a place where goods from the Silk Road come in from the east. But it later becomes the official capital of the East Roman Empire when Western Rome or original Rome is destroyed. So, very important place in the East. And while these 3 generals from Constantinople were visiting Myra, they saw how Nicholas saved 3 innocent soldiers from wrongful execution. And again, he can't keep his fists down, so he saved them by punching the executioner in the face and wrestling the sword from his hands. So this is not a miracle. This is just St. Nicholas being himself. After that, these generals, they were kind of impressed because they didn't think that a holy man would be so hands-on. But they knew him, so they even knew him before they came to Myra, so it was probably not that much of a surprise, and they returned to Constantinople, or Byzantium as it was still called, because that was before Constantine the Great took over. And there someone denounced them. Someone told the emperor that they had conspired against them. The generals were imprisoned, and they got a death sentence, because of course that is a huge crime. It's treason. It's high treason in that case. And in prison, these 3 guys remembered the incident, and they prayed to St. Nicholas, who was still alive at the time. So again, he's not dead yet, but people are already praying to him. And St. Nicholas reacted by sending a dream to the emperor and the man who had denounced these 3 generals, and that dream clarified what had actually happened and cleared the generals of all charges, and they were released.
Through a dream.
The emperor had a nightmare and thought, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't execute them.
Okay. Don't worry, you could always get acquitted of crimes if the judge ends up having a bad dream. Oh God.
In this case, yes.
Wow.
So now we should find out where St. Nicholas's bones ended up. Why don't I have this? Let me see. Oh no, I don't have it. Where did I put it?
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, okay, there it is. There's actually no picture. So, Saint Nicholas, when he died, he was interred in his own church. and he rested there for quite a while, so probably around 700 years, 700 to 8, well, not quite 800, but 750 years probably. And then the Battle of Manzikert happened in 1071. So this whole time, the Turks, who are a Central Asian tribe, they had tried to conquer the Byzantine Empire, and specifically Turkey. And as you can tell by the name, the Turks managed to conquer Turkey at one point. That was in 1453. That is the correct date. So from that point on, Turkey is Turkish. Before that, it was Greek for a very long time. So it has been less than 600 years that Turkey has been Turkish.
Oh.
But around the time when St. Nicholas lived, they were still trying. So this was still about 400 years before they made it. And there were some battles between the Greeks of that area and the Roman Empire, of course. But the Turks managed to break into what later became Turkey. And the people of Myra came under Turkish rule at that time. So some Italians showed up, and they stole the bones from the church and brought them to Bari to protect them. They were not allowed to do this, and the monks in Myra, they objected to this, but the Italians just stole them. So that is why he's also called Nicholas of Bari.
Wow.
And that's only where his bigger bones ended up. Because the Italians were in a hurry because they were stealing. So
Yeah. Oh no.
they had to get out fast. So they only grabbed the bigger bones, like the skull and probably the big leg bones, arm bones, and like ribs and that kind of stuff. They left behind the fingers and toes, for example. So a bit later, about 30 years later, the Venetian fleet showed up. And the Venetian fleet came in and collected these smaller bones from the tomb and took them to Venice against the will of the local monks. Again. So, two different Italians, 30 years apart, stole his bones and took them to southern Italy and northern Italy. And St. Nicholas has never been together again after that.
Ah, that's pretty tragic, actually. That's pretty sad.
Yes. Yes, and it's weird. So, I mean, I would probably negotiate with the other side and say, hey, can we just bury the bones together somewhere? Maybe halfway between the cities.
Maybe everything will be okay after that.
That would fix the world, like.
It would fix the world.
Really?
We gotta reunite St. Nicholas.
Yes.
Well.
Okay, so his relics are in Italy, but not in the same place. They're in two different places. And we're ending this with a Greek god again, one that is super ripped. Do you know who this is?
First thought that comes to mind is Hermes.
Yay!
Yay!
Very good. So there is a theory about St. Nicholas because, there isn't that much data on him. So there's a possibility that this is a historical figure that is not completely historical, but there is kind of a real historical core. So there was a bishop of Myra, for example, but he was merged with a god of the ancient Greek faith. Because what happened when Christianity took over was that the heathens who had to become Christians, who were forced to become Christians, they tried to smuggle their old gods into the Christian faith. That is, for example, why we have the whole Yule thing with Christmas, because the heathens would not accept only Christian holidays. they would try to turn it a little bit so they could make it their own again, and their old gods would be represented. And that didn't just happen in the North Germanic area where Yule takes place. It also took place in the Greek areas or the Roman areas where the Mediterranean gods are worshipped. So this theory says that there could be a bit of Hermes in Saint Nicholas, because there is some overlap. Both are gods of traveling and travelers, of merchants and of thieves, so they kind of have the same patronages. Hermes is also a god of magic, military training, and he has a side hustle as a guide who leads the souls of the dead to Hades' realm. So that also connects him to St. Nicholas, because St. Nicholas is known as the wonder worker or miracle worker. And we've just heard about his ghostly appearances at sea, where he kind of projects himself. And he has a connection with the dead, so he doesn't just resurrect these pickled students, he resurrects more than one person. So that could be an overlap with Hermes, with his magic and the military training, like military connected to the judicial system, but also to the 3 soldiers and the 3 generals who were saved from execution. And then the thing with the dead. So Hermes is very familiar with the realm of the dead, and he brings people there. So maybe that's connected to Nicholas bringing them back from there. Which would mean that it's kind of a hybrid between a historical bishop and a Greek god.
That is a weird overlap.
Yes. And as you can see, Hermes is also wearing red in this picture, and he has a staff. And historical Nicholas is depicted with a bishop's staff, which is not the same as this one. But wearing red and having a staff is also something that applies to St. Nicholas.
Maybe there's something there.
Could be. It's an interesting theory. I mean, Hermes has also some departments that St. Nicholas doesn't cover, and vice versa. They don't have the exact same patronages, but there is an overlap.
Yeah, some overlap.
Something to think about tonight while we're preparing the video about the 3 kings.
Quite right. How about that? Day number... Oh god, I've already lost it. Day number 6 down. My god. Back with day number 7, Legay is going to tell us a little bit more about the 3 kings.
Yes, and are they really kings?
Also known as the wise men.
Yeah, right, the wise men, exactly. And also the 3 magi, or magicians. So magi is kind of the same as someone who is knowledgeable, but also a bit mysterious. So they're mentioned in the New Testament, in the Gospel of Matthew. And he only says they're from the east, and they came to see the new king of the Jews. They don't really have their solid identities yet, so that is something that doesn't happen in the Bible, and we're not given any names. When Matthew says they come from the east, then that is most likely Persia, because, you know, Persia is pretty big at that time, and it stretches from today's Syria to India. And look at a map, that's a big chunk of the Middle East and Central Asia. So the pre-Islamic version of Persia at that time was a super ancient civilization related to Sumer, which is much, much older, and Babylon, which is also older, which landed on Persian territory when the Persian Empire came up. Persians at that time were very well versed in astrology and astronomy, And we've already talked about something like that when we talked about chemistry and alchemy in the video about the Utsurubune. Because this is a system in progression. So you start with something like astrology, and astrology is the part where you make horoscopes, you look at the stars, you try to find out what they mean for your life. And then after that, you develop a more scientific version that is astronomy. And astronomy actually works with sciences like maths and physics, and you're trying to build moon rockets. So astrology is the one that is closer to magic, and astronomy is the one that is closer to science. But back in the times, they were kind of coiled up into one. So you could be a serious astronomer who was watching the planets with a telescope, but at the same time you would make horoscopes for kings. So that was not something that was unusual for them, and they didn't think that someone was weird for making horoscopes while watching the stars. This is also the reason why they're sometimes called the astrologers. This Persian Empire had a religion that worshipped the dichotomy of light and dark. In their religion, there was the bright man and the dark man. So we already have this very inherently Christmassy theme here of dark versus light, just based on the three kings. And it's not always three, so we just assume it's three because they bring three gifts, and we'll talk about the gifts. But, you know, in Eastern Christianity, in the Middle East, and we've seen this with St. Barbara, with all the nice food that they also make in the Middle East. In this Eastern Christianity, there can be more than three kings. There can be up to 12 of them in the Middle East. So even the names don't apply because that would only be the three names of the gift bearers, but they have a whole entourage. We've looked into the theory about the Star of Bethlehem, and that is something that is connected to the three kings because we said that this star was leading them. And that doesn't really work when you're trying to explain it with astronomy. But we can use astrology for this. So one theory that is actually really good is that perhaps they made a horoscope. They were trying to find out what would happen next, so they were trying to predict historical events. And while doing this, they actually stumbled across a horoscope that told them that the huge king of the Jews would be born. So they didn't follow a star, but they followed something that the stars had told them. They followed the horoscope. And that is likely because the horoscope can tell you where to go and when to go there. Okay. So maybe the star was not a star. Maybe the star was a Persian horoscope. By the way, Jesus is a Capricorn. For those who didn't know. Okay. Yes, so let's get into the identities, and they can have very different names. Which names do you recall?
Of the kings?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know many of the names of the kings. I know what they brought.
In the West, they're usually called Melchior, Caspar, and Balthazar.
Okay.
So these names came up in the 6th century in a Greek text, and since the 8th century, we have them in Latin. So it's kind of official since the 8th century in the West. But the East has its own versions of the three gift givers, because even when they have 12 kings, there are only 3 that are bearing gifts, so they only give names to the gift bearers. And these are much older than the Western names. So, for example, you have some in Ethiopia. The Ethiopian kings are called Hor, Karsudan, and Basanater. Then you have Syria, and they're called Lavandad, Gushnasaf, and Homistas. And in Armenia, they're called Kagfa, Baladachaderida, and Badadilma. Tongue breakers.
No kidding.
Okay,
Why
so
all names different?
yes, they have different names in different cultures. We're talking about the Western ones. They probably had Persian names, to be honest. And we can translate their current names. They're not all related to only Persian. One can also be translated from Hebrew, and that is the first one. That is Melchior. And he's described as the oldest of the three, and he has a gray beard. He's literally called the King of Persia in that Greek text. He's the one who brings gold, and his name means city of the king in Persian. But in Hebrew, you can also translate it to my king is light.
Huh.
Then you have Caspar. Then the middle one, well, neither the oldest nor the youngest. Caspar has a red beard, and he brings frankincense, and his name means treasurer. And Balthazar is the youngest. He has a dark beard, and he's the one who's frequently depicted in blackface. So not always, and I will show you different versions. I have pictures of them throughout the ages. But in the more modern pictures, Balthazar is sometimes presented as very, very dark-skinned, so not Persian at all. And
Okay.
he brings myrrh, and his name means God protects the king. So when you look at the names, this could actually be a delegation from the Persian Empire that comes to visit the new king of the Jews. Because if Melchior is the king of Persia, Caspar is the treasurer, and Balthazar is the bodyguard. God protects the king. Then that would be the head of a delegation, the king with his treasurer and his bodyguard.
Prepared to make new friends, of course. Smart diplomatic reasons.
So that checks out. And I don't know what it is like with the other three kings in other cultures, whether these names also translate to something like that, because I can't translate them. But with the original names, well, the Western original names, that is rather easy. We're almost through with the three kings. There is one more interesting thing about them, and that is the meaning of the gift. So the gifts are gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And do you have any idea what you do with frankincense and myrrh?
Not really, no.
So the king of Persia obviously brings gold, and gold is a gift for a king. It's a symbol of royalty. Frankincense is incense, and you know that is also used in Asian religions like Buddhism, for example, Hinduism. So frankincense or incense in general is something that you burn for the gods. So it's a symbol for worshipping a deity, which makes sense, son of God and everything. It's used in religious ceremonies all over Eurasia. Everyone who can get it uses incense, not always frankincense, but some sort of incense. And I'll show you, I'll upload the pictures. Okay, myrrh is very, very tricky because even people who know the thing with the incense don't know what happens with myrrh. Myrrh is a symbol of death. It's used for oils, so Balthazar would have carried a little flask. He wouldn't have carried a box with it because it wasn't transported in a box. It was an oil. It was sometimes used as an anointing oil for new kings, but it was even more than that used to embalm the dead, and specifically high-ranking dead people. So it's used for mummification, for example, this myrrh oil. And these gifts make perfect sense. They are a setup for the whole story of Jesus Christ. Royalty, worshipping a deity, and death. They are three gifts for the divine king who is meant to die.
I think it was in their horoscope. That's why they did it.
Exactly. So we agree that the Star of Bethlehem was actually a horoscope.
It makes so much sense. This is all making so much more sense with it being a horoscope. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, and the gifts are very fitting. So when you know what the gifts mean, it makes absolute sense.
Yeah, that does kind of paint more of a picture. That's interesting.
Okay. Let me show you where their bones ended up. This is the largest medieval building in the world. It's the main cathedral of Cologne in West Germany. And it's also the one that has the longest construction time because they started in 1248 and they finished in 1880, which means it took them over 600 years to build this.
Damn.
And it was because the city is extremely corrupt and they kept running out of money.
I get that.
This has a shrine in it with the bones of the three kings. So, if you ever want to visit them, that is the shrine in the main cathedral in Cologne. That's where you can find them nowadays. And that's almost it. So, and you can see that they're all kind of the same color in these pictures. So there are different pictures where one of them is very, very dark-skinned, and in some cases even has clearly African facial features. Here you have a nice overview over them, what they looked like. And it's not in English, I think it's in maybe Italian or something like that. So the names are similar enough. And then you have the gift. What they actually looked like. This is their way from Persia. So Susa was a capital of the Persian Empire. They came through Babylon, and they went through the Holy Land. This is probably the way they took. So to show you how big this is, here is the Persian Empire at that time. So they were still in the Persian Empire. They were not traveling outside of their own empire.
Wow.
And here you have an overview of depictions of Persian astrology and astronomy. So you can tell that they worked with the zodiac. They had telescopes. So those are really old depictions, and it's quite nice. Last thing to mention is the singers. So, have you seen them before?
No.
Okay, this happens on the Day of the Three Kings. In some countries in continental Europe, you have 4 kids, not just 3. So 3 are the 3 kings, but they have a 4th kid that carries the Star of Bethlehem. And they're carol singers who come to your door. So they're not going to ask you for money at that time, but they'll come back later and want money. Those are the traditional ones, and you have the one that wears blackface with them. But nowadays you also have so-called anti-racist singers. They will sing a Christmas carol for you, and they will write on your door. They usually write CMB and the year. So they would start with 20 and then CMB, and then The last one would be 25 next year. So it's
Right.
the new year.
And the letters are abbreviations of their names, yeah?
No.
No?
No, they're actually not. Well, you could think that, and most people interpret it like that, but they actually are an abbreviation for a Latin sentence, and the sentence is Christos mansionem benedicat. So
That is such a weird coincidence then.
you can translate this. So Christos obviously means Christ, and then take away the last two letters from the second word.
Mansion?
Yeah,
So
house.
like a house. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. And benedicat means...
Is that like a blessing? So is it...
Yeah.
So it's asking for Christ to bless the house. I see.
Yeah, may Christ bless this house.
Ah. That is still a weird coincidence.
Yes, I think they timed it and they said, okay, let's come up with something that uses these three letters.
So...
Yeah, but that's it. You have the carol singers, and those are the little kings that come on December 6th in some European countries.
I see. Well, how about that? Day number 7. The Three Kings. Day number 8 of the Advent. We're doing nativity markets and everything. Okay.
Oh yes, Christmas markets. Okay, but we'll start with nativity scenes and shepherds' plays. So I'll show you a whole bunch of pictures here, because there are some cool scenes. For example, we'll start with a live nativity, and that is from Ohio. They have an actual camel. Sorry, there are actual people sitting in the shed.
Dedication.
That is dedication in the cold. But you also have some nativity scenes where they just put up some statues. So that would be this here. And sometimes it's really just a cutout.
Yeah.
That is common. And then they have these mini sheds with tiny statues. So you can take them home and you can place them in your living room, and then you have your own nativity scene. Yeah, it's very common in parts of Europe. And if you're Japanese, you can crochet a nativity scene.
Oh, it's pretty cute.
So we'll talk a little more about the Japanese in a different video. This is called amigurumi, and amigurumi is these miniature crochet things, and they're really just as long as a human finger, so that they're almost like finger puppets.
Oh, right.
And there are instructions online how you can crochet these amigurumi, not just the ones for Christmas, but in general, tiny crochet puppets.
Wow. Oh, cute.
We have pastorelas. So, in pre-Columbian Mexico, there were plays, and I could say Aztec plays, but it's really different tribes in pre-Columbian Mexico. Before the Europeans arrived, they had their own theater scene. And the problem was that after 1521, when the Spanish had conquered Mexico, all of these performers and crews suddenly went unemployed. So they had a rich tradition that dated back centuries. And because they were not allowed to perform these plays anymore, they were out of work. And then you have some Franciscan monks who came in with the Spanish, and they tapped into this talent pool and taught them how to perform shepherds' plays. In other words, they told them how to perform these nativity plays.
Uh-huh.
And nowadays it's a mixture between this religious type of play and medieval European shepherdess romances, because pastorela means shepherdess. And in these romances, it's very often that a knight returning from the Crusades meets a young shepherdess, and all kinds of shenanigans happen. So it's a little more worldly than the religious stuff. And they perform both nowadays. So what you see here are reenactments of the scene where the shepherds meet the angels, and the angels send them off to the shed. And in these Mexican plays, they add all kinds of stuff. Like, for example, the devil trying to distract them or trying to prevent them from getting to the child. And it's usually a very comedic play, but at the same time also super dramatic, like a telenovela. So that is really, really cool because it's based on ancient native Mexican stories and playing techniques and on medieval European ones. That is really cool and makes it very different than the shepherd's plays that you often have in schools, for example. Okay. Last thing is Christmas markets.
Now always gotta love a Christmas market.
Oh.
Yeah, they're just fun, aren't they?
So there is portion number 1.
Ooh.
And a lot of this is from Germany, but there are also others in Austria or even in Estonia.
I mean, a lot of them happen all over the world, really.
Yes, the original ones are from the Holy Roman Empire, and I'll explain why everything is German here. So it's related to the Holy Roman Empire. We'll look into that in the Krampus video, which is the last video in this series on the 24th. So I'll explain why everything happens there. And you see one that has a huge pyramid, like with this fan on top.
Yeah.
That is also something that we will look into. Last but not least, what can you eat and drink? Because these markets are not just markets for arts and crafts. You do have vendors who sell toys and furs and gems and winter clothes, but you also have vendors for food and for drinks. And the most common drink is, of course, mulled wine.
Oh, yes.
Which can be... it can be red or it can be white. And they often have specific cups for these. And here is some food. So this has all been going on since the 1300s, and it's spread within the Holy Roman Empire. The colorful things in the last picture are gingerbread. But you also see candied fruits, and you see sweet fruit skewers, you see candied nuts, and there is actually one that didn't properly load that shows potato pancakes, and they are eaten with applesauce.
Oh,
that is also a very traditional dish. The markets are supposed to look like gingerbread villages. So we'll look at gingerbread houses later on when we talk about Christmas sweets. Oh no, here it is. Wait. This is the savory food. So you have these small huts, and they're supposed to look like gingerbread houses. You have carol singers, you have Christmas plays, and you even have beer halls in some of these markets. So it all looks very, very cute and different. And yeah, this is the savory food. And one last thing that we'll look into more closely later is tree cake. And that's it for this video.
Wow. Got me all kinds of hungry now.
Now you have to go on stream.
Yeah, such a shame, isn't it? Well, that's day 8 of the Advent calendar down. Week 2, we're changing it up to common Christmas items. See you soon. Day number 9 of the Advent. Ligea, what are you hitting us with today?
We're looking at some ornaments, but before we start, this is the second week of our Advent calendar. And there will be some stuff that will exist in Britain, but also in North America, in Australia, and New Zealand. There is some major overlap. So the first thing I'm going to show you is not Christmas decoration, but the Anglosphere. Do you have any idea what the Anglosphere is?
I'm sure we've discussed it before, most likely in more than one video. I'm pretty sure it's mostly like it's like West Germanic mostly, isn't it?
Oh no, this is not about Germanic people and languages. This is about Britain's former colonial empire.
Okay.
So I'll show you something. There is a flag and there is a map. So what you can see is the flag is a combination of different flags of countries that are native English-speaking countries. And in the map you can see there is a lot of blue. So the original blue comes from England, of course. And then England conquered part of the world. So in that map are countries that are either countries that are native English-speaking ones, or at least they had some English colonials.
Right.
And there are countries that are influenced by England or by the United States or Australia, for example. So you can see the Philippines, you can see Papua New Guinea. And all of these places belong to the Anglosphere because they have some relation to the English language and also to English culture, or to cultures from former English colonies like the United States or Australia.
Right. Got it.
So that is the cultural sphere. There is more than one. There is, for example, also an Islamosphere. There is a Soviet sphere. There is an Indosphere and a Sinosphere, and those, in fact, overlap. So you have the Indo-Sinosphere, and that is the largest cultural sphere in the world, where India and China collide and create something new.
It was essentially like the whole Silk Road part, wasn't it?
Well, the Silk Road is even bigger, yes, but it's, for example, the Himalayas. The Himalayas are a room where China and India collided, and you have people who are mixed Chinese-Indian in that area, and you also have an overlap of cultures. Same in Southeast Asia, for example. So you will find things that are distinctly Chinese or distinctly Indian, and in some cases you will find combinations of Chinese and Indian. And with the Anglosphere, it's similar. So you have a lot of English culture spreading throughout the world, but it's also combined with local culture.
Okay.
All right. So this is when I say Anglosphere in some of these videos, that's what I mean. And we will talk about the food of the Anglosphere, for example. So you need to know what that is. It's the former British colonial empire.
I'm with you.
All right, let me show you some funny animals so you can relate more, and then we'll get into the ornaments. The Anglosphere animal is the combined bird of the Anglosphere, so it's a mixture between an emu and a bald eagle and so on. And then you have some representatives of the Anglosphere. You have Britannia, you have Uncle Sam, you have a Mountie, and a whole lot of animals there. So that is what the Anglosphere is made of.
Yeah, it's pretty clever.
I don't know why the kangaroo has a police hat, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks almost like a little flat cap, kind of. which I think then insinuates crime.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm gathering just based on the flat cap.
Yes, but you recognize the characters.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Okay, One thing that is typical for the Anglosphere and that doesn't come from Britain is Santa in the front yard. So I'm sure you've seen that.
It's pretty typical kind of an ornament. I think a big question is like whether it's a big one or a small one, because sometimes it's like a little garden gnome size one, and other people go like mega with like an inflatable Santa or something.
Right. So we have two examples of that here. It's combined with lights, and it's not just Santa, it's also common Christmas figures like a snowman and a tree. And we will talk about snowmen today in this video. And then tomorrow we'll talk about trees. The front yard decoration, that is something that we can talk about in the United States Santa video. And that's still a bit in the future, so that is week 3, but I wanted to mention it because we're talking about common ornaments now. What are some ornaments, some Christmas ornaments that you know?
Some common Christmas ornaments I know. Whether it be decorating a tree or a house, some kind of an abode, for example. Indoor or outdoor. I would say baubles are pretty typical. You know, the little round hangy balls, whether it be like shiny, green, red, for example. Tinsel. Tinsel is a pretty common one that you could put throughout a house. Sometimes like a mistletoe or a bit of holly. I have seen that as well. Usually some kind of a Santa is acceptable. Sometimes people have a kind of a goofy Santa with like maybe he'll have some like hardcore clothing on, for example, or he's like smoking a cigarette. Just something a little edgy, which is kind of goofy. Candy canes, gingerbread, edible things sometimes. I could definitely see that. Some things that look edible but aren't, you know, like little fake cookies, or I guess similar to like when we talk about the advent calendar, the hardened cookies, but maybe like a little, maybe like coated in something as well, so you're not supposed to eat them. I have seen that as well.
Yes, great. That's something of everything. So let's put that in an order, and let's start with the lights, because Christmas is known for excessive lights.
Very
and
true.
I think you know this gentleman and his house.
Oh, yes.
Yes, so Clark Griswold with his house. And, well, I guess it's not like that everywhere in the United States, although from what I've heard, it's a lot in the United States. And you
It
can.
sure can be, but I know it's not even just the United States. Like quite a few, especially major cities and towns, will do some kind of like a what do they call it? Like a Christmas lighting up like ceremony, for example. That's quite a popular thing where they like usually turn all the lights on at the same time in a place, and it's usually quite a fun event. I know in the fishing village I used to live in Cornwall, Mevagissey, there's a big thing. They love doing that every single year.
Yeah, so I know this from cities or from towns. They have excessive lights. It's usually in combination with some sort of Christmas market. And as you can see in these pictures, in some cases it's even the trees. So in Russia, for example, they even decorate the trees with lights, which looks really cool in the dark.
It really does. It's a nice touch whenever they go all out like that. You know, it's just something nice, right? It just does make you feel like you're in the festive mood.
Right. And as you can see, there are different symbols like stars. So the Star of Bethlehem, for example, or some look like snowflakes.
Yeah.
So it's not just light, it's a light installation. That brings us to the actual Star of Bethlehem, to the comet. That's what it usually looks like with that tail.
I never put those two things together. The fact that the shooting star looking thing was meant to represent the Star of Bethlehem. That's interesting.
Oh, it's just a star without a tail in your case? You've never seen one with a tail?
I have, but I've never associated the one with a tail to be representative of the Star of Bethlehem.
Mm.
Because I always thought they were like shooting stars, like a wishing kind of a thing, you know. But that kind of makes sense actually when you really think about it.
Yeah, so we talked about the comet in the Star of Bethlehem video. So
Hmm.
that is one thing that it could have been. So that is very common. But we have lots of seasonal symbols apart from the light. And the light is a topic because we still have that fight, dark versus light. And that goes through the whole period of Christmas celebrations to fight the darkness of winter and to bring back the light of the new year. So seasonal symbols, for example, are snowmen or snow or ice art, nutcrackers, sleds and sleighs, and snow globes. Everything that has to do with winter. And we have something really cool here because snowmen don't just exist in Europe and North America. We also have them in Japan. So, do you know anything about Japanese snow festivals?
Japanese snow festivals. Do they make like snow sculptures and things like that?
Yes, that is one thing that happens in Sapporo. So,
Oh.
let me show you where Sapporo is.
I was saying Sapporo has a famous beer, if I remember right.
Yes. Yes, and it's not on the Japanese mainland. The mainland is Honshu, and the big island north of Honshu is Hokkaido, which you may know from the Hokkaido pumpkin that looks like a Japanese lantern.
Oh.
So Hokkaido has a little bit more snow than the mainland, so it's very good for winter games, for example. And there you have the Sapporo Snow Festival, and they make snow sculptures, ice sculptures, and they have tons of snowmen. Those are some of the cool
Wow.
features. Yeah.
Makes
And
me think
it
how
will get.
oh, sorry, you carry on.
Oh, do you recognize them? They're anime
Well,
characters.
oh no, I definitely do. That's like some Studio Ghibli stuff right there with Totoro and the
Yeah.
cat bus. And then I think in the background you got maybe a bit of Super Mario, is what I could tell. But I was comparing it to the fact that in some like Spanish speaking countries, instead of
Mhm.
obviously snow, they'll do like sand sculpting competitions.
Yes, and you also have ice sculptures. So yeah, that's a thing. And their snowman festival is a little bit bigger than an ordinary snowman festival in the West. This is what it looks like.
Oh my goodness.
I'll give you
Whoa.
some more. This is not all from Sapporo. This is partially from other Japanese places too. So there are places on the mainland that also have a lot of snow. And that is basically the reason why they make these snowmen, because they have a lot of snow.
You got to do something with it, right?
Right. So that is actually what they said. They had seen snowmen built by Europeans, and then they thought, well, we have a lot of snow here. Let's have fun with it. So this has been going on since 1990. It's not that old, and they do this every February. And there are villages in the Ishikawa prefecture on the mainland. So let me show you Ishikawa. The villages of Kuwajima, Shiramine, and Yukidaruma, they build thousands of snowmen during their snow festivals. They don't have these big ice sculptures as far as I know, but they build lots of snowmen. And they do it purely because they like doing this, because it's fun to them. It doesn't have a deeper meaning.
It's a fair reason to do stuff.
But snowmen do have a deeper meaning where they originally come from. So when you think of a snowman, you probably think of a nose that is made out of a carrot, and you don't see these here. So these snowmen have very flat faces in Japan.
Hmm.
And you see a top head, and a scarf, and usually some coal on the body of the snowman, sometimes even some twigs as arms. So a snowman represents that you're getting through winter fine, because you can give that stupid snowman your hat, your scarf, some food, and some warmth, which is represented by the coal.
Oh.
You're giving things away that typically you would need during winter, so there is a certain scarcity during winter. And people who can afford to give away some pieces of coal and a carrot and some clothes, those people are well off.
You know, I never knew that, but you're right. That's quite interesting.
Yes, it's bragging.
It is really bragging, isn't it? Huh.
There is something similar in farming communities. So that was still the case up until the middle of the 20th century, that farmers would go looking for the biggest manure piles in the village, because somebody who had a big manure pile had many cows. So if you wanted to find a husband for your daughter,
you find who has the biggest shit.
you had to find a big pile of shit.
Wow.
And with the snowman, that is similar. So you put this in your front yard for everyone to see, and you can show your neighbors, here, look, we have the time to stand around in the cold and build this snowman. And not only that, we're even giving him grandpa's top hat.
Oh man. Wow. What a brag. What a brag. That's quite something. I'd never really, never put that together. I always thought it was kind of arbitrary, just the things that they kind of did. But no, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. All right. So these are seasonal symbols. And as you can see, it's around the world. So other places have that too, and even places that seem very unlikely, like Japan, for example, because there are not that many Christians in Japan. So why would they build snowmen? Well, because it's fun.
Damn right.
Okay, let's continue with the heathen symbols, and we've already had some. The holly and the mistletoe are heathen symbols. So you remember them from the Yule celebrations. Then, I mean, technically the lights are also heathen symbols, but the lights are also a symbol for Christ. So it's not just one or the other.
Right.
And then, of course, you have some decoration on the tree, and we'll get further into that in the next video, because we're not talking about all the tree ornaments today. So that would be the tinsel. That is also something heathen.
Tinsel's
Then
heathen?
we have... Sorry?
Tinsel is
heathen.
Is it really?
Yes, again, it's a mixture between light and snow. So it's not specifically Christian. You're decorating the tree, and you're making the tree look like a tree that's outside and that is illuminated. So we could also bring in candles and, in general, Christmas lights on the tree. But tinsel is very, very basic. So that is something that you can find in these very old wreaths too. Decorating the wreaths with light and with snow. Okay, then let's go to the holiday symbols. And holiday symbols, for example, would be stars. And as you know, we have a huge straw goat coming.
Oh, yes.
So I'll show you the straw stars first. We will talk about the meaning of this straw when we talk about the goat. You can see there are some that are very simple and some that are really elaborate.
Yeah.
This is something that children can do at home, and it's quite common in the North Germanic areas, but also a bit on the continent, and even in Slavic areas. So straw stars are easy to make, and they're very cheap, and that is one reason why people make straw stars. Okay, but there are others too, of course, made of paper and of other things. So they can also be really, really elaborate. Yes, and it combines the Christian faith, the Star of Bethlehem, with the topic of light that we have throughout. Then we have angels, and we'll talk about angels on the tree. We've already talked about them in the fields with the shepherds. So angels are also a Christmas symbol, of course, just because they're in the nativity scene. Then there are bells, and bells are connected to the church, of course.
Of course.
And we do have incense. So I'll show you some very basic incense. This is a little incense hat. They're not always sticks.
Oh.
And there's a whole company that makes these with, well, different scents. They have incense houses. So you put one of these little hats in there, and then the chimney smokes.
I like it.
And they're insane because this is their factory. This is their headquarters.
Well, at least you know it's definitely them.
Yes. This is Krottendorf. It's in East Germany, and they produce this stuff. So they produce some that smell like pine, and some that smell like apples, like fried apples. They have all kinds of stuff, and it comes out every year during Christmas season. So usually starts in late November. That you can buy these, and it's really cool with the little houses, but I think it's a bit over the top with a giant hat next to the house.
I wonder if it's burnable.
I don't hope so.
I mean, technically it would be, it just might not smell very good.
Who knows what it smells like?
Just burning wood. Like a campfire.
Right. So, and we're closing with the Yule goat.
Oh.
That is technically heathen, and it is a holiday symbol. So again, you have some overlap with that.
Because of the goat. But a Yule goat.
Yes, it's made of straw.
Oh man, that's funny. That's real funny.
Okay, so we'll go into modern symbols, and modern symbols would of course be these, for example.
Ah. Hooves.
We'll talk about them when we talk about the American Santa. And I have reindeer too. Big reindeer like this one, made of lights completely. Looks really nice. And then we have some weird stuff like penguins and other polar animals that have also become Christmas animals for some reason.
Well, I think it's just because of the North Pole, isn't it?
Right, because it's cold.
Yeah. Even though I don't think penguins are at the North Pole. Polar bears, I think, are, but I think penguins are
South Pole.
Antarctica, right? But I guess it's just like you said, it's the cold notion.
Yes. Okay. So polar animals, obviously, because they have a relation to the cold and the snow, but they still don't have anything to do with Christmas. So I don't quite understand that. There is more stuff that is far more Christmassy. Let me show you another reindeer. These, for example, these guys.
Yeah.
The small sleds are also part of the Christmas symbols.
The small sleds. Um, does it have anything to do with like children playing in the snow?
Oh no, it did. Actually, it has to do with child labor.
Oh, oh well,
Um,
that's far darker than I was thinking. Well, that makes more sense, really. The fact that a lot of history is steeped in darkness. So yeah, that tracks.
yeah. So
Child
these
labor.
small sleds, they're called wood sleds, and during winter and before people had central heating in their houses, before they were heating with oil or gas or something like that,
Hmm.
they had to bring in wood for the winter to have it warm because they all had wood ovens. So they would send a child or maybe multiple children with these little wood sleds out into the forest to collect some wood. And they didn't have to cut down trees, but there was plenty of wood lying around, like some branches that had come down during the autumn storms, for example. And they would collect that, would pack it on the sled, and then pull it home.
Okay. Yeah. No. No. Yeah. That makes sense. At least
And
they
that
weren't
is
cutting down the
almost
trees.
that is almost everything that I have. I have one more thing, and I don't think we can show that. Um, I mean, we can show the picture, but I can't say what it's called. This is, and I'm telling you this before you look at it, because you will laugh when you look at it. This is supposed to be Santa Claus with a small Christmas tree. And it doesn't look very tree-like.
No. No, it doesn't.
I will write down for you what they call it. This is in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands, and it's an art installation. But the locals have given it a nice nickname.
I bet they have. Wow. I might be clever and just have the text appear on the screen so we don't have to say it. That's funny though. That's funny. I don't know.
Technically, it's Christmas decoration, but
Yeah,
you know,
it's just taken in the wrong context because it doesn't quite look like it.
and I love that the Dutch are so hardcore that they actually do this.
they knew what they were doing.
Yes, I have to believe that the artist also knew what they were doing.
Oh, very much so.
And that's the ornament video.
Day 9. We're on to day number 10 of the Advent calendar. Legay is going to talk to us about trees.
Yes, trees and other things. Plants, Christmas plants.
Go on.
Okay, typical Christmas tree. What would you say? What is that?
It's usually kind of like a pine tree, isn't it?
Yes, or a fir. So in Europe, for
Fir.
example, that would be a fir. The Nordman or Caucasian fir is very popular, and they're raised just for Christmas. It's actually from the Black Sea area, so it's closer to Saint Nicholas than it is to Northern Europe. And it can be around 55 to 61 meters tall, so it's a really, really tall tree. And they usually sell it when it's between 5 and 7 years old. So those are much smaller, but the adult tree would be around 60 meters.
Wow.
So this can technically be any coniferous evergreen tree. It can be spruces, it can be pines, everything that remains green during winter. And the Christmas tree is something that comes from Central and Northern Europe. We'll go into the history later. First of all, let me show you all the ornaments that we didn't show in the last video. And again, we have seasonal ones, we have heathen ones, holiday ones, and modern ones. So there are the tree ornaments, and you were absolutely right about the baubles. There they are.
Yeah, I've never understood why baubles. Like, what are they supposed to represent? Something? Is it just a way to show off like artistry? Because it's kind of like a simple enough canvas, I guess. I don't know. I've never quite understood the.
Yes, they're supposed to be fruits. So the whole Christmas tree thing is something that comes from heathen times, and it's related to these wreaths. So people first had these wreaths that they brought home, and they decorated them. I'm going to show some of those too. And they were trying to protect plant life by bringing it into the house because they saw everything around them dying. So they understood that it's just hibernating. They knew that it would probably come back the next year, but you could never be sure. And you know, they have all sorts of guards, and they thought, well, if the guards are in a bad mood, they may not bring back spring. They may not allow the plants to keep growing. So this was a safety measure to bring in these evergreen plants because they somehow were able to withstand winter and protect them inside the house, keep them there for a while until things got better. And this is, for example, why people have Christmas trees in pots, for example, and they water them during Christmas season. So they were really trying to keep it alive because without that life, there is no hope. And that these plants were able to withstand winter gave them hope that winter would come to an end.
See.
Yeah, and of course, a tree needs to have fruit, and these baubles are definitely tree fruit. So usually they would be red. First of all, because red is a traditional Christmas color, and we will talk about that in a video in the third week when we talk about Christmas magic and where these colors come from. But then again, it's also the color of ripe apples. And apples are Christmas fruit because people would keep them usually in the attic and they would preserve them. So they really like to have these red apples for Christmas. And they also put them on the tree.
I see. Okay.
Okay, let's look for more seasonal stuff. That would be for example, spices, that would be dried fruit, and snowflakes too.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know why there are oranges and cinnamon sticks?
My guess is originally they were well, especially like being able to dry fruit. It allows it to like last longer.
Yeah.
It's something that you don't have to worry about spoiling right away. So it's an easier like food substance to help them get through the winter, right?
Yes, but not oranges and cinnamon sticks. These things are foreign. So, oranges did not typically grow in England, for example, and neither did cinnamon.
That's true.
So we will see that with the videos about sweets and about Christmas dinner, that around Christmas time, you really invest in your food. Even people who are extremely poor and don't have anything throughout the year, who hardly can afford any meat during the year, even they will spend money on exotic spices and on exotic fruits. And this stuff was exotic back in the days. It had to be imported via the Silk Road. So they were showing off that they could afford this, and they also wanted to do something good for themselves. And there is another reason, and that is that a lot of these Christmas spices, these typical Christmas spices and fruits, they contain essential oils and vitamins that you need during the winter to stay healthy. So this really shows the season because these people had nothing in many cases, and they would only spend that kind of money on these spices for Christmas, although they were available all year.
Right. For a more lavish occasion and stuff, yeah.
Right, we'll see that with the food. Okay, and then of course you have snowflakes. The baubles, as I said, are fake apples. They're heathen. And candles are also, well, again, like the Christmas lights, the candles are both Christian and heathen. And in the beginning, they had actual candles on the tree, so this was real fire. And we don't use that anymore because there were lots and lots of accidents with that.
Yeah, you don't say.
So let's go into the Christian tree ornaments. We have angels and stars, and even the whole cast of the nativity scene. But I'm only going to show you one, and that is baby Jesus in a nutshell.
It is
So-
indeed baby Jesus in a nutshell.
And that's the kind of stuff that people make on their own. So people were extremely creative, and it was one of these times in the year where you didn't have to do much farm work because everything was frozen. So you still had to take care of your animals, but you didn't have to take care of the fields. So you did have some time for other things, and they spent this time doing creative things that they couldn't afford to do during the year when there was a lot of work.
Right.
And then, of course, you have the star and the angel sitting on top of the tree. So you can imagine the star sits there because it came from the sky. So that makes sense. Angels also came from the sky. But when I was little, we had one of these angels on top of the tree. And I don't think that it had legs or anything. I think it was just that skirt. And they put it on the tree. And with legs, it would probably have been a bit off balance and would have fallen off. So they had some method of putting it on the treetop.
Yeah.
And I always thought that the tree was growing out of the angel's butt.
Didn't you know that's where Christmas trees come from? Angels just, they just take a shit on the earth and it makes it makes a Christmas tree.
Yeah, something that is quite spooky is when you imagine that the tree is just the continuation of the angel's dress. So it's this tiny figure with a tiny head and arms and an enormous skirt.
Talk about ominous.
Yes, so that would be the holiday cast again, and then we have some more modern stuff, mostly 19th century now. And what they put on the tree from the 19th century on was stuff that they would gift the children. For example, rocking horses, tin soldiers, and
Not
a lot of
Nutcrackers.
other toys. Yeah.
Very cool.
And even stuff like little trains. Because from the 19th century on, this really exploded with the Christmas tree. One reason for that was that Christmas trees were not just a local thing anymore in Central Europe, but they spread to other places. And from 1840 on, the British Empire started spreading Christmas trees all around the world because that was the point where they got them. So they also wanted to bring them to all of their colonies. And of course, you can put more ornaments on a giant tree than you can put on one of these wreaths. This is how you make these wreaths. And that shows that they're not very big. So you can decorate them, but there's not that much stuff you can put on them. So it's much easier to put these toys on the tree than to put them on the wreath.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of wreaths these days are more used just like they put it on the door, like a front door.
Yes, that is definitely a thing, as you can see here. And the decoration is also very often fruit decoration or it's spice decoration, something like that. So you're showing a little bit of life during a very cold time of the year. when everything is hibernating and life is, well, not dead, but asleep or hidden.
Yep.
And you even have wreaths that are not natural. For example, one made of wool.
Oh.
That looks pretty neat.
Yeah, it
And
does look pretty neat.
then you have this one made of felt balls, and that doubles as a tea warmer. You can
Very
put
cool.
your teapot on that, and it doesn't stand on the table, and it doesn't really keep it warm all around, but like the bottom is a little bit warmer for a longer
Yeah,
time.
it's pretty clever.
Right, and we have a wreath that is not European, that is from New Zealand. And we'll talk about these red flowers. That is a New Zealand ornament, and they have their own Christmas tree. But let me finish the European Christmas tree first. So,
Okay.
what also exists are mock Christmas trees. And have you seen any mock Christmas trees?
Like artificial trees.
Yeah.
Yes, they're fairly
And
common these days.
I don't mean the plastic ones. So they existed in early times, 1700s, 1800s.
All right, because I know in some like big shops especially they'll besides obviously the artificial trees they might even have like something that's meant to look like a tree but it's only made of like lights for example or just like a simple like mesh, just anything to replicate the idea of a tree even though it's not a tree.
Right, we have that too. So that would be these two here. But there is also a thing that is called a pyramid, a Christmas pyramid.
Right.
So that would be this one here. That's pretty common in Central Europe. So both in Germany and in Western Slavic countries like Poland and the Czech Republic, for example, they also have this. So there were people who were so poor that they couldn't afford a whole tree. So they would build a pyramid from little wooden scraps.
Let's see.
And they put these rotors on top, so they would turn because the wood was so light, it was really just scraps. When you put candles on that mock tree, then the warm air from the candles would move the rotor.
Yeah, and sometimes they sell a variety of German sausages.
You mean sausages on the tree?
Well,
I
no.
don't think so.
No, you
Yeah,
don't put
think
sausages.
about it. You have a cat at home.
Your tree's going down.
Okay. There is an even more simplistic version of that. If you don't build a pyramid, you build an arc of light. And that has its own name. That's called a Schwibbogen in German. And that is for the really poor people who don't even have enough wood to build a pyramid, so they just do this. Yes, that is pretty local. So I think the pyramids are a bit more well known outside of Central Europe. And the whole thing comes from Central Europe, so the whole tree thing. And at first, Christmas trees hung from the ceiling. So you had the suspended trees. That is an English one, by the way.
Ah, like that. Yeah, okay.
Kind of standing in the air.
Like went upside down for a minute. I'm like, what?
Yes,
Yeah,
there are
okay.
upside down ones, so you can see them here. And the first trees that made it over to England were actually upside down trees because that was how it was in Germany, and they got it from Germany because of one person that you may recognize, the gentleman on the left here, and the lady is his wife. That is Prince Albert and Queen Victoria.
Ah,
And Prince
recognize her
Albert was from what is now East Germany, what used to be Central Germany. And in 1840, he brought over a German Christmas tree for his family. Yeah, this is the picture. The whole royal family. That is the first English Christmas tree.
It's kind of strange.
It looks a bit weird, but that's because there are so many candles on it, so the candles cover some of the green.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and after that, they kept this tradition. They really liked it, and then people in England thought, "Oh, yeah, this looks cool. We'll do this too." Let me see. So this would be a full tree, and sometimes they're outside, sometimes they're inside the house. But this is how it developed.
That's right. Very much what they look like these days.
Yeah, we're not hanging them upside down anymore.
I'm sure some people still do.
Yes, you could. But why?
Oh, I completely agree. Like, why? What's the significance of that?
Okay, so that would be the tree. And now I'll introduce you to the Pohutukawa tree. Because we wanted to talk about the uh, wreath from New Zealand. And that
Right.
is the Pohutukawa.
It's very pretty.
Yes, they have a specific tree that is native to New Zealand and exists on both main islands. So this is also known as an iron tree, or they simply call it New Zealand Christmas tree in some cases, but the actual name is Pohutukawa. It's a Maori word. And it stands for strength and beauty because it's a very tough tree. Not just in terms of the wood, but it can survive on just empty rocks. You plant it somewhere and it survives. That's what it does.
Wow. That's quite cool.
Yeah. And here we have a close up of the flowers. So they are also part of that New Zealand wreath.
Oh, that's very nice.
They're not quite as tall as the evergreen trees used in Europe and North America. They're about 25 meters tall, so about half, little less than half. And the original tree has red flowers, which corresponds with the Christmas color scheme. But the newer ones also have pink flowers or yellow flowers. So they have cultivated this thing, and the cultivated versions can have different flower colors. They blossom between November and January, so this is also the right time, the right color, the right time, and the tree is known as a symbol of life because it can survive on rocks. So yeah, that is the right Christmas tree for the Southern Hemisphere, I'd say. And it has extremely dense wood, so it's not just pretty, it's also something that you can use. And I wouldn't even decorate that. Okay, then we have another thing that is very, very typical for Christmas nowadays, but is a more recent thing. So these are known as a Christmas star, but the actual name is poinsettia. Do you know why they are a symbol of Christmas?
I get a weird feeling it has something to do with the fact it's like a star shape.
Yes, and the color.
Oh, I guess that's true too, yeah.
So this thing starts out completely green. All the leaves are green, and during December it starts to turn some of them red. So at first you just have this small green bush, and during December, when the top leaves take on a different color, you can see a red star emerging from the plant. So this is almost, yeah, it's like a Christmas star emerging from the sky.
Yeah, very Christian.
Yeah, that's really cool. And there are different colors. You can also get them in white or pink, as you can see. But of course, the red one again has the proper color scheme. They're from Central America, Mexico. And in the Aztec language, they have a different name. So poinsettia is the modern name. In Nahuatl, which is the Aztec language, they were known as poop flowers.
What? Poop flowers?
I'll tell you why. So birds really liked the seeds, and they ate the seeds, and then they flew away, and they left some droppings in a place. And then from these bird droppings, the plant would grow because they would poop out the seeds that they had eaten, or the rest of the seeds that they had eaten. So the ancient Aztecs in Mexico, they very often found these plants growing from heaps of bird poop.
Wow.
And they were discovered in the 17th century by a Franciscan Spanish monk in Mexico. So, of course, the Aztecs knew them all along, and when they were actually discovered, we can't say, but we know that the first Europeans who got to know them were Franciscan monks from Spain, and they found them in the 1600s. So they didn't do much with them, but they liked the shape. And then someone came from the United States. His name is Joel Roberts Poinsett. Yes, in the 1820s, he came over to Mexico from the United States. He saw these things, and he thought that he might be able to make money with selling them.
He was right.
So, yeah, he took them home and it became a giant industry, of course. And you even have a National Poinsettia Day in the United States.
Shocker.
And that is December the 12th.
Let me guess,
So the day
it's one of the days when they start blooming with the color change.
No, you could think so because they do that in December, but it's actually the anniversary of Poinsettia's death.
Oh, okay. That makes some sense as well.
So yes, we're uploading on December 10th. So the day after tomorrow, the 12th, is National Poinsettia Day. Get one.
I'm sure my mum will.
Probably. And then we have one last thing, and that is aniseed. So that is a Christmas symbol, first of all, because it's a spice, and Christmas is the time of spices when people can actually afford them once a year. And then, of course, it looks like a star. So this also became a Christmas symbol, and this is Chinese star anise. It's not closely related to European aniseed, so I'll show you the difference. European aniseed is on the left, and on the right you have the Chinese star anise. This comes from Southeast Asia, so it's more South China, Northern Vietnam, that corner of the world. But it tastes very similar. It has that aniseed taste, like, for example, ouzo or sambuca. Yeah, and it's mainly the star shape, and that Christmas is associated with having spices that came over the Silk Road.
2 for 1. Star and spice.
Yes, and you can also use that for chai. So it's really good for the liver. You can eat it with pork. So a Chinese seasoning for pork belly contains that star and that Chinese star anise. It contains a powder made of it. And pork is very, very Christmassy. We'll talk about that. That's it for the 10th. Those are the Christmas trees. So, of course, you know the common European one, but now you also know the New Zealand Christmas tree and the poinsettia and the Chinese star anise.
Absolutely. Plenty of good stuff. That's day 10. Advent day number 11. So, Ligea, it says carols.
Yes, carols, not Karens.
Carols,
But
not Carol.
you know, carols can be annoying. The Christmas music can be annoying. That's why I'm showing you this.
Oh god, that's pretty funny.
And we're not playing any Christmas music. We're not singing. I've already promised on Discord that we're not singing. At least I'm not singing.
No, we're not here for that. We're here to
But
educate, not irritate.
yeah, so we'll keep this in mind that it can be very annoying. But we do have a link for this video, and that is the link to the 12 Days of Christmas. And it's not the traditional type, it's the parody by Hishe by the Villain Pub.
I'll even put up a little screenshot thing.
And you can even buy this. If you really, really like it, you can buy this.
Show them some love and support.
Yes, it's great. Like, I listen to this every year around Christmas time just because it's great. But we'll get into Christmas carols. And what you may not realize about Christmas carols is that it is a very old heathen tradition that was hijacked by Christians. So this is not even something that started with Christian Christmas. That is much, much older. That is connected to Yule and other celebrations of the winter solstice. And it looked very different in the past. So we have Twelfth Night, and Twelfth Night are the 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany. So the traditional carols wouldn't even take place before Christmas or at Christmas. They would start the caroling season after Christmas or after the winter solstice. And there is a type of Christmas celebration that is called Kuliada.
Kuliada.
So, yes, you've never heard of this. Trust me.
I definitely have not.
Okay, I'll explain this. It's a heathen winter solstice celebration, and it's named after an event in the Roman calendar. So this is originally Swedish, Slavic, but has a Roman name. The Romans would call the first day of a month calenda, and calendae are the first days of a month. So you have number 1, number 9, and number 15, and that is calendar, nona for 9, and the Ides, and the Ides is the 15th. So we know that Julius Caesar was killed in the Ides of March, and that means March 15th.
And for those of you who didn't know that, surprise! Now you do.
You mean people exist who don't know that Caesar was killed? They think he's still alive.
Like, I'm sure there's going to be at least 1 or 2 people, potentially more, who are under the age of like 18, and they will have no idea.
Oh, yeah. It's bad that you have to hear it from us. I mean, you should know this, and I understand if you want to go and grieve now. So put us on pause, and you can listen later.
have a little cry about Julius Caesar being betrayed on the Ides of March, stabbed by everybody, including his friend. Et tu,
Yes.
Brute. So sad.
Wow, our Latin lessons are taking off.
Pretty much all I got.
No, you've translated the small sentence that I gave you when we talked about the 3 kings. Christos mansionem benedicat.
Well, yeah, but you told me that. I just gotta put some pieces of the puzzle together, that's all. I was like,
I have this correctly. That is something.
That's true. It shows we're learning. Yay!
Yay!
Well, I'm learning. You already know. I'm learning.
No, to be honest, yesterday we did the tree video, and I had no idea that there is a New Zealand Christmas tree. So that was the first time I heard about the Pohutukawa.
Yeah, this is the first time for me as well. It's really cool, if anything, that they have their own kind of unique tree specifically for. I mean, obviously for more than Christmas, but like that they could associate it with such a major holiday. It's really cool.
Yes, and it's not just some coconut palm that everyone has. It's very specific.
Looking at
Okay.
you, Florida and California.
Okay. Let's continue with Kolyada. So, Kolyada is that 12th night period between Christmas and Epiphany. Epiphany is usually between the 5th, 6th, 7th of January. It can be a specific date, but not everyone has the same specific date. There are some people who say it's the 5th, and other people say this is just the eve of Epiphany. So around the 6th of January.
I guess it
And
depends on
these,
when you have your epiphany. Yeah.
yeah. Well, the epiphany is that the child is revealed to the three kings from the Orient. That is the epiphany. They are having one, not you. We'll talk a little more about this when we talk about Christmas witches. We have some Christmas witches coming up. But first of all, we want to talk about Twelfth Night, or the Rough Nights, as they are also called. And around that time, for these 12 days, you have carol singers walking through the streets. This is the traditional heathen thing. You have this in Slavic areas, in Romania, in Greece. It's called Kolyada in these areas. And you also have this in Scandinavia and in England, and a little bit even in Switzerland. So it's a thing that exists in multiple places in Europe. And these carol singers are called koledari. Koledari are young men with sticks and one elder. So it's like a gang. They have an older man going with them, and I think that they must have implemented this at some point because the young men were just wreaking too much havoc. Uh, specifically with these sticks, because their job is to chase away the Christmas demons after Christmas. So we will learn this in upcoming videos in the 3rd and 4th week, that Christmas is not just a time of miracles, but it's also a time where demons and the devil and horrible creatures are on earth. And it's the job of these carol singers to drive them out. They start on midnight on the 24th. And they usually come over and wish you health, wealth, and happiness, and expect you to give them a holiday pastry, which I will show you now. It's like a bagel. So nowadays it's pretty tame. For example, Dutch Twelfth Night was completely cancelled because people were getting too drunk and loud and rowdy. So the Dutch also had this, but it was cancelled. And the celebrations nowadays, when they still take place, they're a lot more muted than they used to be in heathen times, and even a lot more muted than in early Christian times. Because in some cases, these koledari and other carol singers, they would walk around and they would threaten people and would say, "We are going to play tricks on you if you don't give us the bagel." And in some cases, there was not much difference between them coming in to get their bagel and a full-on home invasion and robbery. So you would be right to be weary of carol singers.
Because they might invade your home and steal your bagels.
And not just that, yes. In the UK, you have this tradition of the mummers. So do you want to say anything about the mummers?
I mean, they're alright. it's a cute little tradition, but it does become much. It does become much.
Well, they usually dress up. They have performances of songs and dances and recitations during Twelfth Night. That is the traditional thing. And mummers actually means people who are masqueraded. This ends with Epiphany, which is also called Candlemas in the Anglosphere. There it is, the Anglosphere. And there is a 12th night cake. Have you ever had that?
12th night cake, no.
And that's what it looks like.
Oh, yeah. But no idea.
It doesn't have to be pink.
Is there a different name for it, maybe?
Not that I know. So I can describe it to you what it does and why there are 2 tiny crowns on it. You're basically trying to find the king and queen of the night. So there is a bean hidden in the cake and a pea. And the man who finds the bean is the king of the night, and the woman who finds the pea is the queen of the night.
Okay.
And if you're a man and you find the pea, there is something seriously wrong.
Well, I mean, maybe he wants to be the queen of the night. Nothing wrong with that.
We don't know that. It's possible. What do you do if you're not LGBTQ?
I mean, I think you should still just have to do the role, right? It'd just be funny then. Just be funny.
Yes, your friends.
Somebody's
will
miserable
never
because they don't want to be it, but it's like, hey, well, it's just for a night. Put on the dress.
Nate is now the queen of the night. Yes. So you would cut this thing into pieces, and everyone, well, not everyone, but the 2 people who find these special ingredients, they get the crowns. So you have a royal couple for the night. That is one nice thing associated with the UK tradition.
Weird.
Yeah.
Never
and
heard of this.
these. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I never knew that. Never heard of it.
Admit it, you're not even British.
I mean, that's definitely an arguable point, yes. I would say mixed. I feel like I'm mixed.
Yes, you're like a personification of the Anglosphere.
Yeah, just a little bit of everything, really.
Okay. Let's continue with something that is not British. So, these carols, they were called Koliatka in the early days. So you have Koliada, the feast, and then the Koledari, which are the carol singers, and now you have Koliatka. And Koliatka are the songs. And they started as heathen songs. So heathen ideas about creation, natural phenomena, and the structure of the world. And then they were taken over by Christianity. So Christmas carols are inherently heathen, even though they now have Christian lyrics. And the Kolyatka tradition is something that started with the Kievan Rus. So you may have heard of the Rus. Those were Swedish Vikings who founded their own realm in Eastern Europe, specifically in Ukraine. They founded the city of Kiev.
Huh.
And this is the connection between Eastern Europe and Northern Europe. So there's a reason why this happens in Scandinavia, but also in Slavic countries. It's because of these Swedish Vikings who wanted their own place in Ukraine. So they brought this tradition there from Sweden. And later on, when we talk about the Yule goat, then we will also talk about the Swedish tradition that corresponds to this. They have a bunch of these Kolyatka or Kolyatki would be the plural in this case. And there is one that you know. This one. that is based on a Ukrainian and ultimately on a heathen Christmas song. So it
Awesome.
wasn't always the Carol of the Bells.
What was it before?
Before that, it had a complicated name. I can pronounce this, but I'll write it down for you so you can see how complicated it is.
Great.
So don't even try.
I won't. If you say no, I won't.
Yes, this the SHCH. These 4 letters in English are just 1 letter in the Russian alphabet. And it's like a sh, but not just like a sh. You also have this letter in the name borscht. So it's more like sh. Like sh, like this. And it's well, I'm just gonna pronounce it with a sh, because I don't want to break my tongue. It's Shedrik, but actually Shedrik.
Shit.
Yeah,
I get. My brain can't comprehend it right now.
So there is a type of New Year's song that is called Shchedrivak. And that is what this is taken from. Literally, this means bountiful evening. And the original title of this Shchedrik is The Little Swallow. That is a lot easier to pronounce. So, what's going on here is that this song is about a little swallow that flies into the house around Christmas time. And, well, not the Christmas time that we are used to, not December, but on January the 13th. And there shouldn't be any swallows in Ukraine at that time because they usually only appear in spring, but, it's a magical swallow. It comes into the house on January 13th, which is the old Julian New Year. Maybe you know that there are different types of calendars, the Julian one and the Gregorian one. And when Western Europe switched to the Gregorian one, Eastern Europe, the Slavic areas, they were still using the Julian calendar. And this is why the dates are slightly off, why they're a bit behind with their celebrations usually. So January 13th is the Old New Year, which is Stary Novy God in Russian. On this New Year's Day, this swallow comes in and predicts that it's going to be a great year when spring comes. That's what the song is about. The bird tells you the future for the new year.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
We're
I'm
not
not even going to question. That's fine. It's nothing strange about talking animals in mythology. So yeah, that's fine.
Oh no,
Even though this
talking
isn't-
animals are perfectly normal around Christmas time.
That's true. Christmas magic.
Right. That will be in the video about Christmas magic. So we're not going through the Ukrainian text. Maybe we can find someone who wants to sing this for us in Ukrainian. But you know the English version and you know the melody, so you have an idea what it sounds like. You just don't have the Ukrainian lyrics. It's a very, very, very old, thousands of years, I would say, because this all started in heathen times. The celebration is named after something Roman, so that probably plays into it too. I would say it could be more than 1,000, maybe 2,000 years old. And the modern version was arranged by a Ukrainian composer and teacher. His name is Mykola Leontovich. And Mykola is the Slavic version of Nicholas. So this is not written with an N. This is written with an M, Mykola. Right. This happened in the years between 1901 and 1919, so beginning of the 20th century. But he was fully aware that it dated back to pre-Christian times. He just wanted a modern version of it, but 1919 is pretty old from our point of view, so it's not like rock music or something like that. And then 3 years after he had finished it, in 1922, an American composer and educator named Peter J. Wilhowsky came over and took the melody with him. He left the lyrics in Ukraine, but he took the melody to England and to the United States, and he wrote new lyrics, and that is the Carol of the Bells.
Wow. A stolen song.
Yes.
How very English of us.
It tells you something really important when you keep this date in mind, 1922, and you have historical movies that show this in 1844 or something like that. You know that it's not historically accurate. It's only about 100 years old in the Anglosphere. It couldn't have been sung in the time period when Jane Austen and Emily Bronte lived, for example. Yeah, now you know that, and now you can correct people, like I always do when I watch movies with people.
How dare you? They wouldn't have known this song. That's great.
Yay. So, that is Christmas music. Those are carols. So now you know where carols come from. You know something about the Carol of the Bells, which is one of the big ones. And for also a big one, for also a big carol, you can go to the Hishe channel on YouTube, and we will show you the link. And watch the 12 Days of Christmas. And we will talk about 12 Days of Christmas in a different video, or in two different videos, when we're talking about birds and when we're talking about food. So keep that in mind and maybe look at the actual lyrics. I know that the lyrics on the Hishe channel are really, really cool, but it's actually a song about birds.
Okay. Sorry, I'm back.
No problem. You'll have to cut a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just transition to your face at that point. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Awesome.
Okay. That is the Christmas Carol video.
Day 11. Advent Day 12. My goodness, so far so good. Legay is going to talk to us today about Christmas sweets.
Halftime!
Halftime!
Yay. So, almost done. Okay, we'll talk about Christmas food today and tomorrow. So what would you need to survive winter? You would, of course, need sugar, fat, and protein. And today we will talk about sugar.
Delicious.
What do you typically eat? What sweet stuff do you eat during Christmas time?
That's a good question. So I know there's certainly quite a few things you can. I mean, so in England we tend to have like we'll usually have some kind of chocolate. Usually there's like quality streets. It's like a variety kind of thing. So some of them will have like a feeling of like a strawberry kind of cream. Some of them might have like toffee, for example. So that's always quite a good one. I know we tend to do like Christmas pudding. We tend to have like it's like a it's like a fruit cake basically, but we tend to inject a bit of brandy into it just because any reason to have it be a bit richer. You know what I mean? Like kind of a cream sauce is nice. Let's see what else. Applesauce, but then again, you can usually have that with like pork, for example. You could even talk about port if you want. Port's kind of a sweet drink. Have that with some cheese, for example. Yeah, there's a couple of things. I wouldn't say it's super heavy on the sweet side, but it can be. I mean, even sometimes you can get like cakes and things like that, or mince pies. That's another one. Yeah, mince pies are nice.
But are mince pies sweet? Because I had the impression that they were filled with mince meat.
Yeah, no. So that's I understand why you think that, but no, mince pies are sweet. It's not a mince meat. It's even it's a fruit mince pie.
Mhm.
It originally was filled with mince meat, but it was a mixture of fruit, spices, and suet. I think they've kind of changed the recipe a little bit over the years, so it's not exactly. Oh, it does still say mincemeat, but it's not really a meat. I
So you
guess
don't
it could
taste
be.
the meat in there?
Oh no, you definitely don't. You definitely don't.
Oh, this is bad for vegetarians.
Yeah, well, they wanted to learn different things. Well, yeah, I guess it was fermented mixture of meat and fruit used as a pie filling. That was like back in the 15th and 16th centuries. Over ages ago. I thought they kind of changed it a bit, but huh.
Why would they?
Yeah, well, it's even look at all that. So it originally was made with mincemeat. I didn't. I had a funny feeling that was kind of true, but I didn't realize it
Yeah.
was all through like the 19th century and stuff. Like, wow.
Yes, and some people who really don't like vegans and vegetarians probably sneak in some meat in the vegetarian ones too.
Yeah, that's just cruel though, isn't
Oh.
it?
All right. I'm going to surprise you a little bit today. I'm going to show lots of pictures of delicious food. And we have two categories here. Category one is food that is widespread internationally, and we'll go into the Anglosphere for this. And then we have category two, and that is individual culture. So that is stuff that is very much connected to one place in the world. And sometimes the neighboring countries can have it too, but it is not so widespread internationally. So it's more like a dirty little secret.
Right.
And
Awesome.
we'll do the same for the dinner. So for the dinner, we also have traditions that are more international, and then we have more individual stuff. And there is some really freaky stuff with that. Um, so we'll start with the international stuff that is connected with Christmas celebrations, and that would be fruits and nuts, for example.
Hmm.
You can see that here. You have fruits and nuts, and sometimes very specific fruits and very specific nuts. And we'll go into this when the time comes. Then almost everyone who celebrates Christmas has some baked goods. Even people who don't have the Christmas bread, they usually have cookies. So, one big thing is sweet or savory Christmas bread, and there are different forms of that. Then you have cakes and pastries for Christmas. For example, in Eastern Europe, in a lot of countries, you have something that is called a babka, and I'll show you that. Okay, so that is sort of a cake bread, a mixture between cake and bread.
Hmm.
Um, then you have buñuelos, and this is some Latin American stuff. So I don't even want to say Mexico because they're pretty widespread in Latin American countries. This is something very typical for Christmas. These shapes, they are specific for holidays. So you usually don't get these elaborate ones around the year. They are just flat when you get them during other times, and for Christmas they make these wheels, or they almost look like these straw stars that we've seen.
Yeah. You kind of.
That is quite widespread, and then you have something that comes from Danish, Swedish cuisine, and those are cinnamon buns. So
Hmm.
cinnamon buns are also super popular around the world. Not because of the Danes and the Swedes, but because the English got them into their fingers and they started spreading them. Another type of baked good would be cookies. So we have bread, cakes, pastries, and cookies that are internationally widespread. So, for example, you have things made of gingerbread, and not just gingerbread people, but also gingerbread houses and squares. Then you have chocolate cookies, butter cookies, and cookies with icing and so on. And icing is not that difficult to make. You just need powdered sugar and water, or powdered sugar and red wine if you want to make an alcoholic one. And that is really cool because you can do a lot with the icing. You can paint with the icing. and you can make it at home. It's not expensive and it's not difficult to make.
Interesting.
Yeah, just 4 tablespoons of powdered sugar, and then you mix it with 1 tablespoon of a liquid like water or wine or something like that. So you can even make different colors, because when you use red wine for this, and then the icing turns pink. So those are the baked goods that are successful internationally. Then you have other sweet stuff, and among that is puddings. So you usually have sweet puddings that are often made of something like rice, and surprisingly, rice is very much connected to Christmas. Not in my corner, but in Northern Europe, in Scandinavia, they really like their rice, and the Finnish too. The Finnish are not Germanic people, so they don't belong to the North Germanic people there. But they have taken some of their traditions and run with them, and they've given them pretty cool names. Other sweets would be candied nuts, candy canes, caramels, truffles, custard, fudge, marzipan, and then there is something that is called turron. This is Spanish and is also common in Latin America.
Turon, yeah.
It's nougat.
Mm-hmm. It's really good too. Comes in quite a lot of flavors sometimes with like special little ingredients and things. Real good. Real good.
Right, so this is very popular in Spain and in Latin America. I'll send you all the pictures that I have. And now we'll get into Christmas drinks that are internationally successful. So, one thing is, of course, alcohol. And it should be some special alcohol for the occasion. So, many people drink champagne, sparkling wine, or wine around Christmas time. But what's more traditional is, of course, cider and eggnog and punch. And the word punch comes from the Hindi word punch. So punch means 5, which means that a real punch needs 5 ingredients.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And rum is also very popular. We'll get to rum later because you can do certain things with rum. Then you have drinks that are non-alcoholic but sweet, so like virgin punch, and hot chocolate, usually without alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is this weird category where you have a drink that can also be a dessert. This is kissel, and this is compote. It's basically the same drink. It's a fruit drink. It's fruits that have been kept in water, and they're starting to ooze their juice into the water. So it's almost like seasoning the water with these fruits, and it's usually cooked. And then that kisil, the first thing, is more like a gel. So you can drink that, but it's very thick, or you can eat that. And the same with compote. You can drink the liquid, but you can also eat the fruit that it is made from.
Okay.
Those are Eastern European things, so you've probably never heard of them, but they're big in Eastern Europe, in Slavic countries.
That sounds cool. I'd love to try them sometime.
Yeah. You can buy that in Eastern European stores. They have it ready made.
Oh, cool. That's good to know.
Okay. Those are the international things, so it's pretty vague. But what's surprising is that it's not just the Central European stuff or the stuff from the Anglosphere that is internationally successful. But as you can see, it's a pretty big tradition that comes from Spain and Latin America too. So the juggernauts of Christmas are usually England, Germany, Italy, Greece, and then you have Spain and the Spanish colonies in the Americas. So you could say Spain and Mexico as a rule of thumb, because a lot of this stuff comes from Mexico, and the United States. These 6 countries define what you eat around Christmas and what the ornaments are like. These are the 6 big ones. Okay, let's go into individual sweets. And individual nuts are, for example, marroni. So those are edible chestnuts. And they're big in Italy and in France. They're just roasted, and you can buy them in a Christmas market, for example. Um, it's a specific taste. The French even have a marroni cake. So they use them to make a flour and to bake a cake from this chestnut flour. This also is something that dates back to times when people were extremely poor. So people who could not afford regular wheat flour, for example, they would collect these edible chestnuts and they would eat them. And it's actually an emergency food, but they have a specific taste, and I really like that taste. So you wouldn't have to force me to eat that. And the French made some really nice dishes with them. The Italians too. Then a weird fruit for Christmas would be the lychee fruit.
It's a slightly weird fruit for Christmas.
But when you're in Madagascar, then lychee fruits are very typical for Christmas. So for them, it's similar to the spice situation in Europe. This is something that they usually don't buy around the year. But they buy it around Christmas time. And I think it's because it's more affordable around that time, because more people are buying. So it's really just this situation where it's available, where everyone wants it. So you can play the market a little bit and you can get it for cheaper because you can buy in bulk. That is the typical Madagascar Christmas fruit. You may have used them for Halloween because they look like eyeballs when you take the peel off. Then we have baked goods. And there is such a thing as julekake, and that is a Norwegian Christmas bread. That is not quite as successful as the following two, but it's widespread in Scandinavia. More widespread around the world is panettone. This is an Italian Christmas bread. It's a sweet Christmas bread with raisins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite nice. Panettone.
Yes, it's really good, and it is so widespread that Latin America goes crazy for it. It's not just Europe. They also eat this in South America and Central America. This is a typical Christmas dish for them. And the reason for that is that in these countries in Latin America, you have surprisingly many Italian immigrants. They brought this with them. And then in other South American countries, for example, in Argentina and in Brazil, you also have the German Christmas bread. That would be this one. It's quite similar. This is called Stollen.
Stollen.
But the ST in standard German is pronounced as a st. Yeah. So both comes from Europe, and that is really widespread around the world. There are many people who eat either panettone or Stollen. Also widespread are Saint Lucia saffron buns. They are from Sweden, and it's again it's spread across the Nordic countries. They are delicious. I would absolutely eat them. They look like these little knots. And again, we have the topic with the spices here, because saffron is really, really, really expensive. So you actually only do this during Christmas time, that you use it for anything. Okay, then we have cakes and pastries, and one of these is one of these crowns is the bolo rei, and this is from Portugal, and it's supposed to look like a royal crown. You can see the rubies on the crown.
I see.
And of course, you have one that comes from the southern hemisphere. So this is very well known in Oceania, in Australia and New Zealand. Have you seen this?
No. Is that supposed to be like a cheese, like a brie or something?
No. It's a cake. It's pavlova. It's called pavlova.
Oh, pavlova. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know of pavlova, but I just hadn't seen it with this kind of decoration.
What else do we have? We have logs. We have fake Yule logs.
Again.
So yeah, we've already seen one. But there is also a French version which looks very similar. So this is probably some overlap between France and England. They've even made fake
awesome.
mushrooms.
Yeah, that's great. It's very clever.
Right, and Hungarians also have one, and they call that bagli. That is the Hungarian version with different fillings. So in Eastern Europe, you always have the poppy seed filling, and funnily enough, women can get a little bit high from that. So as a man, you usually have more mass, which means that poppy seed doesn't affect you as much. But as a woman, you're usually a bit lighter and leaner. So when women eat too many buns with poppy seed or too many pieces of cake with poppy seed, then the pupils can be a little bit dilated, and when you're doing a drug test, that can be positive after having too much poppy seed in baked goods.
That's very true. There have been cases of that. It's very true. Especially poppy seed bagels.
Oh, you know someone.
I know of a case where somebody got in some major trouble because with the police they had to do a drug test and it came up positive, and they had like I think 2 or 3 poppy seed bagels before. So funny.
But don't worry, you're not that affected, so I'm at a higher risk than you.
Yeah, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I wanted to show you trifle, but you know what trifle looks like?
Definitely know what trifle looks like. Multi-layered, so good. Oh, I'll get a picture of trifle. Don't you worry about that.
Like a half-eaten one. Sorry, I couldn't hold back.
I'm sorry.
So, yes, trifle would be one thing that is a UK thing, that is one of the cream dishes. Then you have some insane cakes. So, when I say insane, then I'm talking about tree cake. And it's not a log, it looks like this. And that is a German thing, but it's also popular in Eastern Europe. And this is made on open fire usually, so I'll show you how this is made. Yeah, this is just the dough. They put it on these long rods, and then they put it in front of an open fire, and it turns. So they start applying chocolate, and when the chocolate has dried, they apply more dough. And that's how it continues. And this is why it has these rings inside that look like a tree stump. And that's why it's called tree cake, because it looks like a tree on the inside.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yes, you only get them around Christmas time. If you want them outside of Christmas time, they are really, really expensive because nobody makes them outside of Christmas time. It's a lot of work.
I bet.
Then you have some cake from Greece. This is the twisted yarn cake from Greece.
That's a cake?
Yeah, it's pieces of cake, and they look like twisted yarn. They're called kolorakia.
Interesting.
And you have some more from Ecuador. They also have weird shapes. These are called pristinos.
Kind of weirdly cute.
Yeah. Almost like
Could
little
use some like
faces.
could use some like powdered sugar or a dipping sauce, but yeah.
Yeah. And then we have all sorts of cookies. We have cookies with spices like cardamom and cinnamon, and we have macaroons, which are often made with coconut or with nut powder. And we have vanilla cookies. So, all of this stuff that requires spices from abroad, from the Silk Road or from South America, for example, all of this was just too expensive, too hard to get in earlier times. So they only did this around Christmas time. And then you have some dry cookies, Polish mazurka cookies. And then you have shortbread, the spikolos from the Netherlands. And you've probably tried them. So spikolos are not that rare. Yeah, they have this slight caramel taste. And then you have cookies with jam, and this is an Austrian thing. You have different types of these cookies, and the first ones, the round ones with the round jam, those are called angel eyes, and the other ones with the little hearts are called Linzer.
We have our own version in the UK.
So what is it
They're
called?
Jammy Dodgers.
I know them as bullseyes.
Ah, how about that?
So yeah, the round ones can be bullseyes instead of angel eyes. I mean, red
See.
angel eyes are kind of scary.
Yeah, but angels are scary.
Oh yeah, we know that angels are scary now.
Yeah.
So let me show you some pudding then. Because there is British sponge pudding. I guess you've eaten that one.
Oh, many a time.
You will recognize that. And there are more puddings from around the world. So, for example, we have one from Puerto Rico. That is called budín de pan. So, budín means pudding. De pan
Huh?
is bread. So, this is bread
Bread
pudding from
pudding.
Puerto Rico.
Delicious.
Then, of course, you have Christmas pudding, and there are two types. And we'll get into that when we talk about Christmas magic, because there's Christmas pudding from the UK that usually contains a coin, and you can see the coin in the first picture.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
So, this is Christmas divination, and we'll talk about it in the video about Christmas magic. Then, have you ever heard of Clootie dumplings?
I might
Nope.
know them by a different name.
They're Scottish.
Oh.
Doesn't look like a dumpling to me, but I think it looks like a Christmas pudding.
It does look like a fruity cake for sure.
Yeah. And then of course there is plum pudding. So that is mostly UK, with the exception of the budín de pan, which is from Puerto Rico. Then pancakes are also a thing around Christmas time, and I have some American pancakes here.
Yep, that seems right.
But there is also the Dutch version, and they have a very cute name. So they're called poffertjes.
Oh, that's cute.
And you can get them for breakfast. So Burger King in Central Europe, for example, had them as breakfast for a while. And they're usually eaten with powdered sugar and or honey. So they're tiny. They're really just like a tablespoon's head.
Sounds great.
Very small miniature cookie-like pancakes. Then we have flan. Yeah, it's a more jelly-like pudding. So usually the version of pudding in the Anglosphere is more dry, and the more jelly-like type, that is more what you would find on the European continent as pudding, like chocolate pudding, for example, or vanilla pudding, that is like jiggly. So the brown one without decoration, that is known as Natilla Colombia, and that is from Colombia. That is a Christmas item from Colombia.
Oh. Looks good.
Then we have porridge, and you will recognize some of that porridge because we've seen it in the St. Barbara video.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that is kutia. So that is the weird porridge that you eat on St. Barbara's Day. That is the Ukrainian type. And then you have lots of rice puddings. For example, in Scandinavia, including Finland in this case. And the Finnish rice pudding that we'll look at, that is also one that contains something that you need to find and that will tell you something about how your year will be going. It looks unassuming. It's almond pudding with rice, so or rice pudding with almonds. And again, that is something that we will look into when we talk about Christmas magic. Because if you use this to tell the future, then that means it's part of Christmas magic. Different Scandinavian rice pudding. This is from Denmark and Sweden. So it can be a little more elaborate, like an ice cream sundae.
Mm.
And there is even a Christmas rice pudding version from India and Pakistan, which is known as kheer. And this is also marketed as Indian love pudding.
Oh.
Because it contains a spice that is an aphrodisiac for women.
Oh my.
And a lot of it, I have to say.
I see.
So, usually when you try this, and I have tried this stuff, so you just do this for anthropology, no other reason. You try this and you can feel the effect after about 3 or 4 pieces of this spice. And this pudding has 10 pieces of this spice. It's a bit of an overkill.
Hey, just a little bit, yeah.
It's very, very good. Absolutely delicious. It's like rice pudding. You know, regular rice pudding, and then it has an additional spice and some rose water in it. Be good. If you can find it in an Indian restaurant as a dessert, try that. For men, it doesn't do anything, so don't wait for any weird effect. This is a gendered spice. There's a lot of stuff that helps men, but there is really just that one spice that helps women. And for men, it has a different effect. So it helps your digestion, which means that whatever comes out of you is perfectly shaped and has a perfect texture.
Okay. What a weird conversation about rice pudding. Aphrodisiac for women lets men have perfect shits.
Well, the thing is that it also helps women's digestion. But you know, when I say it helps the digestion, some people think that you have to go to the bathroom right after eating it, and that is not the case. It's really just that you don't have any bloating and you don't have any heartburn after this. Like, it makes everything go really, really smooth inside you. And then when the time comes and you want to go to the bathroom, then everything is absolutely perfect. So it doesn't make you run somewhere.
It's not a laxative. That would be very funny, though.
No, let's move on to the Norwegian rice pudding. So this is the Norwegian stuff.
Oh,
And then we have some rather weird stuff like pasteles. So these are sweet tamales.
oh,
And they're not exactly like tamales. It's more like a rice cake, and it's usually steamed in banana leaves. Like Costa Rican tamales are also steamed in banana leaves.
hmm.
Um, yeah, but it's usually a vegetarian thing. It's sweet, and I know these things from Southeast Asia, so they're also really common in Vietnam and Thailand and so on, and they're absolutely great. They can be filled with banana, for example. So you have a dish that tastes like a more solid rice pudding filled with banana, and that is warm and that is steamed and absolutely great.
That sounds good. Mm.
These are made with plantain. Okay, then we have something even more weird, and that is called puto bumbong. That's a Philippines dessert.
Wow, what a color!
Yes, that is black rice, and there is natural black rice, but when you cook it, then it colors things a dark purple.
Oh, ah, that's
And
interesting.
this is a mixture of different rice colors, so you also have white rice in there. Looks really cool. I would absolutely love to try this.
Mm.
But very weird as a Christmas dish. And then you have a version of French toast from Brazil. So there's actually not that much to say about it. It's a Brazilian French toast, and it's called rabanada.
They're adorable.
Yeah, they also look really, really good. So when I say weird, then I don't mean that they don't look appetizing. I mean, to me, it's weird that somebody would eat this as a Christmas dish. But all of this would have shown you I would absolutely try that.
Oh, for sure. For anthropology reasons, we should try them.
Absolutely. Like I've even tried a drink that contained ginseng juice, and that isn't even an aphrodisiac for women. Okay. Then we have farofa, or farofa, I should say. Rum balls. Very, very alcoholic sweets from Germany
Oh,
called rum balls.
oh yes. They're good though.
Yes, yes, but you can get drunk from eating them, so they're small, but don't underestimate them.
Oh, for sure.
And then
That's why
again,
we eat them.
yeah, then again, you have drinks. So we're closing this video with drinks. Alcoholic ones are in the absolute majority. So, for example, in Scandinavia, including Finland in this case, you have homebrewed beer, and this is known as Christmas beer. So, people actually go to the lengths to make their own beer for Christmas. Then you have a punch in Germany that is called a fire tongue bowl punch.
Oh,
And I'll write down the German word for you. It's a very, very long word. It consists of 3 different words. So
cool.
the tongue they're talking about is that metal piece that is on top of the glass bowl. And bowl is the same word. Um, and you essentially set a giant piece of sugar on fire, and that giant piece of sugar is on the tongue. You can see it. It looks like a cone. So this is made with alcohol, but as you can see, there are also citrus slices swimming in there, and you wait for the sugar to burn down and to drip into the drink. And it's really an art. You sit there and you watch this, and it takes a while because they're using this very big sugar cone for this, and then you drink it.
I'll definitely try it.
I'll show you something that you have tried. Irish coffee can also be used as a Christmas drink.
Oh yeah.
And do you know how that was invented and when it was invented?
Irish coffee?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know how it was invented or when.
So it's not that old. It's a drink from the beginning of the 20th century when people started flying between the British Isles and North America. Um, so, of course, you had people in very small airplanes between the world wars trying to come over, seeing if they could fly from America to the British Isles. And they would usually land in Ireland because that is closest to North America. So these tiny planes they were flying in, they were made of plywood and fabric. So it got really cold in these tiny planes. And even when the planes got bigger, they were not that much better insulated against the cold and the weather. So even if you had passengers in the early times, then they would come down in Ireland and everyone would be shock frozen from the flight across the Atlantic Ocean. So Irish coffee was invented by airport personnel in Ireland when they were getting in. These people from North America, and people were getting off the plane, and they needed something warm and something that was really solid. They needed cream. They needed alcohol. So what this airport personnel did is they made them a coffee. They put as much cream in it as they could, and whipped cream and that kind of stuff. And they poured whiskey in it, and then they dumped a bag of sugar in the glass, and that is Irish coffee.
Wow, that's quite a cool origin story.
Yeah, it's really
It is
to revive
actually
people.
made in
Yeah,
Ireland. That's amazing. Very cool.
yes, because people in Ireland drink more tea than people in England actually. So they use more tea per head per year than people in England. So it's a tea drinking country, and you wouldn't expect them to come up with Irish coffee, but those passengers were Americans and they preferred coffee.
Quite right. Yeah, that's quite clever.
So, of course, this is a very good drink for Christmas time. You're not on a plane and you're not freezing to death in the northern Atlantic, but it's very cold around Christmas time. And you
Mm-hmm.
want something sweet and you want fat and protein and alcohol. So, perfect Christmas drink.
Too right.
Then we have mulled wine. So,
Ooh,
have you tried
yes.
mulled wine? Probably.
Oh, I have it like every year, Ligea. Yeah. It's Christmas tradition.
You can actually buy some spice mixes for mulled wine. So they have them in little bags or even in cans, and so you don't need to buy the stuff in the supermarket, because in the supermarket you usually have these bags and you have one that has only like 2 or 3 cinnamon sticks, and then you buy one with like 10 star anise, and it's not the right amount. There is always something left over when you buy the spices in the supermarket, because it's not matched to each other. So they are not thinking about that. Maybe somebody needs to buy this to make mulled wine. So you have leftovers from these supermarket bags. This is why people also make these spice mixes that are specifically for making mulled wine. And what is very, very British is mulled cider.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Cider is really just wine made of apples. So regular wine is made of grapes, and this is made of apples. And then we have the Rumtopf. Have you heard what Rumtopf is?
No.
No, okay. It means rum pot. It's also a German thing. I'll show you how it's done. You have this giant stone pot, And during the year, you collect fruits from your garden, or well, maybe even fruits that you've stolen somewhere if you don't have them in your garden. So this is it's like a layer cake of seasonal fruits, and you can see that it says June at the bottom. And then you have July, August, September, October. And on each layer of fruit, you put some sugar and then you pour rum on it. And then in July comes the next layer of fruit, and then again sugar and rum. So you fill up that giant stone pot. And when you're done in October, you pour some more rum on it, so it's completely covered, and then you close it until Christmas.
That's awesome.
Yes, you have lots of different fruits in there, so the whole year, basically a whole year's worth of fruit. This is what it looks like. So first of all, this is what it looks like when you put sugar on it, and this is what it looks like when it's done.
Ooh.
This is what you do with it. So you can eat the rum fruit, and I have done that. I actually have some of that stuff here, and it's very, very alcoholic. Like, eat 2 pieces of fruit and you're done for the day. You can go to bed after that because there is so much rum in it.
That's awesome.
And then you can use that as a sauce for cake. For example, when you have a cake that is a little bit drier, or you have a pudding that is a little bit drier, then you can use that as a sauce for that. And pay attention to the glass, because based on this mixture between rum and sugar, when you put this all together, the rum actually turns into liqueur. So you can drink that as a dessert liqueur.
That's a great tradition.
It helps against the cold. Last drink we have is from Jamaica. Have you heard of that Jamaican drink? I'm not going to say what it's called, but I would be interested. Have you heard of any Jamaican Christmas drink?
Jamaican Christmas drink.
Nope. Okay.
Not Red Stripe. No, of course not.
And that is called red sorrel drink. This is a non-alcoholic Jamaican Christmas drink, and it's made of hibiscus flowers. And it has a beautiful color, and I would love to try that.
Yeah, it does look quite nice. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yep, I've never
So
heard of that.
the only non-alcoholic drink on the list for the individual sweets. And that is the video about sweet Christmas dishes. And next time we need to continue with fat and protein.
It's made me pretty hungry now.
Okay, what are you going to try? So what made you especially hungry? What would you like to try now?
Out of all those options, I mean, alcohol is alcohol. I'd try any of that. I'd probably say the tiny pancakes, the small French toast. Those are both quite interesting.
Yeah.
The let's see. I'm surprised I hadn't heard of Clootie dumpling before. I was quite surprised by that. Let's see. I mean, the tree cake. That'd be quite. That just looks like quite an experience.
Yes.
Otherwise, I mean, I do recognize some of these, but the twisted cake is also quite interesting just because of its appearance alone. Like, I definitely feel like there's a few things there I definitely want to try.
Yes. So you see, around the world, we have Christmas sweets, and some are rather surprising. In some countries, like Japan, for example, you also have Christmas cakes, but this is more like a cream cake with strawberries. So it's not even a seasonal thing because they're using strawberries and not something that is in season around Christmas. And they're really just making something that they like anyway, like a strawberry cake, for a big celebration. So it's not necessarily something that corresponds with Christmas, it's just something that they really like anyway. And we will see that in the next video when we talk about Japanese Christmas dinner. You will be surprised. But in some countries or in some areas of the world, people really put in some effort with designing new Christmas food to make it really seasonal and to make it connected to Christmas.
I like it. I like it a lot. Day 12 down. Day 13. So, we've just talked about the sweet side of Christmas, but now Legay is going to tell us more about the savory side.
Fat and protein.
Making me hungry already. Let's go.
Okay, we'll do this the same way we did the last one. This is a long one. So we'll start with the international dishes again. A lot of countries around the world have some sort of buffet for Christmas. And a lot of countries have specific dishes for this buffet. So you have countries that have up to 12 courses in their buffet, and it is a specific order of Christmas dishes. Then you have Christmas soups and stews. That makes sense because that is something that is more popular during the cold season. You have seasonal salads, and it's usually not so much green salads, but a lot of these salads have something like beetroot in them, for example, or mayonnaise. And then you have the protein I've been talking about, and often in combination with the fat. So for Christmas, you have meat. Even if you can't afford meat around the year, then for Christmas, you will try to get some meat for the family. That can be beef, but the absolute star of Christmas meats is pork. So it's some kind of pork dish. It's a ham, or it's sometimes even a suckling pig. We'll talk about that. Some people eat lamb or mutton. Some eat meatballs, which can be made of different animals. And then you have the big group of Christmas birds, which start with chickens, but sometimes people want something a bit more special because a chicken is rather ordinary. So around Christmas, people eat duck, goose, and turkey as something special that they don't get every day. And then there is even Christmas fish and seafood. So carp, for example, is a Christmas fish, and it can be cooked in different ways. There is the blue carp, for example, and this is not a naturally blue fish. It's just a carp that is cooked in vinegar water, and the vinegar in the water turns the skin of the fish blue. So Latin America and Spain, again, we've heard that's one of the juggernauts of Christmas items. They have codfish. Codfish is very popular in the Iberian Peninsula. You've probably seen that. You were in Spain, Nate, right? So they have these codfish croquettes, I think they call them.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that is something that they really like to eat, and that is also a Latin American thing. And then salmon, but salmon is more a northern thing. And then in addition to that, you have stews made of meat and fish, and sometimes even sausage stews. The most common side dishes are rice dishes and potato dishes, but there are also parsnips that are pretty popular. And of course, you need gravy to wash it all down. And a very special dish that I wouldn't have expected to find here are tamales. But a lot of Latin American countries eat Christmas tamales.
Oh.
And we're closing with cheese. Interestingly, there is a big tradition around cheese for Christmas time. And that makes sense too, because you would typically start making the cheese in summer when the milk has the best aroma. because it's fresh. The animals eat fresh grass, so the milk has this very fresh aroma, and you use this to make cheese. But of course, the cheese has to rest before it's done. So in Switzerland, for example, they put it in caves or in basements, and they let it sit for a while. Um, and it's usually ready around Christmas time. That is, if you don't want to store it any longer. There are also cases where cheese can be stored for longer because it needs to rest longer. But around Christmas time, that would be when you can get the cheese out of the basement, for example. So
Huh.
those are international dishes, and we will go into details. Anything to say about the international side?
A lot of it sounds exactly like what I would expect out of Christmas, 100%.
Except for the tamales.
Yeah, that one caught me by surprise, but it's always good to learn other cultures. So, surprised you didn't
Yeah.
mention cranberry sauce though.
Oh, that's coming, but that is not international.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. So of course, it's not just in one country. You have it in the UK and in the United States.
Hmm.
But it's more individual, and there are not so many people who are using cranberry sauce for Christmas.
Right, gotcha.
Okay, we can start with something that you know a lot about, um, and that is in the individual culture, the buffets. And we're talking about buffets in the Anglosphere. So, what does an American Christmas table look like, and what does an English Christmas table look like?
Um, so typical American one. Typically, you'd have at least one meat, potentially two. Usually, one of them is a bird, most likely turkey, very popular, or chicken if people don't like turkey. It's quite rare to find duck or goose over in the US, I gotta be honest. It does happen, but not as common as turkey or chicken. Let's see, when it comes to the other meat, they do like doing a ham. Some kind of a pork thing is usually ham. And you might find beef, but you don't tend to find much else besides that. They don't tend to venture into more exotic animal meat, which is interesting. You think they would, but they really don't. Potatoes, they tend to like to do mashed potatoes the most. I gotta say, it's quite interesting, because as a UK person, I much prefer roast potatoes myself because that just fits with the roast. But whatever. They typically go for stuffing. That's pretty common. Usually like a sage and onion kind of thing. Sometimes maybe the pork. Sometimes not, depending on vegetarian stuff. Gravy. Naturally, they got gravy. If you're lucky, they'll get a country style gravy, which can be quite nice and thick, but it really depends. They don't always make their own. They tend to get like the store bought kind of stuff. Cranberry sauce when it comes to like vegetables. Oh, they also like to do sweet potato. That tends to be a thing. Yams. It's kind of the sweeter side of stuff. Sometimes topped with like marshmallows. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Not a very common thing to see, but quite interesting. Vegetables. It would be like they tend to do green beans. You might get peas, but not much. That's definitely a more UK thing. Carrots, parsnips for sure, especially like honeyed parsnips, really nice. I'd say those are probably some of the most common American ones for sure. And then when it comes to the UK side, we tend to, I mean, you can get the variety of meats. There's no doubt. Whether it be, it's usually turkey ham, beef joint, lamb. Those are all really common, really popular. Stuffing naturally. Yorkshire puddings. We just do Yorkshire puddings with any kind of a roast type situation. So that's always a savory pudding, really nice. Gravy naturally. Whenever we do it, you want to use the juices of the meat just so you can make a really nice luscious gravy. You tend to chuck in some extra bits as well to really make it like a proper home style gravy. It tends to have a lot of extra flavor, really good. Cranberry sauce, roast potatoes. Sometimes you get mashed, but not really as often. It's definitely roast potatoes is the way to go for the UK. Vegetables, carrots, peas, usually like garden peas, marifat, things like that. If you're lucky, petit pois, but it's definitely more of a French thing. Um, and see, I think it's a carrots, honey parsnips as well, like it over there. Brussels sprouts. Yeah, it's pretty Christmas right there, at least savory wise.
Great. Have you tried all of this?
I have. I do like Christmas food. It's really tasty.
So what
Not
would be
always a
your
buffet style, though.
what would be your favorite, and what is your least favorite?
Well, least favorite off the bat, Brussels sprouts, just not the flavor for me. You know,
A
it's
bit
it's
bitter.
just a yeah, it just doesn't quite hit the palate quite right. Like the texture is fine, but the flavor just doesn't hit well. Favorite, I'd have to say. I mean, I always like a good stuffing. Can't help it. Roast potatoes are good. Most of the other veg is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But if it's a meat, I'd have to say. Oof. I mean, I do like turkey, but I think I gotta go with like a nice roast beef, or if you're lucky, some lamb. Oof, that's the way. Mm-mm.
Yes. Okay. And we've heard of trimmings.
Trimmings.
So, of course, not the Vita Canis trimmings. Let me show one of these.
Yeah, God no.
Um, but trimmings are cuts from the Christmas roasts, if I'm informed correctly.
That's correct. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So trimmings are not the same as stuffing.
No.
Because I've seen some of that online when I was researching. I thought, no, wait, that is not the same. Okay. I'll show you food from other countries now, and I'll show you the buffets first.
Awesome.
Kuchos. And that is a Baltic buffet.
Mm.
And that can be cold and meatless. So in some countries, you have Christmas feasting. You get something to eat, and you get something special to eat that you don't get every day during the year. But it's not like it's super rich. So you can see there is some meat, there are some potatoes and so on, many different dishes, and it looks like a Christmas table, but it is not as rich as it could be, and that is a decision. So it's not because they can't afford it, it's a decision people make. Baltic states, to make that clear, is Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. And these countries are bordering Poland, Belarus, Russia, and Finland. So that is the corner where they are, and it's kind of northeast Europe. Okay, next is Finland, and they call this joulupoita. So you can see there is a big roast, and it already looks a bit more like the Christmas table that we're used to. There are different types of salads. So the pink one is a pink herring salad, for example. That is a herring salad with a cream sauce and beetroot color. So that's why it's shockingly pink. Um, and as you can see, it's also a lot of dishes, and it's a lot of salads. There is also some cold stuff among that. It's not always a warm buffet, and joulupoita means the Christmas table. And we'll see the word Yule in Finland a lot because Father Christmas or Saint Nicholas or Santa Claus, that is called joulupukki in Finnish. So they've taken this word from their Scandinavian neighbors. Then in Italy, we're very, very specific. The Italians have a 7 fish feast. And it's not just fish, it's fish and seafood. So part of it is clams and octopus, all kinds of sea creatures. So there is fish on the table, but not just fish. And that is a very common Italian Christmas table with 7 fish courses. Then Poland absolutely takes the cake. Poland is the one with the 12-course menu. And the plates with the red inside, that is borscht. That is a soup, and it's It's a stew actually. So it is liquid, but it has so much stuff in it usually that it's more like a stew, and it has beef and pork in it. It has potatoes and white cabbage. Then it has carrot slices. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into a borscht, and it's different in different Slavic countries. So Polish is not the same as Russian, for example. It's a very common dish, and it's very, very tasty. I've tried Russian borscht a lot, and it's super tasty.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, so as you can see, that is a really full table. That is the biggest I've seen. So with 12 items, you have this symbolism for the 12 apostles and for the 12 months of the year and so on. So there is a reason why it's 12. Then Sweden only has 3 courses. And this is called julbord. And julbord means Christmas table.
Oh,
As you can see, also a lot of that pink color, which is beetroot color. So they color dishes intentionally with beetroot.
cool.
Then we have Latin America. And in Brazil, they have Ceia de Natal. Ceia de Natal also means Christmas table. And that looks very much like a lot of pies or a lot of cakes on the table, you know.
Yeah.
You do have a roast, but you have a lot of pie-like structures. And well, we'll look into these dishes. We'll look into specific dishes that are part of these Christmas tables. But I wanted to show you the full buffet so you could see what it looks like when it's all together on the table. Then Africa has Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is a very old Christian country. So Ethiopia in Africa has the oldest Christian tradition and also the oldest Jewish tradition. And Ethiopian food is similar to Indian food in some regards because of the Silk Road on water. So it's not just over land, but it's also a trade that is a sea trade. And there is a connection between India and the African East Coast, for example. What's special about this is you see that there are different dishes, but they're not on a plate. When you look at the thing, you see these pores.
Yeah.
So that is not a plate, that is actually more like a flat bread or a huge pancake, and it has this grayish color. And this huge pancake for the Ghana celebration is used as a plate, and it's also used as a spoon. So you would take this bread or this pancake to pick up some of the foods and to eat them. And then in Asia, we have Royal Korean cuisine, and I really don't have a picture for that. But it's basically popular dishes in Korea that are associated with the royal cuisine. So they don't really have their own Christmas dishes. They just pick up stuff that they like and that they think is expensive and high status for this important celebration. So it's not that much linked to Christmas, actually. One thing that people do in the global south during Christmas time is that they're having a barbecue outside because December isn't cold in South Africa or Australia or New Zealand. Oh, yeah, we have barbecue. So, this is the Australian side.
Looks fun.
Absolutely. And this is the South African side. And you can tell the South African side is just obsessed with meat and sausages. And the Australians, they have a little bit more variety. They have meat, but they also have fish and seafood. So, from what I've seen, the Australian, also the New Zealand Christmas table is a barbecue that contains meat and fish and seafood. Do you want to tell us what pigs in blankets are?
Sure. So pigs in blankets are essentially typically small sausages, like a cocktail sausage, essentially, which is it has this lovely little savory pastry wrapped around it, so it looks like it's a little tiny piggy in a blanket, or in some cases bacon. That's true. That's definitely the more popular one these days.
So when it's wrapped in a piece of dough or pastry, that is also a thing that exists in Germany, and they call that sausages in a nightshirt.
Sausages and nightshirt. That's great.
So it's not too far off from the pigs in blankets. And what I've seen is that the blankets are bacon, but I mean, I understand if it's some sort of pastry.
Yeah, I'd definitely say it's more popular as the bacon these days.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, cardiologists probably have a different opinion. They will
Oh,
tell
for
you.
sure.
Okay, then let's take a tour through Europe. So this is a specifically British dish. That's why I wanted to show it. And we'll dive into Europe. So what is very, very popular in Central Europe is red cabbage and knödel. So
Mm.
knödel is something that you've probably not heard before, but it's dumplings. It's potato dumplings.
Ooh, that sounds good.
This red cabbage and knödel is, of course, part of the German Christmas dish. That's what it looks like. So you have a piece of goose, and then you have the red cabbage that is usually quite elaborate. So it's made with red cabbage and sliced apples.
Mm.
And then you put in some cinnamon and cloves, but usually cinnamon sticks, and you take out the spices when it's done, so you don't have to eat the cinnamon sticks.
Yeah.
And that gives it a really exotic taste, like the apple with the cloves and the cinnamon sticks adding to that cabbage. So it's not just cabbage; it's like magical cabbage.
Magical cabbage. Yeah, we've had red cabbage and apple in England a fair few
Mm.
times. I
So
don't think
the
it's been as elaborate as that, but yeah.
Maybe try to add some spices next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Um,
I'll try that.
so the knödel are the pieces on the left,
Mm.
the yellow balls with sauce on them, and I've heard that knödel are the only dish that Anthony Bourdain did not like. Maybe you know that he had a show where he traveled the world and he tried dishes everywhere, and this is the only thing that he didn't like.
Wow.
And I'm
Weird.
convinced that he ate them wrong.
Must have done. They sound
Uh,
fine.
well, it's actually it's something that you don't just eat dry, and he ate it dry. So these things are made of potato, and it's essentially mashed potato that is formed into one of these little dumplings. Um, and then you don't really boil them. You drop them in boiling water, but then you only let them sit in the water, and you take it off the stove. So it's the lumps of mashed potatoes, and they have a specific purpose. So it's wrong to eat them without sauce because they were made to soak up sauce. The problem with potatoes is that they can't really soak up sauce, and Germans love sauce. So they had to make a potato sponge, and that's what that is.
Yeah, I see.
Which means if you eat them dry, then they're just gloopy and sticky, and you have trouble swallowing them because that's not how that works. You need to dip them in
Mm.
sauce, and they suck themselves full of sauce. and then they're absolutely perfect.
I see.
So there's a trick when you're eating this. Okay, but the red cabbage and the dumplings, they're not only a German thing, they also exist in other Central and Eastern European countries. You can also find that in the Czech Republic, for example. So that isn't just limited to one country. Then you have a French seafood platter that is quite popular for Christmas, to have a variety of seafood dishes. And as you can see, it's not just crustaceans and fish, it's also some shells, it's oysters, and so on. Then you have a Greek brisket. It's called kleftiko. And you can bet that the amount of garlic stuffed into it is as heavy as the meat.
Sounds good to me. Mm-hmm.
Yay. Sounds great. And you know, when everyone eats it, it's okay.
Yeah.
We have Norwegian lamb ribs. They're called pinnekjøtt. And it's like cabbage with citrus and red radishes. So it's even quite interesting what they eat with it.
Yeah.
We have vareniki, and that is again an Eastern European thing. So this is the Polish version. And they look more like Chinese dumplings. So if you've ever seen Chinese dumplings, they're more like that. Or gyoza, for example, Japanese dumplings.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
This is a type of filled dumpling. So there are savory forms, and the Polish eat a savory form of this during Christmas dinner. Theirs is filled with mushrooms and what else is in it? Cabbage, right? Or even sauerkraut, for example. So mushroom and cabbage, or mushroom and sauerkraut. But they also exist in sweet variants. So when you buy them, you can buy them ready-made from a freezer in the supermarket. There are some that have a neutral taste. They're filled with sour cream, so you can eat them with sweet food, but also with savory food. And then there are really sweet ones. There are some filled with cherries.
Oh.
Yeah, but the Polish prefer the savory ones for Christmas. We're leaving Europe now. We're going to Venezuela. I suspect that this is similar to tamales. It looks like, but it also kind of looks like a spring roll. So I'm not really sure what texture it has. But you see the banana leaf, so it's probably steamed, and it's called halaka. I would absolutely try that. I mean, it looks good, but I'm not sure about the texture. So yeah,
Yeah, it
kind
could be
of
a bit
like
squidgy.
pasta a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. That is the only thing we have for South America right now. At least concerning the full meals, we'll get into some more later. As a full meal, I can show you something from Madagascar. So you remember the litchi that we had last time. Two types of chicken from Madagascar. So very specific Christmas dishes from Madagascar. And the first one you see is a ginger chicken. That is ginger and garlic. So this is a bit more like a barbecue chicken, I would say. And then the second one looks a bit more like Indian food, and that is actually a coconut chicken.
Ooh. Oh, you're making me hungry.
It will get worse.
Oh no. I'll deal with it, it's fine.
This is a weird one. So we're going to Asia now. This is gapama, and that is an Armenian dish from the Caucasus Mountains. Gapama is a stuffed pumpkin, a smaller pumpkin, like it's not super big, and the rice dish inside of it is kind of like an Indian biryani. So it has raisins, it has nuts, And that is really cool. So maybe it's a bit dry. It looks a bit dry to me, but with the right sauce, this could be awesome. So I said that we would look at Christmas pasta, and it's not just Italy; it's the Philippines too. This is Filipino Christmas pasta.
Looks alright.
This is not spaghetti, but it's chapaghetti.
Spaghetti.
You can find that even in Korea now because Koreans have it from the Philippines, so they didn't take the tour across Italy. They got it straight from the Philippines, and Filipinos are crazy for spaghetti. For example, McDonald's tried to sell spaghetti as a McDonald's meal once, and I think it was in the 70s or 80s. Nobody around the world liked it except for the Filipinos, and they are still selling it in the Philippines. If you ever want to eat McDonald's spaghetti, go there.
That is something I've heard about. The mixed spaghetti.
Okay, what they also do in the Philippines is they eat lechon or lechon. We'll look at that when we get into the meat, but that is also quite European, but has its own Filipino touch. Before that, we'll go into Indian Christmas curry, biryani, and sorpotel. And vindaloo. So you probably know all of these except for sorpotel, and sorpotel is a pork stew from Goa. Well, to be honest, you eat curry and biryani and vindaloo all year round, so those are not specific Christmas dishes. But I've found them on some British pages where people said, "Oh yeah, you can make a really cool curry with leftovers from Christmas."
It's true. Yeah, we love to do just leftover bits and turn it into bubble and squeak, especially.
Then let's go to Lebanon. So they have a lamb pie in Lebanon, for example.
Ooh.
This is the lamb kibbeh pie.
Sounds good.
And they have some side dishes with that. So these are the side dishes they eat. So the green stuff is called tabbouleh. And then they have things like hummus, for example, and fresh salad that goes with the lamb pie. And I told you that you would be surprised when you saw Japan. Let me show you Japanese Christmas food. This is the Japanese king, and well, not the king of Japan, of the country, but it's the KFC king. Because, so let me tell you the epic story. In 1974, KFC in Japan had a special Christmas offer. So people went to KFC around Christmas time, even people who don't know what Christmas is. And they got their buckets and went home, and they loved it. And this sparked a tradition in Japan that people get KFC every year around Christmas time.
Wow.
They're making all their money around Christmas time.
That's amazing.
So this is a very old tradition already, and it's a long-lasting tradition. They really stick to it, and it is so popular that you can't go to KFC on Christmas Day because people just pick up their buckets and they only make food to order. You can't go there as someone who hasn't pre-ordered.
I see.
They have these giant family buckets, you know. Yeah, and you have to order your Christmas food months in advance.
Months.
Months. In July.
Oh no. You have to pre-order your Christmas chicken.
Yes.
That's crazy.
And that is so weird. You know, why is it KFC? Why do you have to order in July? Why do you eat KFC chicken for Christmas?
I mean, it sounds alright, but yeah, maybe not for Christmas, right?
I love that the king of KFC looks like Colonel Sanders. He has the beard and everything.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
So a lot of people in Japan don't even know what Christmas is about. So there is no connection to baby Jesus or even to Saint Nicholas or anything or to the winter solstice. And I knew some people who were studying in Japan while I was studying here. Um, and they told me that they went to church in Japan. So there are churches in large cities around Christmas time, and their friends went with them. They didn't quite understand why they were going because their friends were Japanese people who were not Christian. So in one of the churches was a giant Christmas tree, and the Japanese friends freaked out because they had only seen that on TV. So they were really excited and they asked, "What is going on here?" So my friends told them, "Well, we're celebrating Christmas and going to church as part of it. And you know the tree, you've seen the tree." So the Japanese people looked at them and asked, "What? You're celebrating Christmas too in Europe?" Um, so there is a slight misconception because in Japan, Christmas is marketed a little differently. Japanese people are told that Christmas is a celebration of love. And we also call it a celebration of love in the West, you know, but it's more a family thing. It's like getting together after a difficult year and celebrating and eating and having presents and so on. But in Japan, it's almost like Valentine's Day. So that is more a celebration of romantic love, which is not something that we associate so much with Christmas. But to the Japanese, this is a festival of love. And they don't have this connection with baby Jesus, with the whole Christian stuff. So they were really surprised that Europeans celebrate that too, because they thought that it was an originally Japanese festival.
It's amazing. They celebrate it by pre-ordering KFC.
Lovely.
That's oh wow.
So now I have to tell you how to say Christmas in Japanese if you ever get to Japan around this time. So you can at least say Christmas in Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll teach you. And it's really, really easy because the Japanese have many words that are English loan words. So when you want to say the word cake in Japanese, that is this.
Kiki.
Keiki.
Yeah. Just say cake funny, right? Kiki.
Yeah, like say it like a drunk person. Okay, so Christmas is also very easy because it's an English loan word. And I'll write it down for you. What you need to know is that the U in Christmas, or there is no U in Christmas in English, but there are some U's in Christmas in Japanese. They're not really pronounced like a U. They're almost silent, and I will say it for you. So it will only sound like weird Christmas. It will not sound what it looks like.
Okay.
That is
Korisamazu.
almost. It's Kurisamasu.
Kurisumasu.
Right. Perfect. The U is really like an
It's
You
like
almost
if Western society was like, you know how to make fun of a Japanese person? Just yeah, but just put masu on the end instead, and make it sound kind of weird. Ah, Kodisumasu.
Yes. And I've seen it in combination with something else. So, what do you think this could be? You don't need to pronounce it, but what do you think this means?
Well, my initial guess is like either Happy Christmas or Merry Christmas.
No. It's both are English words.
Fasaru Kurisimasu.
And remember that most languages on this planet don't have the English TH. They pronounce it like Z or D or S.
Father
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah, that is Santa. Fazoru
He's
kurisimasu.
Fasaru Kurisimasu.
Yeah.
So
And I
good.
can give you Merry Christmas too.
Merry Christmas.
Right! We're all learning Japanese tonight.
today. So great.
Yeah, it's really cool. So that is quite unusual, the Japanese tradition. So how they see this, how they mistake it for something that is Japanese, how they mistake it for St. Valentine's Day, that they eat KFC and so on. And it's fascinating. Of course, in anthropology, you don't make fun of people. And we're not making fun of people here, but it is very surprising that Japanese Christmas has basically no Christmas elements.
Yeah. It's just something to learn, and that's good. That's the whole point. We're here to learn.
Right. Okay, we'll continue with Greek soup for Christmas. This is called avgolemono, and this is a Greek Christmas soup. So you see it has chicken and carrots. So that almost goes into the direction of stews. So I'll show you some more stews and soups. One stew is American oyster stew, and I don't know whether you've had that, but as far as I've seen, it's also eaten around Christmas time.
Makes me think of like a clam chowder.
Yeah, it looks like that, but with bigger bits.
Mm.
There are some more soups, and there is really not much difference between some soups and stews, but there is a variety of Christmas soups. So mushroom soup, for example, is a part of the Polish celebration. So you can tell that everything is very, very rich here. A lot of meat, a lot of fish, and so on. So it all looks gorgeous. And in some cases, you can't even tell that it's supposed to be a stew. It really just looks like an ordinary dish. And that is something that is not so much connected to Christmas, but it's connected to the cold season, because when it's really cold outside, you want to warm yourself up with some soup or some stew. So that is why soups and stews are also part of the Christmas celebration. Now we'll get into the meat. One thing that you can also get in Germany, for example, is a crispy pork roast. And that is usually a pork with a crispy skin.
Like crackle.
And yeah, it's done with salt water. You have to apply salt water, and that makes the skin crispy. So inside it's very soft. It's not overbaked. But the skin is really like pork rinds. And you have Puerto Rican pork. This is also called pernil pork. So this is called lechon in Spanish. And you find this around the world, everywhere where people speak Spanish. So you can find this in Latin America, in Spain itself, and even the Philippines have it. Suckling pig means it's a piglet, and it's so young that it doesn't even eat solid food yet. It's one that still nurses. So it's a small piglet, and that is roasted in total. So you don't take it apart, you just gut it. and then you bake it like that.
Right.
You can probably tell me what this is.
Beef Wellington.
Yes. So that is how you can tell that you've made it when they're naming a dish after you.
That's right.
A dish and a piece of clothing. So yes, this is almost like a South American dish that is also kind of a bread loaf filled with meat or with ham. And here you have the meat sitting inside a pastry. And that is one of the few beef dishes for Christmas. So usually people take pork, but beef is more expensive, and that also shows again that you can afford the snowman and the big pile of shit in front of your door. So this shows wealth. That is why it's beef. Okay, Scandinavia has something a little bit more disturbing, I would say. So, you can call this head cheese or meat jelly, and that is part of Scandinavian Christmas celebrations.
Well, it's a food.
It's a food. And it's not too bad. I've eaten it. Then what can also appear on the table in the UK is pheasant. And this again is a very special type of bird. So this is not something that you would usually eat every day. That's something that you specifically make for Christmas, and in this case, even with edible flowers. Sweden has a good amount of sausages. So they have cold cuts, they have sausages, they have meatballs, as you can see in the same picture there. And it's just a complete orgy of meat and sausages and fish. And we're closing the meat with German dish. This is the back of a deer. It's
Nice.
deer fillet.
That sounds good.
Yes, that is really good. So what's missing is again the red cabbage and the knödel dumplings, because that would be the side dishes. But with venison like that, you also eat these poached pears with cranberries.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's really tasty. Okay, yeah. So I've eaten this too, and venison is a bit more lean than beef or pork, for example, because those animals move a lot, so they're not just sitting in a stable. They're very active, which means it's a higher quality muscle tissue. But it also means that it can be a bit dry. You have to be careful with this. And fat carries taste. So I wouldn't say that this has no taste. I would rather say that it is closer to lamb in taste. So you know that sheep have a more intense taste than cattle, for example. So in this case, the taste is not lacking. But if it didn't have that strong venison taste, then I think it wouldn't have enough fat to really bring the taste across.
Right.
Yeah, and it's very, very nice. So that was the meat section. We'll carry on with fish. Swedish fish. This is called lutefisk. Looks pretty good, and this is mashed potatoes with, I think, peas. So it's a combination of potatoes and something green, and I think the green is the peas.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah. And you can see roast potatoes in the background, and then you can see some bacon on the fish. That is also quite traditional. And then also something Scandinavian, which is a little bit more widespread, is pickled herring.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you should eat that the next morning, because that is really good when you have a bad hangover. Right, so that is in the North Germanic area that we've seen. We have some really weird stuff, and a lot of it comes from Iceland and Greenland. So the least weird stuff is reindeer. We're eating Santa's reindeer.
It's not very surprising.
There is one that we can't show because it looks weird, and weird in a bad way. This is reindeer. This is a dish eaten in Greenland, but also in other North Germanic areas. So Greenland belongs to Denmark, and you can also get reindeer in Scandinavia, for example. Then this is also not too bad. This is hangikjöt, and those are cuts of meat. And the problem is not with the meat and the sides and so on. Like none of that is really bad, but it's a type of meat that you probably wouldn't get that often. So they can make that with lamb or mutton, but it can also be horse. And I think I can show you the whale blubber. Whale blubber is something that is eaten in Greenland, and it's called matak. That is whale blubber.
Doesn't look appetizing.
Well, it looks like fat. The white stuff is fat.
Yeah. Well, it's just the way it looks.
Yeah, it's and it's just a single thing. Like I prefer some sauce.
Just something to make it look a little more appetizing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would try that. But no, I'm a widow. Okay, so what I can't show you is stuffed seal. And that is because it's a seal that is on its back and it's blackened because they're burning off the fur before they use it, and it's gutted, and they've stuffed the insides with different dishes. So there are pictures of stuffed seal out there, but I didn't download them because I thought, okay, that is something we can't show.
No.
It looks a bit disturbing.
Yeah, it sounds a bit disturbing.
Yeah. We're moving on to the sides, and we're starting with something very sweet. There is your cranberry sauce, and we're still with individual dishes, so that is something that you would typically find in the Anglosphere. And then we have your stuffing and your trimmings. Then there is bread sauce, and have you seen that in the United States, or is that a British thing?
Just British. It's definitely a British thing.
Yeah, so doesn't exist in the whole Anglosphere. That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's a very unique thing.
Your mortal enemies.
Yeah, it's all right. Other people like him.
There are some videos. So you know Ferrero Rocher, right?
Yeah.
There are people playing pranks with Brussels sprouts wrapped in the wrappers of Rocher.
Oh, that's so
and
cruel.
Also, people playing pranks with meatballs wrapped in those wrappers. There are videos online.
Oh, that's awful. It's so mean. Not Ferrero Rocher.
Yeah. Then we have sweet potatoes, and that is us finishing the Anglosphere. Cabbage plays a big role. So the thing is that you can have white cabbage, you can have it on its own with a sauce maybe, but you can also have it in the form of cabbage rolls, which is really big in Eastern Europe and in Greece, for example. So the first one is the Polish version, and the second one is the Greek version. And the Greek version is called yiapratia. Then you can have it pure. That is the Norwegian way of making cabbage for Christmas. You've already seen the red cabbage. And some people actually eat kale for Christmas.
Ooh, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, that I was
I
anticipating
mean,
that reaction.
kale is fine, but like, don't try to put it in everything.
So that's what it usually looks like in the United States. And it's not even something that people regularly eat in Europe. So not every European eats this. There are some people who like it. But in Switzerland, for example, kale is only grown for cattle. So this is what they feed cattle with in winter. Makes
That
sense.
tracks. Yep.
But there are people who like it very, very much. There are kale queens and kings. And this takes place mostly in Germany and the Netherlands. So this is what German kale looks like.
Huh.
It looks edible. So what you do is you add some potatoes and you add some blocks of pork belly and some sausages, and you mix that with the kale. You usually fry the pork belly before you add the kale, and the potatoes are also cooked separately. And then you throw everything together, the belly, the sausages, the potatoes, and the kale. And then you let it stew for a while. So the sausage and meat juices can penetrate the whole thing, and the kale tastes like meat after that. Yeah, so that is something you could actually eat, although it's kale. Dishes with beet, because that is the next one that is also very common in winter. You can store beets for a while. So this is, for example, a beet salad, and I think it's a fish salad with beet, the pink one, the first one. They're really good as fries. So I've eaten potato fries and beet fries. They were baked together in the same oven at the same time. And beets turn really sweet when you bake them in the oven. So they lose this earthy aroma that is a little bit bitter. Typical winter food because you can store them well, and because they're for the cold season. So they have many vitamins, they're good for you, and they can also be tasty. But I understand that there are some people who don't like beetroot salad. We have a Finnish turnip side. It's similar to what some people do with potatoes, but this is made of turnips. And the Finnish have a salad that is very similar to Russian salads. It's called rosoli. This salad is called vinaigrette in Russian, but the Finnish also have it in called rosoli. Then the Swedes have a side dish. So this should be a side dish, but it actually contains some fish. So under all that vegetable stuff is sardines.
Huh.
Which probably makes it a bit salty. And then in Asia, you have jiaozi, and jiaozi are the original Asian dumplings. So they don't have anything to do with the potato dumplings in Central Europe. But this is the first dumpling, and it really traveled across Eurasia. So when we're talking about the Silk Road, you have these jiaozi. They went to Japan, and there they call them gyoza. So even the name is a little bit similar. And then they took the northern route through Russia and became pelmeni. And pelmeni are, well, they look a little bit more like tortellini. But they are related to these jiaozi. And vareniki, what we've seen with the Polish Christmas table, like the stuff that can also be filled with cherries or sour cream, for example, they look more like jiaozi, and they are also related to that northern branch. And then you go through the south, and when the jiaozi reach Italy with Marco Polo, they turn into ravioli and tortellini. So this is the ancestor of gyoza and ravioli and that kind of stuff.
Wow.
They can be filled with meat, but also with fish. And in Malaysia, they're eaten around Christmas time. So it's not a typical Christmas dish that has anything to do with Christmas. It's just a dish that they enjoy very much in Malaysia and typical Chinese food. So jiaozi are very common. Then we have slightly weird specials. And one of them is called Lazy Dinner. That exists in the UK and it also exists in Germany. So, do you have any idea what Lazy Dinner is?
I get the feeling it's one of the ones in a can.
No, it's actually something that you can prepare for Christmas evening. So, the thought behind it is not that you don't want to put in any effort, but the thought behind it is that you want to give this as a Christmas present to your mom, that she doesn't have to stand in the kitchen for hours. You're
See.
making something simple, and that is usually potato salad and sausages.
Hmm.
So you can make the potato salad in advance, and you can just buy the sausages. Sometimes sausages in a can, for example, so you can store them for longer. But this is a really, really simple thing. I mean, it can be complicated when it's happening in Germany because there are about 600 different recipes for potato salad. Um, I could share a very simple one if people want to hear that. But well, this is really something that can be prepared in advance very easily. You don't need many plates for this, you don't need many pots for it. So it's really something that gives you the time to enjoy Christmas evening with your family, and your mom doesn't have to overwork herself. More Christmas pasta, this time the Italian one. This is Christmas pasta, and there are different types of Italian Christmas pasta. So, this is the same situation as with the KFC or the Korean royal cuisine or the jiaozi. The only difference here is that Italian is traditionally a juggernaut of Christmas meals. But in this case, they're just choosing a meal that is very common throughout the year that doesn't have that much of a connection with Christmas itself, and they're just making pasta for Christmas. So that can happen too. Um, Italy is super influential, and I'll show you an Argentinian dish that is based on Italian food. In Italy, you would call this vitello tonato. So this is veal with a tuna sauce. In Argentina, they call this vitel toné. So not exactly the same name as the Italian one, but it is the Italian one, and it also tastes very nice. So it's a very smooth tuna sauce, and it tastes a bit like the canned tuna in sunflower oil that you can buy.
Right.
Quite as strong, so it's more creamy and it's extremely smooth. And then you have capers in it, and some onions and garlic. So the only problem that I see is that the meat is veal, and people who don't want to eat baby cows might have a problem with that. So that is what I meant when I said this looks a bit like something that I have seen in South America. This is from Venezuela, and it's called pan de jamon, which means bread stuffed with bacon or with ham in this
Hmm.
case.
I can
Uh,
see a kind of resemblance, sure.
yes, I mean, there is not that much meat inside, so it's not quite the same. But that kind of reminds me of the beef Wellington. And then, of course, we have a nice side, and that is the queso de bola. So this is something that shows up in the Philippines, Christmas cheese, and it's a giant cheese ball. That is also something that exists. And aside from that, we're closing with spices because what's very important for Christmas meals, specifically in Europe and North America, is that you finally get to eat some spices. People couldn't afford them throughout the year in earlier times. A lot of people were extremely poor. So you often hear these stories that allegedly Europeans were always very privileged, which is not true. Until the 1960s, a lot of people were struggling considerably in European countries, for example. And until the year 1900, about 96% of people were farmers or were at least living off of their own land. So we're not in a situation where we have a very long tradition of having spices readily available. A lot of people forget that because nowadays you can just go to the supermarket and buy something. But for a very long time, Christmas was the only time of year when you could get these exotic tastes. And nowadays, we don't even think they're exotic. Like, nobody would say that cinnamon is particularly exotic. Okay, so we're finished with the dinners. The next two videos will be very, very short, and I think our viewers will find them in the short section of your channel. So before we go there, what did you find most interesting about the dinners, and what did you find most appealing?
Well, I found it quite interesting the amount of beetroot that was used in quite a bit of it because that's not something I find too much, at least in the UK and the US, which was quite interesting. Not that beetroot isn't used in other things; it's just definitely not for Christmas time. The lazy dinners, I found that to be interesting because yet again I should have known about it, but I never really heard of it. Yet again, I referenced that like dinner in a can kind of thing, and I'm sure I'll put up a picture of it because that's more what I was kind of expecting a lazy dinner to be. No, otherwise for the most part, I've heard of a variety of these, at least in some way, shape, or form. So it wasn't like completely mind blowing for me, but it was certainly still eye opening. Some of the inspirations of where a lot of it might have come from and how some of it even evolved over the years. I thought it was quite interesting. But I think the lamb pie for sure sounds
Oh, the
that's
Lebanese.
yes. That's certainly something I want to try.
Yeah, that is called kibbeh pie. So now you just need to find a Lebanese restaurant and see if they have kibbeh pie around Christmas.
sounds like a goal. I'll have to have a look.
Yeah, so I think we need to cut a lot of air from this video because I've
Oh
spent
yes,
considerable time searching for stuff.
yeah. No, that's no problem. Is that everything for it then? Yeah.
That is everything.
Okay. Day 13. Definitely getting hungry now. Fantastic. Okay. Made it to day 14 of the Advent calendar, so Legay is going to talk to us today about the animals of the nativity scene.
Yes, I am. But what do you think belongs in the nativity scene?
Um, well, I believe the nativity scene is specifically portraying like the moment Christ is born in the manger, the stable, and all that stuff, isn't it? So, in my
Yes.
opinion, I would say the nativity scene animals should only be animals that you typically find in like a barn, right? Maybe a donkey. I think that makes sense because people rode on donkeys in that kind of time period as well, with the wise men, for example. Um, and so yeah, donkeys, maybe camels. I could see camels because they were like in the Middle East, weren't they? Maybe horses, cows, chickens. Probably nothing else really beyond those, in my own opinion.
So what's with the shepherds?
I suppose the sheep, right? Okay,
Yes,
that's
correct.
fair. I suppose I didn't really put that together in my head. That was a blunder on my
So
part. I'll admit.
that is why you have sheep around for the nativity scene, but also for Easter. So around Easter, Christ is the lamb, and around Christmas, it's the shepherds who see the Star of Bethlehem.
Hmm. Right.
So they're coming in, and you're absolutely right. So the most common animals would be the ox and the ass. You said cow and donkey. That's fine. Camels and sheep. And we could cut it off right here because there are no more nativity animals.
I mean, I feel like I've seen deer in a nativity scene once, right? Which
Oh,
is
we're coming
weird.
to the deer next topic.
So I'm not just making that up. I had a funny feeling that yeah, I had seen that before. I find that weird. Like, how would that work?
Right. Reindeer, obviously. But I have to show you some things. So the nativity scenes here, there's a bunch of the animals included. So those are the most common nativity scenes. This is the ox and the donkey. Maybe you know this already, but the ox and the donkey are not animals that are eaten or used for production of wool or milk or anything else. They're working animals, so they're
Yep.
domesticated animals, and they are actually animals that are used to contact with humans, which is why you can move in with them, because it's not some ox that is fed to be slaughtered, that has little contact with humans, but it's one that is used to pull a plow, for example. So that would be a tame animal, and you could keep it around a child.
Yep.
Okay, and do you know what is the difference between an ass and a donkey?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, I'll give you the words. The Latin word for donkey is asinus.
Okay.
And some people think that the name Asia, the continent Asia, is named after donkeys, but it's actually a northeast African animal. The African wild donkey is the donkey that others were domesticated from. And the word Asia comes from the word Asu, which is an Assyrian word that means east.
Hmm.
So, no relation there. Asia is not the continent of donkeys, to make this clear.
Good
Donkey is a much
clarification.
younger word. So the word donkey comes from the 18th century, and it's 18th century slang, which means that, weirdly enough, although you can use ass as a as an insult nowadays, it's actually the proper word for donkey, and donkey is the slang and is the insult.
How about that?
Okay, last thing, because we're moving on quickly today, is what type of camel would the kings have brought in? Because there are two.
I think they tend to show the bottom one more,
Yes, nowadays it's the bottom one,
but I
because
would I would think the top one would be better for like riding stability, right?
yes, you can ride both, but the top one with the two humps is the Bactrian camel, and that is the typical camel of the Silk Road. So if they came from the east, if they were Persians, they would have used Bactrian camels. They have a lot less problems with temperature, so you can keep them in super hot temperatures, but also in very, very cold temperatures, like minus 40 degrees Celsius in Central Asia. They're equipped for both, and the dromedary is the lower one with just one hump. The dromedary is from the region. It exists in East Africa, in Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East. So this is why people are using the dromedary for this scene nowadays, because it fits the country somehow, but it's not the animal that the three kings probably rode on. I mean, it looks really cute when you look at this one. But the Silk Road camel would be this one. So you can see that is the Bactrian camel. They're very, very furry. They have two humps, and you can ride them in very cold and very hot temperatures. That would have been the animal that the kings used, because that is the typical Silk Road transport animal.
Yeah, I've ridden a camel in the Canary Islands, so it's pretty fun.
Which one? The Bactrian or the
Back
dromedary?
the Bactrian for sure.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, we're done for today. We can go home now.
Day 14. Day 15 of the Advent. So it says reindeer, donkey, and is that the white horse? What's going on here, Ligea?
Yes, we're talking about animals that carry or pull Santa around. So you've asked me about the deer because yesterday we were talking about nativity animals and there are no deer. Why are there no deer? Because they are not part of the original biblical scene, but we'll have them in this video. I would say we'll start with a donkey though, because we've had that in the last video. So let's continue with that. The donkey keeps showing up in Christmas pictures and Christmas postcards, for example.
Sure does.
And it's the typical animal of Saint Nicholas. So when we're going back to the actual saint, that is the source of Santa, then we see him with a donkey. He's not traveling with a horse. Could you imagine why he picked the donkey?
Probably to carry things for him, as most donkeys do. They're like a pack mule, essentially, aren't they?
Yes, but he's also riding.
Well, yeah, that's just for funsies, right? You can't always afford a horse, Ligea.
That is right. That is one thing. As we know, Saint Nicholas has a few people in his patronage who are poor people. Like at his time, those were prostitutes, thieves, prisoners, and so on. So we're talking about poor people. So he himself doesn't have this posh horse like a very rich person. And as you remember, he was rich, but he gave away his money, so he probably couldn't afford a horse after that.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That is one point, but the other one is that the donkey is also a biblical animal that Jesus Christ rides on. So when we're talking about the animals that Christ himself used, he would have had a donkey. And then there is another factor because when you ride horses, horses are programmed to run away when there's any danger, but donkeys are not. And that is
Uh-huh.
why they're frequently used as watchtowers in sheep herds. So the donkey is taller than the sheep and can be on the lookout for predators. And the donkey also defends his herd. When it doesn't have other donkeys around, then it will associate with the sheep. And when the predator comes, for example, a jackal in that area, then the donkey will kick and bite the jackal and drive it away from the herd.
Huh. How about that?
So
I didn't know that.
It's quite difficult to chase a donkey over a cliff or into the water because they're not like horses. They won't immediately run away from something that scares them. They will stand and put up a fight.
Cool.
Which means if you're riding a donkey or a mule, that is quite similar, they're known as stubborn animals, but they're also known as very calm animals. So somebody who is not used to riding a lot and probably didn't have a horse for most of his life, Santa Claus would choose a donkey because a donkey is easier to handle and won't run away, won't throw him off. A donkey can carry a lot, so he would move slowly with a donkey, but it's also more reliable than a horse that panics.
Right. That's
Yeah,
smart.
so there we have it. Biblical animal, animal of the poor, carries huge loads, and also an animal that is not so prone to panicking and just running off.
So that's the donkey.
Right, so that is why he has a donkey. But there are also versions of Santa, and we'll talk about the different versions of Santa in number 17, that is next week, Tuesday. That one is called Not Santa. So yeah, that'll be great. We have the Dutch and the Russian Santa, and both of them have horses. And it's specifically a white or gray horse in many of these cases.
You know what it immediately makes me think of?
What?
That saying about how death will arrive on a pale horse.
Yeah, but pale is not white or gray in this case. When they're talking about pale, that is really a yellow dun or grey dun horse.
Oh, okay. Because a lot of portrayals of a shadow rider, kind of a death-like person on a horse, is usually a white horse. So it's interesting that that's not entirely true. That's quite funny.
Yes, I mean, a white horse or grey horse is usually the horse of kings or of someone who has authority. And that is, for example, why in Once Upon a Time in the West, Sergio Leone, the director, chose a grey horse, a double grey horse for his villain, because that horse says he's an authority figure, he's someone who's good, he's the hero, the king. But in reality, the first thing he does in that movie is shoot a child.
Damn. Well, spoiler alert for those of you who want to see that movie.
That's how you subvert expectations.
That's a great way to do it, I gotta say.
Let me show you a dun horse that is actually the pale horse of the Bible.
It's only relevant
So
because it's biblical.
you can cut that out.
I might leave it in.
Okay.
It's all about learning. It's all about learning.
Yeah.
Even though it's not in a
So
Bible.
there are two versions. The yellow dun and the grey dun. And this is a feral color. So feral horses usually have one of these colors. And you can see that the yellow dun mare also has zebra stripes on her legs. Oh yeah, the grey one too. So
yeah.
they have feral markings like the black stripe on the back and the zebra stripes on the legs. Those are feral colors. And that probably, well, when we're talking about death arriving on a pale horse, that probably refers to death being something feral and primal.
Interesting.
Then let's look into these horses. So one of these Santas is called Sinterklaas, and Sinterklaas is the Dutch version. The word Santa Claus was taken from this one. When we'll talk about the United States Santa, one part of United States Santa is Sinterklaas because that is where they got the name. And we'll talk more about this when we actually talk about the different not Santas. But the horse has a specific name in the Netherlands, so for a very long time it was called Amerigo. Because that was the actual horse's name, and when it died, they switched to another one.
So instead of just spiritually carrying on the name, they're just like, no, it's just use a different name. It's fine. Wow.
Yeah, let's use the horse's actual name.
Yeah, I mean, why not just carry on using the actual name? I mean, that's like the whole thing, right? That's weird. That's weird. Why only? I don't know. Whatever. I don't make up this stuff.
Yeah, so that would be Sinterklaas. Another one of Sinterklaas. So he looks like a bishop on a white horse, and that is a later edition. So around Saint Nicholas's times, it was okay for a bishop to have a donkey because he had also been a monk, an abbot, and so on. And being a bishop wasn't about being super rich. But later, as time progressed, bishops became very powerful and rich people. So later on, a bishop would have had a white horse like a king or a hero. And then we have reindeer, and reindeer are really, really cool. But
That's
I need
true.
to show you the I need to show you the difference between an actual deer and reindeer. So not every deer is a reindeer. You can tell the difference in the antlers, for example.
Yeah, it's quite a difference.
And then reindeer have snowshoes. You can see this here in the picture where they have very broad feet. And that's similar to the paws of a husky, for example, or a snow rabbit. They need to run on the snow. And with broader feet, you don't sink in that much. So they're made for Nordic weather conditions. and you can find deer in moderate temperatures, but reindeer are really made for the Arctic. Um, they eat lichen. Have you seen lichen?
I know of the word. I don't remember what it is exactly, though.
Yes, a lichen is a combination of a fungus and an algae.
Oh.
This is lichen. Um,
Yeah.
and this is a symbiosis of two plants. So they're helping each other survive. The algae does the photosynthesis, and the fungus helps it survive on stone or on dead tree branches. This is what reindeer mostly eat in the Arctic. Um, so they're made to survive on very scarce food, on food that is not high in nutritionals. Um, so they're very good as Arctic animals, and they're also the only domesticated type of deer that we have.
Hmm.
Okay, now we come to the Finns, and I have to tell you, the Finns are super cool people, but they're also batshit insane.
Well, that's the way we like them. Especially on this show.
Yes. I'll give you a word. This is a Finnish word that is pronounced poronkusema, and this is a distance, like kilometers or miles in Finnish, and it has
Oh,
to do
okay.
with a reindeer.
Has to do with a reindeer unit of measure?
Yes. So there are Sami people, and Sami are reindeer herders in northern Finland and Lapland, and they are using this measurement. So I have to tell you something devastating about Rudolph and the other reindeers working for Santa. And that is
Okay.
that they're very, very slow. They can run fast, but they have to stop every 4.7 miles because Poronkusema is 4.7 miles.
Oh, so that's as far as a reindeer can run.
Yes, and
Well,
the
okay.
funny thing about it is, this is as far as a reindeer can run without having to pee.
so they can run 4.7 miles. They have to pee, and then they can run
Yes,
again.
and now imagine you have 6 of them, or 8, or 9, and each of them has to pee at different
At
times.
different times. I also love the fact that clearly this has been studied so much that they came up with a word for it. This isn't just a random thing you come up with. They had to figure out exactly how far a reindeer could run. Pretty much multiple reindeer. So they can come up with this shit. That's so funny.
Yeah, so this is where we will have to talk about Santa's helpers later, next week, Wednesday. Because, just with his reindeer sleigh, Santa would be unable to deliver all parcels in one evening because they all have to stop to pee every 4.7 miles.
But you've also got to take into consideration if they're flying, and that would be considered obviously traveling as well. But they might not be able to stop, obviously, because they're mid-flight. So they're probably peeing all the time on just like people's houses and shit.
Exactly. So you
The
find
darker side of
these
Christmas.
yellow icicles on your roof after that.
This is a reindeer pee.
It's not a frozen lightning bolt.
Oh my god! Well, that's I had no idea this was coming today. That's amazing. Boron Kusema. That's oh my god.
Exactly. The problem with reindeer is that, in Finland, it's not like Central European countries or Western European countries where you have all this infrastructure and one village after the other. You know this from England, that the problem with no through road, for example, is that they're driving straight ahead for an hour, and you simply can't do this in England because you would run into some village or something. There is no way to drive for an hour and not see anything.
100% in England. Very true.
Yeah. So in Finland, it's not like that. In Finland, they have these very long roads and highways through the wilderness, and there is nothing on either side of them. So they don't have fences. In most Central and Western European countries, you need fences next to the highways because you're going at a high speed and you don't want any wildlife running into the street. So it's fenced off. In Finland, you don't have this, and that means that reindeer are causing many accidents with cars, as they do in the United States, because the United States is too big to fence everything off. So they've come up with a solution, and I'm going to show you something. So the main problem is that it's very, very dark in Finland in winter, and it's a northern country, so it's darker around the year than it is, for example, in Italy. They have more darkness than Italy. So you need to be able to see the reindeer when they run onto the street. And one way to mark them and to prevent them from getting run over is painting their antlers.
Oh, that's so cool.
So let me see.
That'd work. That's great.
It doesn't actually work.
Oh, does it not? Oh.
They've been doing
I
this.
guess inevitably it could go off, couldn't it? I mean, that's the only problem with paint is, you know, it's probably not going to last forever on bone. Is what antler. Or it's just like a hardened kind of, yeah. Not like car paint.
No, I mean, imagine you see something like that on the road and you're not prepared for this. So some Finnish rangers capture reindeer and they just spray paint their antlers and then they release them. They don't tell anyone that this is happening, and you see this on the road at night.
That'd make a good horror story. That'd be quite a cool video to get. You know what I mean? You're like, what the fuck is that? Why are his antlers glowing?
Yes, we have not Santa, but there is also not deer out there. So there are many stories about not deer in the United States. In Finland, this is normal. Sadly, it's not working as intended. So as far as I've read up on it, they're still getting run over. Probably because they're too fast and people don't have time to react. And maybe they're just so fascinated by it that they don't remember stepping on the brake.
Right. Oh. Sad times.
Yeah. There is one more that is from an art project. So the cold-looking ones, the white ones, are real, and the orange ones are an art project.
Oh.
Does look cool, but the coolest thing today is Poronkusima.
100%. I've got to put that word in like the title image. It's so funny. Because then if anybody from Finland sees it, they're gonna go, "Oh my god, what?"
So let me see. I can probably give you a picture.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a nice one. Let me give you this one. That works.
That's it. That's the intro image. That's 100% it. It's perfect.
Great. And there is another one. I mean, we're talking about Finnish words. I can give you that one right away. Let me find the picture so I can pronounce this, but I think we should give people a picture. This is called kalsarikennit, and it means you're sitting at home in your underwear on the sofa drinking beer, you have no intention of going out, and you're slightly depressed. That is one word in Finnish. You don't need a whole sentence for that.
You really don't, do you?
Filling in immigration papers right now.
I'm on my way.
Finally found my tribe.
Right.
Okay, that's it. We're done with the other animals, and next up tomorrow will be heathen animals. For example, the giant straw monster goat that we've been advertising for 2 weeks now.
It's going to be advertised the entire time. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yay.
Day 15. We're on to week 3 now, the not so common Christmas items and animals. So, for day 16, Legaia says we're covering goats, birds, and the Coca-Cola polar bear. Take us away.
Right. I think we should use this as an intro.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah.
You know what this refers to?
It just looks like the variety of birds.
And it's 12.
Oh, 12 Days of Christmas.
Yes.
Wow. That's
So
cute.
let me upload the lyrics.
For anybody who doesn't know them. I mean, I know our American audience certainly will, but yeah, I suppose around the world they might not know it. There we go. Perfect.
So, first of all, we'll talk about the animals in the Christmas Carol, and I'm sure that everyone has seen the 12 Days of Christmas Villain Pub Edition by now.
Of course. It's just gone out. There's no way they couldn't have seen it by now. If you've
All
made it this
5
far.
jokes. Okay. So, there are a lot of birds. Usually not the last 3. There are different versions, so the last 3 or 4 are usually not birds, and a lot of those are birds that are hidden. For example, the calling birds. That is a dialect term, and it's not calling, it's collie. And collie bird means blackbird, apparently in Western England.
Huh.
And the golden rings are also not rings, so you have 4 days with birds. And then the 5th day, and you think, well, finally, some real presents. But no, the golden rings are pheasants with like a golden collar, a feather collar. So everything is full of birds. And question is, why are they singing so much about birds? Because birds are not really Christmas animals. We've seen Christmas animals, we've seen the traditional ones, and we've seen other ones that help Santa get around. So why are there so many birds?
I guess somebody was obsessed with birds when they wrote this carol.
Yes, that too. So one thing is that birds are connected to winter because some stay and some migrate. So birds can be indicators for the season, which means this would be a seasonal song more so than a Christmas song specifically. And in this song, you have birds that are commonly eaten, and you have birds that are hunted for sport. But you also have garden birds in it, like the collie birds or blackbirds in this one. So it's really not just about birds that are only eaten or birds that are only hunted or you only see in front of your window. Although birds come closer in winter because people are feeding them in front of their windows. So it has been a mystery, and there are some explanations for what this actually means, why this song exists. One is that each of the 12 days of Christmas, which are 12 nights, so those are the rough nights after Christmas, they represent a month of the coming year. So this is part of the Christmas magic that we will be talking about on Friday the 20th. But I'm pulling this up now because there is a lot to talk about on Friday. And in this case, you're trying to predict what the coming year is going to be like. So the partridge stands for January, the turtle doves stand for February, and so on. And those birds represent those months. And you're observing weather along with this carol. So it's not just what they're saying in the carol, but it's also what the weather is like. So when the weather on that day is really tough, then it will be a really, really tough February, for example. And if you see those birds on those days, like if you see a turtle dove on the second day of Christmas, then that is a specific omen.
So this could have double meaning, or maybe triple
Yes.
meaning. This is uh, so,
Right.
but an omen of what? Just that you could have a bad year upcoming or something.
No, but you could have a bad month upcoming, or you
Hmm.
could have specific trouble with a month. So maybe you know these farmers' calendars where they're saying, okay, if April is wet, then this has implications for September, and something is going to happen during the harvest time.
Hmm. Yeah. The
And
farmers are quite smart when
that
it
is
comes to that sort of stuff.
right. I mean, they've observed weather for thousands of years, so they've learned that specific weather conditions in one month have implications for weather conditions in another. That
Yeah.
is one thing that you will sing this song, so you have it in mind, and you have that specific type of bird or that other type of being in mind, and you associate it with the weather on that day. And you also associate it with seeing certain things. So, for example, when you see chimney sweepers. That used to be a sign of good luck.
Hmm.
Or black cats crossing the street was a sign of not so good luck.
Yeah. Yeah. True. Or breaking a mirror, things like that. Yeah, I get you.
Exactly. But for example, seeing a partridge on the first day of Christmas, that would mean something good. So if the bird matches the line in the song, then that is good. Get
Okay.
some French hens now.
Yeah, just make sure you have all these birds for the first 12 days of Christmas.
Or spend these days in a bird sanctuary.
Yeah, that's true. Just spend like 2 weeks in a bird sanctuary. I'm sure they won't have an issue with that.
Yeah, maybe don't camp outside. It's probably a little bit cold.
Or inside. They might definitely throw you out.
Okay, so this is one explanation for these animals because they're not really connected to Christmas itself, and not even in a heathen way. So usually when you have something that is not connected to the biblical stuff, then you have something that is connected to heathen celebrations. But in this case, not even that. On the contrary, it's actually related to Catholicism. That is another explanation from 1979. You have a Canadian hymnologist. I didn't know that something like a hymnologist even existed.
So they study hymns.
Yes, but I would say it's probably something like a music professor with a specialization, but I didn't know that there was a specific word for that.
Yeah.
His name is U.D. McKellar, and he published an article that is titled How to Decode the 12 Days of Christmas. And he says this is actually a song with a hidden code in it. He says it comes from the time when England was switching from Catholicism to Protestantism. And suddenly they were banning everything that was related to Catholicism. So this song was used as kind of a catechism song to teach children about the Catholic doctrine in times when Catholicism was illegal in England. Which means that each of those lines would refer to something religious, and we would probably have to read this article from 1979. So if we can find it, that would be a thing. But it's basically religious doctrine and religious rules, and you're packing this into a children's rhyme, and into something for Christmas time. So the evil Protestants don't catch it.
Well, gotta admit, it's pretty clever then.
Yes, and it suggests that the true love in the song, my true love gave to me, that the true love is God, who gives food, fun, and sports, or these religious doctrines. So the true love is God.
That tracks for religious things.
Yes, and it's based on a traditional folk melody. So The modern version is based on something that was written in the late 18th century. The newest arrangement that is most commonly played now is from 1909. That was arranged by an English composer named Frederick Austin, but it's much, much older, and it definitely goes back to Tudor times, maybe even further back in time.
Well,
And there are different versions. It's not just an English thing, it's also Scottish, and it's called the Yule Days in Scotland. It's not the 12 days of Christmas. And they also have it in France, Sweden, and the Faroe Islands.
how about that?
So I don't know what the religious connotation is in the Faroe Islands, for example, or in Sweden or France. They probably didn't have this problem between Catholics and Protestants. You know, most of the European continent sorted this out in the early 17th century, and after that, everything was sorted out. So there was no problem between the two denominations anymore. And it was not like in England where Protestants persecuted Catholics for a very long time.
Yeah,
So
that was messy. You can thank Henry VIII for that.
because he had to marry a woman who was particularly well endowed.
I'm gonna bear him a male son. Yep.
Yeah, not just that. There are stories that Anne Boleyn had 3 of something that usually only exists as a pair in women. Her blouse was stuffed.
Wink, wink.
Yes, we can't say this in front of the children. But you know, Henry had a thing for women who had, I would call this mutations, because there is also a story about Jane Seymour that she had 6 fingers on each hand.
I mean, hey, Henry was into it.
To be fair, the Egyptian pharaohs, some of them are also people who are said to have had 6 fingers on each hand. So this could have been seen as something divine.
Yeah, that could very well be the case.
Enough of that. That's the birds in the carol, and that's the villains in the villain carol. So we can try to decode that.
Yeah.
But I would say we'll move on to the Yule goat. The Yule goat is the other big animal. So we have 2 smaller entries, the polar bear and the alpacas. The alpacas are not really Christmas animals, but I'll explain why they're in here. And we'll move on to the Yule goat now. And as you know from the stream, it's a giant thing made of straw. They started this in Sweden in 1966. So building this giant goat is not something that goes back to heathen times, but it's a heathen symbol. Just that tall thing, that is something that they only came up with in the 20th century. And this one only goes to 2020. So I can tell you what happened in 2021, 22, and 23. In 21, it was burned down again. In 2020, it survived, made it to Christmas, no problem. And last year, someone made a grave mistake. People used straw that still had some grains in it, and apparently enough grains to be interesting to a flock of jackdaws. So a flock of jackdaws started disassembling the Yule goat.
Oh, I was waiting for somebody to eat it.
They couldn't completely destroy it, but they damaged it considerably. So as you can see in this picture with the black and white ones, it says behind the white one, Orörd och lät öde, which means it made it to Christmas safely. Uppeldat means it was destroyed, and annan skada means there was a different kind of damage. So not completely burnt down, but 2023 would be an annan skada year.
It's crazy that it's gotten burned down so many times, right? It really makes you wonder, like, how secure are they making this? Because if it's clearly a yearly tradition, and the fact they're able to get to it so many times to burn it is shocking, really.
Yeah, so they've added security throughout the years, and you could imagine that maybe this is fundamentalists, either Christian fundamentalists, who see this as offensive because it's heathen, or what's more likely, to be honest, because we've had a
Kids.
lot of church burnings and stuff. It could be Muslims burning it down, because there have been attacks all across Europe on churches and on religious symbols. I've just seen a video of someone in Lebanon trying to destroy a Christmas tree in public.
Well, yeah, I mean, there could definitely be that as well. I get the feeling there's probably multiple things. I don't feel like whoever's burning it, or at
Yes.
least attempting to burn it every year, is always the same group. It could very well be a variety. And I'm sure even once or twice it was probably even just silly teenagers or, drunken people.
Yes, that could be.
Hmm.
So, this one is Gävle Goat. And Gävle is the village where they build it, and I'll show you the whole thing. First of all, we have a picture of what it looks like when it's burned, because it still has the scaffolding inside.
Oh, yeah.
So you can burn the straw, but probably not the whole thing.
Wow.
In its big form and also in its small form that you can buy at IKEA. Yeah, when it stands. It's a giant thing. As you can see, there are people around it in one picture. There's a little shed behind it. So it's a giant goat with red bands. So why is it a goat? Do you have any idea?
As to why it's like related positively to the Christmas, I'm not sure, but I suppose this is more like tied with the heathen celebrations, like you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, but why would they use a goat for Christmas? For the winter solstice, for Yule? What is the connection? Do you have an idea what it could be?
Off the top of my head, no, because usually goats are associated with like Lucifer and things like that, like a far more negative thing. So it wouldn't be that.
No.
Does it have anything to do with the nativity scene at all?
No, it's not Christian, it's heathen.
Right, so it is definitely heathen. Yeah, I really don't know. I guess perhaps obviously goats are important in heathen holidays. Maybe does it have anything to do with like maybe goats giving birth around that kind of time of year?
No. No, most animals don't give birth in the dead of winter.
Yeah, that does sound a bit silly. I'm not sure.
Okay, it's related to Thor, and let me show you a picture. Yay! This is Thor with his chariot.
Huh. I did not know that he had a chariot.
He does, and even funnier and maybe interesting for you is that the goddess Freya also has a chariot, but her chariot is pulled by cats.
That's pretty funny.
Yes, and you can imagine that when you have 10 huskies pulling, then they're all going in the same direction, but 10 cats pulling go in 10 different directions.
you can't hurt him, yeah.
She's never getting anywhere, so she has to hitch a ride with her brother if she wants to get anywhere because her cats are not pulling.
Oh god, it's funny.
Okay, so goats are associated with Thor, and the thing is that in the North Germanic areas, Thor was replaced by Saint Nicholas because both are associated with weather, with traveling, with crops. You remember the grain miracle that Saint Nicholas performed? So there is some overlap.
Day 6.
Right. There is some overlap not only with the Greek god Hermes, but when the belief of Saint Nicholas moved towards Scandinavia, they picked up on certain things that he was responsible for, on his patronages, and they thought, "Oh, this is neat. He's like Thor, just like a lamer version of Thor."
Yeah, like a non-action Thor, even though he's gone to jail.
So yes, there is a connection, but also the goat is an important animal for all kinds of people back in the days because Scandinavia is a little bit colder than Central Europe, for example. So farming is not that easy. And what people do is they keep animals because that's more reliable than, for example, growing wheat. So they always have lots of goats around. They have cattle, they have reindeer, for example, and that is a staple. Goats are like the donkey, the poor man's version of a cow. So you don't have a horse because you can't afford it, you get a donkey. You don't have a cow because you can't afford it, you get a goat. Because goats will eat anything and they can survive really bad conditions, which means even if you're super poor, you're probably going to have a goat. So you have something to eat. You have some milk.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
This means that goats will keep you alive during bad times, which is important for the winter solstice, because we're talking about the rough nights, the worst time of the year. So, of course, you would have an invisible goat spirit that monitors the preparations for the festivities. That is a thing.
That's really cool. That makes total sense. Wow.
Yes, so not only Saint Nicholas, not only Thor, but there is this goat spirit that is called the Yule goat, and it's thought to be an invisible goat, and it monitors the festivities, so it makes sure everything is done right, because they believe that there is some sort of divine goat that helps people stay alive in bad times. It's not only connected to winter, but to bad times. So they have they have a divine animal that has an interest in keeping people alive.
That's very nice.
Yes, it's a beautiful thing. So related to that, they would call the straw bundle, the last straw bundle of the harvest of that year, the Yule goat, because the last bucket of grain from the harvest was seen as something magical, and that was saved for the Yule celebrations. So you wouldn't use that to sow the next year, and you wouldn't use it to make flour to bake bread. You would preserve the last bucket of grain, and you would preserve that last straw bundle because they were magical. And there is a Yule game associated with that. So your last straw bundle, you need to get rid of that, but you need to hide it somewhere, and then they need to get rid of it. So you would take the bundle, you would break into your neighbor's house while they were gone, and then you would hide that bundle in your neighbor's house. And if they find it, they have to pass it on the same way. That is the Yule game. And it's not malicious, so you're not breaking into your neighbor's house to do something bad, but you're trying to give them good luck by passing on the bundle. And you're probably getting bundles from them too.
Yeah, but that's awesome. It's fun, but yeah, if you've got neighbors and they're gonna pass it to you and you're gonna pass it to them, it's just gonna keep going round and round, isn't it? I mean,
Yes, and somebody's going to get stuck with it, but it's not a problem because if you get stuck with it, that means you're having a lot of good luck.
wow, well, that's a positive way to break into somebody's house.
Yes, and I mean, Santa Claus breaks into people's houses.
That's true. That's true. Under the law, you're right. He's definitely breaking into people's houses.
Once a year, it's legal, and this has implications for Home Alone. So, what are their names? Marv, and what is the other one called? The other burglar?
Oh God. Hang on. I'll get him. I'll get him.
Joe Pesci's burglar. What's he called?
Yeah.
So they were not trying to do something bad. They're simply in the spirit of Yule.
Oh, it doesn't tell me their names. It's so silly. Why did it not tell me? It just tells you the actors, but we know the actors. We know their names of the Harry and Marv. There we go. Harry and Marv.
Right.
They're not Santa Claus though.
No,
They
but
don't get a
it's
freebie.
perfectly legal. They were probably just trying to hide the Yule bundle.
Ah, it was a big misunderstanding. They're heathens, of course,
Yes.
of course. In New York City.
Okay. So yes, there is the Yule bundle, and it's connected to other traditions that we're going to look into. We have some horror traditions, and there is one from Wales that we're going to look into.
Oh,
So
yes.
in some cases, someone dresses up as a Yule goat. So this is like a normal person in a cloak, but with a goat head, and follows the carol singers and helps them prank people and demand gifts from them. So it's a form of trick or treat.
Wow. Christmas trick or treat.
Yay. This is what they look like.
Ooh.
They are spooky. We'll see more of them because there are different national versions of them across Europe. And they're usually about between 6 and 7 feet tall. So they're very, very tall with these animal heads, which means they're quite spooky to look at.
It's a big goat.
Yeah. And the second one particularly looks like something that comes from the fetish community. But it's too early for Christmas horror, so let's look at the cute Yule goat, or Yulebog, as it is called, associated with Santa. So there you have it.
Aw.
In one case, you even have Father Christmas riding on the Yule goat, and that is actually the English depiction, because he has this wassailing bowl, and that is a bowl with holy cider, mulled cider.
Oh, yeah.
So there is a cute version of the Christmas goat. And this spooky thing that really turned into something that was a lot nicer from the 19th century on, because in the 19th century this shifted and they were not trick and treating anymore, they were not that spooky anymore. They still had the man with a goat head, but the man with the goat head would now bring presents, so that is also an alternative version of Santa.
I
And
see.
the Yule goat moving around with people who sing carols. That is something that you can find in different countries. It's connected to Kolyada that we've looked in. That we've looked into when we were talking about Christmas carols. The Swedish version of Kolyada is known as Yule booking.
Yule booking.
Right. The Gävle goat that we've looked into, it's being constructed right now. They usually do this between December the 1st and December 24th, so they have to finish it until Christmas Eve. This year they started on November 28th, so that is usually when the preparations begin. And I think it takes longer now because they have security around. They're really trying to protect that goat. And IKEA has adopted that goat too, so you can find these goat ornaments, these straw goats, the small ones, at IKEA. Not the big one for the garden, though.
You can't have that one. I might get burned down.
Yeah, probably by a local priest.
Yeah,
So
you
when you
never know,
have
right?
someone who is really, really strict and says this is a heathen symbol, it needs to vanish, then you may see a priest sneaking around burning it down.
I'm gonna have to get us a little straw goat ornament. That's great. It's fun. It's just fun.
It is. Third Christmas animal. Why do we have a polar bear as a Christmas animal?
Yeah. So yet again, I think it's just the fact that over the years they've associated Christmas being with the North Pole, and that's like Arctic animals, and a polar bear is one of them. Although I'm surprised that they don't always use like penguins, because I think that's just like
Yes.
bizarre, right? Like, why not? They're adorable, like penguins in the workshop. That'd be hilarious. But yeah, so I think it's just a thing that, yeah, they associate it with the North Pole, don't they?
That is one thing, but also because Coca-Cola had polar bears in their ads.
Oh yeah, I mean, they still like doing that around Christmas time. It's
Right.
popular.
So they have the red American Santa, they have the red Coca-Cola truck, and they have the polar bear drinking Coca-Cola.
Yeah. Which don't give bears Coca-Cola, okay? Shouldn't have to make that a PSA, but I get the feeling somebody might fucking try it. So I just want to put that out
Specifically not
there.
the polar bear.
We don't endorse that
Right.
shit.
Like, don't don't approach polar bears for any reason. Even if
Yeah,
they've stolen your Coke, don't.
just don't approach bears.
Right. So we're not sponsored by Coca-Cola, but you should write them a letter after this because we've said the word so often now. So they should really give us something for that.
Yeah, yeah, not sponsored or affiliated in any way. But hey, if Coca-Cola you want to do business, you can totally email me and we'll talk shop.
Do you have any idea why alpacas may have become Christmas animals?
Um, Not entirely sure, but I get the feeling that's going to be more of the hotter countries just kind of associating maybe how an alpaca looks to Christmas. I'm not entirely sure. It's cute.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, the difference between llamas and alpacas is llamas are the ones that are carrying loads, so they have a similar function to donkeys in the old world. And alpacas are the ones that are kept for making wool because they have high quality wool.
Oh, okay.
So they're kind of the sheep.
Right.
Um, and one thing is that alpaca wool is very, very warm. So for a while, I think it was from the 80s to the early 2000s, there were lots of presents made of alpaca wool, like heating cushions and that kind of stuff that became popular. But that is not the actual reason. The actual reason is that alpacas do something that goats also do. They help you get rid of your Christmas tree when Christmas is over because they eat that stuff.
Ah, recycling. That's useful.
Right. So they are the ecological Christmas animal that gets rid of the dead tree. And that is that episode. We'll continue tomorrow with Not Santa.
Fantastic. That's day 16 down. We've made it all the way to day 17, boys and girls, and you know what that means? It's time to learn about not Santa. Ligea?
Yes, let me give you a nice Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas!
So, yes, we include the Japanese.
Of course, everybody's included here.
Right. So, we have different types of not Santa today. This is going to be a bit longer than the previous ones. So we do have very long Advent videos, but we also have shorts. If you want to look into this, day 14 has biblical animals of the nativity scene. So these are the ones that won't take too much of your time, and you can look into it, see if it's for you. Today we're talking about versions of Saint Nicholas. That is the first part of this topic. And then other Christian figures. For example, there is one in Austria that is not Saint Nicholas, but is also a Christian figure. And then we have heathen figures. So we're going to Scandinavia again. We're going to Old England with this one. And we're going to Russia. And we'll talk a bit more about Yule. That's how we swing today.
Lay it on us.
Okay, so Saint Nicholas the Bishop. That is not the one that is the source of Santa Claus in the United States. And we will have a video the day after tomorrow about the United States version of Santa. But today we'll talk a little bit more about the bishop and how he continued to be a bishop in European tradition. He's usually dressed as a bishop with a mitre, so a mitre is the bishop's hat. He often has a red cape, but sometimes he has a white, yellow, or golden bishop's garb. He has a stole, which is a type of scarf, and he has a bishop's staff. that is called a crozier. He has a long white beard and long white hair, and he's packed full of Christian symbolism, and he has a big book. So all of these Saint Nicholas versions, these later versions of the saint in Europe, have a big book with them because they need to know who's naughty and who's nice. Let's get into the first one, that is Nikolaus. That is the German version. He doesn't travel on horseback or on donkey back, so he comes on foot with his servant. And we will talk about the servant later on when we are having our Christmas horror videos, because at least one servant is known in the English-speaking world too. And the servant has a specific function. He doesn't just carry the presents, he also carries an empty sack, and we'll talk about what that means. In reality, so of course St. Nicholas is not really appearing at that time, but you have neighborhoods in villages or in parts of the city where people organize a Nikolaus service. And that means that two men have to dress up, one as St. Nicholas and the other one as his servant, and they have to visit homes with children on December the 6th, on St. Nicholas Day. Because there is a different figure bringing presents on Christmas Eve. So they get presents twice, but the Nikolaus presents are usually a bit smaller than the ones they get on Christmas Eve. St. Nicholas himself appears and reads from his big book. And this book doesn't really contain anything, so they're not writing in the book, but he has letters from the parents in the book. So he has notes from them telling him what the child has done throughout the year, and he rewards good children.
Right.
By the way, when we're moving on, the name Claus or Klaus in German, that is short for Nikolaus.
Oh.
So that is short for Nicholas. Yeah. It's not a separate name. So it's not a name that can stand on its own. It's a short form, like Bob, for example, in English. But nowadays you have people who are legitimately called Bob or Klaus, because people have forgotten that those were only short forms and not separate names.
Gotcha.
Then we have a version in German-speaking Switzerland that is called Samichlaus, and it combines these New Year celebrations, similar to what happened in communist places where they did not celebrate Christmas. They celebrated New Year, and we will have some more Swiss figures, but there is Samichlaus, and he combines that with Protestant beliefs, and that guy has a donkey. So you can see it's like a bishop's costume, like red and yellow or red and gold, and like the white undergarment.
Yeah.
So that's what they usually look like. Also, one of these is Sinterklaas in the Netherlands, and we've seen that he rides on a white horse. The horse was called Amerigo until 2019 because that was the same horse. And since then, it's called Ososnel. And that is not really a name. It means oh so fast, Ososnel. Yes, that is the new one, and when that one retires, then they will get one with a different name. So with Sinterklaas in the Netherlands, it doesn't always have the same name. The horse doesn't always have the same name. And the horse also has different names in Belgium, for example. So there are other countries that speak Dutch. It's similar to the situation with Germany proper and German-speaking Switzerland. The festivities are different. And with the Dutch Sinterklaas, he has a Belgian version in the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. So Belgium has two official languages, that's Dutch and French. And the horse has a different name in Belgium. Okay, he arrives pretty early in the Netherlands, and he arrives by ship. This is something that connects him to Saint Nicholas, because we've seen that he does a lot with sailors and with ships. And and he arrives on the first Saturday after the 11th of November. So he shows up really early.
Mm.
He comes in a steamboat nowadays, so it's not a sailing ship. And he comes from the Spanish city of Alicante.
Oh, Alicante.
And he
That's
has a
cool.
helper that is called Zwarte Piet, and Zwarte Piet means Black Peter. He leaves the ship and then he rides through the city on his horse, and children follow him and sing Christmas songs.
Cute.
And again, there is a difference between Netherlands and Belgium. So in the Netherlands, they let him land in different ports. And in Belgium, it's always the same port where he arrives. So in the Netherlands, they have a lot of coast. And it's a small country, so they will tell you in advance where Sinterklaas is going to arrive with his steamboat, so you can go there and your kids can walk after the horse and like sing Christmas carols. Okay,
That's so cute.
this whole thing has a national live stream broadcast in the Netherlands and Belgium, so they're following the kids who are following Sinterklaas.
That's adorable.
Yes, you can watch this on TV, like, oh, look, the kids. The kids are keeping track of him so he doesn't vanish with all the presents. Right, and he does have a connection with Spain. Question is it because Bari was under Spanish control when the tradition started? So maybe you remember that when we talked about St. Nicholas, we talked about the Italians who went to Myra and stole his bones.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Right, so his bigger bones are in the Italian city of Bari in southern Italy, while the smaller bones are in Venice. So St. Nicholas doesn't have his bones together, and the city of Bari in southern Italy was under Spanish rule at that time when this tradition began, so that could be the connection with Spain.
Could be. That's interesting.
But also, you have Belgium as the Spanish Netherlands. So there's a lot of stuff going on politically in Europe over centuries, and Belgium was once called the Spanish Netherlands. So the Netherlands had a direct border with Spain, technically.
Wow.
There was still France in between actual Spain and the Spanish Netherlands, but
Yeah.
Spanish Netherlands. And that is something that happens when Zwarte Piet or Black Peter is around. So when you get punished, they take you to Spain as a punishment.
Oh no. What a punishment.
Like all the English teenagers in cold regions of England are lining up to do naughty stuff, so they can be taken to Spain as a punishment.
Oh my god, is that how Benidorm was formed? Oh no.
Yes. But
It weirdly
Dutch
tracks.
The Dutch are actually trying to avoid this, so they don't want to be taken to Spain as a punishment. Another idea that could be a connection is that it's because of mandarin oranges. Those are small oranges or small relatives of actual oranges, and they're eaten around Christmas time in Western Europe, in Central Europe. So this is a common Christmas sweet, and they actually came from Spain at that time. Between his arrival and December the 5th, he visits schools, hospitals, and malls. So they do have a mall Santa. And the tradition in the United States probably is connected to that appearance in malls. He rides through the air at night and he drops presents into chimneys. And then the presents are picked up by parents and they hide them. So, this is how they explain that he doesn't have to do this in just one night, but he does it before Christmas And this is why parents are in charge of the presents. It's not that they buy them, like, not at all, but the saint drops the presents through the chimneys for the parents to hide for the children until it's really Christmas.
Wow, that's a clever way to explain it all.
Right, and in other cases, they sometimes say that they have been visited by his servant, by Peter, and that he gives them presents. So they have a whole system of gift distribution that doesn't require Santa Claus to appear on Christmas Eve or on St. Nicholas Day. But he can probably relax on St. Nicholas Day because he's done all the work before that. He has a whole month to do it.
Mm.
Children are trying to feed the horse in the Netherlands. So they put a shoe out filled with hay, sugar cubes, and a carrot, and sometimes even a water bowl. They either do that next to a fireplace or a heating or door, and sometimes in front of the door. So that is for Santa's horse. He's not getting cookies and milk. His horse is getting sugar cubes and carrots.
That's very considerate.
Yes. And Santa Claus is, or Sinterklaas in this case, is giving back. They usually find small gifts, and those are usually sweets, in the shoes in the morning. So I would recommend that you don't use smelly shoes that have been worn for a while. So don't use your track shoes or sneakers. Use shoes that are reasonably clean and don't smell too much.
Yeah, just maybe have a pair of ritualistic shoes that you don't wear.
Ritualistic shoe. That is brilliant.
Yeah. The shoes that are only used for, this purpose.
That's a really good idea. It's like with the Christmas socks on the fireplace. Those
Yeah.
are usually not socks you wear.
No. Definitely not. They might have been one point, but no.
Okay. So celebration of St. Nicholas Day or of the eve of St. Nicholas Day is usually December the 5th, which means one day before the actual Saint's Day. But in some cases, they only open the presents the next day on St. Nicholas Day proper. And part of those presents is that they get poems, and those poems usually tease the children in a friendly way. And they are designed to let the children know that Sinterklaas actually knows them. So he doesn't have to bring his big book, but it is implied that he has a big book and that he knows everything about what the children are doing. And of course, those are the parents writing small poems for the children, individual poems, and telling the children, we know what you're doing when we're not looking.
Ooh.
So, if you're planning to marry someone from the Netherlands, you need some poetic skills.
Go on.
Just
I'm
for
not.
the Sinterklaas poems. No, I know you're not.
Dating advice for somebody else out there.
Right. Okay. Great. These are the bishops. There is one other Christian figure that also steps in for Saint Nicholas, and that is Saint Thomas the Apostle, who takes that job in Austria. And that is basically all I can tell you about that one, because the celebration is basically the one that is also held for Saint Nicholas. So these figures are very similar, and he's not as important as Saint Nicholas. But that is a thing that you see throughout the German-speaking areas, that they have St. Nicholas on December the 5th or 6th, and then they have they have baby Jesus on Christmas Eve. So baby Jesus is the big event, and St. Nicholas is really just starting the season, starting the Christmas season, and gives small presents. So there is no surprise that St. Thomas in Austria doesn't have the same impact as baby Jesus in Austria, because baby Jesus is the main event.
Right.
Okay, continuing with heathen figures. And I told you we will go back to Old England.
Mhm.
So we have Father Christmas, Father Kurisumasu. And no, I didn't have a stroke. That was Japanese.
Yeah, it was. Fasaru Karisumasu.
Yes, I love saying that. And we have some more Japanese stuff. Let me show you here. Really, really cool. Yay!
Yeah. With the
With the
chicken
Japanese.
bucket. It's got the chicken bucket.
Christmas is a celebration of KFC, of Colonel Sanders. We've been through this.
I know, it's just so funny to still see it though.
All right. So, but let's go back to England. We know that Father Christmas in England is based on the Holly King. We've talked about the Holly King at the beginning of the first week when we were talking about Christmas traditions. That was in the video of day 2. What is Christmas? And this Holly King is connected to other European traditions. As I said, we'll look into this when we arrive at that point. It's connected to Slavic, Celtic, and Norse Germanic traditions and to carol singing. And Father Christmas was mostly a Catholic figure after the Middle Ages. So the tradition of the Catholic Father Christmas started around the year 1100. This was shortly after the Norman invasion. And he wasn't connected to children, which means that the celebrations too were for adults. And that is all I can say here, or we're getting banned.
Oh my.
Yeah, he's a fertility god too, and the Holly King. He keeps the plants alive during winter. So
He's the god of the red light district.
yes.
Anyway,
So
yeah.
So naturally, being opposed to everything that comes with fun and adult themes, Protestants tried to abolish him.
Naturally.
But like with St. Nicholas, they failed. So, in difficult periods where St. Nicholas and Father Christmas were not allowed to be shown in England, you had carol mummers keeping the tradition alive. So, you still had these carol singers, and they would carry this through time until it was possible again to celebrate with St. Nicholas or Father Christmas. Let me see, I have pictures. So he does have a staff. It's not a bishop's staff because remember, this used to be a heathen god originally. He has a wassailing bowl, and the wassailing bowl is filled with holy cider or mulled cider. He carries a Christmas log, and he has a holly wreath on his head because he's the Holly King. And in the 19th century, Protestants finally gave up. So they said, okay, we've tried to ban him, but it's not working. So let's just try to change him a little bit. And they turned him into a gift giver for children, specifically starting in Victorian times. The whole adult stuff was cut out, and they said, okay, if he's only a figure celebrated in that context with gift giving to children, we're kind of okay with it. We still don't like it, but we're okay with that. And nowadays you have Father Christmas looking a lot like the American Santa, because in the 1850s, Santa Claus came over from the United States and merged with Father Christmas. So since the year 1880, Father Christmas has been fully Americanized in the UK.
Yeah. I gotta admit, they're very much the same now. It's quite true.
Right. So you see in these pictures, there are versions where he has this brown coat, for example. That is the old-fashioned one. And when you see him with a wreath of holly, for example, that is the old-fashioned Father Christmas. And then he turns into the red American Father Christmas or Santa Claus. Let's make him switch colors.
Okay.
I told you that there is another Christmas figure that has a horse or horses.
Yes.
And that is Ded Moroz. Ded means father or grandfather. So Dedushka is the Russian word for grandfather. You know babushka, babushka means granny, and Dedushka means grandfather. And Moroz means frost. So you could translate that as Father Frost. And he usually has a troika, so...
He's just a trigger.
Right, the troika has 3 horses. So this is something that you can still see in Russia. It's not as common anymore, but it's a sleigh pulled by 3 horses. And they usually have these wooden ornaments with little bells. So you can hear that sleigh before you can see it, because you can hear the tiny bells.
Nice.
Yay. He has a very similar problem to Father Christmas. In his case, it was not Protestants trying to abolish a Catholic figure, but in his case, communists were trying to abolish a Christian figure. So he had also merged with the beliefs of Saint Nicholas, but not as much as in Father Christmas's case. This is essentially still a Slavic heathen character. That is a little bit Christianized, and the communists didn't like either sort, so they were trying to abolish Ded Moroz. And it didn't really work in their case either. So it's really funny that you have these attacks on heathen and Christian characters around Christmas time, and people trying to abolish them for various reasons, but they're not getting very far. So these characters are so popular that people are holding on to them. Even when everything else breaks down, you can still believe in Santa.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of nice in a way. I mean, I can understand for the most part, because it's mainly like a positive spin, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, a fairly benevolent thing. So I understand.
There you have a very Slavic version with the antlers in the first
Wow.
picture.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So that looks more like the heathen Father Frost. But usually he's depicted in red or white clothes. So, in red, white, or blue clothes. He often has white fur trimming. And you see here that he also comes with horns in some cases. But you switch between the colors blue and red with white trimming. You have one that is pretty much red here on his throne in front of a Christmas tree. That is more like a mall Santa. He usually wears a heel-long blue or red gown trimmed with fur and snowflake decor. As you can see, it's not just pure blue or red. It has some ornaments on it. Then he has a magic staff. So this is not a bishop's staff. It's for doing magic. He has a sack, he has gloves, he has valinki. Valinki are Russian felt boots. So that is the best that can happen to you if you're stuck in Russian winter. Russian felt boots, valinki. And he usually wears a very warm round hat that doesn't look like a bishop's hat. So he doesn't have that tall mitre, he has a flat hat. And maybe you've seen that there is someone with him in the sleigh.
Usually somebody quite small.
Yes,
Like
that is his right. That is his granddaughter, and we will talk about his granddaughter when we are talking about Santa's helpers tomorrow.
Right.
So that's upcoming. And he delivers his presents personally, so he doesn't have any other helpers, and his granddaughter is not there for delivering presents. So she's not like Peter in the Netherlands, who also carries around presents, because she's a young girl, so he doesn't make her carry that heavy sack. He does that on his own, and he usually drops these presents under the Christmas tree on New Year's Eve. So this is a tradition that merges Christmas with New Year's celebrations, and you don't get the presents on December the 24th or 25th, and you're not getting them on Epiphany, so when the three kings arrive, but very often he drops them under the Christmas tree on December the 31st, which is the new year, actually. There is a new, well, wait, sorry, cut that.
New Year's Eve.
There is a new year and there is an old new year. Sorry.
All right.
But that's due to switches in the calendar. So December 31st is the new year. Okay. We will look into the addresses tomorrow, Santa's addresses. But I can tell you that Ded Moroz has a big house. That is his house. He has an actual address.
Well, that's a big house. Huh.
Right. This is a house in Veliki Ustyug, and that is a place near Vologda, and Vologda is northeast of Moscow. So, Ded Moroz is a very, very old winter spirit. That is how he got started. So, he's one of these heathen gods that were Christianized and then were turned into modern-day Santa. And he's still not fully like the United States Santa. So they have individual traits with his granddaughter, for example. And he's a strict person. So in other cases, when we're going to talk about the helpers of Santa, very often Santa is the good one, and the helpers are the ones dealing out punishments. In Ded Moroz's case, that is not so. He's the strict one, and his granddaughter is the one who connects more with children because she herself is a young girl. So children are confident enough to embrace her and to approach her. They have live appearances throughout Christmas time, for example. So when you meet these two little children, would rather go to his granddaughter because she's the nice one.
Yeah, I think I remember you telling me a little bit about this before, one of the earlier days.
Yes, and we'll see her tomorrow, so I will not show her now. I'll continue with the Finns. So what do you remember about the Finns from our last videos?
Besides the really funny thing about reindeer peeing as a unit of measurement.
Yes. What did I say about the Finns?
that they're like super super cool, but also batshit crazy.
Yes. Yes. So this is Finnish Santa, and of course he has horns, and he has a twig, and he.
It's so funny because it's like all right, everybody have your own depiction of Santa Claus, and the Finns were just like last minute like just whipping together a little doodle.
Okay. Yes, this is the more modern version. There are actually two versions. So the first one is called Nuuttipuki, and I can translate that. So we have a saint called Saint Knut, and in this case, you can't get away with not pronouncing the K as you usually do in English with ni or night. In this case, you have to pronounce the K. It's Knut.
Yes, you do. Behave
But the
yourselves.
Finns are still not pronouncing it. So the Finns don't say Saint Knut, they say Knut.
I love the Finns.
Pure chaos, but great people. So, and this Puki that comes from the Yule goat. You remember that the Yule goat is the Yule buck. So that is Puki is buck.
Right.
That is Saint Knut's buck in that case, and Nuttipukki is the Finnish version of the humanoid Yule goat. You remember these guys with the goat heads that I've shown you?
Yeah.
So he does the same as the old-fashioned Yule goat with the carol singers. He roams through villages with his followers. He's pranking and blackmailing people. So I mean blackmailing. They're actually trying to extricate something from you. And what they want is food. So they're not coming for your valuables. They're just coming for Christmas food.
Okay.
And they're singing, and they're connected to this tradition of scaring off the demons of winter, and they're connected to carnival celebrations. So again, this reaches a bit further into the year, into driving out the winter. And originally they're named after Saint Knut's Day, which is January the 7th. It's celebrated a week later now, so this was the old calendar, but originally January 7th, so one day after the Three Kings. And they changed the name to Joulupukki, which is the Scandinavian version. So Finns, they took the name that is more common in Sweden and Norway. They discarded Saint Knut and went on with the Yule goat, because that's what this means. Joulupukki is the Yule goat. So nowadays, he's an older man with a red robe, probably a bathrobe, as you can see in the picture. So imagine he was in his sauna, and then he remembered that he had to give out presents that day, so he just threw over.
Just grabs a twig on the way.
Yeah, I mean, they really don't care. Like, Finns are very cold resistant, so it's not that they like the cold, or that they in general just get out of the sauna and walk around naked, but they don't have a problem with being barefoot in the snow. So
Right. Yeah, so it's just another day to them.
yeah, another Tuesday. He has a walking stick because he's an elderly man. He sometimes comes with a reindeer sleigh, but not always. And in Lapland, so northern Finland, where the actual reindeer herders live, he has a pulkki. And I'll show you what a pulkki is. That is a pulkki.
Ah.
Like this Arctic explorer gear, the sled pulled by Arctic explorers.
Yeah. Cool.
Which means that Joulupukki is his own donkey or horse or reindeer. He doesn't need them, he does that by himself.
Yeah. It's no problem.
And he does one thing that the others don't do. He begs for leftover Christmas food when he comes. So he doesn't want you to leave out milk and cookies for him, but he will ask you for leftovers from your Christmas dinner. So as you can see, Finns believe in that goat spirit from the neighboring Germanic areas. But they also have this goat type spirit thing that is not Joulupukki. They just believe that it is a horrifying and ugly spirit being. So there is the Joulupukki, which is the modern version, and this is more for children. And they also still have the invisible goat spirit that monitors Christmas celebrations. They also believe in that. And he also has a specific place where he's from. And that is here. It is called Korvatunturi Mountain in northern Finland. So you can see that where you can read Lapland, below that is Korvatunturi Mountain. That is one of the areas furthest north in Finland. And he gets a lot of letters. So he has his own post office, because each year 500,000 letters come in for Joulupukki from all countries of the planet, because Finland doesn't have that many children.
Wow.
Yes, and we'll talk about addresses tomorrow, and where you can write. So in many cases, you can address your letters to Santa. So even in Austria, for example, you would write to Santa because that is more international. They don't require you to write to the Austrian or Finnish or Russian version, so you can just call him Santa because it's just going to the post office, and then the elves are carrying it to his place.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So don't worry if you don't know his address, but we will teach you a bit about it tomorrow.
We will give you the full list, and I think we should give them a link to it so we can put this up for Christmas and leave it in each video so they can have a look. I mean, it's a bit late now, to be honest.
Yeah, if you haven't already written to Santa, like,
But next year.
yeah,
So
for next year.
let me quickly show you the difference between Nuuttipuki and Joulupukki, because Nuuttipuki is a bit more heathen. So there you can see them.
Oh yes.
Traditional depiction and modern depiction. And we have some more. Let me see. This is definitely Christmas horror. So you're getting a little taste of that this week.
Ooh, little tease.
Yes, let me see. Yeah, this is from 1926. So they actually had these celebrations still in Finland. This is a photo from 1926. And that is the old fashioned type. And nowadays you would have this one or the cartoon one that I showed you. So this one looks very much like Father Christmas. You see here, he also has this wassailing bull.
Yeah.
Last one are the Yule Tomtes, and the Yule Tomtes are Yule dwarfs. So you can see that they kind of look like garden gnomes.
Hmm.
And this is a Swedish and also Norwegian Christmas tradition. Aside from the Yule goat, they also have these Yule dwarfs. So that is the source of the elves in the United States Santa's workshop.
All right.
That is specifically Scandinavian. They're associated with the goat. You can see that they have this little wood sled that they would usually use to bring in more logs for the oven. And tomte, that means dwarf or pixie or elf in that case. So little people with these red caps. There is another one that is called Nisse. So they're usually household spirits. You know that in Europe you have different traditions of the little people helping in households. And we'll see more of that tomorrow because I've included it. They love porridge and they usually bring you clothes. So that's going a bit deeper into the Scandinavian tradition. They're usually a friendly small spirit living in your house, and they make sure that your household runs well. So they're not only responsible for Christmas, they're also responsible for what you're doing throughout the year. And they look very much like garden gnomes. Now,
Cool.
one last thing for comparison.
Hmm.
We'll have United States Santa on the day after tomorrow. That is the one on the right. The one on the left is more like the European version, that is the bishop's version.
Yeah.
Just so you know the difference. And that is it about Not Santa.
So we have a special little segment here. Ligea, what's this? What's going on here?
This is Stephen He, hands down one of my favorite comedians, YouTube personality. And he's giving us a very special Not Santa. So this is Asian Santa, and the video is called "What If Santa Was Asian." He's a replacement for Saint Nicholas because Saint Nicholas has an appointment.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, Let's watch a bit of this, as much as we're legally allowed to.
Santa? Why you scare me like that? I'm having trouble because of your fake chimney. Why you don't get a real chimney? I know a guy, I hook you. Wait, how did you get in? Did you use magic? I'm an engineer during the weekday. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to make me cookies. Are you sure you're Santa? You look different from last year. Asian Santa. Nick has a doctor's appointment today, so I'm filling in for his job. Guy works only 1 day a year. I don't know why he put his... It's not even nighttime yet. Asian. I come to work early. Wait, does that mean Rudolph is outside? I drove my Tesla. I thought kids in Asia didn't believe in Santa. That's because they make the toys. Okay, let's see how you've been this year. Oh, is that the naughty and nice lesson? This? No, it's a costume pop. We use iPad now, much more streamlined workflow, high efficiency. Corporate wanted to improve production, so... here you are, Stephen. Why you on the failure list? What you do? You on Forbes 30 under 30. Why not 10 under 10? Timmy got 1 under 1. He was born, made his first $1 million on his way home from the hospital. Okay, let's see. Where's your letter there? Here we go. Steven, yes. Dear Santa, I won a PS4 wrong, with Spider-Man 2 wrong, and a Nintendo Switch wrong. Thank you very much. Correct. Okay, look, I'm gonna have to give you a B-, okay? This is practically the unemployed starter pack. You watch YouTube once, now you think you're Pokemon. Okay, here you go. My gift is an accounting book. Your gift is a good job, but I also want a gaming laptop. What the hell you say? Because it's... I'm interested in computer engineering. Oh, you scared me. I almost called the Beijing embassy. Good. That's a good choice. Computer engineer make a lot of money. Nice, here you go. Awesome. Also, I have for you a bag of rice, a Coupon subscription, and a Starbucks apron, so you can apply for a job to buy fun stuff, to invest in an index fund which tracks the overall movement of the market. Now remember, time in the market better than timing the market, okay? Dollar cost averaging, a good place to start. Also, don't forget to open a Roth IRA account where your contributions can grow tax-free. What's retirement? Oh, a retirement? Oh, that's after you work 40 years in a job you hate, so you save enough money to do things you love, like, I don't know, painting, like music or theater. I know, I'll skip all that and become an actor today. What the hell you say? Hello, Beijing Embassy. This kid aspires to be homeless. If I want to see another unemployed actor, I subscribe to my own channel. But Ki Hui Kwan just won an Oscar, so I don't know, maybe I can do it too. He has talent. You have dandruff. Now remember, give up your dreams, study hard, go be an engineer, and you can thank me later, okay? Okay, I see you next year. Okay, see you. Just kidding, I'm a YouTuber. Subscribe and happy holidays. We'll see you next year.
Oh, it's not done.
Oh yeah, it's bloopers.
The bloopers.
Nick only works 1 day a year. Lazy bastard. Emotional damage, link in the description. I'm done.
Oh my god. That's great. That's super funny.
Yes, and he's absolutely right about Asian parents. I know Asian parents that really like that. You want to become an actor or a YouTuber, something like that, you're going to be homeless.
Yeah, he's just like a disappointment to everybody.
Yes, have you seen the t-shirt? It says failure management.
Yeah.
So that is usually Steven's dad. So he plays his own dad, and with that accent too. So Steven wants to do normal things for normal kids nowadays. And then his dad keeps saying, "You're an absolute failure," and that is why I got this T-shirt, failure management.
Oh,
That is his
great.
merch.
That's wonderful. That's so funny.
And he has a couple million subscribers, so he's big.
Oh, that's good, man. That's good to see. Good to see. Well, I certainly hope we've all learned quite a few things about not Santa. Day 17. Ooh, day 18. Wow, we've made it really far so far. So, Legay is going to talk to us all about Santa's helpers and Santa's addresses.
Yes, where you can find him. So don't visit him in person, send your letters.
Yeah, these are post boxes, okay? Not like his house.
In some cases, he has his own post office, and when we get to some European ones, he has more than one.
That makes sense. I get that.
So, we will only talk about the nice helpers today, because the more dark and evil helpers, that's a topic for December 24th. I know you're waiting for the Christmas horror.
Yeah, but they can wait.
Let's get started with the Snow Maiden.
Ooh.
So that is a heathen Slavic concept, and she turned into Santa's granddaughter, or the granddaughter of Ded Moroz.
So this is the Russian one, yeah?
Yay!
I'm trying to keep track.
Right. So I will have to write that down for you. Her name is Snegorochka.
Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't know how to spell that.
But you can call her the Snow Maiden if this is difficult to pronounce. So she's very kind. She wants you to be okay. She usually comes in a blue and white dress with white fur trimming, like her grandfather.
Right.
And her hair and skin are as pale as snow, so you often see these Russian girls portraying her as live-action Snegorochka. And some of them have blonde hair, but they're wearing like platinum blonde wigs for this, because that's how light the hair is supposed to be. And she also has a kokoshnik, and you probably don't know what a kokoshnik is, and that is why I have some pictures for you.
Thank goodness.
So this is the traditional Russian headdress, and it's usually a bit upper class. It can be made with gems, for example, and as you can see, it's very elaborate. So it's not just something that you put together from scrap, not like Finnish Santa's bathrobe. Snegorochka is kind and good with children, and this is why she helps her grandfather with his holiday business. So she keeps him company while he's riding in his sleigh with his 3 horses. They don't have names as far as I know, so it's not like with Sinterklaas in the Netherlands. And because her grandfather can be rather strict, children can be nervous when they meet him. Like, he's a very imposing figure. He's a very tall, very fit old man. He's a heathen god at his core. So he's a little bit intimidating, and that's why they often prefer, especially smaller children, they often prefer to go to his granddaughter, because, she's also just a girl.
I totally get it.
Yes. She has a sad backstory. So nowadays, everything is happy and fine with her. The modern version, but the old-fashioned version, is actually the daughter of Ded Moroz, of Russian Santa, and a goddess that is called the Spring Beauty. And Snegorochka herself wasn't able to feel love, but she wanted to live among people. And when she went to a human settlement, she started to feel the love of mortals. So her parents are heathen gods in that case. and it's a little bit different with gods. So you can imagine this being upper class versus middle class or lower class. In upper class families, you often had the case that parents were giving their kids to the hands of a nanny, for example. So they didn't personally take care of their kids, and this felt a bit emotionally cold to the children because they didn't get that much love from their parents back then. But in middle class or lower class families, it was common that parents would take care of their own children. So what they mean when they say she started to feel that love among humans is not something adult, but it's more like the emotional bonding that people have with their families that she didn't really get.
Right.
Her mother then gifted her some love, and you could see that as Snegorochka gets to know what it is to have emotional bonds with people when she goes to the human world, and she talks to her mother about it, and her mother says, "Oh yeah, that sounds nice, we should also have an emotional bond." She gives her that, and the problem with it is that, her father is Father Frost, and that means that she's partially made of frost, and this love given to her by the spring beauty, by her mother, warms her so much that she just melts.
Wow.
That is the tragic original story of the Heathen characters. And later on, she turned into Djedmarosa's granddaughter and his helper. So originally, that was her father. But he is thought to be a very old man, and she's thought to be a very young girl. So it doesn't really fit with father and daughter anymore. And he became so old because he turned into a Christianized version. And these saints, like Saint Nicholas, for example, they are mostly very elderly men. So he outgrew her. There's some art concerning Snegorochka, but it's mostly in Slavic areas. For example, you have Alexander Afanasyev's The Poetic Outlook on Nature by the Slavs. Alexander Afanasyev lived in 1868, and he also collected fairy tales. So he wrote about mythology, for example. And he mentions her in the 19th century, and the 19th century is already the Christianized version. Then you have her in Slavonic Fairy Tales of 1874. It's a story about the so-called Snow Child, and that gives her a different backstory. So you have this elderly childless couple, and we've seen these people in the video about St. Nicholas. They went to St. Nicholas, or the husband went to St. Nicholas and stole his sheets. And then the child was... Right, and the son was transported to Babylon as a slave, and then he came back with a tornado. If you haven't seen this, go back and watch the video. So in this case, they also do something weird. It's not stealing a dead saint's sheets this time, but it's building a snow girl. So this is a little bit like Pinocchio, actually. They build a snowman, but it's really a snow girl specifically. And that girl comes alive, and then she partakes in the Yule celebrations and the winter solstice celebrations, and that contains jumping over a fire. So typically, young people would go in pairs. So you would have your girlfriend, you would take her by the hand, and the two of you would jump over the Yule fire for good luck for the next year. And she does that on her own because she's too small to have a boyfriend.
Oh.
And when she jumps over the fire, she is burnt. She turns into a white cloud and floats away into the sky because she's made of snow. She's cooked to death.
Oh God.
Russian fairy tales for you. Sorry. No, they're not like. They're not all like that. No, they're actually nice, but
I believe you.
it's what people expect, that it's somehow horrifying. But no, it's really, the Grimm's fairy tales are far more horrifying than the Russian fairy tales I know. Okay, then in 1873 you have a play, and that is when her modern name emerges. That is the play Snegurochka. Very famous composers like Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov in 1880, 1881 have some works referring to the Snow Maiden. So his is called A Snow Maiden, a Spring Fairy Tale. And the actual modern version of her only shows up in the myth around 1935 to 1937. So this is during communism. Communism started in Russia in 1917, so about 20 years after communism started, Snegurochka became a part of this Ded Moroz myth. They had realized that they couldn't get rid of her grandfather, so they also allowed her to become part of it.
Gotcha.
And that is it with her. We'll talk about elves tomorrow, as far as Santa's workshop is concerned. Elves do, of course, make all the toys around Christmas time. Yes, but that is something you would know.
Oh, yeah.
We will go into detail when we talk about United States Santa. And yesterday I showed you the Yule Tomtes, so the Scandinavian version. And they're little house spirits. They look like garden gnomes. They're dwarfs. By now, we've had pictures of them, and we've had a video that contained reindeer. Right now, we have 2.38 billion Christians around the world. So, as I said in the video about reindeers, Santa really needs some sort of helper, because he can't do it all on his own. And one reason why he can't do it all on his own is because Rudolph has to pee so much.
That's right. And if you don't believe us, you need to go back. What was it, like 2 days? 2 days ago, day 16.
Exactly. So, yes, but I thought maybe even the reindeer are magical. You know, he has elves, and he has flying reindeer, so something about them must be magical. And you suggested that maybe they just let it leak when they're in the air.
It's the only way I could see it working.
Yes, but I think maybe these reindeer are really so magical that they don't have to take a leak every 4.7 miles, which is 7.5 kilometers. So that is the Poronkusema distance. You should absolutely start using that. So how far is the nearest McDonald's away to Poronkusema?
That's so funny.
Yeah, that would be nice. So, yes, more of the elves tomorrow in the United States Santa video, because, you know, the elves are really something that is not very common outside the United States. So most traditions don't include elves. Some include the carol singers, and the carol singers can be really nice and whimsical, but they can also be horrifying, and we'll talk about horrifying carol singers. But the elves are a thing that is Scandinavian in the first place, and then it's also United States. The others don't really work with elves. So, question is, how does Santa bring his presents to people? Maybe there are different versions. And yesterday we've seen that there are a lot of not Santas. Okay. Let's close this with the addresses, and I think I sent you the addresses already. Do you have the link? Okay, so we will put this up, and a word about the addresses. So very often these addresses lead you to places that are named after Christmas things. One of the biggest scandals is that this year Australia doesn't have an address where you can send your letters to Santa. So people listening in Australia, they will have to send it to the United States or England, or maybe do something crazy and send your letter to Santa to Finland.
Yeah, you never know.
So, but we can go through it. So in Austria, for example, you write to Santa Claus. As I said, although the saint is not Santa Claus in their case, it's Saint Thomas. And he has his own post office that is called the Christkindl post office, and Christkindl means baby Jesus. So it's the baby Jesus post office. And
Aw.
it's also in Baby Jesus Alley, number 6.
Maybe Jesus Alley.
And the town is also called Christkindl, so the town is called Baby Jesus. That is a real town in Austria. A little bit of an overkill. And it's funny reading this and translating this because they are really creative. When we're going to Belgium, you have 2 addresses because Santa has helpers, but some of them only speak Dutch and some of them only speak French in Belgium. The Dutch version is that you write to Sinterklaas, that is his Dutch name, and the street where this office is, I'll write it down so maybe you can have a shot at it.
Just finishing my sandwich. Spania Strat. So I definitely feel like street is in there.
Yes.
Spania. That's the part that I need to get. Spania Dutch.
Where do they send you when you're naughty? And where does he come from? And where do the mandarin oranges come from?
Oh, Spain.
Spain Street.
Spain
obviously.
Street. Ah, of course. Spania. Of course. Wow.
And the town where you send it is called Hemel. And you wouldn't know that, but we can translate it from German. So in German it's Himmel, which means sky, but it also means heaven. It's the same word for sky and heaven.
Oh. Alright.
And it's the same with the French version, so it's not the same town, but in French it's the town Ciel. And Ciel also means sky or heaven. And for the French version, you write to Saint Nicholas, obviously, because in France you have the bishop. You have that version.
Rue de Paris.
Yeah, so Paradise Street.
Very cute.
That's for the French version in Belgium, because there is also a French version for France, and it's different. Canada has a very funny address. So can you see this? Do you have the sheet in front of you?
Oh, I sure do. And it's very on the nose. It's perfect. North Pole, ho, ho, ho. That's great.
But the O's are zeros. So.
Yeah, of course, because it's like a postal code. That's so funny.
Okay, so Denmark, they call him Julemanden, and Julemanden means Yule Man. And you can read that he has his own post office, so post center in this case, of course 24, because it's December 24th. And this is in Copenhagen, or Copenhagen. The rest of the world calls it Copenhagen, right. So capital. Then Finland, you can write to Finland, and you don't even have to make up your mind whether you want to write to Nuttipukki or to Joulupukki. You just write to Santa Claus, because as I said, in many cases these addresses are international, so you can write to Santa Claus because that is the more international name. And they state that he has a main post office, which means there must be others. This is just the main one.
Yeah.
I can't translate the Finnish street name. I'm sure it's similar to the other ones that I can translate. And you can actually send this to the Arctic Circle. So I don't know whether that is an actual town or whether they just have like a shack in the middle of the frozen wilderness that is called Arctic Circle. And they're transporting everything there. And then from there, they have to take it to the mountain where he lives. France calls him Père Noël, and Père Noël is Father Christmas. Père is father, and Noël is Christmas. I also can't translate this place name or street name, so yeah. Let's move on to Germany. So in Germany, you have 3 choices. You can write to the Christmas man, Weihnachtsmann. Weihnachten is Christmas.
Great.
And
It's like a proper title. Yeah, send it to the Christmas man.
yeah. Some call him that, and some call him Nikolaus. So we've had Nikolaus when we're talking about the bishop. This is the same person. And the third choice you have is to write to the Christkind. And Christkind means baby Jesus, so the Christ child in this case. And of course, you get bigger presents from baby Jesus. So if you write to Saint Nicholas, then you know you're getting some small presents on December the 6th. But the baby Jesus, that is for Christmas Eve, for the big present. So you should probably write to both.
Right. Yeah, just to be safe.
Right. And the Christmas man has a Christmas post office. That is what the street name means, and the place where you send it is an actual town. And that Himmelpfort means gate to heaven. That town is legitimately called Gate to Heaven.
Wow.
Second one doesn't have such a name, so the place name is not connected to Christmas, Hildesheim, but the street name is connected to Christmas, and that is Himmelstür, and that is again the door to heaven. So not the gate, but the door to heaven. Then Saint Nicholas has Nicholas Square in the first one. This is Nikolausplatz or Nicholas Square. And the town is also called St. Nicholas. And the second one doesn't even have a street name, probably because it's a village, because the place name, Nikolausdorf, means Nicholas Village.
Oh, nice.
And then we have Baby Jesus, and Baby Jesus doesn't have street names, but has place names. And the first one is Heaven City, Himmelstadt. Then the second one is also Gate to Heaven. So this is Himmelpforten, but not the same as for the Christmas man. There are 2. And the third one where you can write is Engelskirchen, which means Angel's Church. Then in the capital city of Greenland, in Nuuk, you have an address for Santa Claus, again the international name, and this one is called Julemandens Postkontor, and Julemanden is again is Santa Claus, and then Postkontor is a post office, and they are using the same name as the Danish because Greenland is still under Danish administration.
Mm.
Then I can't read the Chinese characters, sorry. But Hong Kong has a general post office. You write to Santa Claus, and sadly the address doesn't have anything to do with Christmas, but Hong Kong has its own address for Santa Claus or Father Christmas. And one reason for that is that Hong Kong used to be a British colony until 1997. So you have this British background, and of course, people living in Hong Kong at that time, British people who worked in the administration until 1997, they also needed a place where they could write to Santa Claus or to Father Christmas.
Right.
Then we have Norway, and you may remember the name Nisse. So Nisse is one of these house spirits, these small spirits that we talked about yesterday when we were talking about not Santa. So this is similar to the Tomte or the Christmas dwarfs of Scandinavian Christmas lore. So Julenisse means the small Christmas spirit, the post office. I can't translate the place name. Might be something that is connected to Christmas. Then Poland, The Polish one is called the Office of Saint Nicholas, but Nicholas is called Mikolas in Polish, so with an M. That is all I can translate so far from that, but I know the word Gora. So Gora means mountain, which means the place name is somewhere in the mountainous region. Then Portugal has Pai Natal, that is their version of Father Christmas, Pai, Father Natal, Christmas, and Polo Norte. So Polo Norte is the North Pole. And it's somewhere in Portugal. Did you know that?
I had no idea that the North Pole was in Portugal.
Now you know.
Who would have thought?
Then we have the Russian one. There is no Russian alphabet version of this, but doesn't matter. Okay. So this is called Dom Dieda Moroza. Dom means house. Dieda Moroza, that is the genitive. So this is Father Frost house. Then the city is Veliki Ustyuk. Then this is in the county of Vologda in Russia, obviously. Okay, Slovakia has one that I can't translate. Spain is rather simple, Papa Noel in Polo Norte, so there is another North Pole in Spain.
Unbelievable. Spain and Portugal holding on to the North Poles. What is this?
It's probably on the borders, so Portugal has one half of it and Spain has the other half, but it's the same town.
It's like an independent country that just, borders between.
And there is probably also a wormhole connecting it to the actual North Pole.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
In Sweden, you write to the Tomten. So Tomten are the Christmas dwarfs. And they live in Tomteboda. So Tomteboda is the Tomten area. Then Taiwan. I can't translate most of it, but you also write to Santa Claus in Taiwan. And two different addresses, or well, not addresses, but two different versions with Chinese characters. Then in the UK, you can either write to Santa or to Father Christmas. So for the traditionalists, you would, of course, write to Father Christmas. And he lives in a grotto. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we love Santa's grotto. There tends to be one at Lapland as well, but that's like it's like a festive place that we can go in England.
That's really nice, but it's underground, isn't it? Because a grotto is something like a cave.
Yeah, but so sometimes we'll make like an igloo above ground and we'll call that a grotto. Because we don't want to send kids underground. That sends a bad message. Like the mining days,
Especially in Scotland and Wales.
Yeah, quite right.
You can stay down there and you can start mining. Christmas is over.
Yeah. Where do you think the coal comes from?
Oh yes, I'm sure you have children mining coal for all the snowmen. Okay, it's in Reindeer Land, and I didn't even know that you had Reindeer Land. So, is that a town or something? Can you explain that?
I think it's a fictional place, Ligay. I don't think it's a real place.
But you said you could travel to Santa's grotto, so...
Yeah, it's like mall Santas. There are places where Santas will be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good, and then we have Santa in the United States as the last one here. He lives in 123 Elf Road in the North Pole.
Wow.
And as far as I know, North Pole in the United States is in Alaska, right?
I would assume so. That makes the most sense.
Yes, I think it's a town in Alaska. But you can Google all of this, and we will let you have the list, so you can go through it, and you can scare people in other countries by, for example, writing to Santa Claus in Taiwan.
Be funny.
What's happening? Where are all these letters coming from? What do they want from us?
Why do they know where we are? These are from other countries. Like, sorry. You can make sure to put in the letter that we sent you. Just so extra publicity.
if you are a post worker in Taiwan and this gives you PTSD, like, we're not taking responsibility or anything, but you can come on the show and talk about it, like life therapy.
That'd be cool. If you're a Taiwanese postal worker for the Christmas letters, come and contact us. Or any other nation. We're happy to have anybody on board who deals with Christmas letters. That'd be interesting.
And if you come from Finland, we expect you to wear horns and a red bathrobe.
I'd be so disappointed if you don't.
Okay, that's it. You have plenty of addresses where you can write, and maybe not this year, except for the Baby Jesus stuff. So you could still write to Baby Jesus in Germany. I don't know whether this would arrive in time, because now it's the 18th, so probably not. But for next year, you know where your letter should go.
Too right. Well, handy. It helps prep people, doesn't it?
Yay!
Well,
done.
Day 18. All the way to day 19. Almost some of the advent calendar. It's going to be sad when it is. But today, we're talking about specifically American Santa's backstory. Ligeia?
Yes, we'll talk about the one you know as Santa. Because we've seen that not all of them are called Santa. They have different names, and they have different connections with different heathen and Christian figures. And some of them are very, very modern, some are really old-fashioned. So let's look into United States Santa, and that is not a very old figure. So the oldest version of United States Santa Claus is from 1809. And I found that a little bit surprising because there is actually a conspiracy theory that Coca-Cola invented American Santa.
Interesting.
Have you heard that one?
No, but I could believe the conspiracy theory. Although I still, after a lot of our conversations, I don't fully believe it to be true.
No, it's actually not. So there is evidence that Santa existed before that time in the United States, and Coca-Cola is not the only company, and it is not the first one that has used him for ads. So in the 20th century, there were a couple of companies that started using the Santa figure for ads. Okay, United States Santa is essentially a merger of Father Christmas from England, then Saint Nicholas the Bishop, because that is one of the versions that is the most prominent. So Saint Nicholas is known widely, even if he's just celebrated in some European countries nowadays. But the connection with Saint Nicholas and Christmas is a very old one, and is one that stuck. And then you have Sinterklaas, and as I said in a previous video, the name Santa Claus is an anglicized version of Sinterklaas. So, do you know the guy who wrote Sleepy Hollow?
Personally, no. I know of the story, for sure.
Well, I mean, he's been dead for about 160 years, so I wouldn't expect you to know him personally, but his name was Washington Irving.
Yeah.
And but he was born in 1783, and he wrote about Santa Claus. He first used that name in a publication that was known as Knickerbocker's History of New York in 1809. So this is the first mentioning of Santa Claus. That name itself, or versions of that name, had been around since 1773, but not officially. So some people were already calling him that, but Washington Irving made it official. And after that, it became the common name for all of these Christmas figures, because you had a lot. It's a country of immigrants, everyone brought their Christmas tradition, and you had a lot of different Christian and heathen characters in different parts of the population. Christmas celebrations were much wilder back then than they are now. So the United States kind of went with the English concept in Victorian times of making it a celebration for children. But before that, so in the 18th century, for example, it was quite wild and quite adult, and went on with a lot of Yule trick-and-treating. So the Halloween trick-and-treating, that may be something that they pushed back to Halloween, but was originally connected to Christmas, because we know that Halloween and Carnival are not during Christmas time, but both have traits of Christmas celebrations. So a part of the Christmas celebration was pushed back into autumn or pushed forth into spring.
Right.
The first Santa Claus that we know of in the United States wasn't a bishop, and he wasn't red. He was actually a fat Dutch sailor with a pipe and a green coat.
That's a cool image.
These are pictures from the poem Old Santa Claus with Much Delight. So here he is already depicted as someone in a red costume, but you can also see in one of the pictures, in the third one, Santa Claus, he has a green coat.
Yeah.
So that is something that happened about 10 years later in 1820. That is the first description of American Santa. So Washington Irving used the name, but then not much happened for about 10 or 11 years in this case. In the 1820s, people started making their own version of Santa because now they had a name for him, and they also wanted to pin down the traditions for him. And as you can tell, this is difficult in a country of immigrants because everyone has to contribute something. So you need to juggle a little bit with all these cultures coming in. They were mostly European cultures, so not that bad. But from the 1960s on, you also have people from the Middle East coming in. So you need to change it a little bit when you have people from Lebanon, like Lebanese Christians, for example. That adds to it. So it actually wasn't that chaotic in the 19th century. But there were a lot of cultures that you had to bring together to make a common image, like an American image of him. And in this poem, Old Santa Claus with Much Delight of 1821, that was only a few pages long, Santa had his reindeer sleigh, and he appeared on Christmas Eve to give children presents. And that means that he's already divided from St. Nicholas, from Sinterklaas, because they appear around December the 6th. Now he's appearing on December the 24th. It's an anonymous poem, it's illustrated, and it contains the oldest drawings of American Santa Claus. It was published in The Children's Friend, a New Year's present to the little ones from 5 to 12, and had only these 8 illustrations. Was published in New York City. So the parts of Modern Santa it contains are the sleigh, the reindeer, northern winter, a birch rod, and that is a bit sinister because the birch rod was given as a present to the parents of bad children.
Wow.
So you can imagine what went on with them after Santa had left. Yes, you have this element of punishment, but he doesn't have a servant who does the punishment. He gives the birch rod to the parents, and for the good children he has presents. He starts wearing red in the illustrations, but it's not a bishop's robe. And as I said, the day is moved from December the 6th to Christmas Eve. So this is already different from the European traditions that are based on St. Nicholas. Then you have another one in 1823. So as I said, two publications in the 1820s tried to pin down the image of Santa Claus.
Right.
It's called An Account of a Visit from St. Nicholas, or which is much more well known is 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. I'm sure you've heard that.
Absolutely.
And again, you can see that in one case he has a green robe and he has this this weird hat that reminds me of Ebenezer Scrooge's night cap.
Yeah.
Yes, that is 1823. Also illustrated and published anonymously. It was a wild time back then. And we have a guy called Clement Clark Moore who claimed that it was his work. So it took him 14 years to realize he had done that. But there is actually a big controversy about this. Another possible author is Henry Livingston Jr. So these two are fighting over who defined Santa. And it's a weird poem because the poem starts with a very fat Santa landing in the garden first and then landing on the roof. So the father of the family sees him landing in the garden with a reindeer sleigh. And then only he lands on the roof. He comes down the chimney with a sack of toys. He fills the stockings by the fireplace, and then he leaves again through the chimney. And in this poem, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," you have the modern number and the names of the reindeer: Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Dunder, and Blitzen. But Dunder and Blitzen is the Dutch version of those names, and Donner and Blitzen is the German version. So the names already exist, but over time people switched to a version that sounded more German. Because about 40% of the population of the United States has some sort of connection to Germany through their ancestors. So almost half of the people in the United States have some German DNA. The Night Before Christmas started to serve as this unifying Christmas tale. So what Washington Irving had started but had not finished, to create a truly American version of Santa with his own American law, really. So you didn't have to take the law from the immigrants anymore. You could make up your own stuff. It was published on December 23rd in the Troy, in the New York Sentinel. We have some links for that, so I can give them to you later, and you can put them in the description if you like. After that, between the years 1845 and 1902, we have some people adding to the lore, and there are some really famous people among them. First, it started between 1845 and 1863, where Santa was also known as Kris Kringle. Have you ever heard that name?
I absolutely have, yeah.
So what do you associate with Kris Kringle?
I don't really know, if I'm honest with you. I just know that that's a name that they not so much these days, but some people will still call him Kris Kringle.
Mm-hmm.
Just it's I never quite understood where it came from, but yeah.
So that was the version that was first advertised to British children. I told you that from 1850 on, American Santa also became popular in the UK. And first they sent him over under the name Kris Kringle, so this is his spy name.
Oh, Santa's spy name, I see.
It's his alias. And as Kris Kringle, he started filling their stockings, and later they switched to Santa Claus. But around that time, until 1863, they still had these two going parallel, Santa Claus and Kris Kringle. But Kris Kringle was mainly for the foreign market, so this was something that they used for the UK tour.
Right, okay.
Then you have someone that you're probably going to know, Louisa May Alcott.
Alcott, sounds familiar.
She wrote Little Women.
Ah. Okay.
So she is a proper writer. She's very accomplished. And she's the one who created Santa's Elf Workshop in 1850.
Oh, how about that?
She wrote about it, but it was never really published. She called it The Christmas Elves. And her idea got out. And then you had a magazine called Godey's Ladies Book. And that sounds like a magazine that Emily Howard would read. Emily Howard of Little Britain.
Probably.
Because it's a ladies' book, you know.
Ladies.
um, they published an elf workshop illustration in 1873, so 23 years after Louisa May Alcott had come up with it. They used this as a magazine cover. And these elves in the magazine, they were inspired by Germanic mythology, because you do have the Tomten and Nissen in Sweden and Norway, for example, that we showed you the last two videos, really. And then you also have the Alfar. So Alfar is a common North Germanic word for elves. And elves is the West Germanic word, so you can tell that those two words are related.
Right. Makes me think of like Alfheim, like home of the elves.
Right.
I'm with you.
That is the home of the bright elves.
Yep.
But you also have a home of the dark elves. And the dark elves are also called dwarves.
Yep. It's quite funny how that all works.
We can go into that in a different video. Then you have the Huldefolk. So in this case, you pronounce the L in front of the K. It's not like in English where you say folk, but it's folk.
Yeah.
Huldefolk means the hidden folk. And that is also a Germanic concept. It's fairies and kobolds. So kobold is a German term. And kobolds are often found in mines. So they're also known as the knockers in mines.
Yeah.
But it's really a group of house spirits from European folklore. And you have them in all parts of Europe. A lot of them are Germanic, but you also have Slavic ones. You have some that are based on old Roman concepts. So the little people. Irish people are going to know what I'm talking about. They were the inspiration for Santa's helpers. And as I said, you have the workshop, but there is someone who makes a more effective version of the workshop. That's coming up in the 20th century. So let's finish the 19th first. Thomas Nass. And he, weirdly enough, he doesn't use all that German stuff that he knows from his own upbringing, but he connects Santa with the Civil War cause in Harper's Weekly in 1863. And he starts making caricatures between 1863 and 1880. He's the guy who came up with the North Pole location. And he's the first one who really starts drawing these caricatures of the workshop and names it Santa Clausville, NP, North Pole. So he expands on the idea that was the brainchild of Louisa May Alcott. And after him, we have Mrs. Claus. Mrs. Claus is a concept that came up in Catherine Lee Bates's poem Goody Santa Claus on a Sleigh Ride of 1889. So even Mrs. Claus is pretty old. Of course, you don't say that about a woman.
God, no.
And Catherine looks like she's quite strict. But I think that's just the glasses. And the hair. And around the same time, you had someone who was writing a scientific article. His name is Francis Pharcellus Church. So he starts the full indoctrination with Santa law in the United States. Because he wrote this editorial in 1897 that asks, is there a Santa Claus? This was directed at children, and he wrote it just to convince children that Santa is real, so he's to blame.
Ah. Damn him.
And of course, he he answers this with yes. Then we have another celebrity, and you may know him from The Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
L. Frank Baum. In 1902, he invented a new version of Santa that is almost as batshit insane as the Finnish version, and he linked it to his Oz stories. So the Land of Oz has its own version of Santa.
Wow, really?
And it's a very different Santa because his reindeer can't fly, but they can jump really high. I don't know if they pee, but that is a rocky ride because they have to come down and then they have to jump the next time, jump back up. So, yeah.
That's so weird.
You can find that online if you like. It's called The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. I highly recommend that you read it because just reading the summary for this is really super weird.
That's awesome. Well, Oz is weird.
Right. And then we have the 20th century, and the 20th century starts with Henry Ford's assembly line in 1913. So maybe you know that on October 7th, 1913, he opened an assembly line for his Ford Model T for a car. And after that, so about from World War I on, 1914, you have these pictures showing up of Santa's elves working on an assembly line to make the toys.
It's all coming together.
So that is the connection with American capitalism, with Henry Ford. And it's actually really cool that this ties it to the United States even closer. That you have this magnate who creates the first American car, and they take his assembly lines and they put them in Santa's workshop.
Yeah, clearly Henry Ford and Santa Claus had a deal going on.
Yes. Okay, then the first man to ever play Santa Claus on film was called Leadham Bantock, and this was in 1912. So, first actor. And then from the 1930s on, you have Coca-Cola using Santa's image for advertisements. And that is how this conspiracy theory started, that Coca-Cola had invented him for the ads because he's red and white like their logo.
Yeah. There's some sense, but it's just not true.
No. So we're going back to the year 1809, and this is 1930s. So yeah, he has more than 100 years of history at this point. That's why they're using him, because he's a well-known character and people relate to him on an emotional basis. And that means they can sell stuff with his image.
Quite right. Capitalize on familiarity. It's true. I mean, look at anything trending these days. Who doesn't do anything with anything popular to make some money? It's just how the way things are.
Exactly. So, what is missing? There is one thing still missing from American Santa. One thing that I haven't brought up.
Let's see. We brought up elves in the workshop. We brought up assembly line. I suppose reindeer.
Yay! We have some reindeer, but Rudolph is missing.
True. Yeah, you're right, because you have mentioned other reindeer, but not not Rudolph. So is that specifically an American invention?
Yes.
Ah, that makes sense. Because we haven't seen anything even remotely like Rudolph in any of the other earlier versions. Interesting.
And you may want to know that Rudolph is actually very realistic.
But
so let me explain this to you. He was invented in 1939 by Robert L. May. So he wrote the story of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And this is realistic in a sense that reindeer can actually have red noses. There has been a study.
But not glowing noses, though.
No. Okay. But we'll get into Christmas magic tomorrow, so I can explain a couple of things about magical reindeer then. but there is a study from 2012. If you like, I can give you the link for that. The study is about reindeer's nasal glow, and it's a sad story because Rudolph is the youngest reindeer among Santa's reindeer, and he wants to pull a sleigh too. That is the backstory of the character. And he has that bright red nose. And when you go into this study, it shows that reindeers' noses can turn red in reality from exhaustion when they have to pull a load that is too heavy. So if you put a baby reindeer in front of the sleigh and the load is simply too heavy for that baby, then the nose will turn red because of exhaustion.
Well, that is quite a sad thing in reality then.
Child labor.
Child labor. Oh man, no. That's well, how about that? Rudolph has been under a lot of stress and exhaustion his entire life. No.
Yes, and you have that in those old stories. So, this is day 19. We've talked about this already, that in many cases we're having to deal with child labor, with exploitation. You remember the children who were supposed to be sold into prostitution and that was saved by St. Nicholas. Or you remember that parents would whip their children if they were bad and all that kind of stuff. So these very old-fashioned things that are quite dark and brutal in some cases. And 1939's Rudolph is no exception. He is an example of child labor, and they're exploiting his little body so much that his nose turns red.
Well, I wasn't expecting such a dark twist here. But it's inevitable in any
Trigger
historical
warning.
case. Trigger warning: child abuse. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Yes, so put a trigger warning in. Okay. That is it with United States Santa. So it's not a Coca-Cola invention. And it's not just the invention of one person. There have been controversies about the authors of the two poems in the 1820s. There are many different elements that were brought in by immigrants, but also different elements that were made up by people in the United States as a collective. So you have some stuff that is very, very old and very traditional, but you also have some new stuff that people came up with in a situation where they were living in a multicultural environment, and they made up their own law.
As it does happen. Day 19. Alrighty. Day 20 of the Advent calendar. My goodness, I can't believe we made it so far. Almost at the end, though. We're getting into some real interesting stuff now. So, today, we're talking about Christmas magic.
Yes, Christmas is a time of miracles. Good versus evil, light versus dark. You have the devil and demons and heathen gods and Christian saints walking around on Earth. So anything can happen. And we'll start with something really simple that we've mentioned before. Do you remember the pudding oracle?
Oh, you mean the is it the coin in the pudding?
Yes, right. That would be the British Christmas pudding oracle. Whoever finds the coin will have good luck in the next year. And the Finns have a different version of that, and the Finns do cheat when they do the oracle. Shocking, I know.
But do they have more than one coin or something?
Yes, they have an almond pudding. It's a rice pudding with almonds, and we've seen these when we did the sweets video on the 12th. So they hide the almonds in the pudding, and whoever finds the almonds has good luck in the next year. But they put in more than one, so usually families will put in one for each child, so they can all have a good year.
Wow. That's kind of considerate in a way, but yeah, silly.
So yes, you can see that Christmas is a time of divination. We've also talked about this when we talked about the Christmas birds in the 12 Days of Christmas carol. So we've said that each of the stations of the 12 birds and people in there, they represent a month of the coming year. So people would compare the weather with that specific month in the carol and would try to find out what the future looks like. And that is a big part of Christmas celebrations and New Year's celebrations.
I see.
And of course, you have the speaking animals.
The speaking animals.
Yes.
Like Dr. Dolittle kind of speaking, like only speaking to one person, or like...
No. So it's not the animals in the nativity scene that are speaking, and I personally believe that this is something that parents would have told their children on Christmas Eve. So you have to take into consideration that most people until the 20th century, even in Europe, were farmers. So it was over 90% of the population that still farmed, even if they didn't have big farms, but they had some animals in the barn. And even in the 1960s, my grandparents still had 2 pigs that they raised throughout the year. They fed them with kitchen scraps, and then they would be slaughtered at the end of the year. So they were not full-on farmers, but they still had animals. So how do you get your children to go out to the barn and take care of the animals on Christmas Eve so you have time to hide the presents? You tell them that the animals are going to speak on Christmas Eve.
Oh. Wow. Oh.
The cows are totally talking. So you need to go and you need to watch them. And if you have a favorite cow, then it's probably going to talk to you. So the kids are sent out to the animals so the parents can put out the presents. And the children, when they're in the stables anyway, they may give the animals some more water or hay or something. So I think that is actually a trick by the parents.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes. And there are more weird stories. I'm not going into all of them, but one weird story, for example, is that allegedly on midnight of Christmas Eve, well, the midnight between Christmas Eve and Christmas Day proper, your table in your living room turns into cake.
That's quite weird.
So this starts when the bell starts chiming, the church bell starts chiming 12, and you have 12 chimes to bite a piece out of your table because the table turns into a cake, so you can bite into it and you can eat a piece of it. And if you don't let go before the 12th chime, then your teeth will get stuck in the table.
That's pretty fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie.
So why do people have these ideas? What do you think why people make up that kind of stuff? I mean, we know why they make up the stuff about the animals, but why do people have a feeling that Christmas is a magical time and that you can have these miracles and, to be honest, really stupid miracles sometimes with a cake table, for example?
Yeah, I get the feeling a lot of that kind of still ties back into the, well, potentially the biblical and the heathen side as well, because obviously both have bizarro stories throughout all the ages, and this would just yet again be another form of, well, this is a special time of year, there should be special things going on to make it more incredible than a typical kind of any other day of the year, for example. So I think there's some logic with that. Just, it's a magical time of year, this is a big occasion for everybody, there should be fucking magical bizarre things going on.
Yes, that's right. So it's the common topic, but it's also the Christmas pranks. So the story with the table, I could imagine, is some older sibling prank that your older siblings will tell you, yeah, if you bite into the table, it will turn into cake on midnight.
Yeah.
So that is something we've seen, that we have characters like the Yule Goat, for example, and there's more to come about that one, but it'll be more horrifying than that. So they are going around trick and treating. They are pranking people. So Christmas pranks are a thing, and in some cases they are disguised as magic. So this would be something that your older brother may tell you, that you should absolutely bite the table.
Yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Christmas pranks for sure.
But the other thing is that Christmas is also connected to drugs.
Oh yeah, I mean you got Poppy, don't you?
Not just that, we'll get into the drugs now.
Okay.
So, I have this wonderful picture of Shroom Santa.
Wow.
And this again is science. So, like the last time with Rudolph's nose, we have an actual study for this. And I'm very proud to say that it was insane anthropologists who found this out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Right. So let me get into Amanita Christmas. What do you call it? I know it's called fly Amanita or fly agaric.
Yeah, fly Amanita.
Yeah, I thought so. So most people I've asked say that it is Amanita, because the scientific name is Amanita muscaria.
Right.
And muscaria refers to the flies. This is a pretty old study, actually. In the 1960s, Robert Gordon Wasson and one fellow anthropologist called John A. Rush, they came to the conclusion that consuming fly amanita would explain a lot of mythological events connected to Christmas.
Yeah. Hallucinations.
So, yes, but not just Christmas lore, actually, because Wasson started with Indian mythology, so the subcontinent of India and Asia, to make this clear. But he expanded into Christian lore, and he found these correlations, specifically in northern Eurasia with the fly amanita. So that is one reason why Christmas is red and white, and of course, it's not the only reason. You have the holly and the mistletoe. So there you have the colors red and white, red for the holly and white for the mistletoe. That is one thing. And let me show you something that will require a trigger warning. Okay. So put it up now.
Will do.
This is blood. So we're not talking about Christmas sacrifices. We're talking about slaughtering a pig. And you would usually start slaughtering pigs when the cold season began, so late autumn and then in winter, because pork is a type of meat that overturns quickly. You can't keep it uncooked for very long. And even when it's cooked, like, it's not as stable as beef. So you can eat raw beef, but I wouldn't really recommend eating raw pork, although I've done that with really fresh pork. So yeah, not a good thing. And there are reasons why religions like Judaism and Islam prohibit the consumption of pork, because they live in desert regions and very warm regions. So pork spoils very fast, and this religious rule that you're not supposed to eat that has its root in the fact that it can make you sick.
Yeah, so
yeah, you have to handle pork with care, so they would usually only slaughter pigs around the colder times because it's easier to preserve it then. So when there is not that much sunlight and flies and so on, that is why pigs were usually slaughtered in the cold season. And one part of Christmas celebration is, of course, that you're getting a lot of fat and protein. So we've talked about this when we talked about Christmas dinners on Friday the 13th. I hope nothing bad happened. But a lot of these dishes are pork. So that is a very traditional thing. You are feeding a pig throughout the year, and you're raising that pig from being a piglet to a fully grown pig, and it usually takes 1 year until it's ready. So you slaughter it for Christmas, because during the cold time you need that fat and protein. That's why it's the typical Christmas animal. And you would usually have a slaughter celebration. This is a slaughter platter, so you have all kinds of sausages. The one sausage, the really dark one that is on the upper right under the potatoes, is black pudding, for example. So you would have a lot of pork around that time. Makes sense. And it's a red and white color scheme because it's blood on the snow. So that is one reason why Christmas is red and white.
Ah.
But there
Huh.
is more to it. So it's not just holly and mistletoe, it's not just slaughtering pigs around December, but it's also the fly amanita. So Eurasian shamans, they use this mushroom for magical rituals, and we have reports from what is now Russia, from an ethnic group that is called the Koryaks. They live in Siberia. And then the Kamchadales, which is an ethnic group in the Russian Far East, like about west of Alaska, that area. And what they reported sounds a lot like Christmas. So maybe we should go into shamanism. Shamanism is something that is practiced all throughout Eurasia, which means it was also practiced in Europe. And you still have some fairy tales, even Brother Grimm's fairy tales, that refer to shamanistic rituals. And we could make a video about shamanism, because nowadays you have many people who will tell you that, oh, I've been trained to be a shaman, actually. I went to this workshop in California and I'm a shaman now.
I got the certificate, all right? Like, it's legit.
I have it on my wall.
I do readings for $4,000.
An hour, not the
Yeah.
full reading. So no, that is not shamanism, but shamanism is an actual thing in anthropology, so I can do a video on that if people are interested. But let's just look into this now, into the fly amanita. That is one part of it. I'm just saying that throughout Eurasia, you did have these traditions. You had them in Europe, you had them in Northern Asia, but it goes down to Southeast Asia. So there's a lot of stuff connected to shamanism, and that is a pretty good explanation for why people are using similar drugs in India, for example. So, they are using the winter solstice as the date where the shamans take the red and white amanita. And there is a specific reason why they picked this one. So it's not just because it can cause hallucinations, it's also because it grows near the trees of life, which are birches and pines. These trees are trees of life in Eurasian shamanism. They are toxic, not the trees, but the mushrooms. So you can diffuse that a little bit. Overall, from what I've heard, you can eat up to 11 fly amanitas, and you will get sick, but you will not die. So the safe dose would be about 11, but I don't recommend that you try this, because what I read and what's really happening with you and your body is something entirely different. So this doesn't account for your weight or for your personal tolerance. Don't do it. Don't try it. Not even one. I'm just saying that there is a consensus that 11 may be a safe dose, but I can't confirm this, and we're not taking responsibility if you try this and get sick or die.
100%. 100% correct. We're teaching you things. That doesn't mean go and try them.
Yeah, we're not trying to kill you.
No, we're trying to educate.
Educate or edge?
Really depends on what they're in the mood for.
Oh dear. Okay, so we'll move over to the Christmas magic with this one. So one method how to diffuse the toxins inside the mushroom is to dry them on open fire. That is something that some shamans do. They usually put them in a small sack and they have them on a thread over the fire so they don't get too hot. They don't start to cook or anything. And this actually looks like socks hanging from a fireplace. Oh, that is where this tradition may come from. And we have another one. So we've talked a lot about reindeer. Reindeer love to eat fly amanita. There we have a wonderful reindeer ornament.
It's just our running theme now. Damn it, I'm gonna have to have merch with a reindeer peeing now. That's so fucking funny.
Yes, and we're talking about reindeer pee. Trigger warning again. These shamans in Siberia, for example, they also have reindeer. And reindeer can filter out the poison from the mushroom. So they're feeding the reindeer the mushroom, and it doesn't kill the reindeer. The reindeer does have a high tolerance for this.
Mm.
And then the shaman drinks the reindeer pee.
Yeah, I had a funny feeling that's where we were going.
Yeah.
Oh boy, which obviously gives them the fun time effects without the poison, but they're still drinking pee. Oh god, Bear Grylls would love it. Oh man, maybe he's a shaman. It makes so much sense now. Oh fuck.
So all of these middle-aged women who claim they have been trained as shamans in a workshop in California.
I should find it if they're drinking reindeer pee. Yeah, this is good.
This is what real shamanism looks like, guys.
Oh god.
So according to the study, and I give you the link to the study because I do have it here. You can look into that, or you can look into a summary of the study. This causes feelings of joy, a desire to sing, increased muscle tone, and that would make it more. That would make it easier for you to perform physical tasks like carrying a Yule log, for example. So you see these shamans who are high on mushroom reindeer pee pulling logs through the snow. And that is because it increases the muscle tone. It actually makes them stronger when they drink mushroom reindeer pee.
Now, we are not endorsing this behavior.
No.
Do not feed reindeer fly amanita, and do not drink their pee. I shouldn't have to say this, but I'm going to.
But it's the internet. We have to say it.
That's why we're saying it. Somebody out there will be like, you know what, that's a fun idea, I'll do it. It's like, no. We are not held responsible for your actions based on what we teach you.
Legal disclaimer.
Legal disclaimer. It's in the video now. That should save us, right?
Right. Well, they don't have my address. They have yours.
Yeah, they know kind of where I live. They know it's a country. That's all they
Damn. Okay, so that is one thing that is part of what it causes, but part of the celebration was also that the shaman would get into a trance, and with the help of the fly amanita, they felt like they were flying towards the North Star, North Pole, so that is one thing, and that they would be able to see the future of their community, so they didn't need the Finnish almond pudding. And when they came back, they would initiate the ceremonies for the winter solstice, and they would meet with the leaders of the community to share the knowledge that they had acquired while they were visiting the North Star. And when they came back, they would come back through the chimney, or, well, in that case, not a real chimney, but in Siberia, they usually have these yurts, and these yurts are huge tents, and they're extremely warm. So even when it's minus 30 degrees outside, then it will still be plus temperatures inside the yurt. So it will be warm enough to sit around in normal clothes, not wearing winter clothes. And usually around Christmas time, these yurts are covered in a lot of snow. So the entry is blocked. You can't get in through the door because there is too much snow. The only crevice that you could fit through is the smoke hole in the ceiling. So that is why Santa comes through the chimney.
Wow.
Yeah, so the dripping shaman sits inside the yurt, and he has the feeling that he's flying out of the yurt through the smoke hole to the North Star. Then he comes back in through the same hole. Physically, he has not moved, but his spirit has gone on this journey. And these shamans have very particular clothes, as you can see here. So this is in the Asian part of Eurasia. They mimic the fly amanita with their clothes.
Yep, they sure do.
Even the boots are explainable when you look at this shaman lore, because they would wear knee-high reindeer boots, so made of reindeer leather, and they were brown to begin with, but they turned black after a while of use. So even the black boots that Santa wears are actually a relation to the shamans.
This is God, this is something.
Yes, it's great. And this also explains why the reindeer are flying.
Yep. Sure does.
So that is drug-based Christmas magic, and drugs may explain why people were hallucinating, why people were seeing flying reindeer and that kind of stuff. But there is some more, because we have some real miracles. And one of them is the World War I truce. And we're closing with this one. That is a real-life miracle that is only a little bit longer than 100 years ago.
I remember
So
this,
what do you know about the Christmas truce?
I don't know exactly why it happened. I'm pretty sure it's just because they all inevitably celebrate Christmas time and everything, and I think it was only one day, wasn't it? But essentially, like, they stopped firing from both sides of the trenches, and they inevitably went into the no man's land zone. And I think they played like football. They exchanged like, stories, tea, food, and stuff like that. They just all kind of had a day of not fighting. And for some reason, it was just like unspoken. It's not like anybody decided, hey, this is what we're gonna do. It just kind of happened.
So we can have a video about the 64 years of civilization. 1914 is the last year of civilization in that theory. That is, a historical theory. And 1914 is the last year of civilization, because you still have people being civilized enough to celebrate Christmas together in the biggest war of all times, which it was at that time. I mean, of course, World War II is bigger, but back in the days, World War I was the biggest and most horrifying war people had ever been in.
It was called the Great War, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was called the Great War before World War II. So they still had the humanity to celebrate Christmas together in the first year of the war. And I have some pictures here for you. This was something that happened around Christmas 1914, and it happened in the trenches of Belgium and France. So you can see trenches in some of these pictures. And it happened because both parties of the war were Christians. They had their Christmas traditions. So they triggered each other with their Christmas carols in the trenches. They started celebrating Christmas there, and those were horrifying conditions. Even for the field surgeons, they were often in sort of a mud cave, helping people who had been wounded. So really, really bad with rats and with all sorts of insects, and it was cold, it was wet. Really not a nice place to be. But people started celebrating Christmas in their own trenches. And of course, because they were singing Christmas songs, the other side would hear that and they would see that some lunatic was bringing in a small tree and they were decorating this tree with all kinds of stuff that they had left over. And usually the men would get some Christmas food from their families. So for the British side, for example, it was quite common that the wives would send the husbands fruit bread because that is something that doesn't spoil, or a ham, something like that. Like still preserved food, but also really tasty and festive food. And on the German side, you also have people who are getting Stollen from their wives, or like a huge piece of bacon. So they suddenly realized in 1914 in those trenches that they were not so different and that there must be an armistice. So they would come out of the trenches and they didn't understand each other. So very few people spoke different languages at that time. Very few people were fluent. Some of the officers were able to translate, so they decided that they would put down their weapons. And this was not something that was coordinated from their headquarters. So it wasn't that some general told them, you can stop fighting now, you can go and play football with the British.
Yeah. Like I say, it was just unspoken, wasn't it? They just kind of showed each other that, hey,
Yeah.
we're not really wanting to fight on this holy day for us. And obviously both sides were just in consensus with that. Like, yeah, obviously we don't want to fight at Christmas time. So yeah, they just kind of all stopped fighting for the day. It was incredible.
Yes, it was a really nice thing. So they, you can see that they were playing football or soccer, as they say in the United States. They were showing each other pictures of their families. They were trying to communicate, probably with a lot of gestures, trying to put up a charade, actually.
Yeah.
So, because they couldn't really communicate. And after that, they would go back and they would resume shooting at each other. But it was more difficult for them. So when you talk to people who lived around that time and who were in that situation, they will tell you that now they knew their enemies' names, for example, that they knew that these people also had families who loved them, who would send them food and warm clothes and so on. So this made it much more difficult to shoot at each other, but they were forced to. You can't pick your enemies in a war. You can't decide who you want to fire at and who you don't want to fire at. So based on the political situation, they couldn't just make peace with each other. But the men in the trenches who did the actual fighting, both sides would have absolutely been ready to stop firing at each other and just go home. A very famous Christmas miracle, and that is a real Christmas miracle. So nobody was on drugs, and they just decided that they were all human beings and they wanted to stop fighting.
Yep.
That's it with our Christmas magic.
Christmas magic. God,
Yay.
yeah. Didn't think we'd end with that, but it's a beautiful thing to end on, I gotta say. Day 20
Yes.
down. Day 21 of the Advent Calendar. We're in our final stretch, boys and girls. I think we're getting into some more darker topics pretty soon. Not just yet, though. We've got to cover one more fun thing. Ligea, what are these words? Birchta, Pathana, what are these?
Oh, I'll get to these. I wanted to ask now, on the 21st, I mean, did you do anything with the St. Barbara twigs, or did you get a poinsettia or something like that?
Well, I didn't get a poinsettia, and as for the twigs, I did get some, but let's just say they did not do very well, so it might not have been the best ones to pick. So those have had to go, sadly.
Oh, that's really bad. And you didn't get a reindeer.
Yeah, weirdly, couldn't find one. It's really, really weird. I do see deer, and I'm tempted to just glue some bigger antlers on them and just hope, but they have to let me catch them first.
Okay, because you know there is a dwarf reindeer that is about the size of a dog.
Where can I get one?
In Svalbard. So you see that is a group of islands north of Norway. There you can see the UK too. That is a group of islands that is very, very cold, and they require you to get a rifle as soon as you arrive. So they will usually give you one. And you can get some training with it too, because they have polar bears, apart from their tiny reindeer. So you can't move around outside without a gun.
Oh, okay. That's quite fun.
Yes, and let me show you the reindeer. This is a Svalbard reindeer, and it's the tiniest reindeer that exists.
Like how tiny are we talking? Because even in the picture, he doesn't look like he's tiny.
Oh, yeah. They're about 80 centimeters to the shoulder, so less than 1 meter, not even 3 feet.
Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, they are tiny. Wow.
Yes. And they also have these really cute faces. So let me show you a normal reindeer with a normal reindeer face. They usually have these longer faces. And the Svalbard reindeer have pug faces. So they have these really round heads. Even as adults, you can see that one is a female that has a baby. So this is not a baby reindeer. This is a grown female. And the size is comparable to the smallest pony that exists. So that is a Falabella pony from Argentina. And they're about 80 centimeters to the shoulder. So you can see the St. Bernard dog next to it. And yeah, that's the size we're talking about. You could literally have that dwarf reindeer on your couch. So yeah, that is the small size reindeer, the smallest size reindeer. And a normal reindeer is about 120 centimeters to the shoulder. So here we have the ones that are sprayed with this glow spray again. And as you can see, they're a little bit taller. That's just about the same size as a Welsh pony, like a small Welsh pony. And the largest reindeer in the world are Osborne's caribou, because caribou are actually reindeer. That is the same species. Caribou are in North America and reindeer are in Eurasia. And this reindeer is about 150 to the shoulder, like a Welsh D pony. So the Welsh have 4 classes of ponies. A is the smallest, D is the tallest. So that's basically a smaller horse. As you can see here, that's 150. And that's how tall that caribou is. Yeah. Okay, let's go into the people with the weird names. We'll start with something harmless before we get into the ladies. So we will be talking about the Queens of Winter, and we will talk about winter witches, but we'll start with something funny from Switzerland. And it's called Silvesterklausen. So this takes place in the German-speaking canton Appenzell, which is a part of Switzerland. And they do it twice a year. Do you know that the New Year's Eve is also called St. Sylvester's Day?
I did not know that.
No, you know. So, St. Sylvester used to be a pope. That is him. He was pope from 314 to 35. And his holy day became New Year's Eve when we switched from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. And you remember that the switch between calendars is the reason why Orthodox Christians in Eastern Europe have different dates, and they're off by about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So originally this wasn't even New Year's Eve, but they made it New Year's Eve, and it's also called Sylvester's Day. Especially in German-speaking areas, it's just called Sylvester, like Sylvester Stallone. So the Julian calendar, we had that from 46 BC, 2 years before Caesar was assassinated, and he was the one who did a calendar reform. And this lasted for almost 1600 years, so it was pretty good. They changed it in 1582 because it was a tiny bit off, so we do have a problem with leap years and the leap days and so on. So Pope Gregory XIII changed it, and in the West we now have the Gregorian calendar, where December the 31st is New Year's Eve. But in the Orthodox areas, they keep using the Julian calendar. They keep using the Julian calendar, and the Julian calendar has New Year on January the 13th. That is why New Year's Eve is also Sylvester's Day, or Sylvester, and Sylvester Klausen is an activity. So you see the word Klaus in there, or Klaus. They do this on the new Year, so December 31st, and they do this on the old New Year, January 13th, twice. It's a group of people who dress up, and they're all called Silvesterklaus. So just cut out the last 2 letters of Silvesterklausen. They do something that is scary to some people, because they move from house to house in their costumes, yodeling with bells, and they wish people a good new year, but the yodeling can throw some people off, and some of them look like walking trees. I'll show you pictures of that. They usually do that on these 2 dates, but if either of that dates is a Sunday, then they move it to the Saturday before it, so they're not doing this on Sunday. There are 3 types of them. And I had to make up a word for this, because you cannot translate this to English literally. They have the handsome ones, they have the ugly ones, and then they have something in between, and I call that the ugsome ones.
The Uggs.
Because that is
Okay.
closest to the Swiss German word that they're using, and you literally can't translate this. It doesn't even sound right in standard German, so we needed an English word for this. I will show you after telling you what the church thought about this, because you've seen that the church tried to ban a lot of these festivities. The church in England, the Protestant church, even tried to ban St. Nicholas, and then you have communists trying to ban celebrations in Russia, for example. So in this case, the church also didn't like that. The church sued the city in 1663. That is the first written mentioning of this custom. And you actually had to pay a penalty for doing this between 1776 and 1808. So you had to pay 5 thalers. And thaler is actually the origin of the word dollar.
Really?
Yes.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
That's a big coin. If you got caught, you had to pay 5 of them, so it was very expensive. And people moved this custom to the countryside. They secretly did this until about 1900. And then people started doing this more and more and more in the 20th century, because the power of the church wasn't as it had been before anymore. So they could finally come out and they could do this officially. Sometimes you have single clauses, but usually they appear in groups. And it's not seen as a heathen custom nowadays. They say that it's a custom from late medieval times, when students from monastery boarding schools in northern France did this to prank people. But we've had this element of pranking people in other customs too. Like you remember the the Scandinavian customs and Ukrainian and so on. So you have a lot of pranking going on during Christmas time. Even the English mummers do this. So I think that it could be heathen, and maybe the students just revived that in late medieval times. Or they picked it up and they turned it into something that was kind of Christian. From the 15th century on, it became a very wild thing, and it started to resemble carnival activities in the region. So the church liked that even less. And one thing the church succeeded in was to move it away from Christmas. So originally this was Christmas pranking, and they moved it to the New Year because they wanted their peace and quiet around Christmas time. And now I will show you the clauses.
Ooh.
And they're all men, or let's say mostly men. There are some single women who do this too, but these costumes are extremely heavy. Handsome ones first.
Ooh. Oh.
Yes, that's...
Wow. That's quite...
Yes, we will see more of that because it's not just in Switzerland. And you can see in the one picture with the red clothes, somebody has big bells, or well, two of the people have big bells hanging down their front. These giant balls are big bells. So people are wearing traditional clothes and what they call bonnets. So these hats that they're wearing, these pieces of art on their heads, are called bonnets. And they're usually very pretty and big, and they show farming scenes and local customs and crafts and buildings, sports and family life. And people build them in their spare time. So this is something that they do not get paid for, and they put countless hours into this. And the handsome ones, they have very lovely doll-like masks. I'll show you the woman. That is actually a man in disguise, but some of them dress up as women. Like you have a complete wheel on your head.
Yeah, right?
Okay, then I'll show you the ugly ones. I don't think the ugly ones actually have women among them. They're more gender neutral. That is why I said they look like walking trees with even bigger bells, as you can see.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's definitely more off-putting in this form.
So they have costumes made of fir branches, moss, and other natural materials. And they're quite rough and bulky, and they have spooky masks. They usually don't have bonnets, but they have a load of crap on their heads.
Yeah, no kidding.
As you can see, it's random stuff they picked up in the forest, like the one in the last picture that even looks like he just picked up some straw.
Yeah, right.
So these headdresses that they have, they're usually made of fir, beech, or holly twigs, and then they decorate them with more natural materials. So in the Ugsum ones, they've only existed since the 1960s. Apparently someone thought this wasn't enough to have these two very creative-looking types. So these are the Ugsum ones. Their costumes are very similar to the ugly ones, but they're a little more elaborate. They're a little more civilized, I would say. And they are wearing bonnets, so you can see these farming scenes on the hats, for example. They don't have green on their heads. Yes, and they still have some pretty masks. So for comparison, I'll show you one of the masks of the ugly ones.
I mean, it's definitely not beautiful. That's for sure.
So the ugly ones actually have spooky masks, and the Ugsum ones have somewhat nice masks, but they're not like the doll faces of the handsome ones. So they can be very nice looking, but not human looking. You know, like a piece of art, but not like a doll.
Okay. Okay. It still all ties in with a lot of like how the heathens do this sort of stuff, with just some can be scarier kinds. So yeah, there's a lot of similarities, isn't there? It's quite interesting.
Yes. So you have different ages here, and because these costumes are so heavy, on average between 20 to 30 kilograms per costume with the bells. You can see that there is a lot of wood, for example. So the hats can be made of wood, for example. So they have some upcoming clauses, and those are younger people who just start the tradition, and they don't have to wear these extremely heavy clothes. They usually go without a mask, and they're called Gofeschuppel. And I can't translate that. I can't tell you. Write that down.
Yeah, it's fine. Writing it down is good, because at least then I can put it in the video. Because otherwise, I'm like, how the fuck do I spell that?
Yeah, I know. So the last word Schuppel means a group. That is one group of clauses. But
Is
the
it not just
first
a
one
goofy group?
looks like Goofy, yeah.
That's what I would have thought, right? Could be.
We'll just translate it as that.
Goofy
And then
group.
you have older people. So because it takes a lot of time and effort to make these costumes, you have clauses who just do this for fun. I can read this. It's Spaßkläuse. And that just means fun clauses.
Oh,
So
I'd be in that camp.
they are usually former clauses. So formerly they used to make and wear these costumes, but now they're a little bit older and they don't want to carry that heavy anymore. They usually have simple work dresses and not these elaborate costumes, but they still wear their masks from the clause time and have a headscarf or a hat. So a black pointy hat is very common. And they don't even show up in the morning, so they take their time and appear in the afternoon of celebrations. And then they take over from the main clauses. And in the afternoon, they're usually exhausted because they've spent all morning yodeling, going to people's houses and wearing these costumes. And they also can be severely intoxicated. So that is the time when the older clauses appear and take over from the main clauses.
Wow. That sounds like a great little fun time.
Yes, and you get to do it twice a year.
Yay.
So the weight of the costume is the reason why rarely any women want to participate in this, because it's really, really, really hard work. And you have some women who are tough and probably who do some training at the gym, who can carry these costumes. So there are some among them, but it's very unusual. The groups consist of 5 to 8 people and sometimes up to 12. That is the Silvesterklausen custom from Switzerland. We'll see some of these guys later, because the handsome ones and the ugly ones also exist in other places in the Alps, but the other places don't have ugsome ones.
Okay.
Okay, then let's go into the Snow Queen and the Winter Witch. And several European cultures have their own snow queens or winter witches. For example, the Finnish witch Louhi. She is part of the Finnish national epic, Kalevala. And she is a shape-shifting witch from northern Finland. And in this epic, her job is to give the heroes impossible tasks. And she probably lives close to the Finnish Santa, because, as we've seen, Finnish Santa also lives in northern Finland, on a mountain.
Huh. They must be neighbors.
Right. I'm sure she's borrowing sugar from him.
I mean, he's definitely got some, doesn't he?
Yeah, so she just takes some sugar canes from his house. Maybe he has them on the outside, like the witch in Hansel and Gretel. Skadi is North Germanic mythology. She's a huntress and an ice giantess. So Ice
Oh,
Giantess
yes.
is very fitting. And here you see her with her husband. And I don't know why he has antlers, because he's not a hunting god, he's a god of the sea.
That's weird.
There is
Yeah.
there is an even weirder story how they met and how they got married.
Oh, maybe another
So
time.
she's this girl boss. She hunts and she skis, and she's associated with the cold and darkness and winter and snow, and she lives in the mountains. So when she wanted to get married, the gods gave her a task. She had to pick her husband by only looking at his feet. And she
Okay.
was very confident that she would be able to pick a hot god, so she was going after Baldur, the younger son of Odin. She wanted to marry him. And she thought, oh, he must have really cute feet. Because he was the handsome guy among them. And she picked one because she liked his cute toes, and it wasn't Baldur, it was Njord, the god of the sea.
Well, how about that? God of the Sea has cute toes.
I didn't know it.
There's certain things I never think we're gonna say, but that's that's the show. It just brings it all out.
Yes, so it didn't work very well because, they stayed at her place first, and the wolves were howling in the mountains where her cabin is, so he couldn't sleep because of the wolves, and then they moved to his place, which is in the sea, and she couldn't sleep because of all the damn gulls. So they separated.
Oh.
I think it's the only divine divorce I've ever heard of.
Divine.
And Skadi is probably related to Finnish beliefs because she was raised by Finnish shamans, and this hunting and skiing, that is something that is typical for Finnish reindeer herder women. So they also go hunting and skiing. And you have kind of a real life version of her that is Queen Gunhild, who lived from 910 to 980. She's known as the Mother of Kings. So she's not actually fictional, but parts of her history could be seen as fictional because she also has this backstory where she was raised by Finnish shamans. So she was associated with winter magic because of that. But she was also the wife of an actual Viking king, Eric Bloodaxe. And he didn't get that name because he was so nice to his family.
Can't imagine.
There is a story about this, and it's about his father. So his father is Harald Fairhair. And he wanted to marry a girl. And the girl said, well, I will marry you as soon as you've become king of Norway. So he did two things. He became king of Norway by conquering all of Norway for her. And he also took a vow not to cut his hair until he had finished the task. So his new hairdo was so popular among the women in the places that he conquered that he accumulated hundreds of children before he got married.
Well, that's true love right there. Conquered all of Norway just to be with this woman. That's pretty big.
So that is not the end of the story. He got to marry the girl he wanted after a long time when he had become the king of Norway. But, when they were looking for a successor, they had that problem that he had hundreds of sons, and all of them wanted to become king. So his son Eric had a solution for that. He invited all of his brothers to a dinner into his hall, and when they were all inside, he had his helpers close the hall from the outside, so close doors and windows, so nobody could get out. And then he took his axe out and he solved the problem. And when he came out, when they opened the hall, he was the last man standing, and he was covered in blood, and his axe was covered in blood, and this is why he's called Eric Bloodaxe.
There can only be one.
Yes.
They should have just done the other one where just dress up all the others as girls and it'd be fine, right?
Maybe. So yeah, again we have a situation like with the French kings and with Achilles. Well, not so much with Achilles, but with the French kings and other aristocrats in Europe who dressed up their second and third and fourth sons as girls, so they wouldn't try to grab the power from their older brother. In his case, he just killed all of his brothers, so nobody could reach for the throne.
That's right.
And his wife is that Winter Witch, so she's real life, but she's also kind of mythic. Okay, then there is another one, and this one has two faces. So in central Germany, she's called Mother Holder, and that is also the title of a fairy tale. Have you heard of that fairy tale?
No, I don't think so.
Well, it's about two girls you have. They're both called Mary, and they're not they're not actual sisters. They're stepsisters, and one of them is good and nice and hardworking, and the other one is very lazy and has a bad character. So one day, the first one, the good one, stumbles into a magical land like Alice in Wonderland, and she does some work there, and then she meets Mother Holder. And she helps her make snow. So Mother Holder makes snow by shaking her pillow out of the window, and the feathers that are flying out are how snow comes into being. So good Mary does all the work, and she gets rewarded. And then bad Mary tries the same, but she fails to complete the tasks. So, for example, in this magical land, you have apples that are screaming that they want to be harvested. And she doesn't do that. She just leaves them on the tree to rot, and she doesn't take the bread out of the oven that wants to be taken out of the oven. So the bread burns, and when she comes to Mother Holder's house, she doesn't help her shake the pillows. So all she gets is tar poured on her.
Well,
yeah, that
might be a bit of an extreme overreaction, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is the fairy tale, but Mother Holder is not just this character from a fairy tale. She's also a winter goddess because she makes snow. And the idea was that there is a winter goddess and she shakes the pillow and the feathers turn into snowflakes. This is from central Germany. And a very similar character, not 100% the same, but like 99% the same, exists in the Alpine regions of Germany, in Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. I'm not going to write that down. You don't need to. You don't need to show that on screen. So people know Bavaria, they'll know where to look. And the Alpine version is called Perchta, or we're using a term that exists in English. So the English version of that name would be Bertha.
Ah, okay.
And that name is related to the English word bright. So Bertha is the bright one, or the brilliant one, or the shiny one. And she's the more heathen version. So Mother Holder is a little more Christianized, and Bertha is the full-on heathen goddess. And we'll go into that. So that word is a very old word. It's an Indo-European word, and it shows even up in Indian. The word Bharat, that means India, that is also related to that. So the Bharati people, the Indian people, are actually the brilliant people, the shining people.
Oh. Wow. Good for them.
The first written accounts of her are from the 11th century, and she's continental Germanic and Slavic. So I haven't seen her in English tales. Maybe there is an English version, but in Central Europe and in Scandinavia, for example, there are versions of her. sometimes with different names. And she's most prominent in southern Germany and German-speaking Switzerland and Austria. But you can also find her in Slovenia and the Czech Republic nowadays. And there are two different depictions, because keep in mind, Mother Hulda is also part of this. So both of them have a very long nose, which you can't see in most of these pictures because they show the pretty version of her. And the long nose is most likely based on a bird's beak, so almost like the Plague Doctor mask.
Look at that.
Mother Hulda is the old crone. So she's a witch-like goddess of the soil and of weaving, and she has this tumble hair, and she's a leader of mischievous elves. And she has one large foot that is usually seen as a foot of a goose or a duck, so there might be some overlap with Baba Yaga, but Baba Yaga is not just a winter goddess. Her hut has chicken legs, so it's not herself who has this goose or duck foot. Mother Hulda controls people's fates with her spinning wheel, and that is basically the background story. So she's not as important nowadays as she used to be, because central Germany is a little bit different. So you find these heathen beliefs mostly in the deep south, and that's why there is still law and there are still customs that involve Mistress Bertha. She is the young, pale, beautiful winter witch. She's quite strict. She enforces social taboos, and she is called the guardian of the beasts. So she keeps animals alive during winter, for example. And not just that, she also guards the souls of unborn children in wells or ponds. So there was this idea that unborn souls are not somewhere in heaven, like in Christianity, for example, but unborn souls exist in wells or ponds. So she is also the leader of unborn or unbaptized dead children. Spooky. And one thing that you can see, according to the legend, is that Bertha will appear in the shape of an old woman. That's why she looks like an old woman here. On the eve of Three Kings Day, which means on January the 5th, and that is an important date. Keep that in mind because we're going to use it. So she's an old woman with a staff and a hand wagon, and she's followed by children who died before birth or before they were baptized. And you can save one of these child souls by putting your hand on the last child's head and giving it a name, so you can free that soul. That actually means that she's not that bad, because she's leading these children around and she's hoping for one of the souls to be essentially sent to heaven. Okay, what else does she do? She supervises the winter work of women, and she makes sure that they're not lazy and that they spin wool, and that is also something that we will encounter again when we talk about Iceland. So spinning wool is important winter work. You don't have that much else to do during winter because the plants are not there. You don't have to take care of the plants. You still have to take care of the animals. And something that they did mostly in winter was spinning all the wool and then making blankets, for example, or making clothes with that wool, with those threads, because they didn't have time for that throughout the year. Bertha doesn't allow you to spin on holy days, but she insists that you have to spin every night except for the holy nights. She also supervises what you eat during the holidays, and she punishes wrong food choices. That's what I meant when I said she's an enforcer of social taboos. And she oversees the growth of crops, which means she is the one who protects the life essences of plants in winter. So you have this very strict heathen goddess who is demanding and who controls your behavior. But on the other hand, she protects the animals in winter, she protects the plants in winter, and she even protects unborn or dead children. Those are the main jobs that she has. And she's also a goddess of Christmas oracles. and of iron. And she's in some cases known as Iron Bertha and has a hatchet and iron chains. So don't get in her way.
Yeah, she really does do a little bit of everything, doesn't she?
Yes, right. Then she is an expression of the winter wind, because it's said that her breath can kill you or make you go blind. And that means the winter wind can do that to you. So people were aware that they could catch eye diseases when it was very cold, like eye infections, for example. And that the wind was worse than the cold itself. So when it's a calm day, when there is not much wind, it's not that difficult to move outside than when you have a snowstorm going on, for example. So snowstorms and winter wind, those are her breath. There are some people in central Germany still who dress up as her during winter, and they give nuts and candy to good children. And in the past, they used to whip bad children with a rod, and they rang giant cowbells while doing it.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, I mean, things like that happen in the past, right? Yeah, it's okay. The cowbells, that's kind of random, but okay.
Yes, it's part of these Alpine celebrations. We've seen that with the Swiss celebrations that we just talked about. We will see that in the future with some Austrian stuff, so cowbells. Because the cows in the mountains are wearing these huge bells, so you can find them in the wilderness. Because there are no fences, so you basically just let them roam around.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just weird that while whipping children, they ring cowbells as well. But, I suppose I shouldn't question too much, I'm not meant to understand everything.
Yes. Okay, let me give you a short preview to the 24th. You remember Rupert the Servant?
Yes, I remember Rupert the Servant.
Okay, we'll see him again on the 24th. So the German version of the name is Ruprecht, or, well, the second part is Brecht. And that is also connected to the word bride, or Bertha. So it has been theorized that maybe he's a brother of Bertha, of the heathen goddess.
I see.
We'll get into his name when we talk about him and Krampus, for example, on the 24th. Just saying she may have a brother. And she's also a member of the Wild Hunt. So the Wild Hunt is something heathen that became part of Christian law. Do you know anything about it?
Not 100%. I recognize the name because as a nerd I am. There's a video game made in Poland that has the Wild Hunt in it, but I don't know if they're meant to be the exact same Wild Hunt. I feel like it's more of an inspirational Wild Hunt,
Yes, so basically it's the gods riding across the sky during stormy nights and during thunderstorms. We can get into that in a different video, but it's an activity for Germanic gods in bad weather. Yes, so she also has a magical horse that can fly, but you usually don't see her with a horse unless she's part of the Wild Hunt. And the English version of the Wild Hunt is called the Chevy Chase.
No. No, it's not.
It is. Go Google it. So I think we can bet that that is his stage name.
Hi, everybody. Chevy Chase here is the Wild Hunt.
There is even a poem or ballad, you would have to look this up, that is titled The Chevy Chase, and it's an old one, so you could read that.
Well, maybe that's where he's got his name from then. That's quite interesting.
Yes. Yes, I would say that's probably the source of the name. Okay, back to Bavaria. There is a saint, and we're not going into saints again because that takes too much time and it's already a very long video. She's called Saint Lucia, and Lucius, or Lucia, is a Roman name, and that was given to children who were born in the morning because it means light. So Emperor Nero, for example, and Lucius Malfoy, they both have the first name Lucius, which means Emperor Nero was born in the early morning light. And you also have that as part of the name Lucifer. Lucifer is the one who carries the light.
That's right.
So Saint Lucia is a Christian saint, and in Bavaria she has some overlap with Bertha. And you have other goddesses in Italy and in Austria who also have an overlap with Bertha. So in Italy, that's Befana. Befana is not really a goddess. She's more like a witch. And we'll get into her. She's also in this video. And then a pretty obscure Austrian goddess named Norea. And she's an iron goddess and a goddess of mining. So call back to St. Barbara.
It's all connected.
It's all starting to make sense. Do you know this big conspiracy board with the red twine?
Yep.
The crazy looking guy. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Is that possible?
It sure is. Yep.
Yeah,
that's
that
right.
one. Yes,
Don't
that's
worry.
what I look.
We'll put up a picture, but I'm gonna put one of our heads on him instead. Probably you.
Yeah,
make more sense.
That's exactly what I look like now.
It's all connected.
All connected.
I put Christmas on the top.
Yes. So there is overlap with Christian saints and with a winter witch from Italy, and even older Roman or Germanic or Celtic goddesses. And Bertha became a Christmas deity in medieval times. And she appears during the 12 days of Christmas. She flies through the air. And she puts a silver coin in good kids' shoes, but disembowels bad kids and fills their bellies with straw and stones. That escalated quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely the perfect picture for that. Yeah. Oh, you're a good boy. You get a coin in your shoe. You've been bad. I'm going to gut you alive. Like, whoa, what the fuck?
Medieval times.
Holy shit. God, that's crazy.
So the custom of leaving food out for Santa is actually a custom that comes from this goddess, because people used to leave out food for her, and specifically porridge. She likes porridge.
I get it.
Yeah, so you may get straw and stones, but she gets porridge. We'll move on to the next one. We have one winter witch left, and we're closing with Befana. So Befana is a word that is a mispronounced word, actually. The actual Italian word is Epifania. So Epiphany again. And as you remember, this is connected to the three kings. And what is revealed to them is the child. So Epiphany in this case means something is revealed. And instead of Epiphania, they say Befana, probably said by little children. You know that Buzz Aldrin, for example, his name is not actually Buzz. It's just that he had younger siblings, and they called him Buzz instead of brother because they couldn't pronounce brother yet. Okay, so Befana is a version of Epiphania, of Epiphany, and she's a witch or a female demon in Italy, and she lives hidden in the mountains, like so many of them do. She appears in the night between the 5th and 6th of January, and she rides on a broom, but not as you would suspect, because she rides on it backwards, which means that the broomstick is behind her and the actual brush is in front of her. She flies from house to house, she brings presents, and she punishes, because all of these Christmas deities do that. They bring presents, but they also punish. So it's usually something that one person does, but we will see that this is not not true for Saint Nicholas and his dark helpers. That is one of the reasons why Nicholas has dark helpers, because he does not punish. He only brings the present, so he needs someone who punishes for him. Befana's Day was known as Little Christmas, and in the past it was often celebrated even more lavishly than Christmas proper. And of course the church had a problem with that. So the church didn't really do much against that. But in the 20th century, this caused some trouble. We'll get into that later. Nowadays, she's usually portrayed as a good witch. And she has this backstory where apparently she lives in Israel. So the Christian legend attached to her says that she's King Herod's daughter. And when Christ was born, she missed the birth and she didn't go with the three kings. So in the Catholic legend, the three kings met her close to the shed because she lived in the same neighborhood as poor people who couldn't afford a place to stay except for this shed. So I'm not really sure that she's really a princess. Maybe she just said she was King Herod's daughter, because I think she could have afforded a better neighborhood. Anyway, the three kings asked her where the newborn baby was, and she had heard of it. But she didn't know anything that would have led them in the right direction. So she took them in for the night. And she was a very, very, very good housekeeper. The best housekeeper in the village. So again, I don't think she's a princess, because princesses usually don't clean and cook. But she did, and she was so good that the three kings invited her to come with them. But she said she couldn't because she had too many chores. But then she changed her mind and she ran after them, deciding that she also wanted to see the Son of God and King of the Jews, which would probably have affected her as King Herod's daughter. But she couldn't find the kings or the shed, not even with all the angels singing loudly and like the whole light show going on. And she's still searching for them over 2,000 years later.
What?
So she
Why?
She
Why?
around. What?
Why is she still searching 2,000? That's crazy. What?
I mean, we forgot to say that she's not only a princess who does housework and lives in a poor neighborhood, but she's also immortal for some reason.
So weird. Like, for the most part, the story's fine, but that end part is weird. After a point, you think she'd have scoured the entire Earth and realized they're not here anymore, right?
No, and she concentrates mostly on Italy, which is weird because, she lived in Israel back then, so...
There's some real weird shit to this story. Okay.
She's probably on mushrooms, to be honest.
That's what it is. The fly amanita's back. Okay.
Okay. So the thing, it gets weirder. She flies around in Italy, and she leaves a gift in every house that she visits with her backwards broom. So she's flying her cleaning equipment. And she leaves a gift in every house with children in it, just in case that one of the kids is the Messiah.
Wow. But only in Italy, though?
Only in Italy.
Wow. Italy gets twice as many presents. That's bullshit.
And we have a sexist part here, because if there is a new mother in the household, she gifts that woman a broom to help her clean.
I'm
You would think that she could have upgraded to a vacuum cleaner or something like that, but no, it's a broom.
That's just crazy.
Yes, so that is a Christian legend that is attached to her, and it doesn't really make much sense. So maybe we're better off with the heathen version. But this basically connects her to the three kings, and this explains why she leaves all these presents. She's probably a heathen gift giver, and during Italian fascism, she was used as a gift giver because they were trying to move away from Christianity and they were trying to move towards heathen beliefs. Which is one of the few good things they did, that they actually revived these old cultural stories. So in Italian and in German fascism, they started saying, well, why would we believe in gods that lived in the Middle East thousands of years ago? We have our own gods. Why don't we worship them? That was a thing in both countries. And in Italy from 1928 to 1945, so the end of the war, the National Fascist Party organized a charity event for Three Kings Day. And that charity event was known as Befana Fascista. During that event, they gave presents to poor children whose families couldn't afford anything.
That's nice.
So, yeah. They used her for this. They claimed that it was the witch who was bringing these gifts. And of course, with the end of the war, this all vanished because fascism vanished. They also have a mumming tradition for Befana, and it's part of the celebration in central Italy. It also has a connection to the May King sacrifice because you have these effigies of her that are burned and you have bonfires lit. So they're essentially doing what other people are doing during the carnival. They're burning the winter by burning a Befana doll. And the mummers are called Befanotti. Yes. So they're carol singers and they move around in groups of up to 100 people. And they're probably pranksters, they're probably frauds because they're moving around and they're asking for donations, and specifically food donations. And they say, we don't want the food for ourselves. Delicious spaghetti. We want that for Befana's children. So you remember in Eastern Europe, it was a bagel. And here they're asking for delicious Christmas pasta.
It's a little more fun.
So Befana does have a husband. Allegedly, they also have children. And his name is either Befano, very, very simplistic, or Saint Anthony the Abbot. I don't know why she would be married to a saint, but maybe he's into that. Yeah. So, small description of her is she has ember eyes, so glowing ember eyes. She has feline teeth and a sharp cutting tongue. Others describe her as an ugly, toothless old woman, but maybe that's just because the feline teeth are rather small, so they're not like the teeth of a tiger, but more like a house cat's teeth. And that may look like toothless when it's part of a human's mouth. Some have described her as a misshapen fairy, so you could say maybe a fairy who had some bad nights. She usually wears rags and a headscarf, and she has a bag or a basket with gifts. Her headscarf is black, and her clothes are covered in soot because she also enters through the chimney. So sometimes all of her is just black. But you remember that she's a really good housewife, so maybe this is one of the things that Saint Anthony finds attractive about her, because when she comes through the chimney, she leaves presents, and before she goes back out through the chimney, she sweeps up the mess she has created.
Thank goodness for that. That'd be the worst part about like getting up on Christmas morning or any kind of holiday morning like that, where oh my goodness, presents under the tree, and there's like just soot and mess everywhere. You did get presents, but it's a fucking mess. That would suck. You'd be like, what the fuck, man?
So who does clean up after Santa? Legitimate
Well,
question.
he's supposed to be magical, right? So it's like magic.
Yeah.
It's how they get away with it. But you're right. Because in the ones where it's not pure magic and he actually goes down a chimney, you're right. Like, not every chimney's fucking clean. Where does the mess go? Where does the soot? What's going on? The ashes and shit.
Yeah, it's probably Asian Santa with his Tesla who magically appears in front of the fireplace.
Great throwback.
Shout out to Stephen He again.
Oh yes, he deserves it. Funny man.
Okay. So, appearing in the morning and seeing a clean living room is actually a good omen. So when you come downstairs and you see that the floor in your living room is uncharacteristically clean in the morning, and you didn't do it, then that's a good omen for the new year. It means Befana has visited you and has cleaned your living room in the night.
Thanks, Befana.
You just need to make sure that the kids don't watch her because she doesn't like to be watched, and that is something that shows up again in these tales about the little people. So they will do work for you or they will bring presents, but if you watch them, then they will never come again.
At least they don't
So
disavow you.
don't let your children lurk around. So finally, I said that the church had a slight problem with the celebration being bigger than the actual Christmas celebration, but they tolerated this. Then in 1977, an Italian politician banned Befana celebrations altogether. No explanation. He didn't say this was because it hurt his religious feelings that there was a witch who had a big celebration and as big as Christmas. But this caused riots. And people rioted until she was reinstated in 1985. And even the Pope at that time had mentioned her in a public speech and called her a poor refugee and said this was due to the stupidity of the Italian government.
I think it's just because Befana didn't visit him. That's why he did it.
Oh, no, it was... You mean the politician, you don't mean the...
Yeah, no, the politician who decided, no more Befana Day. Like, yeah, it's because you didn't get visited, didn't you, bud?
Great. He was very angry that some stupid politician had just banned the Befana celebrations. Because he actually liked that, so he spoke on her part. And there is a conspiracy theory about him. So, the celebration was banned in 1977, and he spoke about it early. So he said, this is not a good thing, and you should bring her back. And the next year he died of a heart attack. But the conspiracy that is quite widespread in the Christian world, and specifically in the Catholic world, says that because he was very progressive and he had started reforms in the church that would cost some money and move some money from the rich to the poor, that he was assassinated. And there were actually several assassination attempts on him. So some people suspected that his so-called heart attack was caused by someone who had been successful at assassinating him. And some people even said, yeah, it's that stupid politician who banned Befana. He killed him because the Pope said he was an idiot.
Well, you know what? That maybe. It's funny.
Yeah, and this is day 21.
Day 21 down, baby. All right, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
We've made it all the way to day 22. It's time for the Christmas horror. We're going to start today by talking about demons.
And the devil, as you can see in the intro.
Oh, yes. He's having a great time.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you know that he used to be an angel.
Not true.
So, of course, he does still make snow angels.
He must be so excited when snow happens because he's so used to just insane heat, right?
Oh, yes, there is a way to tell how warm it is in hell, actually. So, a scientific way to tell how warm it can get in hell.
All right.
And it's usually around 444.5 degrees in hell at max. Degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. How do we know
this?
this?
That's hotter than the sun, though, is it?
I'm not sure.
Oh,
But
okay.
there is a chemical background to this, because hell is described as a place that has lakes that are made of liquid sulfur. So from a chemical point of view, at 445 degrees Celsius, sulfur turns into a gas. So it cannot be hotter than 444 degrees in hell, because otherwise they wouldn't have lakes made of liquid sulfur.
Oh. There's something new.
Great. I mean, none of us would survive that, but it's nice to know.
It's nice to know.
Yes. So let's get into the 12 days of Christmas. We've talked a lot about them, and we've talked about the Christmas Carol, we've talked about the time between the years, and this is specifically December 25th to January 6th. And people in old Europe believed that the sun stopped moving during that time, because it was a very, very dark time, and the sun went into a brief hibernation. So this was called the stagnant darkness. And in this stagnant darkness, the world was an ideal place to be overrun by demons and the devil, because they don't like light.
Makes sense.
And together with devils and demons, there were also strangers. So people thought if anyone is out in those conditions, in this very dangerous winter time, and is moving around in places where he is not known, where he doesn't have any relatives and friends, then that person must be the devil or a demon, because nobody would be so stupid. So they were extremely weary of strangers moving around during these days, and they wouldn't let them into the house, which could pose a problem if you were a stranger who was freezing to death outside in a winter storm. You simply had lost your way, and then people wouldn't let you in because they thought you were the devil.
I see.
Yes. So generally, strangers as a manifestation of evil forces. And people would only accept visitors who they knew. When we're talking about winter dangers, let me give you some examples. So, avalanches. You have the danger of freezing to death. Snowstorms. Then you have accidents while felling trees, because that was also a winter work, aside from spinning wool, cutting trees. That was winter work, and if a tree falls onto you, that hurts. Not sure you're going to survive this. Yes, you can see the stranger here, so one with an ordinary hat and one with horns and with some blood pooling. So that is one danger, people who are simply not from your area who could be dangerous. And then there were also hungry predators. Wolves were a big problem during winter time, and you know, in the British Isles, wolves went extinct around the year 1700. In continental Europe, people had to deal with them for much longer. You would usually say that around 1850 to 1900, wolves went extinct in some places, but not in all places. So in mountainous regions of Spain, France, and Italy, for example, or in the Balkans, you still had these big wolf packs. And of course, they would be especially hungry in winter. So you could run into a pack of hungry wolves. And you could be hungry too. Human starvation was also a danger of winter. And all of these winter dangers were attributed to evil forces roaming around. So you don't just have the saints, and you don't just have benevolent beings who are bringing you presents, but you also have really evil stuff going on. And in modern Christmas lore in North America, some people even include our friend, the Wendigo. Because the Wendigo is actually a symbol of human starvation in winter.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
And could also be seen as a stranger, for example. So I wouldn't include him, but if you want to include Wendigo as a Christmas demon, that's perfectly fine. I mean, he does look a bit like the ordinary Christmas demons that exist in Europe with these horns, for example.
Definitely a dangerous stranger knocking your door, no doubt.
Yeah. Exactly. So he has these winter dangers combined. Absolutely possible. Not my cup of tea, but go ahead. You do you.
Right.
We'll get into some Christmas goblins now, and after that we have some legitimate Christmas demons, so we're starting small. And I need to write this down for you. So, this is a Greek word. It's kalikantsaros. And the plural of that is kalikansaroi. And it's not originally Greek, but this is the Greek version of that word. So kalikansaroi are malevolent subterranean creatures that live in Southeast Europe, which means Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, Albania, Bosnia, and Cyprus. And they also exist in Turkish folklore because that name is most likely originally Turkish. It doesn't really fit any European language, and I'll translate that for you. They're common in areas where Orthodox Christians live, and even in Muslim areas in some cases. And they're incredibly stupid, so they have a combined IQ of about 2. I'll show you some.
I love it.
And in some of these pictures you see that they're trying to cut down a tree.
Yep.
That is what they do during the year. So they live underground and they're complete idiots, and they're trying to saw off the trunk of the world tree. So literally the tree that keeps the planet alive.
Wow.
And because they're so stupid, they don't realize that destroying the world would also mean their end. They're literally sawing off the branch they're sitting on.
Isn't that just mad?
It's a good thing that they're stupid. And they're described as very, very stupid. They do this all year, and usually they have almost succeeded taking the tree down around Christmas time. So that is the time when there's not much left, and they could cut down the tree if they stayed by the tree and continued their work. But when the sun stops, and we've talked about the sun stopping moving, it doesn't really, but people believe this. When the sun stops, they come out because that somehow calls them out of the underworld. And during the 12 days of Christmas, during this stagnant darkness, they take on a different job. So they forget about the tree. They completely forget about their stupid tree. And they see it as their main task to bring trouble to the mortals.
Just a couple of rascals. It's great.
Yeah, it's... Okay. When the sun starts moving again on January the 6th, they flee. And when they return to the tree, then the tree has healed itself, and they have to start all over again. So you have this bunch of stupid subterranean goblins, and if only one of them stayed behind and finished the work, they could actually succeed. But they all run to the surface as soon as the sun stops.
Wow. Stupidest demons in existence. Amazing.
There are explanations that try to say that it's a Greek word that is most likely bullshit. The most fitting word is Karakonjolos, and it's a Turkish word that means black werewolf or black vampire. So the second part, Konjolos, means bloodsucker, and this can be a vampire or a werewolf, and Kara means black. And a lot of modern words, so for example in Bulgarian and Serbian and Albanian versions, they use a very similar word. So the Bulgarian, Serbian, and Albanian word for this are almost the same as the Turkish one. And that's why the Greek one is most likely derived from the Turkish word. There are different descriptions of them. So they can be dwarfs, but they also can be very tall. They're usually humanoid, but they have long tails and huge heads. And they have a horrible body odor. So you can smell them before you see them.
Ew. Sounds about right.
They're often described as creatures of the night with very hairy black bodies, like almost like a black bear. And they have monkey arms and horse legs and goats or donkeys' ears. You can see that here in the pictures. Some of them have boar tusks, and they have burning red eyes and are mostly blind, which makes sense if they're subterranean creatures. They often have their tongues hanging out, and due to the boar tusk and the tongue hanging out, they always speak with a lisp. Their diet consists of frogs, worms, and other small uncooked animals, usually eaten alive. There are some countermeasurements you can take. So if you don't want them bothering you, the thing is that they can only count to 2. So the Greeks are very serious about this. If they accidentally say the number 3, it kills them immediately. So you can try to make them say the number 3. Because that is a holy number, and when they say it, they just drop dead. That is one thing. The other method, how to prevent them from coming into your house during those 12 days, is to put a pasta strainer on the doorstep, and I'm not making this up.
Why would that stop them?
Because they're like vampires, so vampires are kind of OCD. For example, one method to keep vampires out is to put something out that they have to collect. For example, to spill peas in your yard. And the vampires need to collect all the peas because they're so OCD. So that keeps them busy for a while. They can't walk past this. They have to collect it and put it back in a bowl. And the Kalakansaroi, they have a similar thing going on. So they will try to count the holes in the pasta strainer. But because they're idiots and only count to 2, they can't finish this task. So that keeps them busy until daylight comes, and they have to go back to the underworld.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
So next thing to buy is a pasta strainer, if you don't already.
And you'll never be messed with by demons, or at least stupid ones.
put that in your front yard, and then you will have very interesting conversations with the neighbors, like, what is going on with that strainer?
The Gallicanceroids. They're coming.
Yes. You may find yourself in a cozy white room when you say something like this.
Yeah, probably.
Let's try a different method. So, you remember St. Barbara's cannonballs, these sweets for St. Barbara's celebrations?
Yeah.
So the locomatis, these cannonballs with honey and so on, they can be used to keep the Callicanceroi away. And if you don't have locomatis, you can also use donuts, because donuts are very similar, so it's the same type of pastry. You throw these locomatis or sausages or donuts onto your roof, and you sing a specific magical carol. I don't have that carol, but you can ask Greek people in the neighborhood and they will be able to tell you. So the Callicanceroi will eat all the donuts, locomatis, and sausages on your roof, and then they will leave.
Okay, so they can be bribed in a weird way. Okay.
Yes, they're just full after that, and they want to take a nap. So, yeah.
Wow.
These why
guys.
are they on the crazy? Why are they on the roof though? So they will usually try to enter your house through the chimney. So when you keep the chimney open for Santa or Befana, for example, then you also invite these demons to come into your house. So a sure way to keep them out is to keep the fire burning in the fireplace all night, and of course all day too. It shouldn't go out during the 12 days of Christmas. So the Callicanceroi will try to enter through the chimney, but when they see the fire down there, they will quickly crawl back and leave because they can't come in. And some people even burn specific Yule logs during these 12 days. So they go out and they cut down a tree and they bring home a really big Yule log that they use for 12 days straight. They never let the fire go out. And it also helps against other demons, so that is useful. What also happens in the Balkans and in Greece and Turkey is that people burn stinky old shoes or incense because the Callicanceroi don't like the smell.
Ugh, I wouldn't either. What the fuck? God. I mean, maybe incense, but like old stinky shoes? Oh my god.
Yes, and to make really sure, you can also draw a black cross with soot from the Yule log on your door on Christmas Eve on the 24th. That is also a good method.
That might be easier.
Yeah. Or just throw some donuts on the roof.
Yeah.
All right, so in some areas in the Balkans, for example, they think that children born during the stagnant darkness, so during those 12 days of Christmas, are at risk of turning into one of these beings. So your kid's going to grow up, and when it becomes an adult, then it's going to turn into a stupid basement dweller who's trying to take down the tree of life.
Or a Callicanceros.
And they probably have Mountain Dew and Doritos down there. So, yeah. Video games. Okay, so this can happen when somebody becomes an adult, somebody who was born during the stagnant darkness. So to prevent this, you have to wrap the baby in straw and garlic, and you have to singe their little toenails with fire. That will prevent them from turning into a stupid goblin.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, I understand the garlic.
Yeah, singeing toenails when they're a baby.
Yeah.
That's weird. That don't. What the fuck?
That is weird. Then again, you have people who are born on Saturdays, and it doesn't matter which Saturday, which month. And allegedly, people born on Saturdays can see the Kalikantzaroi, and they can also talk to them. Weird fact.
People born on Saturdays.
Yeah, specifically people from that area. So, if you live in Serbia, for example, you were born on a Saturday, tell us whether you ever saw one.
Please, if you could see Kalikantzaroi, please get in contact. Because what the fuck?
Absolutely.
I want to know more.
Yes. Tell us your customs. Tell us those great stories. But there is another explanation for people who are able to see them. So even if you're not born on a Saturday, the origin of these Kalikantzaroi is thought to lie in the masquerades of Saturnalia. So you have a Greek version, you have a Roman version. You remember Saturnalia when people wear costumes and they switch roles and so on.
Yeah,
So,
I remember.
You have these winter masquerades. And some of these people also dressed as animals. So some people would, for example, dress as donkeys or bulls or something like that, or even monkeys. And one theory about these goblins is that when people got drunk and saw other people dressed as animals, they may have been traumatized in this very drunk state, and they may not have been able to tell the difference between costumes and demons. So that could be an explanation why people thought that demons with animal attributes would appear around Christmas time, because they simply got too drunk or ate too many mushrooms during the Saturnalia celebration.
All comes back to consuming things that can, well, impair you. How about
yes.
that? Creative,
That
though.
is
Creative.
Alright. We'll go a little bit into what is happening outside of Greece. So in Serbia, they have a very peculiar situation with these Kalikantzaroi. Because they behave like other mythical beings, and I'll explain what these beings are. So first of all, Serbians call this stagnant darkness the unbaptized days. And people usually don't leave the house in the darkness. So you can say the sun sets at about 4 p.m. during that time. And after that, they don't leave the house anymore. Not even if their dog has to pee.
Wow.
Because if the Kalikantzaroi catch someone in the darkness during these days, they'll jump on his back and they'll force the person to carry them wherever they want to go. So they kind of hijack you. And they will only leave you alone when they hear a rooster's crowing. And that's usually the next morning.
Right.
And this is exactly what happens in German mythology with a being that is called the Aufhocker. And that word means to sit on someone, because it jumps on your back. So the thing that mounts you, that doesn't just happen during Christmas time, but in German mythology, this can happen around the year. That when you take a hike in the woods and you pass by some spooky stones, for example, then this little forest demon can jump at you and sit on you, and it will only go away when it hears the roosters the next morning. So that is an overlap with a completely different mythology. And there is another thing in Serbia. So the only people who leave their houses during those dark hours of the 12 days of Christmas are usually cheating men. because they can't stay away from their girlfriends. And the Kalikantzaroi, they will sit on the front door, like on top of the front door. They usually have these little roofs when you come out of the house that you don't get wet immediately. So they will sit there, and when these husbands come home after they've cheated on their wives, then the Kalikantzaroi will jump at them and claw at them. So they're not completely evil.
No, that's a nice thing they do. They're like one nice thing.
I think this is the same as telling the children that your livestock can speak during Christmas Eve. So you're trying to get the children out of the house so you can put out the presents, and you'll make the children take care of the animals on Christmas Eve. And in this case, people are probably telling this story of the Kalikantzaroi who punish philandering husbands to prevent people from cheating. At least during Christmas time.
Yeah. it makes sense, but it's only a one-time protection period, not the entire year.
These stupid goblins will get you if you cheat during Christmas time.
Just during this window. Any other time of year you can get away with it, but this one window, demon's gonna get you.
Okay. Bulgarians think that the Kalikantzaroi are shapeshifters who can turn into various animals. So this is a little bit like North American lore of the Wendigo, for example, or the
Skinwalker.
What is it called? The Skinwalker. Sorry, yeah. So the Wendigo can also turn into different things to disguise itself, and you have this even more commonly with skinwalkers in the southwest of the United States. And they're also a little bit like trolls in this case. So Bulgarians think they're shapeshifters, but they also think that they live in caves and rivers and in abandoned buildings. So that bridge troll is probably related to them.
Interesting.
And then we have the Albanians. The Albanians think that Kalikantzaroi are undead monsters who drag their hellish chains across the snow and breathe deadly winter air at people. So similar to what Bertha can do to you, like the winter wind, is a result of these goblins in Albania, and in Bavaria it's a result of Bertha. And in some pictures, Albanians show them wearing armor or chainmail made of iron. So they're somehow connected to iron. And that is unusual because people in the old days actually believed that iron can't be jinxed. So that was basically bulletproof against magic.
I see.
But Albanians think that these goblins have a lot of iron, so I don't know why. Doesn't make sense. Okay, that's the Kalikantzaroi. Do you want to ask anything about them?
No, they're certainly a weird little fun thing, which only, like you said, pertains to the weird 12-day period, the stagnant darkness time. Mm-hmm. It's interesting to know that they're mostly the same, but there are little differences between the countries. Is it mainly just a European-based thing?
Well, yes, it's Southeast Europe and it's a little bit of Turkey, so they also exist in Turkey.
But are there any other kind of similar demons in other countries, perhaps outside of Europe? Do you know?
Not that I know of. So usually things trying to destroy the tree of life, you have that in Germanic mythology. For example, there is a dragon that is called Nidhogg, and that sits by the roots of the tree, and it chews on the roots, so the tree dies after a while. And you also have some very evil deer.
Evil deer's cool. Okay, yeah, nice. Any other demons we need to talk about?
Yes, the Perchten, so Bertha's followers. And we'll stick to the name Bertha again. So Perchten are simply her entourage. Okay, those are winter spirits, and they can look really, really spooky. They can appear between November and January, so it's not that much connected to Christmas, but to that winter time. And there are processions in southern Germany, and I think also in Switzerland. They're in any way in Austria. So Germany and Austria, I know of, and Switzerland, I think they have them too. And again, there are two types. You have the handsome ones and the ugly ones. So I told you that we're going back to this. So they're also wearing costumes with huge cowbells. And they're trying to chase away winter with noise.
I see.
And it's similar to other celebrations of that kind, similar to Halloween and Christmas and Carnival, so the heathen versions of these festivities. They're very noisy. You have these costume processions of demonic entities and heathen gods and wild and domesticated animals. And you even have a Roman tradition that is very similar. Similar festivities have existed since 500 BC in the Mediterranean area, for example. And again, in Germanic lore, they're connected to the wild hunt. So it's not just the gods riding around, but it's also a bunch of wild animals and domesticated animals. Because you need hounds for your hunt. And the more modern activities of these winter spirits have been documented since the 11th century. The church tried to ban them. This is becoming a pattern, as you can see. But from the 19th century on, they were openly celebrated. So again, it's a situation where the church says, this is heathen, we don't want this. But people are so attached to it that they just continue doing it until the church loses that power and they can openly do it. These are groups of demons, and I will show you the demons. This is what they look like, so very spooky. If you have small children in the house, don't let them watch this. So these costumes are... Yeah, they're really heavy and elaborate, and they're usually about 6 to 7 feet tall in these costumes. Let me show you one of the heads. So they also make giant heads. Yeah, like this one. And the people who actually celebrate this, they don't appreciate when you use that as a Halloween costume, for example. So this is connected to their winter customs, and they don't want it used for, Hollywood movies or other celebrations and that kind of stuff, because they take this seriously, and we'll get into why they take it seriously. One thing these followers of Bertha do is they help her supervise the work, the cleanliness, and the food rules in winter. So there's not just her, but there are also these demons. And now it's starting to make a little bit more sense that she is said to disembowel bad kids. So she probably doesn't do that on her own, but she has her followers who help her out. And they always appear in groups. The ugly ones come out at night in large groups. So what you see here are the ugly ones. They're not like in Switzerland, like the Clauses, who wear basically half a fir tree.
Yeah.
They look like legitimate monsters. And I will show you the handsome ones next. They walk around during the day and they bless people, and they're dressed in a similar fashion as the handsome Clauses. They also have these giant so-called bonnets. And those are heavy. And they also have lights in them, so let me show you that. As you can tell, it looks a bit like a church window. Who are the bell ringers, and what do they do, and why do they carry these enormous hats? January the 5th, you remember that is also the day when Befana is on her way. And it's the day before the Kalikansaroy have to go back to hell. On that day, the bell ringers, so the handsome followers of Bertha, they fight the powers of darkness. They are the powers of light in this case, so the handsome ones are the powers of light, the ugly ones are the powers of darkness, and they represent good and evil, and they face off in an epic showdown, and that often happens on a frozen lake. That is an Austrian tradition. The Altaussee, that is one of the lakes where this happens regularly. And do I have any pictures of the other one? No, I only have pictures of the fight. So this is happening on the Altaussee. Yeah.
Look like they're supposed to be brooms.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like people, and it doesn't look like demons. But there's more. So, yeah, this is the Ebensee. And as you can tell, they even take pictures with Santa.
Oh, yeah.
It's all in good fun. So let me give you some more pictures. But it's very exhausting too. For the final showdown of that winter, they also move through pedestrian precincts, as you can see. The ugly ones and the handsome ones, both of them are running around in pedestrian precincts and villages and so on. So this is something that is mainly happening in northwest Austria on the border to Germany. And in Germany you have similar customs, but the main thing is happening in Austria. They start at 5 p.m. on January the 5th. And the handsome ones fight the ugly ones with their illuminated costumes and cowbells. That is why it's called the Day of the Bell Ringers. And this takes until midnight, so they're at it for about 7 hours. That's why I said it's exhausting, because they have these heavy costumes and they have to ring the bells for 7 hours. And then the handsome ones, which also represent the switch from winter to spring, they chase away the ugly ones.
I see.
They can't curse at each other, so you would assume that maybe the ugly ones would shout something at the handsome ones, or vice versa. But while they're in the costumes and masks, they're not allowed to speak. So as soon as you put that on, you can't even say goodbye to your wife.
Ah, okay, so you're like really dedicated to the bit.
Yes, it's a taboo, and if you break it, then bad things will happen. Again, it's Christmas magic, but dark magic.
Yeah, it's fair. Makes sense.
That is day 22.
How about that? The Demon Day down. Day 22. Kick this off. Are you ready?
Yes, of course.
Of
I was
course
born ready.
You really are, aren't you? Alrighty. Day 23. We're still in Christmas horror territory. So, we've got some more bizarre entities that we need to talk about. Ligeia, take us away.
We're starting with a dead horse.
Oh, yes. The Welsh tradition.
Yes. So, I would like to briefly explain why it's a dead horse. Because usually it's a goat, and we will come to the goat. There is another Yule goat in here. But the Welsh tradition has a horse skull. Before we go into that, horses are symbols of the sun and dogs are symbols of the moon. You can see that, for example, in tarot cards. So the tarot card that is called the sun usually has 1 or 2 horses in it, and the tarot card for the moon has 1 or 2 dogs in it. So this Welsh custom takes place during the 12 days of Christmas, and in the last video we've learned about the stagnant darkness. So, based on that, a dead horse means the sun is dead. And that is exactly what's happening during those 12 days. The sun has stopped moving. That's why it's a dead horse.
That's clever. That's clever.
Right. So I thought this was pronounced Mariluid. And most
So did
people
I.
think, yeah, everyone thought so. The English authorities from the year 1800 on thought it was pronounced somewhat like Mary, but it's not. I've looked it up, so apparently it is pronounced Evari Luid.
Evari. Just interesting. Evari. Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
I didn't know that. I hope I don't mispronounce it in a way that it can be interpreted as sexual innuendo in Welsh. We wouldn't want to do that.
But if we have said anything inappropriate in Welsh, could somebody please let us know?
I will apologize.
No, it'd just be funny. I want to know what you might have said.
Oh. Okay. So, based on this problem with the word Mary or Ivari, the English interpreted this as meaning Holy Mary, and that is simply not true. What it actually means is grey mare. So, Ivari or Mari in this case, you could translate that as mare, and Lloyd is a Welsh word that means grey. For example, the name Lloyd means the grey one.
Oh.
Welsh name, and it refers to a colour. So, what actually is this Ivari Lloyd stuff? It's a wassailing custom during the 12 days of Christmas, as I said, in southern Wales. And wassailing is similar to mumming, to what's happening in England around that time. A person hidden under a white sheet carries a pole with a horse skull that is decorated with ribbons. And it's a group of men, so it's similar to the guys who are pranking everyone around Christmas time. We've seen that in other countries. They travel around with their mock horse, usually covering one village or like some cottages in a bigger neighborhood. And they typically have a leader, a horse bearer, a merry man, one who plays music, that is, and some folklore characters like Punch and Judy too. So they go from house to house, they sing, and they demand to be let in. And what follows is probably the origin of epic rap battles. Because the house owners have to deny them entry, but in the form of a song. So this group shows up, and they're probably already drunk at that point, because they want to get into every house, and they demand to be fed, and they demand to be given alcohol. So they show up in front of your door, and they're singing, and they're trying to get in. So you have to sing back at them and tell them why they should get lost. I want to see that.
That does sound pretty fun.
Yes. So this musical battle goes back and forth until one party gives up. So in some cases, the singers who are walking with their horse, they can give up. And I imagine that probably happens when they're already too drunk. So think about it, when they've covered a couple of houses or maybe half the village, and they got their drinks everywhere, then they're probably tired and they'll just go. If the house owner gives up, he has to allow the group in and give them food and drinks. And while they're in the house, they dance around with the mock horse. They neigh like horses. They wreak havoc. They frighten children and pretend to try and calm down the horse, but of course they're only making it wilder.
Wow. Kind of.
Again, this is
goofy.
Oh.
Kind of goofy and mean.
This is something that the church tried to ban, as usual, with all these heathen traditions. And the skull can be made of wood or paper if you don't have an actual horse skull. So that was more common in earlier times because, in the 1800s, there were just skulls of all kinds of animals available. And nowadays, it's kind of difficult to get. So if you don't have a historical one, it might be difficult to find one. In some cases, they have fixed the jaw so it can be opened and closed with strings or wires. And they sometimes put glass shards in the eye sockets that represent eyes. And their groups are around 4 to 7 men strong. So not as many as during that Silvesterklausen event in Switzerland, maybe because Welsh villages are smaller. They march at dusk and they keep going late into the night. It's definitely a pre-Christian tradition. And the white sheet that they use for the horse represents death. And I think you've seen the word nightmare. You've maybe used it before.
I'm sure more than 1,000 times, yeah.
Nightmare is actually the mare or the horse that appears at night.
Oh.
And one common thing is that during a nightmare, you often have a feeling that someone or something is sitting on your chest. And it's a heavy weight that makes it difficult for you to breathe. So literally, like a horse is sitting on you.
Yeah, people tend to tie that with a sleep paralysis, don't they?
Right. So you have that in Germanic folklore. There is a being that is called Mar. And Mar is literally the being that causes nightmares. It doesn't have to be a horse. It can also appear as a goblin or an old woman. So sleep paralysis demons are very commonly older women. Spooky older women, I should say. And it's related to the Sanskrit word from India, Mara. And I know that exists as a name for women, but Mara means literally demon. Choose your kids' names wisely.
Oh my goodness.
Noah
Well,
Mara?
that's I personally don't, but if there's somebody named Mara watching this, hey, you should comment down below and let us know, because you might not have known what your name means, but I'm so sorry if we've kind of blown your mind just now, and might change a few of your outlooks on life. I totally understand. We're here for you.
Yes, and then you have people commenting, I always knew I was a demon. I was meant for this.
Explains a lot now.
Okay, some more representation. So here you can see Evariloid with the sheet. Sometimes it has horse ears. You can see the ribbons. And yeah, it's a very old tradition. So you have one picture down below the almost the last that is in black and white, where you can see that people are standing around in historical clothes with top hats and so on. So even at that point, they were leading their horse around, and it looks really, really spooky. So in the fifth picture, you have an Evariloid that apparently has green eyes. And I thought it would be spookier without the eyes, but the green-eyed one, that is nightmare fuel.
Pretty spooky.
Looks like, with this sheet, it looks like Mother Teresa, but with a skull, a horse skull, isn't it?
Yeah, looks exactly like Mother Teresa if she had a horse skull.
Yay! So
Wow.
we have a very similar custom, and that to exist in southern Germany. It's connected to Bertha's followers, because what I didn't tell you is that Bertha's followers actually have a pet.
Oh yeah. It's not a dead horse by chance, is it?
No.
That would have been pretty weird.
No, it's a dead goat.
Ah. Still weird. Okay.
Yes. So this is called the Habergeist. And both of these words mean goat. The first one, harbor, means male goat, and the second one, guys, means female goat. So this is the gender fluid goat demon.
Gender fluid goat demon. Well, I think I know the title of this video now.
Oh my god. But it's not really gender fluid. It's just both, you know.
Yeah.
And they can be black or white. And as you can see, there is a very simple one. But nowadays the costumes are often very elaborate. So they look like very good furry costumes. This is an echo of the Yule goat in North Germanic areas. So the West Germanic areas like England, Netherlands, and Germany, they also used to have this tradition with the Yule goat, but it got pushed away by the Christianization of Central Europe and of the British Isles. So the West Germanic people mostly lost the Yule goat and the Yule traditions. But this is something that still relates to it, so it's not very close to the North Germanic areas. I would suspect that this should take place in northern Germany, for example, because there's the connection with Denmark. But weirdly enough, it survived in the Alps, in Bavaria, for example. So this gender fluid goat is related to Thor's goats, and it's a female. So although it has both sexes in the name, they usually call it a female, because the word goat in German is a female word. Remember, this is a gendered language, so cats are always female and goats are also always female.
Right. Dogs would be male then?
Yes. Yes. Foxes are male.
Horses?
Even tables have a grammatical gender, so tables are male.
Well,
horses are neutral.
Horses? How does that work? What?
Our friend Mark Twain, the alien who came with a comet and left with a comet, he had something to say about the German language, and he wrote a book. I think it's titled The Horrifying German Language. So he found out that the word Mädchen, which means girl, in German is neutral. It's not female, it's neutral. But there is another word, Rübe. This means turnip. So this word is female. And Mark Twain hated this, and he wrote in his book, it's incredible that a young girl is genderless in German, but a turnip is female.
Or a table has a gender.
Yes, and trees, and everything has a gender.
I feel like plant life, I can understand why that would quote-unquote have a gender. But when it's like an inanimate object, that's where I'm very confused. But we'll delve into that another time, I'm sure. But the Mark Twain thing she mentioned, if you haven't seen it, Advent Day number 3, I think it was, Star of Bethlehem.
Right, exactly. So yes, this is actually the case in all gendered languages. So in French, horses are always male, for example. It's le cheval. Or in Russian, dogs are always female. So every dog in Russia is a bitch. It's sabaka, and that is a female word. It's difficult to understand for people who don't have gendered language. So for English people and for Chinese people. English has some parallels with modern Chinese, actually. And English used to be a gendered language, but you gave that up.
Yeah.
Probably because it was too confusing.
Yeah, we didn't want to go down. I mean, there is a good level of logic behind gendered languages, especially when it comes to like learning some of the grammatical methods and stuff. It becomes much easier to learn when you comprehend that. But I think it just, it can confuse your mind when you have to treat almost everything as one gender or another. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. So do you speak some other language, like Spanish, for example? You said that you spent some time in Spain.
I do speak a bit of Spanish. I wouldn't say I'm fluent, but I do comprehend the majority of conversations that are going on. I can usually have a little bit of a conversation. I wouldn't say I could have like a full-on conversation.
Oh, okay. That's great. So comment in Spanish.
Por favor.
Just for Nate. But then you know the problem with the gendered languages, so it's not any different here. The goat demon is a demon with horse hooves, so it doesn't have typical goat hooves. Probably because they're actually playing that character, so they're walking around in costumes, and goat hooves are just very, very small and difficult to replicate when you have giant human feet. So a horse hoof covers that better. And it also has bird elements. As a pet of Bertha's followers, it runs around with them, and especially on December the 5th, which is Krampus Day, and December the 6th, which is St. Nicholas's Day.
Mm.
As you can see, the costume is usually more elaborate than the sheet they use in Wales, but it's a similar tradition. So they're also walking around this spooky animal. And it's like Bertha's followers, it's about 6 to 7 feet tall. It can have a wicker basket on its back, so it's not thought to be an ordinary animal. And allegedly, the goat collects and carries off unruly children in that wicker basket.
A lot of common themes going on in our stories.
Yeah, again, it's the punishment thing.
Mm.
So let me give you a close-up. That is a headshot, and you can see the wire in the mouth. So they can also move the jaw like in the Ivariluid celebration. It usually has glowing eyes, a long beard, and a coat that is made of bird feathers. Sometimes it can have 3 legs in depictions. And when you run into that goat, then it's a bad omen. So don't do that. Have Befana sweep your floor instead of running into the goat. And there is a Romanian version that is very, very similar. It's called Capra, and Capra is literally the Latin word for goat. So, yeah. Yay, let's go to Iceland. And I told you that Finland is insane, but Iceland is too.
Hopefully in the same kind of ballpark. I'm excited.
Charming lady here is called Gryla, or Grilla, probably. And there's a reason why there are kids in the cauldron. Can you imagine why?
I get the feeling she cooks naughty kids.
Yes, she makes a child's Christmas stew, and it's not for children, it consists of children.
Right. Is it specifically naughty kids, though, or is it just like all kids?
Well, I think the naughty ones taste better, but she walks around during Christmas time, and she tries to collect kids. So she just likes the taste of kids, and they don't even have to be bad kids. But of course, you would tell your kids that if you're bad, then you're tastier for her.
Unlike in Hansel and Gretel, where they just came upon her house and she was just going to cook them because she just likes eating kids.
Yes, and I mean they had tried to destroy her house. They had eaten the gingerbread from her walls.
That's true.
It's kind of Willy Wonka, You have Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, and the kids can eat everything in the factory, but the witch in Hansel and Gretel is probably a relative of Willy, who doesn't appreciate it when you eat the sugar sticks in her garden.
Yeah, the Willy Wonka movies would be very different if, while the kids were eating his factory, for example, he decides, you know what, I'm going to turn them into chocolate.
Oh, there is a spooky punk music video where Willy Wonka invites people to his factory, and then he uses them to make chocolate. Like he runs them through a blender and then he uses the blood to make chocolate.
Blood chocolate. Okay, great.
Yes. So that exists. He's sort of
Well.
a vampire in that video. Okay.
Always
Let's go back to Gryla. So
Yes.
I'm gonna call her Gryla. I know that the Icelandic word is probably Grilla or something like that. But again, I'm doing this for consistency because I will trip over it. I see the Y and I'm going to pronounce the Y as an English Y when I speak English. So that would trip me up if I kept saying Grilla or something like that. She is an enormous, disgusting troll woman from pre-Christian times. And she became connected to Christmas celebrations, but only in the 17th century. So she has been around since at least the 13th century, probably older, because the documents she's mentioned in, they only showed up in the 13th century because a lot of people couldn't read or write before that. And it's the same with continental law. When I tell you that, for example, Bertha has been documented since the 11th century, that doesn't mean that is her actual age, but that means that people in the 11th century started to read and write. So before that, it would have been difficult for them to document this in written form. She is described as a beggar woman, and she usually walks around in villages and asks people to give her their disobedient children. And she doesn't say that she wants to eat them, but she eats them. So when you see her, you need to chase her away. And sometimes you can feed her with food that isn't little kids. So similar to the Kalikantsaroi that we talked about. Sometimes you can just throw a donut at her or something.
Or sausages or whatever you got lying around, right?
Right. That doesn't always work, but you can try. She lives in a cave in the mountains, and again we have the topic of the Snow Queen here. And a lot of these witches and snow queens and so on, they live in the mountains. And in her case, it's specifically a cave. She mostly moves around in villages during Christmas time. And she will also catch misbehaving children if she finds any of them out. So that is also similar to the Kalikantsaroi. You shouldn't go out in the dark during the 12 days of Christmas, for example, because Gryla will catch you. She actively hunts for them, and she carries them back home in a sack. And although she is really, really disgusting, and although she's a cannibal, she has been married 3 times.
Really?
Yes, and husband number 3 is still around, but he's really a deadbeat husband and father because he doesn't like to leave the cave, so he lets her walk around, and their sons are living with them. So these are the sons from the 3rd marriage. She has tons of kids from the first 2 marriages, and it's not entirely clear what happened to husband number 1 and husband number 2. So maybe she got peckish at night and she accidentally put them in the cauldron or something. I'm not sure. Okay.
I was surprised by husbands, but then you also said they had children, and you know what? Good for her.
It's dark in that cave.
Oh god. Yeah, they'd have to at least look at each other, I guess. Oh god. But then their eyes would adjust. It's all bad.
Her husband number 3 has a name. He's called Lepaluzi, and there is a weird letter in that, the second to last. That is the thorn letter. And you have that in English. You don't write it like that, but it is one of the 2 THs that you have in English.
Okay.
You have 2 versions of TH. And you would know that as a second language learner, but people who are native speakers usually are not aware that there are 2 versions. We can do a video on this, but for now, I need to show you her sons. She has 13 sons, and she has a giant cat. So she also has a monstrous pet.
Okay. 13 kids.
Yes. She and husband number 3 were busy, and she has even more.
Oh, God. Oh.
Don't think about it.
Ah,
Don't want to
Legea,
give a
how can
night.
I not think about it? Oh.
They're called the Yule Lads.
That's awesome. They look normal. What?
Yes, they're not even that ugly, so her husband must be really hot. You know.
To just like somehow balance out the. Oh God. Okay, carry on.
He's probably blind. So there is a description of them, and they come at different times. So the first one shows up on December the 12th, and he leaves on Christmas Day, the 25th. The second one appears on the 13th, leaves on the 26th, and so on. So then 14, 15, 16, and so on. And the last one, let me see, the last one is known as the Candle Beggar. He shows up on Christmas Eve, the 24th, and he leaves on January the 6th.
Right.
So they have weird names, and I've sent you an overview. This is taken straight from Wikipedia.
That's perfect.
As you can see, they have funny names, and you can see the Icelandic names in the first column, and then the translation. So the translations would be Sheepcoat Clod and Gully Gawk and Stubby and Spoonlicker and so on. So yeah, she has a little perv running around who's known as the Window Peeper.
Oh God.
Be careful between December the 21st and January the 3rd. Okay, those are their names. And they, unsurprisingly, are 13 pranksters. So this again is an overlap with all the pranksters from other areas in Europe. They only come out during Christmas time and harass people, so there is a theory that Gryla and her family have been banned from villages, because in older stories they usually live somewhere in the village. But in more recent stories, they live in the mountains in that cave. So it's possible that people had enough of them and just removed them from human society. Yeah, and they walk into those villages and towns. They have names that reflect their favorite method of stealing from people or pranking them. The Spoonlicker, for example, will search for cookie batter spoons and lick them clean. Then you have a pot scraper, and you have a sausage swiper, and a doorway sniffer. Yeah, those are their names. And originally, these Yule Lads helped their mother to steal children for her child Christmas stew. They don't do that anymore, but nowadays they leave gifts in children's shoes. So, yeah, they're gift givers now, and they leave rotten potatoes in the shoes of bad kids.
It's different than
Which
cold.
means they are not the most horrifying thing here. Their mom is, but there is another horrifying thing. We'll get into that. Any questions?
About these boys? No. Oh, well, actually, no. So yeah, actually, I kind of do have one. Do you know when these drawings kind of happened?
No, I couldn't tell you, but some of them are stamps, as you can see. So I think
Yeah.
those would have been more recent. I
Because
think
there's a fair similarity to those in like the Snow White Seven Dwarves concept, right?
Yes, I could imagine 1800s and 1900s, some of them.
Could be a bit of inspiration. That's all I'm thinking.
Okay, good. More horrifying. than the lads, and arguably maybe even more horrifying than Gryla, is Gryla's pet. And there is an Icelandic film dealing with it.
Oh. Oh, he's big.
It's the Yule Cat.
Does not care if you were naughty or mice. Oh my god.
It's great. So let me show you some more pictures. So this is legitimately Gryla's pet. And the Icelandic word for it is Jólakötturinn.
Oh my goodness. This is the Yule Cat, huh?
Yes. We do have a Yule Cat, not just the Yule Goat, and not just a Yule Log. We have a full-on Yule Cat.
Amazing.
So, it lurks around in the snow around Christmas time and eats children who don't get new clothes for Christmas. And you would think that children who don't get new clothes for Christmas are already punished enough.
Yeah.
But there is a backstory. So you remember what I said about Bertha, that she gets really angry when you don't do your winter work, when you don't spin wool during the winter, right?
Yeah.
So in Iceland, you have a similar tradition. And again, when you look at that map that we had, the North Germanic and West Germanic areas, Germany is in the West Germanic areas and Iceland is in the North Germanic areas. But there is some overlap between the mythologies of both countries because they're all Germanic countries. So they have similar mythologies. And in Iceland, you have a similar situation as in Bavaria. Only children who help to process the wool that they've collected during the year and finish in time get new clothes. So you have to work during Christmas time. You have to process the wool in time for the festivities. And if you don't, you get eaten by a monstrous cat demon.
Well, capitalism would love that.
Well, it's just how farmers worked back in the days. So, from their point of view, a child without new clothes is a lazy child. Because if the child had worked properly, then it would have gotten new clothes for its work.
Right.
Yeah, it's really motivating kids to work. And it's similar to the
Child
situation.
labor.
Yeah, similar to the situation with the talking animals in the stables. They were trying to motivate kids to go out in the dark and take care of the animals.
Dangerous child labor.
In this case, don't go out in the dark.
But
And
your kids can.
Yes. If they're good kids. You have to keep those inside who are not good kids.
Oh my god.
Well, keep your spoiled brother inside. You can go and feed the animals. So, the Yule Cat doesn't have a long tradition. So, it was first mentioned in 1862 by Jón Arnason. There is nothing before that hinting at the cat, and that is not surprising because cats are not Icelandic animals. They're not native to Northern Europe at all. Cats were domesticated in Egypt, and they were known in the Roman Empire during the Roman Empire, and from there started moving northward. But they didn't reach some areas before modern times, so you can say that there were probably no cats during medieval times in Iceland. Which means it's not part of the North Germanic law of Iceland, but it's something that came up in the second half of the 19th century by an author. But it has made it to become an official holiday symbol since 1932, because this author, Jón Arnason, wrote a Yule Cat poem that is very well known in Iceland. And she doesn't just eat children, she is also an animal that carries around one of the Yule lads, because there is one Yule lad that is called Stubby. He's the smallest of the bunch. And he can be seen riding the cat through the countryside.
Oh, that's nice.
And that tells you how enormous the cat is. Because as you can see, climbs around on roofs. It's almost as big as the house. And the Yule lads themselves, they're not small because their mom is a troll. So their dad probably too. So they're at least the size of Hagrid.
Wow. A couple of Hagrids running around doing weird fucking things in your house. It's pretty horrifying thought. Peeping windows and sniffing doors.
Oh my god. Yes, some Harry Potter fans have already said, why do the children visit this loner who lives in the hut in the forest? Like, why doesn't Dumbledore do anything about this?
Oh, well, Hagrid's a nice guy, you know? He's a groundskeeper.
Yes, but now I imagine his mom shouting over him, "Stop riding the cat! Bring me some child stew!" Ouch. Okay. Very recently, this cat became known in the rest of the world. So only since the year 2008, people outside of Iceland have understood that there is a Yule cat. It became so popular in some countries abroad that in 2018, the city of Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland, installed an iron statue of it that is 5 meters tall. So here you can see it in daylight, but also illuminated during the night. That is the Yule Cat statue in the city center of Reykjavik.
Ooh. Wow.
And they did this because tourists kept asking. Yeah, that is day 23, Yule Spook. And tomorrow is the day when we will talk about Krampus, and everyone has been waiting for this, I'm sure. And after this, we will watch a short film. It's only 7 minutes long. It will happen on Discord. And I think we will record this, so we can play it on YouTube.
Yeah, we could probably do it live. In which case we might do the Yule Cat film as well, because that's a short film. Maybe we'll get a little collection of like Christmassy horror short films and stuff like that. And we'll watch it as a little live stream thing. That'll be fun.
Yes. Okay. We can do that. But that is day 23. So beware of the monstrous troll cats. And remember, if you're lazy, you're not getting any clothes. So you become prey to the cat.
Horrifying. Day 23. We have made it to day 24.
Woo!
The last of the Advent calendar, boys and girls. And the last of the Christmas horror that we're going to talk about. So, Ligea. Santa's dirty, violent companions. What's going on here?
Yes, or Santa's dark helpers. And they're very literally dark. We're starting with the darkest, actually. So we will get to Krampus, but he's the last on the list, so bear with me. First, we'll have to go back to the Netherlands. And we've already talked about Zwarte Piet, Black Peter. So do you remember when we talked about it?
Yes. I don't quite remember which one he was with, but I remember he's sometimes represented in like blackface, but he's like a little helper man. He has a sack, doesn't he?
Oh yes, that too. It was day 17, not Santa.
Not Santa.
But Sinterklaas.
Sinterklaas, okay.
So there you can see both of them arriving by boat. And maybe you remember that Sinterklaas comes from Spain in a boat, nowadays a steamboat. And then he leaves the boat and he starts riding his horse until Christmas because he arrives early. Like, he's not a last-minute saint like Saint Nicholas.
Right, right. The kids follow him on the horse and stuff like that.
Exactly. So he has plenty of time to distribute all the presents. And the Netherlands aren't that big. So he has enough time planned to do this. He's very meticulous. Okay, so one reason why all of these Santas and not Santas do have helpers, I already explained a little bit about this, is that they are seen as pure good and they're friends of the children. You remember the situation with Saint Nicholas on day 6, that he's a protector of children. So he would never harm children. He gives them gifts. He protects them from being dragged into child prostitution. So, of course, he can't be like the heathen gods who give gifts to good people and punish bad people. He can't do that as one person. That's why he needs a companion who punishes bad kids. And these companions are often portrayed as servants, and in some cases they're naturally black, which is the case with Black Peter. And in other cases, they're just black because they're dirty, like Befana, who comes through the chimney, so they're full of soot.
Right.
Yes, so in the Netherlands, you have this helper named Black Peter. There is even an Indonesian version of him. Let me write this down. And he's called Piet Hitam. Oh, sorry, Hitam. They do have a version of Piet because they used to be a Dutch colony. So Indonesia has Sinterklaas, and they have Sinterklaas's helper. And compared to Indonesians, he's not actually that dark. So he has been part of the law since about 1850. And at first he was introduced as a black Moor. And that is actually not a double description. So not all Moors are black. I'm going to explain this because I don't think you know where the word comes from. It's a Greek word. Moor comes from the word amauros, and in Greek that means dark. But people who were described as amauros weren't naturally Africans, so they were not native Africans with a really dark skin color. They could also be Arabs, because the Arabs had darker skin than the Greeks. So the Moor of Venice that Shakespeare talks about was most likely not a native African, but was from North Africa, which means from the Arab population of North Africa. He usually wears very colorful, old-fashioned clothes, and he has black curly hair and red lipstick. So some people have seen this as a mockery of actual native Africans. That's why in the late 20th century, there were some groups that changed the name to Sooty Peter. So now he's not Zwarte Piet anymore, he's Sooty Piet. As a result of political correctness. But he was never meant to be a character that was ridiculous. He was never a bad character. He was always very beloved by children. There were just some people in the Netherlands who had a real problem with his skin color. But you know what he does is actually really good. He's the reliable servant of Sinterklaas, and he distributes sweets and nuts and fruits to children. And he also helps with handing over the bigger presents to the parents. As you know, we've talked about that Sinterklaas does that sometimes, but you also have Peter moving around and just knocking on doors and giving the parents the presents so they can put them under the tree. So
he just generally helps Sinterklaas, right?
Yes, it's a good character. There are some more representations of him. And the funny thing is that his blackness doesn't even mean that he's from Africa or the Middle East. So some people have looked into the story, and he is actually a heathen character.
All right.
The whole story of Sinterklaas is a reenactment of Germanic mythology. Sinterklaas is actually Odin, because Odin also has a white or grey horse. Let me show you. This is Odin on his horse. And the horse has 8 legs. The horse is called Sleipnir. Odin rides around on his pale horse, well, not pale like a dun horse, but pale like white or grey. And he is followed by his trusty helpers, Hugin and Munin. And these two are ravens. They sit on chimneys and they listen to what people are talking about in their houses. So you have to imagine this from the point of view of a Viking. They have houses where usually the whole house just consists of one room, which means if you sit on the chimney and you listen to what people are talking about, you can hear what everyone in the house is talking about because it's really just one room. So these ravens tell Odin what the mortals are plotting. And they tell Odin who's good and who's not so good. And according to this mythology, Black Peter is actually a human merged version of Odin's ravens, and that is why he's black. He's not African.
I see.
So completely pointless to ban his blackface.
Yeah, it's just representation of the fact ravens are black birds in a human form is yeah, I get it. Interesting.
Yes, so they could replace him with ravens, with tame ravens or crows even, in these celebrations, but people love him so much that they want to see Black Peter.
I mean, why not just give him like a bird head instead?
Yeah. But they're used to him, and it's a popular figure. When you look at this picture, this is one of the protesters who don't like his blackface. Black Peter actually looks like the mascot of a chocolate company. So even the dress is similar. So this is a really popular old-fashioned chocolate brand, and they have this more. The company is called Zarotti. So he looks a lot like that.
Right.
And that's a super popular character. Kids love that.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, it's not meant to be a horrific representation of black people. It's a more, right?
Right. So
because I do understand why people have offense to this, and I can get behind that, but I suppose it's important to know your history as well at the same time, isn't it?
Yes. So it's weird that we want more black representation, even in European tales, where it's naturally rare from a historical point of view. But at the same time, they're eliminating black characters from these celebrations.
Yeah. It's a tricky road.
Yes, there you have some more Odin. You have the horse, and in some cases it doesn't have 8 legs, so just because the artist was lazy.
Or maybe he doesn't know their mythology all that well, huh?
Yes, it's like possible. Or it's you have the same thing going on with Cerberus, the dog of the underworld in Greek mythology. That dog actually has 50 heads.
I'm sorry.
And you usually only see it with 3 because artists are lazy.
50 heads, like a Hydra kind of situation.
Yes.
I had no idea. I've only ever seen it represented as 3 heads, even in just. That's Huh.
Yes. So the original has more heads than what you usually get to see, and it's really a problem. And you can legitimately say it's a problem with the artists, because, for example, when you look at old Disney movies, they wanted to do a movie about the Tiger of Eshnapur. But it never came into being because the people who had to draw all these pictures for the animation said, no, we can do lions, but tigers? Are you insane? Have you seen the stripes? To animate all of this by hand is a nightmare. That is why there is no movie. And even Shere Khan from the Jungle Book, that was a challenge, and it took the longest to animate because you have to consider where the stripes are going. if you do that
Right.
without a computer. Yeah. So much easier for Aladdin, where they also have a tiger. But tigers don't get much screen time in animation because back in the days they were difficult to animate. So, yes, Pete started as sort of a boogeyman, and most of these dark helpers are actually the boogeyman. He was tasked with scaring the children into behaving, but right from the start, children just loved him. So the Dutch let him be, and he turned from a boogeyman into a gift giver, and is known as a very benevolent assistant since that time. There is no long history of a servant in the Netherlands, so that is not typical for the Dutch version of Santa. And the idea is that the character of a servant was most likely influenced by the German traditions that we're going to look into. So, yes, it's a representation of Odin's ravens, but to merge these ravens into one person, into a servant character, that is most likely connected to the neighboring German traditions. Okay, one last thing about Pete. Do you know who this is?
Looks like some kind of Swiss National Guard, maybe?
Yes, not National Guard, but this is the Swiss Guard, the Papal Swiss Guard, not PayPal with a Y.
Yeah, but papal is in like a religious,
Right.
right?
Yes, they dress very similarly to Pete. So this was in fashion in early modern times, in Renaissance times. So this is actually a badass special force, because when the Pope was threatened, he called for help, and interestingly, Switzerland answered and said, "Yes, we got this. We will send our most badass special forces to Rome to protect you." And this is what they sent.
That's great.
So back in the days, they didn't have these cool black uniforms. This was a special forces uniform, and they came to Rome specifically to protect the Pope from his enemies.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And they're still a badass special force. They're still there after centuries. They never went home.
Wow. Oh, that's cool.
You could imagine that maybe it has something to do with the sunlight and the temperatures, because Switzerland can be really cold in the mountains, and it consists mostly of mountains. So they probably thought, "Oh, we'll just stay here. Nobody's going to notice." And if
Yeah,
our
they don't need
Swiss
us back
brothers
home. It's fine.
and if our Swiss brothers ask us, we can still say, "Yeah, the Pope is totally at danger. So we have to stay. We have to protect the Pope." This has been going on for a while, and you can join the Swiss Guard if you're Swiss and Catholic.
Oh. Good for some
Okay.
people to know.
So yes, just to explain why Pete's dress looks like this. It's not unusual. It's something that you could have seen at a specific period around aristocrats. So he's almost dressed like the Swiss Guards. So you could interpret him as a bodyguard for some aristocrat or something like that. That's what his costume says.
Mm.
Okay, moving on to France. You haven't seen France yet, and you will be surprised. His companion is not black, so it's not black skin, it's not a black raven. His companion is just dirty.
Right.
There is Saint Nicholas. So in France, he's called Saint Nicholas. And he has someone with him who is known as Père Fouettard. So Père Fouettard is the French version of the name Father Whipper.
Father Whipper.
or Old Man Whipper. That's also a possibility. Father Whipper appears in the border regions between France and Germanic areas, like Dutch-speaking Belgium, Germany, and German-speaking Switzerland. So it's that border where the overlap with the Germanic traditions happens. And he's clearly influenced by these Germanic traditions. So this is not something Celtic. You know, the French also have this combination of Celts and Germanic people, like Britain has. The original population of Britain was Celtic, and then you had the Germanic invasion from the Anglo-Saxons and their Danish friends. Similar situation in France. That's why British and French orthography is pretty weird. Père Fouettard brings coal to unruly children and he whips them.
So, coal and a whipping. A double punishment.
Yes. I mean, coal wasn't always a punishment. It was something that would keep you warm in winter. So at least you get that. It's dirty and it's not really something a child would wish for. But the child can give that coal to the parents and at least they can heat the oven.
That's true. That's true.
And the name is pretty old. So the name has existed and has been documented since 1252. And the background story is not the background story that you find in the Germanic areas, but it is stolen straight from Greece. So, do you remember the pickled students of Myra?
Oh, yeah, kinda.
Do you want to explain what happened?
Sebastian jumped on my PC. He's a silly boy, but sometimes he kicks things around. No, so it's okay. Yes, so if I remember correctly, the pickled students, it's, I believe one of them gets, or potentially more than one of them, gets put into a barrel, don't they?
Yeah, they get cut apart and put in the barrel during a famine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, but I don't remember if it was an alcohol barrel or if it was just like a typical pickling barrel.
No, it was a butcher who did this, so probably one that he would usually have filled with pork.
Oh, right, so just expecting to potentially reuse the meat as meat.
Yeah. And what did St. Nicholas do?
He put a stop to that, didn't he?
Yes. And not just
I don't remember
that.
I don't remember what he did to the butcher, though. Did he do something similar to the butcher? Did he cut him up?
No, that is absolutely 100% the right question for this topic. Okay, St. Nicholas revived the students, so he brought them back to life, although they had been disassembled. We never learn what happened to the butcher, but the French have an answer to that, because in their history, Father Whipper is that butcher of Myra who pickled the students.
What?
And yes. So a great person to have around your little children at Christmas.
That's so fucking weird.
Okay, the thing is, in their story about the event, they transfer it to France. So St. Nicholas does his miracle in France. And the butcher is punished for his evil deed by St. Nicholas. And he forces him into servitude. In a different version, people say the butcher wanted to repent and became a servant out of free will. But I think it's more likely that St. Nicholas threatened to beat him up. As he would usually do.
Yeah, he likes getting in a lot of fights, that guy. Well, went to jail a few times, didn't he?
Exactly. So that is why St. Nicholas in France has this dirty servant who is not safe around children. But St. Nicholas controls him, so I don't think that Father Whipper is trying to pickle anyone.
Not yet.
But keep an eye on him.
Yeah. What the? That's so strange. Okay.
So, yeah, even from a German point of view, this is weird to have a cannibal servant. Like, moving on. Okay, even weirder. This is going to shock you. There is a United States version of Father Whipper.
Is there?
Yes, it came up in the 1930s. It was not connected to Christmas, though, so that's maybe why you haven't heard of it. It was something that appeared in children's books. He was known as Father Flog, and there was a Mother Flog too, and his nickname was Spanky. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You can probably still find this somewhere. So those were stories for children, and they were trying to animate children to behave in a moral way. So Father and Mother Flog would run around, and not only during Christmas time, but in general, and they would punish children for misbehaving. And again, we could use that picture of that escalated quickly. Because one of the punishments for lying was that they cut the child's tongue out.
Okay. I mean, I've heard similar, well, like people thieving and they get their hands cut off. So I suppose it's not out of the realm of what we've heard before.
But it's usually not 20th century United States.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised.
Well, Terry Pratchett, the well-known Welsh philosopher, once said that people in the Middle East cut thieves' hands off so they don't steal anymore, and people in Old England cut people's heads off so they wouldn't think about stealing anymore.
It's extra proactive, you know?
Yeah. You're preventing crime.
That's right.
Okay. So yes, there is a really weird version of him, and if you imagine the whole backstory of the Butcher of Myra pickling kids, whipping them, and cutting out their tongues, Father Flog and Mother Flog, and that is really spooky.
Yeah, it really is.
That's worse than the French character alone. So what does he look like? You can see that even when he's standing next to St. Nicholas, he has these quite sinister looks about him. He is usually described as someone with a sinister face. He has dark, dirty robes and unkempt hair and beard. He has a whip, a large stick, sometimes bundles of twigs or sticks. And he also has that wicker basket that the goat demon from Bavaria has to carry away bad kids.
Oh my.
That is something that would usually shock children into submission back in the day. So if they were put in that basket and he carried them out of the house, that would sometimes be enough to stop them from misbehaving, because they thought, okay, he's going to whip me when we leave the house, and he's probably going to pickle me, so...
Let's not fuck with that guy.
Can't get over the pickling.
It's so fucking weird.
Okay, let's leave that behind. Let's get to the two German characters, and before we do that, I need to show you maps. Because legitimately people could ask, why is everything happening in Germany? There are so many German Christmas characters and so many different ones. We have a map of Europe. One reason why a lot of this stuff just happens in Germany is that it's pretty much in the middle of Europe, as you can see. So wherever you want to go with your little army, whether you're the French who want to attack Russia under Napoleon, bad idea by the way, or whether you're the Swedish who are planning a trip to Italy, you have to go through Germany.
Yeah.
So this is an area where a lot of people spend some time simply when they're on the path of war. So you're trying to move through Europe, and that is simply the easiest way, often the shortest way too. You can ask modern truckers. To them, it's very important that the highways in Germany are in good shape. The second reason is that Germany used to be much larger than it is now. So that is something you can see in the second set of maps. And that is the Holy Roman Empire, but that's not the full name. The full name is Holy Roman Empire of German Nations, and it's also called the First German Empire, but it was a multicultural empire. So there were a lot of people in it who did not speak German and who were not ethnic Germans. As you can see, at one point there was half of Italy in it. Then you have parts of France, you have Slavic areas. It used to reach into Denmark too. And then if you remember the video about Janko Zensch, you also had a dynasty in the late First Empire, the Habsburgs, who were also kings of Spain, for example. So a lot of countries on the continent used to belong to the First German Empire, and it's called Holy because it started with a pact between a tribal leader, a German tribal leader, and the Pope. They decided to bring back the Roman Empire, but this time not with Rome as a center, because Rome was a city that belonged to the Pope at that point. So Rome was simply another word for civilization back then. They remembered the Roman Empire, so they wanted the civilization back that they had during the Roman Empire. And it explicitly says Empire of German Nations because every single of the emperors of the First Empire belonged to a German dynasty. So sometimes they didn't live in Germany. We've talked about the emperors who lived in Spain, for example, because they liked the weather better. But this is legitimately the First Empire. And Britain has a different opinion on this. They usually say that Germany only started in 1871. So First Empire is from 800 to 806, by the way, was ended by Napoleon. And the last emperors were Austrians, but Austrians are a German tribe, so that is a German dynasty. Second one was 1871 until 1918, end of World War I. And the Brits say that Germany started in 1871 precisely because it became a nation state at that time. So before that, it was multicultural, and the Second Empire was like 99% German. So they only recognize it as an ethno-state and not as a multicultural state.
Gotcha.
And then, of course, you have this as a center of different cultural units that are a little bit bigger. So it's not an ethnic group, it's an ethnic supergroup like the Celts, the Slavs, the Germanic people, and the Mediterranean people. Italians, for example, belong to the Mediterranean people. Poles belong to the Slavic people. Those are supergroups that have more than one ethnic group and more than one nation in them. And it all comes together in Central Europe. So on the western side, you have the Celts. In the south, you have the Mediterranean people. And in the east, you have the Slavic people. And it all comes together in this area. So it's simply an area where a lot of cultural influences meet, and where you get input from many different cultures.
Makes sense.
Okay, so that is why everything is happening there, why there's so much stuff that comes from there, because it's extremely diverse in a cultural sense, and there are reasons for that. Just wanted to point that out. Because even from my point of view, it's a lot of German stuff here. So, let's look at Rupert. What did I tell you about Rupert?
Oh goodness, we talked about him just in the last one, didn't we? I've got...
So, yes, we mentioned him when we talked about Bertha, that he might be her brother. And that is because the names are similar. They have one word in common. That word means bright. And his name Rupert, or Ruprecht in German, is one of the nicknames of Odin. Because the full name means glorious and bright.
All right.
So there again you have Odin hijacking the Christmas lore.
Yeah, he and Zeus, they like to take some spotlight, don't they?
Yes, but it actually makes sense. So there's a reason why Rupert is Rupert the servant, specifically the servant of Saint Nicholas, and why he's dirty and unkempt, and why Saint Nicholas is the dominant one. The reason for for this is that it shows that the Christian saint can domesticate the heathen god. And there are slightly different names in different regions. So in middle and northern Germany, this is Rupert. And then you have Schmutzli in Switzerland. And Schmutzli means little dirt.
Yeah.
There we have Schmutzli with the Swiss Santa. Yeah, so as you can see, it's kind of a dirty barbarian.
Yeah.
There is another version that lives in northern Bavaria. So in northern Bavaria, you would actually think it must be Krampus, while Krampus is the Bavarian version and the Austrian version. So he's in southern Germany, but in northern Bavaria, you have some Protestants, and they wanted their own one. They didn't want the heathen god. And their version is called Belsnickel. So this means the furry goblin.
That's great.
And he basically looks like Rupert and like little dirt, so they all look the same. And he lives on heathen territory, so I would expect him to get into fights with Krampus because, you know, they're neighbors. And
Right?
Maybe Krampus doesn't like that Belsnickel infringes on his Christmas celebration. It's because this area where Belsnickel lives is part of the Middle German dialect area and not of the Southern German dialect area. So this is connected to dialects. Rupert is the most common version of the helper in Germany. So when you've seen all these new movies and TV shows coming out about Krampus, when the United States discovered him, or when Hollywood discovered him, they showed this as being something that is very, very common all across Germany, and it's simply not. So the most common version is Rupert. And you can see that in The Simpsons, because Santa's little helper is called Knecht Ruprecht in German.
Yo.
Yes. He's a dirty, unkempt servant. I mean, Rupert, not the dog. In a black or dark brown robe with a hood and a sooty face, and he often has the tongue hanging out. So usually he has a black cloth mask with like a felt tongue, a red felt tongue. So it's not someone who's running around with an open mouth with a tongue hanging out. He carries a sack and a bundle of hazel twigs to whip kids with, but he doesn't do that nowadays. So it's been a while since he actually did that. But of course, it's the constant threat. He's the boogeyman.
Right. Something about servants whipping people is really weird.
Yes, and Saint Nicholas doesn't do that, so he needs someone who does it for him. In older sources, Rupert sometimes eats bad kids, and that is a symbol of the devil devouring the souls of bad people. So it's not the same kind of cannibalism that we see with Gryla in Iceland, for example. It's a different kind of cannibalism. It's a more spiritual one, and he doesn't eat kids because he likes the taste of meat, but it's symbolic. So he's a stand-in for the devil in that case. And we're coming to the main event now, to Krampus. So what do you know about Krampus?
besides, I feel like the obvious thing is he's like, I don't really know if you call him a demon, but I feel like a lot of people would think of him as a demon. But he's, I think he punishes people. It might be on Christmas Day. It might be like a couple of days around Christmas. I'm not entirely sure the time frame. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just like a punisher essentially, isn't he? Really?
Yes.
Does he also have like little demons that work with him? I think.
Oh yes, we've met his wife actually.
Have we?
Yes. So the Snow Queen, the representation of the light on the snow, Bertha, married the bad boy.
Damn it, Bertha. I get it. Opposites attract. Get it.
Yes. So, yes, she is his wife. She's a heathen goddess. He's a heathen god. And he does have helpers. So the ugly followers of Bertha are actually his buddies.
That makes sense.
And it's very cute. You will see we have that here in the script. But let me tell you where he's a heathen god or a helper of Santa. So it's not just southern Germany and Austria, it's also Liechtenstein. And Liechtenstein is between Switzerland and Austria. It's a tiny, tiny country, like really just a thumbnail on the map, and most maps don't even have it on it. Maybe you know that the Swiss banking system used to be very famous and they never gave out the names of their customers. So you only had you had ciphers and you didn't really have a name on the bank account, so you could park your money there and nobody would know. That isn't the case nowadays, or at least not to its full extent. So the safer location for illegal money is actually Liechtenstein.
Okay.
And it's also a German-speaking country. It's between Switzerland and Austria. Very, very tiny. And nobody's even going to find it. Like, if you have the American IRS coming after you, and you say, well, my money is in Liechtenstein, they will never find it.
I feel like we're giving advice that we probably shouldn't be giving out.
Oh, no. I mean, you will go to the Cayman Islands, right?
Yeah, I'll just disappear. It's fine.
Okay, so those are German-speaking countries, but also Hungary. Hungary is not even a European-speaking country. The language of Hungary comes from Central Asia. It's an Altaic language. Then we have Croatia, Slovenia, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Northern Italy. Most of those are Slavic language regions. Northern Italy is, of course, a Romance language region. So it's weird that they call this Romance languages in English, but it has nothing to do with actual romance. It has something to do with the Romance.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so it's languages based on Latin are called Romance languages. It's a bit misleading. But yeah, it makes sense because Hungary used to form an empire with Austria. So after the first German Empire had collapsed, Austria decided to start its own business with blackjack and hookers. We need that picture of Bender saying that.
I won't get it.
So when Germany turned into a nation state with mostly the same people in one country, one language, 99% same people of the same ethnic group, Austria didn't want to continue that because Austria had been the last part of the first empire that had an emperor. So they were already used to being emperors, but you can only be an empire if you have some more people in it. And they thought, okay, maybe 99% the same people, that is not going to be an empire. We need some people who don't speak our language and who have a completely different culture. So Austria went together with Hungary and some Slavic areas. Because they wanted to remain a multicultural empire and they wanted to remain emperors. They didn't want to go back to being dukes of Austria. So that explains why a couple of the Slavic areas and Hungary are in it, and also have these traditions. They have them because they used to be part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the 19th and early 20th century. There is also some overlap with German-speaking Switzerland. We've seen that with the Silvesterklausen. And yeah, that's a pretty big area. So Krampus is not just a heathen god or helper of Santa who is in one country. He has multiple countries, and even countries with completely different culture that have adopted him because they like the concept.
Absolutely.
His name means claw. So Klampen in the southern German dialects means claw, or something dead, dried up, and wilted. The earliest written sources are from the late 16th century, but it's definitely a pre-Christian deity, and its range throughout Europe shows that it must have been around since before the First Empire. Krampus Day is on the 5th of December. And there are separate processions for him that don't coincide with the processions for his wife. They usually take place before Yule, so before Christmas, when darkness rules. And his wife's processions take place after Yule, when the light returns. So they're both heathen gods of winter. And this does have a romantic component, because it's his turn before Christmas, it's her turn after Christmas. So on Christmas Day, he hands over the world to his wife.
Aww. He's
That
not
is a
such a
great
bad
present.
guy after all. Aww.
Exactly. His typical attire is a goat costume with a wooden head and cowbells, and I'm going to show you the cowbells now. So here you have some cows and their bells, so you can see how big they really are. He also has whips, sometimes chains, and a wicker basket, like the demon goat that follows his wife's friends. And the American horror comedy Krampus from 2015 isn't accurate because his time is long before Christmas. So his main day is December the 5th, one day before St. Nicholas Day. But they have placed him, I think, 3 days before Christmas. So he does not appear shortly before Christmas. That is the wrong time for him. He's connected to the St. Nicholas celebration.
Good to know. Good to know that
The
they got
more
it
you
wrong.
know, you can lecture people in the theater now.
So it's not like it was hard to do the research to be like, oh, what day would Krampus show up? Oh, yeah, by the way, it's established fact. So, wow.
There's a literal Krampus Day.
It's fucking lazy. That's insane.
Exactly. So there you have some more depictions. There you have the followers. So as I said, the ugly followers are actually his buddies. And the ones with the giant church windows on their heads are his wives.
So, is he considered a demon or a god? Or kind of both?
Well, he's a former god. The thing is that Krampus and Rupert and the other Germanic variants are basically tamed devils or domesticated heathen gods who have to serve a Christian saint. So they used to be gods, but then Christianity came, so St. Nicholas took control, and now they're not as bad as they used to be. But, you know, seeing them as something bad is really something that came with Christianity, because heathens never saw them as only good or bad.
They were just playing a role.
Well, yes, you see that with Bertha, that she is a gift giver, but she's also a punisher, so they had both roles. With St. Nicholas, they split that up. You have a good one and you have an evil one.
Right. But then what would be the opposite of Krampus?
He doesn't really have an opposite. So the winter demons, they have several functions. For example, they represent the darkness of winter, but his wife also represents the blinding light on the snow, the reflection of light on the snow. So although she is a winter goddess, she's also a goddess of the light on the snow. It's a bit more complex than just having someone who's good or evil. They're usually both.
Right. But it does more sound like Krampus. He's playing a role, but it's more just one-sided, though.
Yes, it's his evil side, you could say, but people in heathen times didn't see it like that. So if you wanted to pit him against someone, you would have to pit him against the King of Summer, like the Holly King and the Oak King, like in English mythology. He's the Holly King, and his enemy would be the Oak King of Summer.
Okay. Or I guess in some cases, like I said, they don't really have an opposite or an opposing force. It's just they are an established creation. I get you.
Right. They have their function. So as I said, specifically his wife has that function to protect life during winter, and that is not something negative. She can be very negative. So when you remember the thing with disemboweling bad children.
Yeah, it's quite bad.
Yes, but she also has good sides, and that's what I like about these heathen gods. It's not just Germanic mythology; it's also Greek and Roman and Slavic and Celtic mythology. All of these old religions, because they used to be religions before they came mythologies, all of them see people as very complex beings, and their gods are also just big people. They're complex beings. It's not this cookie cutter thing that we used to have since early modern times.
Right.
I mean, we've talked about Batman and Superman, and I know Henry Cavill hates me, but Superman is really a little bit cookie cutter,
Well, yeah, but he is. He's exactly what you would expect out of the word super. It's just generic and perfect, and it's completely one-sided. Like there's not a remote flaw in that character, So it is cookie cutter. You're exactly right.
And that is the reason why people nowadays relate more to Batman, the perv in his bat costume.
Complicated, incredibly rich philanthropist who gets to beat up guys at nighttime. Yeah, everybody relates to that.
But yeah, he's a tortured soul, and I think that is what people can relate to. Superman doesn't seem like someone who has any personal problems.
Yeah, even though you think he would be a little bit more, like, upset at the fact that his home planet was destroyed, and he's never going to get to see his family or any of the people of Krypton. But, I guess whatever, right? It's totally fucking fine.
Go call Henry Cavill now. That is the Superman movie I want to see. Superman freaking out of it.
Yeah, like having some emotional problems because he's like, well, I'm never going to get to visit my home planet. I don't know what it was like. I never got to meet my parents. All this guy. Yeah, I feel like that'd be pretty tragic. And it's like, yeah, I suppose the Batman one is worse because, ultimately he lost both his parents and he saw it. Like that's pretty fucked.
Yeah.
So I can understand why that's still worse.
Losing your whole home planet, you can't even go back to it ever. Like it's like Alderaan. And why is he not traumatized? Good
That's
question.
What I'm saying. He just seems like he's fucking fine, and it's like, are you sure? Because every time you see him, he's like, yeah, I just live on Earth, and I just do Earth stuff now, and I fucking love my life, and I still keep my identity a secret. It's like, well, there's almost no point really for you to have a secret identity because it's not like you can die. I suppose your loved ones can be at risk, but if you're aware of everything that's going on, or I don't know, you give them like fucking emergency pagers and shit like that, what have you got to worry about? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. The whole Superman thing, it really gets baffling the more you think about it. Exactly, right?
He should go nuts.
Yeah, I think nuts is a interesting way to look at the Homelander situation, but it's for good reason. I mean, he's had a fucking all kinds of troubled childhood and shit. Yeah, it makes sense that he's a bit fucked in the head.
So yes, we're officially asking someone to make that movie.
Do it.
Yeah, but I have to show you one last Krampus.
Okay.
So there is a version that is made of dried plums.
Plumpus?
Ah, yes. Plum Kramp. Here he is.
Wow.
So Christmas markets in northern Bavaria have started to sell these. And it isn't even his area. We've heard that this is Belznickel's area. But it has spread in northern Bavaria and I think Thuringia, which is bordering northern Bavaria. And they make these little Krampus figures of dried plums and other dried fruits. So you can see in the in the one with a red collar, he has a head that is a walnut, and he has a body that is partially made up of dried figs. That's the brown stuff that forms the torso. So you can find that when you go to a Christmas market.
Wow.
That is the last Advent video. I have to talk to the people now. Don't worry, I'm not getting political or anything. So I'm sure we made many mistakes, or I made many mistakes because I did the research, so don't blame Nate for this. If you found anything and you want to correct it, talk to us. So maybe we can make another series of Advent videos, maybe not 24, but there's another year coming, and we could record a correction. And we could bring you on the show so you can correct these views yourself.
100%. But it's okay to give me a little bit of blame as well. But I mean, she is a smart one. I'm just, I'm like 10%, compared to her. But either way, she's right. If there's any corrections, we'd be happy to have you on the show. Discussing your ideas, your issues, correcting us. That'd be really fun. Even just any kind of discussions or debates, really, I think it'd be really good. So if you'd like to be on the show, and you have a very interesting topic you want to discuss with us, which the gay might already know, but we'll find out, reach out.
Yes.
Let us know. We'd love to have you.
Yes, if you want to add something too, so if we forgot anything, and you think, well, I live in Tibet, you need to learn about the Tibetan tradition, tell us.
That's right. Teach us.
Maybe it's something that I couldn't research. Maybe it's in a language that I don't speak, and maybe it's in a language that doesn't have good articles in different languages. So we've done this with the Korean stuff, for example. So Korean mermaids, I would find the topic really interesting. It's not a Christmas topic, but when we did the mermaid video, there was so little I could find that was in English that I would really love to have someone from Korea come on the show and tell us about Korean mermaids. Same thing here. If you say we've completely been misrepresented, you got it wrong, or you didn't even say anything about my culture, I'm very sorry. As an anthropologist, this makes me feel bad. So tell us. Bring your culture on the screen.
Too right. Well, how about that?
So,
24 days.
Yay! And now we're doing the spooky video that is going to ruin your childhood. The video that we're streaming on Discord. The very, very short one that I've picked.
On the 25th, right?
Oh no, we'll assemble the whole Advent calendar video and post it on the 25th. But on the 24th today, we still have that 7-minute video, that film. that
Okay,
we're
so we
streaming.
want. Gotcha. Stream on stream today, 24th. Okay, I will set that up then. Well, past Nathan has probably set that up, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Exactly. So I will be there. We will give you the time when you will have to come to Discord.
Yeah. Well, we'll give him like a week advance notice, stuff like that.
Yeah. And we might even watch the Yule Cat as an extra, but maybe cut that out because we could do the video that I've picked first, so that's the one they know about, and the Yule Cat video could be an encore.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
you don't have enough yet about Christmas.
I know, right? Gonna make you sick of it by the time we're done with you.
Yeah, the giant Yule Cat. And it's so fitting that the troll woman is also a crazy cat lady.
Yeah. Well, what a fucking weird. I don't even. You know what? I'm not. I can't. It's good that I can't comprehend all of it, because obviously we're just raised different ways, and we understand and we comprehend things in certain aspects. It's good to have an open mind, but it's also good to not understand everything, but you still should at least be aware of it.
I think that the cannibal troll woman has a very positive message for humanity. Even ugly, disgusting people can get laid.
And have 13 kids and a giant demon cat. You never know. It could happen to you. But your kids might become peeping fucking toms, and then that's a bit of a problem. And
I'm sure there's someone in the audience who's shouting, "That's me! You want to see my cat?"
Yeah. I've got a demon cat. You say I'm going to get a husband. Yeah. Yeah, you are. You're going to live in a cave, though. It's going to be real fucking weird. You're going to eat children, so just be prepared for all of that.
Oh dear. We can make a video about crazy cat ladies and how they are actually the result of a brain parasite.
Well,
I'm not joking.
if you've made it this far into the Advent video as we're wrapping up, if you want to see a video of us talking about crazy cat ladies and brain parasites, let us know. We'll fucking do it, because that is really something strange and interesting that now I kind of want to do.
Absolutely, but remember that we also have to film the hangover video.
Yeah, we do. Well,
not now, but we'll tell you how to get rid of the hangover on January the 1st. So we're doing this in advance so you can prepare and you can buy some ingredients. And hopefully you will be okay.
You'll be fine. Well, at least we kept you up at night with our weird fucking stories. Well, we really hope you've enjoyed our Too Weird to Be True Advent Calendar. We've had an awful lot of fun making this. And we will see some of you for the little live stream later on today, which is going to be great. Awesome stuff. And obviously the hangover video coming out probably in the next couple of days, so you can prepare for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, because some of you are going to need it. I might need it. But, that's my problem, right? Well, from both of us here, we've had a wonderful time, and we sure hope you have too. And
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Don't get eaten. Don't get whipped. Don't have terrible clothing. There's so many things you shouldn't do. Put your pasta strainer outside. Probably going to be all right.
Now you have to say Merry Christmas in Japanese. I'm waiting.
Merry Christmasu!
Yay!
Good night, everybody. Thank you to the YouTube and Patreon members who've been supporting this channel so far. This has been a fantastic effort. Thank you so much. I couldn't do any of this without your support. Really. I really can't. Thank you. Patreon now has exclusive ad-free videos. I know, quite a cool benefit, I gotta say. Can't do it on YouTube, sadly, just on Patreon only. It's a whole thing. There are many ways to support the channel, but becoming a member is probably one of the best ones. Support us today.